Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today. Hope you're having a good one out there as we are finally to the day, finally to the hour, finally to the time, all the buildup, all the lead in. I know you've been about the same place I've probably been the past couple of weeks. We're getting down into it first. It's a lot of intrigue, a lot of matchup. Last couple of days, it's like, let's get to this game. Let's get to this darn thing. I can't wait anymore. I can't hold out anymore. Let's just get to this thing. Come on. Got to do it. Well, we are here, and we're going to finally see what gets to go down today. Your Seattle Seahawks, for only the fourth time in their 50 years as a franchise, are getting the opportunity to win their second Super Bowl. They've gone to 4, going to get a chance to win their second one, and we will be doing, of course, the play-by-play today throughout the course of the game, locking on in, and I want to get a little bit of some pregame, just tapping in, see where you guys are at, see where the mind state's at, see where the confidence is at, see what maybe some of the worry has come at. I think some of the worry for me, and maybe it's just the winding down of this game as it gets closer, has really come up from the last couple of days, where it just start to feel a little bit uncomfortable, and by the general nature of things. And so we'll see if you guys are in the same place, or still if confidence is riding ultimately very, very high. I want to do, if I can, a second here and shout out to a sponsor of this show who's been a sponsor of the show throughout the course of this entire season and has been so kind to do so. And that is, of course, Sleeper. Sleeper is right now the #1 app rolling in the game today. And they've actually got some interesting things going on right now with a couple of new additions to their sports app. First and foremost, they have a new part now where you can bet on stuff like the MVP champion, or, who's going to be that in this game. You can kind of go either way you want. You can see there are certain odds are aligned there. You can even bet on things like the commercial, who's going to be an advertiser in the upcoming game. So a lot of options, as I always say with the Sleeper app. One of the reasons it's the #1 app is that there are just so many options on there for you to pick for and really build your ticket the way you want. Mix your basketball, mix your football. You think you know sports, put that sports knowledge to the test and earn yourself some money at the same time. They've got right off the rip, right off the top rope here, a free $20 entry, no login needed, just a free 20 into your pocket when you create that login. So that's just right off where we go with them off the jump. You can now also get in on the yes or no to the big game. Who do you want to go with? Before it's been a little bit of the over-unders, but they've now been able to add these ones on in to where you can pick who you think is going to be able to take the game. I love these kind of selections. And of course, you guys know how I had to go a little bit here. I didn't lay a lot. You don't want you to lay a lot. You don't have to lay a lot here, right? It was just a little bit of, a little bit of loving over to Seattle to win in this game. So putting a little bit of money down on that one. I've also, of course, got your picks for today as far as the overs and unders. Been posting this throughout the week. You got the boost program that they put on top of it. So Jason Myers 1.5 more on the field goals with that. Cooper Kupp with over 3.5 receptions, 21.5 receiving yards for Kenneth Walker and Hunter Henry. And I did get in on the MVP betting with this as well, as I'm going with Kenneth Walker. That's going to be my guy on this one. So projected almost win $100 on just simply an $8 drop on this one. And so I've got a lot laying down the line here. And of course, when you do use the Sleeper app right now, you can get 100% match of your first deposit up to $100. So you get that free $20. They just do for creating the login. Then you get the match NEST. They'll match that 100% up to $100. So free $120 here from me to you through the app. And you show some love to me and this channel at the same time. Like I said, they've been so kind to sponsor this show throughout the course of this year. Really love using this app. Gone out there, been able to get a couple more than a few picks right this season myself. And so hopefully you will be able to today as well here on Super Bowl Sunday. Terms and conditions to apply. Please do see their site for detail. Thank you guys for using that code, though, throughout the course of this year. Let's tap in. Let's check in. Let's get a little bit of feel for where the 12s are at here, as we've got a less than hour lead in right now to the game. I wanted to get on early and see where you guys were at. Just going through last night, watching some Patriots film, going to a little earlier on in the year, watching a little bit of what Meg was doing with this offense, the Tampa Bay game, for instance. Some interesting things that they tried out. The more you kind of watch in what they're doing, and you do gain a lot of an appreciation for McDaniels as a good, very, very good offensive coordinator and knowing what he's doing. And see if you can find the magic dice here today to take him down. Yo, dudes, as your resident Eagle fan, just wanted to stop in and say how happy I am for you guys. Us Philly fans get a lot of flack for being rough around the edges and a bit hardcore, but one thing we know is passion for our team, and Seattle fans bring passion to their team. I dog it. I dig it. I respect it. I was in here many weeks ago telling you boys magic can happen when you least expect it, and even if the ride falls short, enjoy it while it lasts. And who knows, maybe you can dance all the way through the night. And look at you guys now, dancing through the night. So while we're here, let's take another step and dance for the rest of the year. Go Hawks! Let's have it go! Hey, how about that? We got an Eagle fan hyping us up off the rip. I'm loving that. We got America at our back, ladies and gentlemen. America's with us. Very exception, a very small portion of Northern California and a very small portion of Southern California. Almost minuscule, really. But thank you, yo, dude. Very kind of you to say, man. Jeff, let's go Hawks. Hit that like and subscribe before the stream even starts. Indeed, Jeff, thank you for the reminder, man. I'm always bad about this. Folks, please do sub up today. We're trying to get up on our horse here to 30,000. We're probably going to cross 22,000 today, if not maybe more. If you guys are all kind enough to rock it in here, we're going to try to shoot for, if there is a winning Super Bowl today, I'm going to try to be a man of my word and hit a 24-hour stream today if it's going to go down. I don't know if I'm going to fully make it, but I am going to grind my butt off to get there, and that's if we can get that dub today. So hit that like button, sub on up, help us get to that spot. We'd love to have a big day here with this Super Bowl, and you guys can help us get there. No, too, is when you hit that subscribe button right now or the like button right now, it's telling YouTube to push this on the algorithm to people looking for Seahawks content out there across the world. Moto Kyle, have a good day and go Hawks, and I hope the Seahawks win versus the Patriots at 49er Stadium for the Super Bowl later today. Me as well. Extra little cherry on top. That's what I'll say. A little cherry on top. It's game day, y'all. Oh, it is, kid from the hood. It says, see. I'll be wearing this button out today. Let's go. Koken, how you doing, man? Kakai? Hey, Bryce, who's in the house? What's up, Bryce? All right, everyone, enjoy the game. Let's finish the job. NOB mindset. Go Hawks.
The power of the dark side.
They don't know the power of the dark side. BLM Ben, not going to be here for the big game. Just want to say go Hawks. Thanks for covering the team so well. I might have to watch this stream back if we win. Otherwise, going to be depressed, man. I totally understand all of that energy. And I will be probably in about the same boat, because if we lose, it will not be a 24-hour stream of me in misery of that. But we're all going to be about in that same kind of place, Ben, and I hopefully get to celebrate that win, man. But thank you. Appreciate you stopping on in. Hope it's a great Super Bowl party out there. If you aren't watching the stream out there, enjoying yourself at a nice little function event. Hopefully it's popping off out there in Seattle. Misfit in the house. Go Hawks. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Jeff, thank you for the $5 donation. Starting us off here, Jeff. Appreciate you for that. Says, let's go Super Bowl. Go Hawks. Ooh, a little Bobo love. Are we going to get a little Bobo touchdown? Maybe so. Maybe Jeff's calling his shot with the first dono off the rip. I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. It double dipped you there, Jeff. Sorry, double dipped you. Go Hawks, man. Appreciate you. So he's calling it a Super Bobo Bowl. Ooh. Could we have a Super Bowl a Super Bowl MVP? Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the dono, man. Love it. Let's go. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Brando. Nervous as hell, man. Let's effing go Hawks. Yeah, I the nerves has gotten up. I was confident last week, confident through the weekend, confident through the early part of the week. And just, just start to just a little bit, okay. It's getting set. Anything can happen in an NFL game, and Patriots are wily, and they've got that. We can do whatever we want to kind of do in this game because nobody expects us to win at things. So they're kind of they got a little bit of that. So you go, okay, it's all right. So I'm matching you on that, Frogman. Thank you for the donation. Let's effing go Hawks. And I definitely the nerves have started to grow just a little bit here over the last couple of days. Last night I was like working out at like 11 at night with just the nervous energy, couldn't just like, okay, no, we got it. It's all right. We're going to this matchup there. It can't be denied. Yeah, but shut up. Turn During a psych ward patient talking myself through the game. Thank you, Frogman. Janet, thank you for the $12 donation. Go Hawks, he says. Go Hawks, man. Appreciate your support as well through all this time, through all these years here now. And let's get this win today, Janet. Let's get this win. Oh, boy. It's going to be interesting. Appreciate you. Thank you. Jake Waldman, thank you for the $5 donation, Jake. Time to lock in. Let's go. Hey, there we go. 12s are ready. They are ready. Love it, Jake. Let's go, man. Time to lock it in. You've done all this work throughout the year as a Seahawks team. Put all the good work in. Get it. You're here, arrived as in good a shape as you possibly could hope to be. Now close this thing off. Put this thing to rest. Put it to bed. Finish the process, and you will go down as one of the great legendary teams, maybe in NFL history. We're going to look a little bit back at this path and look at what happened with the NFC West this year. At the very least, the defense can potentially rise to its glory. Take its spot next to the LOB, perhaps. Let's go, though, Jake. Appreciate you, man. A flat tire iron Wade. Thank you for the $5 donation, flat tire. He says, Seahawks 92, Pats 1. Go Hawks. Oh, they got the 1 point somehow. I like that score. I could go for that score. Some people are like, oh, I need a close game, or not I, Capitan. I will take a comfortable, easy win. I was in a New York bar the night that the Hawks won the Super Bowl back in 2013, and just in that Super Bowl, just everybody in the bar just loving life. Seahawks fans, basically a Seahawks fan takeover, open bar, and it was glorious. So I'll take that again. I'll take another one of those, please, sir. Yes. Oh, Carl in the house. Carl Dearney, thank you for the $20 donation. Carl, you are the man. Let's go. Go, Carl. Good to see you in the house, too, brother. One of my OGs. Been riding with me for these six years since we started this channel. Been there grinding right there with me on this as far as wanting to see this team punch through. I'm telling you, your outsider fan base coming in here wondering, this is a fan base that certainly is going to enjoy this. Just enjoy it so very much. I know this isn't exactly the Super Bowl that's got the country titillated with the matchups, but this is a region that is going to very, very much enjoy this if we can finish the process. Carl, thank you for the $20 donation. So happy for all of us. My favorite moment from this year is Ernest Jones standing up for Sam. That's our quarterback. If you have anything to say about it, then frankly, F you. Do you have a favorite moment from this year? Whew. Man, that's a really good moment. I mean, it's hard to pick a better one, than that, to be honest with you. And I agree with you because, you have your moments like Terrell Owens, and he's got his sunglasses on, and he's like crying about Tony Romo having criticism, and he's, that's my quarterback. And he's basically doing it because you could see he was trying to like shift public perception of him on that because he had kind of burned out already in the first couple of stops with Philadelphia and San Francisco, and burned out largely because of the fact that his quarterback situation wasn't the best as far as the relationship goes. And so when you have that moment with Ernest there and he's on the podium and you can just see that he's turning over like what he's hearing and he just wants to get to a bottom line of it. He's not like pushing the anger in a different place and having it go off like he's attacking off to the reporters. He knows what exists out there and what people are saying prior to coming into this game and what they'll say coming off of that game. And to me, it just spoke more to being sincere, and probably why it's one of the reasons that really stands out to you that you love so much, because I felt it as well. I think it was very much a true, honest moment that was coming from him. I think for me, the favorite moment of this year is going and getting that 2-point conversion. and that moment to me was like floodgates breaking through a little bit, and that your team was now going to be able to finally conquer, a couple of these, has conquered this team that just had your number every which way. And not only that, but then Sam, who according to everybody else, oh man, there's a lot of Seahawks coming into the stadium. A lot of Seahawks colors coming into the stadium right now. They just showed a little bit of a flash of it on the video. Okay, we might just take this sucker over. And so it was those things happening where you essentially you're slaying two dragons in one, from Sam's perspective, from the team's perspective, to the Rams there, Carl. But then also the moment it occurs where Rams go get a touchdown, you now need to go get a touchdown in overtime. You have no second chances, second opportunities. You do that, and then you also have that wherewithal right there to know you've got to go for the 2-point conversion. And you love to see those moments with the team where it's not like what Dan Campbell does, where every corner he goes around, he's looking to, show you how much his team's going for it. There's no tactical really approach to it. It's just a rubber stamping of going for it in wild ass situations time and time again. But that was one where it was strategic and tactical and smart, and you went for it. And it was also very much telling your team, no, we're going to go get this win. And so it's kind of like, it's the button to the moment that you talk about with Ernest. It's Ernest standing there on the sideline nodding and going, I knew what I was talking about. And so that would probably be mine, is that fourth down conversion and all that went in that moment as to what happened, and what that really, I think, injected into this team, with a realization that, this isn't just something that's on paper. This isn't just something that's a plucky, good, try-hard team that's come forward with a couple of nice breaks this year. This is you guys reaching for greatness, reaching to be exceptional. And you're getting a game and you're winning a game like this because across the board, you're all engaged in trying to make this thing happen. And it feels like that was the real one that shot forward, but you picked a pretty good one too as well. I can't deny that, Carl. That's a very good one. It's great to see you in the house, brother. Very good to see you in the house. Sand Viper, thank you for the $5 donation. Cards fan here, rooting for you guys. Hoping we can be in the same spot in a few years. Plus, would love to see Darnold change his narrative. Well, that is very kind. Yeah, I want to say that, Cardinal fans, Niner fans, Ram fans, for the most part, all that have come in here, and a lot of the roundtable stuff that we do on a weekly basis over there, y'all are very respectful and kind in your donations as well, just beyond just being kind and coming in, just, chopping it up. This is a place, if you're new here, you're coming in, where we always look to have just great football discussion if we can. It doesn't have to be centric around speaking to constantly the greatness of the Seattle Seahawks and how they're the just best team ever. It's a lot of times in the outside perspectives that we get when people come in here, and that it's not looks to ever be an echo chamber, and we love hearing from perspectives of others. I think your Cardinal fans, my heart goes out to a lot of them in it, because I think that they are a dedicated bunch. I lived in Tempe for almost a year. And I can say that I know that they're there. They're, ready to embrace that team, when they show the signs of, getting it done. And I think that, LaFleur's got as good a chance as anybody coming in there. Getting out of the Kyler contract gives you guys that chance to start to okay, we're not being impelled by this acme weight of a quarterback contract that's sitting on top of our shoulders. And instead we can move around a little bit, make some moves. And certainly you got some good young defensive talent there. You got some pieces, I don't think the cupboard's just like completely bare. It's in better shape than it was probably a couple years ago with Gannon. So would love to see you guys get an opportunity to get back and be that kind of team too, man. Certainly that's a fan base. You has been a fan base that's had to wait in that cut for a long period of time for it to happen. And hopefully that owner, Bidwell, fully wakes up on understanding all the things he needs to do here to, try to make this happen in this division. And that just means you're doing everything from chasing after every advantage that you possibly can to build that winner, and not sort of going, well, we can't afford to do that, or we don't want to go do that because that's outside. And like, no, you got to embrace it all in this particular division. Unfortunately, as much as any other division in football because of this division. But thank you, Sand Viper. Very kind of you, man. And shout out to all, really in general, not just NFC West, but most fans who come into our chat from outside perspectives. Just very cool. Just a lot of fun to talk to. Give us always a nice perspective of something we haven't thought about. And usually he can always, if we start talking a little bit of Cardinals or something like that, give us a little bit of a viewpoint into what's going on with them. Jeff Jennings, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, please give us the best version of Bradford today. They will be targeting him. Oh, it's going to happen. Yeah, there's Vrabel, I'm sure, on a centerpiece of what he's done for a lot of this planning throughout the course of the week, to your point, has been how can we slide the stunts? How can we attack him in pass protection? How can we isolate our best guy on him? And I think that Bradford's going to, probably give you a bit of the Bradford experience today, where you'll get some good and you'll get some down, maybe on the bad side to the down. The nice part with this being a right guard situation, where that becomes the weakness potentially on your line, and the part of your line you're most worried about, is that you do have that guy tending to get usually a little bit of help with the double teams. And so that you have Sundell kind of there for the most part. They can run their little blitzes and 5-man blitzes to try to then create the one-on-one opportunities. But even then, you've got, a Barmore, or you've got Milton Williams, and, those guys, you could say, Jeff, work as much off of power as anything else. I think with Bradford, he's going to tend to struggle with, really the quicker, quicker guys, the faster guys out of their stance. Those are going to be the ones that give him a little bit more trouble to me. But make no mistake about it, he needs to play solid today. And look, if he does play solid today, it's going to bode very well for the whole rest of the offense. Because like you say, that's going to be the spot of vulnerability that the Patriots are going to target. Vrabel, smart defensive-minded coach, is definitely going to look to isolate that weakness as much as he can. And they run a varied defense as far as their fronts go. So they have the methodology already in place to be able to utilize that type of stuff. Little old snowboard lady, thank you for the $5 donation. I hope you are doing well. Still south of the border, I would assume. It says, sending you coffee money as my thanks in advance for covering this game. Cheers from over here east of the Cascades. Thanks for a great season, Mr. B. Well, thank you for all of your support and appreciate that. I got the coffee ready at hand today. I'm going to be cooking through a lot of it, I'd imagine, today. But hopefully you're doing well down south and east. I shall say on that. Cheers to you. Let's go get this win today, Snowboard Lady. Let's finish this great season off, maybe the greatest season in Seattle Seahawks history, off with a dub. And oh, what a win it would be if they could do it, wouldn't it? Thank you so much. You're very kind. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I just came to give a like to you, Brandon. Be back, though, and later. Hey, sounds good. Understand if anybody's going to be out, got your Super Bowl parties, we're going to be here throughout the night, I would assume. Hopefully deep into the night if Seahawks get this dub, if you know what I'm saying. But thank you, Nicholas. Appreciate you for that. Thank you for that like. Please do hit that like button if you get it, folks. Folks. It does help me out a ton. Sanchez. Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. It says, put in lock. He's looking for the piss missiles. He wants that hose. He wants that lock hose. And Sanchez is, of course, a little bit tongue-in-cheek here, folks, as he was a longtime lock proponent. So he's making a joke here, for the most part, on it, kind of. We got a nice situation, man, Sanchez, as far as our quarterback room and now and into the future. You're 3 deep, and you see some quarterback rooms that are struggling to get 1 deep. You know what I mean? They can't cobble together 1 out of 3. You know what I mean? Thank you, though, Sanchez. Appreciate your support, brother. Great to see you in the house, too, man. Oh, let's go, Megan in the house, my lady from down under, with $100 donation. Let's go, Megan. Thank you so much for that. You are very, very, very kind for that big-time support. Sorry I'm late. Been a guest of honor on a number of panels and have no sleep due to the nerves. My brother just called and said, go Pats, and that he's a Cards fan. Go Sammy, go team, go 12s, go B. Hey, let's go. Your brother. I understand, bro, little bro. I got, I get it. We've been beating the hell out of you for a couple years here, but like, you're going to support the evil empire. You're going to support the evil empire, bro? He might be a little mad if we win this one tonight, Megan. That might be a little bit, Oh, another one, huh? Another one, huh? How about another one for Seattle? They haven't been there in 10 years. Great. No good. Good. No good for you, Megan. Good for you. Oh, Lordy. Hey, it's on, Megan. It's on. They can wish and hope, right? They can do all the wishing and hoping they want, but they...
The power of the dark side.
They don't know the power of the dark side. Let's go, Megan. Thank you for the $100 drop and for all the $100 and $500, all the big time support this year on top of being our main mod in the house here. And hope you're doing well tonight. And that's cool. You went on a bunch of panels. That's awesome. Letting them know. Letting them know. Oh, we got Brian coming in with a $50 donation. Thank you, Brian, for that. Appreciate you as well, brother. Very good to see you in the house, too. Oh. Brian with a 50. He says, B, for all your work, your great call of the NFC Championship Conference game that got me through while out of the country and this amazing season. You the man. It's been my pleasure to do this, Brian. It's honor, pleasure, my supreme enjoyment to be able to, get to go live, to think I'm going to get to do a play-by-play of an NFL football game with people actually going to be watching me while we do it. And it's second to none for me as far as an experience goes. It is just it's so much fun to do this. And it's been just a pleasure, man, covering it this year with you guys. It's, as I always say, there's really no real work or hard work in what I do, because it's just, I get to live the dream. It's literally, talk Seahawks football 24/7, talk football 24/7, chop it up with cool people like yourself, just on the discussions we get to have in here and how deep we get to go into this team and thinking about all the possibilities. And, we talk about all these possibilities and put the theoretical out there. Maybe we could make a Super Bowl run this year and talk about how it could, kind of occur. And then it happens. The thing occurs. It's wondrous. It's the only word I can come up with, though. But Brian, good to have you back in the country, man. Glad to help you on through. Thank you for your unbelievable support. And not the first time dropped a big old dono on me. Really, 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 really kind of you. And you guys are the man for all of your support. You guys are the man for all what you guys do to help me, allow me to be able to get to do this thing. Because this is awesome. This is a lot of fun. And you're awesome as well, Brian. Thank you for that, man. We got Brent Yoendo. Thank you for the $10 donation, Brent. Reek Redemption, pick at the 1 yard line. Dave Portnoy makes the Sherman interception face while wearing the Sherman interception face shirt. He actually made those. Interception. Most cinematic ending. Dave Portnoy has made it very easy to root for the Patriots this week, Brent. Dave is, yeah. He's out there like with like fake rings. He's wearing Super Bowl rings on his fingers that he didn't actually earn. He's driving through public with those rings on. Yeah. And he's been as insufferable as all can be this week in his Patriot takes and his Patriot, just slobbing. That guy's just, and I get you're a fan, but like he's that type of fan that you have the discussion with that's completely insufferable and never wants to actually discuss the game and just like, that's why my team's better than you, huh? That's why they're gonna stuck their nuts on your head, huh? It's that kind of energy, right? I love it though, man. Reek Redemption at the 1 yard line. Would love to see Reek come out here and get that 2 interception, Larry Brown, Dallas Cowboy kind of game. Go run it back for a pick six. It would be epic. And I'll tell you this, Drake May's got that willingness inside him to let it rip, man. He's not going to be shy about trying to gun something in there into tight confines. He's not going to wait for things to be wide ass open before he's going to let it go. And so, it gives you more of those opportunities to potentially make that kind of play, to make and to jump that kind of route like that. I'd love to see it. And yeah, Dave has definitely made this very easier. It already was in a place you were rooting at. That makes it just like this. They must go down. But thank you, Brent. Appreciate the donation, man. Love your prediction. Love it. John, thank you for the $2 donation, John. Tonight's theme song, Ghostbusters. I ain't seeing no ghosts. I ain't seeing no ghosts. I should have gotten that clip put together for tonight. That was a drop on my part, John. I got a couple of other good ones in here, but I have dropped the Ghostbusters one. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. That's the one I gotta grab that little beat from it. I could get away with that without any copy hits. I love it though, man. Certainly that'd be great. Sam goes and gets the Super Bowl MVP tonight. What are they going to say after this? After this game, after this run, after this season, after the last 2 seasons, people just have to sort of hold on, I guess, desperately at that point to their takes, huh? And certainly there's a lot of people tonight that are sitting on the edge of their seat just hoping he fails so it can justify their takes, which have been disproven for a very long period of time, because there's still people that are sitting on that boat. Hardly so. Thank you, though, John. Appreciate you for that. Nicole in the house. Thank you, Nicole. Checking in from, I believe, Germany, right, Nicole? Thank you for the $5. Hope you're doing well. Says, let's go. Can't be there for the bowl, but wanted to quickly jump by and let my greetings share. 12s from Germany. Make some noise. Let's go. Hey, or maybe I should do it like this. 12s from Germany.
Make some noise.
Gotta use the pad tonight, but Nicole, thank you for that. Appreciate you, Australia to Germany to Britain, down South America. We're checking in from all points of the globe. I ain't got my Antarctica folks in yet. Waiting to hear on them, but they will be with us shortly. Nicole, you're awesome. Thank you for that $5 donation. Let's get this tonight. I'm loving the energy already here in the chat. You guys I'm already hyped. I'm already juiced up here. You guys are just juicing up more. Squeezing the juice. And I dig that about y'all. Thank you for the $5 donation. Greetings to you out there in Germany. And we got a big contingent of 12s out there. No doubt about it tonight. Let's get it, Germany. Let's get it. 12th man nation. Dogzilla. Thank you for the $12.12 donation. I see what you did there. It says, go Brandon. Go Hawks, Nesters. Go 12s. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, man. Thank you for your support here today as well, and all of your support throughout the many seasons in doing this. Let's go get this. Good to see my people's in the house. Let's get this tonight. Thank you, man. Appreciate your support. Let's go Hawks, man. Come on, guys. Get this done. You're right here. You've driven through all of the sleet and the snow and the mountains and the canyons. Just got this last little bit to go. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. You guys are amazing already out the gate here. My favorite moment of the year was the NFC Championship Conference game in Sydney at the bar in full Zorn jersey of power and the realization that we are going to go to the big dance. Ah, yes. There's nothing like it when you are in a bar and you got people around you that are invested in what's going on in the game too. It can be sometimes Seahawks fans. It can be sometimes the opponent. And the energy that can kind of permeate through a place like that as it's going on. Doesn't matter whether you're in America or Australia or anywhere. When you can kind of feel it, you can feel it. And that exaltation when you go and you get the win, you got that realization, we're going. This is going to happen. And especially a game like that was so tight and back and forth, just didn't quite know. But hey, Zorn jersey power. Got it on display tonight, Megan. Come on. That old-timey magic. Bring us back into play. Hopefully, folks, you're wearing your jerseys and you got your stuff right and set up all of your, whatever your little superstitions might be. Thank you, Megan. That's a good moment. It's a very good moment. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. I thought we were underrated and disrespected at the start of the year, but I wasn't expecting this. Good luck, everybody, and go Hawks. Thank you for that, Peter. I would agree with you. You didn't come into this year, I think, believing that, knowing for sure that you're one of those front runners. And so often when we see the Super Bowl teams that get to there, it is those teams that are looked at as those Super Bowl front runners at the start of the year. You just look at the past few years alone. It has kind of been that way. And you were a team instead that was looked at by many measures that if I have to pick one or the other between you, if I have to pick between you either being a Super Bowl contender or being the last in the division, so many would have picked last in the division as your landing spot. And that is why I think that this just makes it such an incredible and great all-time season for the Seattle Seahawks, because of how they took themselves so far to get where they've got. They didn't just come from already a well-oiled machine. They had to create the well-oiled machine. And it's made it very easy to root for this squad because you know the type of hard work that's required to make that happen. You don't just assemble a group of young talent and that just kind of comes out in the wash. It has to be a point of emphasis. It has to be a point of purpose, 1 through, as they like to say, 70. And they've gotten it done this year, Peter, and it's been remarkable to see. Been a remarkable season, and if they can close this out, as I say, I think it will be an all-time great Seahawks season, with no disrespect to the Legion of Boom teams, the Super Bowl they won or going back-to-back, just that this team and how they got this done is so very remarkable and cool. But thank you, man. Appreciate you for that, Peter. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Another dono. Lumenfield South seems true today. We've taken San Francisco. There was tweets coming out from New England. I think I saw a journalist or two in New England out there that was tweeting last night that it felt like Seattle fans were suddenly just sort of taking over San Francisco. We had been there, and our presence had been there throughout the week, but that something kind of amped up a little bit, like everybody just kind of got flowing on their flight and they're ready to go. So we'll see how it sounds in the stadium. You guys are going to have to give me a little bit of feedback on that, on what you're hearing or not hearing, and if it sounds like it's really loud in the stadium. But it does seem like for a stadium that we're now going to permanently be calling Hawks House or Lumen Field South after today, if we win, we're setting the table well with the number of fans it would appear that we had show up for this game, which is very, very, very cool. Kyle from South Park, thank you for your month as a Hawks Nest member and all of your support. Cap going up $22 million would pay for Shaheed and K9. Yeah. You have kind of the money at this point, Kyle, and the future of your cap space is in a position where you can kind of do what you want to do as far as contracts are concerned with these players. You're not really prevailed by having to make tough decisions at this point. Most of that has to do with the fact that the team has done a good job over the past 3 seasons of shaving away the bad meat, shaving away the bad contracts, not kicking the can down the road on bad contracts, but just, swallowing the whole like tough pill, bitter pill down. And so that does mean that they're now in a really good position to do what they need to do with this. And that, yeah, they can absolutely sign those guys and still do a JSN extension and still do a Witherspoon extension and still do another contract out there with somebody else. They're in a very, very good cap situation. In fact, they're in the best cap situation they've been at in 16 years, something like that. Even after our first Super Bowl, I don't think we're in this good a cap shape. One Airborne, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, you are a great follow. Go Cardinals. Oh, well, thank you for that. Another very kind Cardinal fan in the house. Really appreciate you for that. Love having you guys on in here again. You're another representation of very, very kind folks in your fan base. A lot of respect for y'all. I love getting to work with, of course, Mike over there on the NFC West Roundtable. And I got a great job. What I get to do, man. It's just unbelievable to be able to get to hit that live button, go in here and just chop it up with y'all and watch football together. And it's a good life, man. It's a good life. Appreciate you though, Airborne. Thank you for that, man. And again, I don't think it's long for you guys. I think you're moving the right way, and you're slowly but surely getting that talent, younger, well-stacked, very talented bunch. Young guys starting to develop like your Wilson type. Get Harrison turned into the right direction. Offensive line kind of fixed out a little bit better. It's on the way. I think the Cardinals do. I think, by the way, you guys did dodge a bullet with the Mendoza thing, I think. I think you would have taken Mendoza, and I think you would have regretted that, and I think this will be better having those assets put somewhere else in this upcoming draft for the Cardinal team. Be a lot more dangerous, I think, because of it. Matthew Plowden, and then we got a Ram fan in the house. What's up, Matthew? Thank you for the $5. I don't have satellite TV, so I usually listen on my Sirius XM. Tonight, you're going to be my call. Good luck, though I don't think you're going to need it. I appreciate you, Matthew. As I said, these folks are proving me out so true to this. Kind, respectful. They donate. Beyond donation, just I can speak to all these folks coming in and just when we chop it up, being super kind in the chat as far as just want to have some good football talk. This is a sport, as I often say, that has so many cool layers to it and so many interconnected parts that all affect the other that you have to be aware of, that there's so many just interesting parts we can always discuss that we never have to get to the my team better, my team's actually better. And I'll tell you this, man, I think we will still come back, as we talked about Matthew on this, looking back and saying, I do have confidence coming tonight. I'm a little bit nervous here with this Patriot team, just because I know that they're going to be operating from that standpoint, as I talked about a couple of days ago, where Vrabel's going to have a bit of a sense, I think, of not maybe desperation, but I can kind of fire all guns and you do whatever I kind of want. Trick plays here, trick plays there, fake punts here. It's really you have to be so much on your toes in this particular game for all of the oddities, or it's like I think Matt Hasselbeck was talking about on one of the shows he was on, where it's like, that shouldn't count kind of plays, that shouldn't count sort of stuff. But hopefully you're right, man, Matthew. Hopefully you're right. I love your confidence. And thank you for checking out the channel on this. We'll be doing the play-by-play once the game does go live here in about 20 minutes. We'll be locking on in, and we'll try to cover the game really great for you guys if you don't happen to have a TV and able to watch it live or anything like that. Megan, thank you for another $10 donation. Megan, you're very kind. Very, very kind. Just found out a friend of mine was in a dive accident in South Africa and has severe decompression sickness. Not sure I'll be 100% here, but could use the distraction. I'm sorry for you, for friend. Say a little prayer for him out there, and hopefully he's doing okay. That doesn't sound. I'm not too well attuned with the dive accidents, but severe decompression does not sound good. So hopefully they're taking good care of him and getting him righted on that. But hang in there, Megan. Hang in there on that. Appreciate you, and we'll be here all night on that in that way, I'm sure. Philip James, thank you for the $5 donation. I can't wait to check in after McDonald lifts the Lombardi. Seahawks win. You should write a poem about how Levi is now Hawks Nest South. Ooh, I like that, Philip. I like that. I think that we may have to do that tonight at some point. It's gonna be if we win, I'm gonna be going for 24 hours. I'm gonna need to fill a lot of time. So maybe we'll put together a poem here. In regards to that, if the Seahawks win. I love the suggestion, man. I love it. And hell yeah, please do. If you're out going to the party tonight, or you're going to head out here just for the game, we win, come check back in. Let me know what's up. Say hey. And celebrate this with us later on. Love to see you guys pop back in with all these names and folks. Just warms my heart. Warms my heart. But thank you, Philip. Very kind of you, man. I think that's a great idea. I might have to do that for the NFC West Roundtable. Be like, I got to do a poem and have them all thinking, Philip, oh, he's going to do a poem about something. It's like, nope, it's just about the Seahawks taking over your stadium. Oh, he's going to be kind of magnanimous and humble and kind of, he's going to be very just, nope. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Martin. Was seriously feeling the nerves earlier. Put on my Seahawks Hasselbeck jersey and started to feel a lot better. The beers probably helped. They do, don't they?
60% of the time, it works every time.
I say 50% of the time, they work all the time. You got to get once you get the power jersey on, I got my large injured power jersey on, it can sometimes make all the difference, Martin. It's like putting on your armor as you're about to go in battle is what you feel like a bit. It's like nothing's getting through me. All it's going to do is go clang. Swing your little sword. Clang, clang, clang. Ain't going to work. Thank you, though. Appreciate you for that, Martin. Very, very kind of you, man. Mick Frewer says, Milrow is inactive, which means no Milrow package at the 1 yard line. Thanks for your amazing coverage these last couple of years, Brandon. Well, Mick, another one of my OGs in the house here. Thank you for the last couple of years of not only watching, contributing to the community, but also, of course, being very kind here with these donations and the many, many times you drop support here with me through the years. And we do have some of the inactives here that we're aware of what's going on now. So we've got Robbie Oots inactive in this game, Jalen Milroe inactive, Jared Ivey, Chaz Surratt, and Mason Richmond for the Seahawks. For the New England Patriots, Tommy DeVito, Caden Wallace, Braden Swinson, Kobe Minor, and CJ Dupree are going to be inactive for them. So no surprises outside of Oots, that there was a little bit of a wonder with him. And with Milroe, will be, I guess, the third emergency quarterback if you have to go to that. But that is thankful that they're not trying to unveil the Milroe trick play package here for this game. I'm happy to see that. That makes me very happy there, because not the time to pull this out, though I will say, it does appear, if I'm not mistaken here, that we do not have, it would appear to me that we would have potentially Elijah Arroyo activated now for this game. So might see some packages with Elijah Arroyo in this game, Mick. But thank you, man. It's if we win this game, it's going to be so nice celebrating through the night with folks like yourself that have been here for years, and that we've had to talk through so many tough talks. I know I've said this a lot, but we've had a lot of tough discussions, and we've had the opportunity now to be able to get to the mountaintop, to get through the other side of it. And it is supremely rewarding to be able to do this, not just to be able to celebrate my team, but to celebrate my team with all of these folks in the community that we're all getting to be a part of. And it just makes it, it's already what sports do with these kind of wins. It already kind of unites the community in the way that it does, but it seems like just a little bit extra even beyond that. Thank you, Mick. Hayden, thank you for the $2 donation. Says they better run the ball in the red zone. Indeed. He who runs and he who is effective at running the ball in the red zone in a lot of ways will determine these kind of games that tend to be pretty close and come down the line of things. So I would estimate that they probably will. One good part that we've seen from Kubiak throughout the course of this year is a willingness to remain committed to running the football, to not getting away from that. Kyle from South Park, thank you for another $2 donation. Says to stick it more to the Niners, Shanahan picked Seattle. Ooh, interesting. Well, no doubt about it. Any coach, I think, that would have had any of the NFC West teams going to the Super Bowl and they had to fight him out 3 times, including McDonald, if he was in that position, would have probably have picked that team as well. They know how good these teams were this year. They know that the battle that this was to make this happen within this division and how unusual it was for so many good teams. Seattle's just stepping onto the field now. Chris Pratt leading the way with the call here. They look ready, steady, good to go. But that's interesting. Not surprising to me. And Elijah Arroyo is in Jersey and ready to roll. So you got Elijah Arroyo out today, kind of an X factor you could bring out on the Patriots that they might not be quite expecting here in this game. Kind of a little bit of maybe an extra curveball, a pitch that you can put in there that you hadn't been showing off much here throughout the course of this year. Kind of interesting there. Very interesting. Love it though, Kyle. Great little detail. Thank you for that one, man. That's awesome. Sloby1, thank you for the $5 donation, Sloby. Just wanted to thank you for the amazing coverage all year, Brandon. Go Hawks. Let's exercise some mother effing ghosts. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. I'll just do it myself. I'll just sing it myself. But thank you, man. Appreciate you, Sloby, again, to drop so much support throughout the course of this year. Key part of the member and community here that we got. And let's excise these ghosts, man. Sam excise finally the ghosts of all those people with all of his opinions. We excise the ghosts of should have ran it. Right? And that finally all gets to go away. Yeah, we came back and we took him down 10 years later. We got our revenge. We got our vengeance. Let's get it. We got Chris Pratt leading the way for us. They got John Bon Jovi. Woo! Whoopity-doo! Very kind of you, though, Sloby. It's been my pleasure, man. And thank you for watching, listening, and supporting all you do for this channel. Member. Peter, thank you for another $5 donation. If Shaheed takes a kickoff or a punt to the house tonight, that deadline trade has to go down as one of the best all time. Indeed, if you get even just a couple of kick returns that are flip a field position in this kind of game, it could still equal out to that. Because, you've essentially almost in certain de facto ways added Devin Hester at the trade deadline, plus a guy that can give you receiving help beyond just the returning aspect, like Devin Hester plus at the trade deadline for a 4th and a 5th round pick. And the one thing we haven't talked about with this pick so far very much, but it's very much true here, Peter, is those have become basically potentially 32. So they're at the very end of the round. So what was a 4th round pick back 6-7 weeks ago is now a 5th round pick. And what was a 5th round pick a few weeks ago is really the top of the 6th round. Yeah, I think you're right. This would be a kind of an all-time type trade, situation if you, if he was to go out there and do that kind of damage in this game. Hell, even if he just goes out and does a 5-catch, 105-yard kind of game as they try to steer their coverages over to JSN to try to protect against that. Just another way that trade looks amazing. And especially when we're going to talk about, retrospect to that trade, how many teams should have been in there trying to make that happen? Like the Buffalo Bills, for instance. How there should have been actually competition. How the cost shouldn't have probably been as low as it was for them to get what they got. Yeah. Sloby1, thank you for the $5 donation, Sloby. Says, on the Sound of the Seahawks episode 8 at 1350, I swear they have a sound bite of Jake. I'll have to check that out. Jake would love that if he was in on one of the on the Sound of Seahawks. But thank you, man, for the $5. I'll check that out. I'll try to remember that. 1350. Okay. 1350. Sometimes they get voices on there that sound. Somebody thought that I was on one of them at one point, and it was somebody else's voice that sounded a little bit like my voice. So they sometimes can get ones that sound a little bit similar. But good for Jake. Good for Jake if they did, Sloby. Thank you for the double dip dono, bro. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are just amazing. We just haven't even started the game yet. We got this dono stacking deep here. Appreciate you for that. It says B. At kneecap biting with Motor City is my friend Jeremy from the Lions fandom. Was on a panel with him briefly today. Oh, sweet. Well, shout out to Jeremy on there, and thanks for having our girl Megan on the panel. I know she brought it. I don't have to wonder about that. I know she's going to bring that energy. But appreciate you. Appreciate you for that. I'll be on the lookout for him. Just kind of getting through our donos here still. We'll probably might just as we get to game time here. But thank you for that, Megan. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we are 15 minutes to starting Super Bowl 60. Let's have it go, Hawks. Ooh, it's getting close. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? That thumping in your chest. Can you feel it? Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to you getting on Lions fandom. I trying to get sometimes do a collab with Lion folks do Lions coverage, Megan. It's tough with them sometimes. They're like the East Coast folks. Like they're hard to pin down. Hard to pin down. Let's go. Randall in the house. Randall McDaniel dropping a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. If I can get to my damn phone. Appreciate you for that, Randall. Brando, let's effing go, buddy. Been a long ride listening to the show. 2020 draft is when I first jumped on. Buying a house during COVID, staying at in-laws. Anyways, really feel happy for you. Best content out there. Congrats to all 12s. Well, again, Randy and just all my OGs in here. And it's going to just put a big old smile on my face prior to this game, seeing you guys in here, Randall. And I can attest, man, you've been rocking with me for so long. And you've been in on this channel and showing support. A lot of times when we didn't, back in the day when we were really young and there wasn't a lot of support there on this channel, you were one of those folks dropping that support and loving those early days and helping to keep the wheels grinding and going and able to do this. And, one of those centerpiece reasons I was able to originally branch off and be able to do this full time at a really early time in the process where I think it's really hard to do so, quite frankly. But it has been a long ride, man. You're part of that contingent that has been there through so many of some of the troublesome drafts and troublesome moments with the team, and some of the good too, but some of the tough that we've had to kind of turn through to get to the satisfaction of now, and to get to a team that not only is in a Super Bowl but is so smartly run at every turn and has left no door cracked open in their process. And it's been a hell of a ride, man. It's been a long ride, but it's a great ride. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have had it any other way, bro. Not at all. Let's go. Let's get this win today. It's our time now, man. Let's go get this dub. But appreciate you, brother. Very kind of you to say as well. And thank you for all your support. Banker L. Priest, another one of our Ram fans in the house. Good to see you, man. Thank you for the $2 dono. Says, good luck, Brandon, and to the Hawks Nest. Beat them Pats for all. We will. We're going to do it for America, Banker. We're going to do it for Seattle. We're going to do it for the Pacific Northwest. We're going to do it for America, and we're going to do it for the world. The evil empire tonight will go down, and they will wonder why, and we will look at them, and we will say,
The power of the dark side.
The dark side. It was the dark side that got them. But thank you, man. I appreciate your kind good luck, man. And sorry you guys aren't necessarily here. But good news for you guys. We got Stafford coming back, announced the other day. Wasn't a surprise, of course, but you never know with those guys, you know. They get away a month or two and they get away and they start thinking about stuff and come back around and they're like, oh, I had time to think about it. My body still hurts. And he's in though. So we're gonna be right back at this thing next year, man. And you guys are gonna be right at the centerpiece of that. Make no mistake about that. Art Vandale, thank you for gifting one Hawks Nest membership. So if you're a Hawks Nest member, unfortunately, Art, it doesn't show for me, but it shows for them. So check yourself on your deal. You might have just gotten gifted a Hawks Nest membership here by Art. We're going to be getting out the PFF scores to you guys tomorrow from this game once that gets released. I'm also going to be getting out the PFF scores from the year. We're going to get out the rankings of the Seahawks throughout the course of this year by PFF's metrics. So I'll get that out later this week. We'll be getting another call-in show to members of the channel. So do keep an eye out on your community post because that's where we're going to keep those benefits going throughout the course of this offseason. So thank you to you, Art, for gifting that out. Really, really kind of you. And please do, folks, keep an eye out. You might have just got gifted. Kind enough by Art to do that. You're the man, Art. Appreciate you. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Martin, he says, I think we should go wide zone. Screen plays with deep shots sprinkled in and stick with that formula. Hoping to see Shaheed torch them for a deep shot touchdown. I love how you're thinking, Martin. I really can't say that there's anything that I would push back against that. I want to test the speed of this team defense from the Patriots perspective. They're going to have a tendency to bring a guy down into the box. They're going to try to stay a little bit more single high. They're going to try to hide that a little bit. But there's a couple of things that does mean where that guy gets down the box and you can get away from him to one side of the field, challenge that speed for him to get across the field, for the rest of those defenders to get across the field. So I would like to see that as well, to see how that they can handle that. They've got strong guys up front that are really good to me about, negating A and B gap type runs. But I think once you get them a little bit more to the edges, you can find some susceptibility there. They're a good running stuffing team, but the teams that they've had to play in the playoffs, Kamani Vidal and Woody Marks, these guys haven't exactly been exceptional challenges for them at the running back position or ground games in particular. I don't know that they've really gone against a very top end ground rushing attack as it is when you consider the Chargers, just didn't have it this year throughout their offense ever really. And that had a lot to do with the fact that down some linemen and the rookie wasn't quite as good as I think they hoped he'd be. But then the deep shot sprinkled in, because you're going to get that safety often getting down the box. It's going to open more opportunities up then for you to get a single high situation. And if you got two receivers on the outside with Shaheed over here and you got JSN over here, that safety's got to kind of choose which one he wants to go with. And if you get that singled up coverage, now you're going to get your opportunities to potentially go deep there to Shaheed over the top. And like we saw with Sam in that Rams game, it can become a very simplistic look really fast. Press coverage, safety coming down, safety to the far side field hash, kind of narrows down in on JSN and kind of tracks in on what he's doing. I'm going to be able to take that shot play all day whenever it presents itself. So it should potentially be there. And I like the screen game too, because you keep their pass rush at bay. They're going to run a lot of screens at us. I probably get 5 screens today from the Patriots in their passing attack, I would say. Wouldn't shock me in the least. So you want to counter some of that as well. It keeps those defenders from just going ears pinned back, getting after the quarterback like nothing. And you now make them have to be a little bit more patient in their approach. Matthew, thank you for the $2 donation. I'm sure your coach isn't taking anything for granted. No, I'm sure he's covered as many bases as he can. He's as much anybody like what I'd be in that situation of an overthinker, probably, if anything. And I'm sure he's thinking about all of the angles coming into this one and what they need to be prepared for. I'm going to be interested to see the kind of game plan he puts together defensively going up against this offense. And if it is one that just kind of tries to stay in more of that front four. We get more stack box simulated pressure stuff that he's run against the younger guys. And I'm sure that's probably the hard part for him throughout this last week for Mike has been whether or not to unleash the dogs or to try to just trust in the front four to get the pressure done and squeeze down the passing windows on the back end. And that there's a pull from you from a coaching standpoint to stack boxes and to do a lot of that. Let's make the young quarterback uncomfortable. But I think that they're gonna come at it with a little bit of each team kind of feeling each other out to start things off, and then we'll find out where this game's really going as we get in the second, third quarter, I think, on that. But thank you, Matthew. Appreciate you for that. I am Jay Key. Thank you for the $10 donation, Jay Key. Thank you for keeping us informed and entertained this season. My pleasure, man. Thank you for watching. Go Hawks. Appreciate you for that. And so as I know I keep repeating myself, but it's just a pleasure and honor to get to do it for you, Jay. I love my job. I got the best in the world. It ain't a job when you just get to wake up and do your dream every day. And it does go to the old saying, you find something you love, you never have to work another day in your life. It is absolutely true. But you guys make it possible for me. This kind of support, we haven't even started at the game. And this kind of support's been just unbelievably so right there in lockstep with me every time I go live, allowing me to get to do this just 24/7. And, it motivates me over and over to just be able to kind of push as much as I can get out to you guys for really good content, and just gets me excited to constantly create content because I always know I got you guys like a wind at my back, no matter what I do. And that's a pretty powerful force, a powerful thing to have. Maybe the power of the 12s, one could say. But thank you for that, Jay. Very, very kind of you. Go Hawks. Let's get this today. Jay Bruh, thank you for the $10 donation, Jay Bruh. This team is special, and they're about to prove it out there. Let's get this damn ring. Appreciate your content through this. Go Hawks. Oh, my pleasure, Jay. My pleasure. Go Hawks. Thank you for your very kind support. And this team has, to me, shown you that special teams don't just come about by you sort of throwing the ingredients into the pan and the pan sort of cooks and you stir it. You need to have almost the ingredients come to life. And the responsibility this team took in the offseason, the messaging and how singular their outlook has been towards what they know they need to accomplish, and being so realistic about what that would take from a day in and day out. We got to go to work. We got to keep putting the work. It's about today. And you never see this team losing track. You never see this team looking to the future, looking ahead. And it's a remarkable aspect that Mike McDonald has been able to get them to lock this in. It's been remarkable that the vets in this locker room have been able to get the younger players locking this in. It's been remarkable that the vets took on that leadership role in mass in the way that they did. Not the leadership role in an I'll kind of guide this guy around and I'll show him the ropes, but we want to be great. I got to show these guys below me how we're going to get to greatness. I got to I'm pulling them along. It ain't me just getting myself to greatness. I mean, give myself grace and being kind of a good teammate. I'm going to get to greatness, and I'm taking this guy with me. And I think that it's been remarkable that Mike's been able to pull this off. It's not just him. It's obviously all of them that makes this happen. It's a part of why it's so remarkable, because it takes all of that to happen. You can have the players that are good to go, but then the coaching sucks. You can have the coaching that's there to motivate, but he doesn't have the locker room right. You can have not the right mixture in there. You can have too young of a locker room that's too busy being disconnected and being young and being dumb. It takes it all to come together in this way. And that's why special is a great way to put it. It's special when it can happen. It's special when you get to see it occur. We're getting closer here to game time. Moo, thank you for 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that long time support. Hey B, so hyped for today. Finest game of the season. First game of the season. I'm wearing my Reek jersey. Last time we were here, I was 9. I'm 20 now. Been waiting my childhood for this. Hey, let's go. It's been a while. It's been a minute. I like the Reek jersey. We had someone right at the rip calling Reek as an MVP in this one. So Moo, you and him are going to look mighty correct coming off the back of this one. I hope it happens. I really do for Reek. Would love nothing more to see him go out there and, put a stamp on a year that he's turned around a little bit of trajectory in certain ways. And really, really rounding himself out into a fine football player. But love it, man. Love your hype. Thank you for your 8 months as a Hawks Nest member. And let's go. Let's get this. Greaves Farmland, thank you for the $20 donation. Greaves Farmland. Very kind of you. Very, very kind. Thank you for that. He says, hey, bruh, here with you today. Been quiet. Almost 400 chickens. And May I saw. That is, today is a Seahawks day. Well, thank you for that, Greens Farm. Here with you today, been quiet, almost 400 chickens, and may I say that today is a Seahawks day. So giving us a little bit of some poetic spice here right now to kick this off. Thank you for that, Green Farmland, for the $20 donation. And I hope it is a Seahawks day, man. I hope they can pull this off today. I really do. But thank you for dropping in on the dono and being if a quiet, you don't have to be a loud part of the community. You can be quiet part of the community, but you are as integral a part of the community here nonetheless, loud or not. But thank you for your support. Let's go get this win today. Make it a Seahawks day. I like that. I might have to use a couple of those lines later when I'm putting my poem together, Greens Farm. I might just have to do it. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 dono. Says, nervous and excited. Go Hawks. It's good to see you in the house, Daniel. We all got to take that breath, right? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Shadowbot, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, do it for Paul. Do it for Paul, man. You got to hope if there's a greater beyond that a guy, Paul be out there in the greater beyond right now, get an opportunity to look in with a lens down on what's going on and what his sister's accomplished and what his team's doing. Pivotal part of this team, even being in this position in the first place. Do it for Paul. I'm on. Nate, thank you for the $5 donation. Nate, very kind of you. Bought the black JSN Super Bowl 60 jersey, wearing it for the first time. Let's get a win and give it a story. I like it, Nate. I love it, actually. Let's go. That might be the one I have to get for my backdrop. I'm going to get a jersey this offseason for this commemoration of this season, especially for the win. And I think I might have to pick JSN if I do. That might just have to be the one that I go to there, Nate. Love it. That's a great purchase. Those black jerseys look good. That's a great pick. I might steal that one, Nate. Sorry, man. I might have to take that one. That's too good. It's way too good of an idea. Very kind of you, though, man. Thank you. Appreciate you. And Greens Farm, man, thank you again for that $20 drop. You guys are just very, very, very kind. And we are about to get to game time here. Woo! We will be, I will be trying as I can to interact with the chat as I can here and there throughout the game, but we are going to be having, I'm sure, a lot of people in here looking for the play-by-play. So please do understand we'll be doing hours and hours, I'm sure, of a post game no matter what happens, maybe even through the night if something good happens. So we will probably, when it comes to like bigger picture topics, talking Hawks, roster building, these kind of things, anything outside this year, we'll probably be covering more later on, with this type of stuff. But I will try to get over to you guys in the chat as I kind of can. But the onus will be on trying to kind of cover what's happening here in this game. We got Joe Montana flipping the coin to begin things. Looks like it's heads. Looks like, here we go. Here we go. It's on. It's about to go down. Maybe. No, that's not it. I get this stupid thing to work. Okay. There we go. Preparation. All right, we're good to go there. We are good to go there. Looks good. Called tails. It was heads. Looks like the Patriots got the call. We don't need no stupid call. I don't need no coin. We don't need no coin. It's like Seattle's probably going to have the ball first. Whew. Here we go. Here we go. Again, you guys, hit that like button today. Please get subbed up. We're on the road to 30,000 subscribers here. You can help us get a little closer today by hitting that sub button. We try to provide you guys as much as I can that live play-by-play. If you find yourself a little bit ahead, just pause it, usually about 10 seconds. You'll get about synced up to where I'm at. Sometimes people have a little bit of a faster connection on that. So we'll be getting this on here soon enough. It's going to be commercials today. Lock in, folks. It's going to be a lot of them. Gonna be a lot. See what Coobs is going to have dialed up here to start this game out. As you try to get a little intermixture here out the chute with a bit of, let's start that Russian attack, get that going. A couple little throws with Sam out in space, get the arm warmed up a bit. That'd be the nice. That'd be the nice. That's right. I got a need for Shaheed. Steve Largent raising the 12th flag in the stadium. Steve Largent raising the 12th man in Levi's Stadium. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I'm kind of feeling that. While your fans are filling up their stadium, Largent raises the 12. Niner fans can't undersee any of this. Here we go, baby. Shaheed back with Mr. Velus Jones. Kickoff getting set. Super Bowl 60 kicks off. Can the Seahawks finish the process? We shall see. Kick into the end zone. So 20. And, of course, my stupid track line ain't working right. So that's not good. Why isn't this working all of a sudden? All right. We have to just wait to play. All right, 1st and 10. Ball goes into the end zone here, so 35-yard line. 2 wide receiver look, 2 tight ends for the Hawks. Walker in the backfield, Darnold under center. Hand off here to Walker. Walker gets outside of the edge. Walker's got the edge. Walker's got a little bit of space to work with, and he's going to give himself a nice 10-yard run for a first down. Outside zone right out the gate. Seahawks block it up well. Charles Cross able to get things neutralized on the edge over on his side. That'll do. That will definitely do. Quick snap here. Walker. Tucked in behind the line. He gets dropped there. They try to go the right side that time, and Patriots were able to get pushed into the backfield. Jonah Tavai leading the way there on the tackle. Testing again the edge to the other side there. Patriots were all over that play. Maybe a loss of a half yard on that one. 2nd down and 10. Sam in shotgun. Trips to the short side of the field. JSN goes in motion prior to the snap. Sam dropping back. He's got Barner. Barner with the catch. Barner knocked off his feet after a catch and run for a first down. Seahawks. Sam fit that ball into a tight little window. He hummed that thing in there. And the Seattle Seahawks are quickly onto the New England Patriots side of the football field. Sam waiting for things to open up, and man, what a throw by Sam. 1st and 10. Play action both ways. Sam's going to air this out up over the top to Cooper Kupp. He gets it into Cooper Kupp. Did Cooper Kupp make that reception? He did down the football field. What a reception by Cooper. And Sam again fits it into a very, very tight honey hole of a spot. Oh my goodness. Seattle better get up there and try a quick snap here to make sure that they don't try to challenge that. Cooper Kupp showing off strong hands all the way here. Again, Sam and shotgun. Quick snap once again. Dropping back to throw. Sam's got to break the pocket here. Throw it away, Sam. He's going to loop this ball in the top, and he does just that. Throws it away into space. Good decision there by Sam. That's a smart spot there by Sam. Seahawks have to kind of get up the line of scrimmage there to try to get the fast snap. And when you're going to do that, then sometimes all your guys, you might have not exact play set to the right or have your guys set, everybody set to that right spot, but you want to make sure that the play does stand there to Cooper Kupp. So it makes a lot of sense. 2nd down and 10. 12:51 to go here in the first quarter. Opening drive for the Seattle Seahawks. Sam back up under center here now. 3 wide receiver look here for the Seahawks. Sam sensing something from the Patriots. He's going to change the play. Hand off here to Walker. Walker looking for a little bit of a lane. Walker fighting hard through that run just to maybe carve out 2, maybe 3 yards on the play. Bring up a 3rd and long for the Seahawks here. Walker steps up off the field on this play. Sam in shotgun. Patriots are in press coverage, showing a blitz. They're bringing the blitz. Sam's got to get rid of it. Sam throws it out and just kind of has to throw it away there. Not a lot of separation there with Shaheed on that outside, and the Patriots brought the blitz. Carlton Davis plays the route really well. It's where if Coobs has maybe got like a screen play that he can call upon there, that would have been maybe a great time to hit the screen if he could have. Myers out for the short kick here. 33 yards. Snaps down. Kick is up. Kick is through. Seahawks take a 3-0 lead. Nice opening drive there. A little mixture of run and pass. A couple of very nice throws. Wonderful catch by Cooper Kupp. 23 yards on that drive. And Seattle is draws first blood here. Not too shabby. We'll take that. Carlton Davis just made a really great cut. I mean, he's just anticipating that route on the first down. And maybe something that Kubiak can take advantage of later in this game, where if you get a similar situation with him in off coverage like that, you can set up the post route. And you can say, hey, okay, we'll run the fake to the outside and then go back to the post because he's going to bite the second he senses a feel for you on the out route there. But good job on his part of running up on that route and getting up on top of it. Couple of nice throws, though, there from Sam. Trusting into his reads, not hyper, just targeting in on JSN on this drive. You like to see that out the rip there, too. Yeah, double moves might be something that can come into effect in this game a little bit. And nice job picking up that blitz there. It's where the screen game can work, where the Patriots are going to maybe try to manufacture that pass rush, and where it's like if you run that screen game up the backside of it, that's where, of course, Walker's had a lot of success recently. And I'm guessing off the back of that first drive, Kubiak will do a lot of taking a look at, okay, they're getting upfield. They're already going to start rolling it up here. See what the defense can do. $11:58 to go in the first quarter. See how Seattle approaches the kickoffs in this one from Harbaugh's standpoint. We see the Patriots very careful on their first kickoff, saying we're not going to mess with Shaheed. Patriots have a decent return game. They're pretty solid special teams unit-wise. Myers with the kickoff, and he's going to drive this to about the 1. It'll be taken back from there. And Seattle will gather him up nicely there at about the 23-yard line. Good job there on the kick coverage unit. Where Drake May and company will take over. All right. 1st and 10. 2 tight end look here for the Patriots. Start things off. They're going to hand off inside to Ramondre Stevenson. He's going to go right up off the A gap for a gain of about 5. Going to see, I think, a lot of that with Ramondre today, I would estimate. Tough inside runner. Daniels will know that's where sometimes some of the vulnerability can be on this Hawks defense. Dre under center now. Back to 2 tight end look once again. Another handoff inside. Seattle's ready for it this time. Marcus Lawrence first causing a reroute. Then Drake Thomas knocking him down just short of the first down by about 2 yards. Like a little bit of a hole opened up there initially, and then DeMarcus Lawrence was able to kind of close that thing down and reroute Stevenson. Stevenson will go out wide now here on 3rd. Empty look here for Drake May. And now that he gets his look from the Hawks defense, he'll pull Stevenson back into the backfield. Here we go now, throwing it out into the flat. And he's able to complete it for a first down. Pressure there right in Drake May's face on that throw. And Julian Love not able to come up and rally up to make the tackle there just before the first down marker. First and 10. Drake May back under center here with a 3 wide receiver look now. Play action pass twice over here from the running back to the receiver going in motion. Back to the receiver who first, 2 missed tackles on that play. Drake Thomas and Ernest Jones not able to bring Douglas to the ground there. 2nd down and short. So already here on this first drive, 3 missed tackles from your Seattle Seahawks. And Drake just got completely lost in space. Ernest just got lost in space. Second and short. Handoff, off tackle run here for Stevenson. He'll gain himself about 3 yards and a first down. Patriots work their way to the Seahawks side of the football field. Shotgun look here for Drake. 3 wide. 4-man front from the Seahawks. He's got time to throw. He's got pressure mounting. He's going to get brought down Derek Hall able to snatch him down on the backside in pursuit. Great job by D. Hall. Drake didn't like what he saw in the coverage down the field. Just a good almost coverage sack there. He starts to break the pocket. And there you go with Will Campbell. Those short arms, you get a long arm bull rusher like this with Drake, Derek Hall, and it's going to be a long day at the office for Will Campbell. It's just not a great matchup for him as he's get a little bit of those shorter arms. Hall's got nice, good long arms. 2nd and 20. They try to chip it. Pressure. Drake May is going to try to run with this. And he's going to get tackled by Nick Emanwari, but not before he gets a nice 11 yards there on the ground. Got to be aware of him climbing up in the pocket and his want to run the ball there. Seahawks pass rush got a little bit out of control there with nobody there to kind of catch him coming back up. Good job by Emanwari. Get off the block of Henderson in the open field to get back in there and then make the tackle on Drake May. 3rd down and 9 for the Patriots. Shotgun look. Seahawks showing their first kind of blitz look with 5 men on the line of scrimmage. 3 wide here for the Patriots. More defenders coming here post-snap. Blitz bearing down there on Drake May. He's going to throw a prayer out to the middle of nowhere, and that's going to be incomplete. Beautifully timed blitz by the Seattle Seahawks. Witherspoon coming off the edge, and Drake had no answers but to just break the pocket and throw it away. Mike McDonald giving you a little bit of the savoriness that you can get from this defense at times. That's some slow-cooked meat. Great job there. And again, getting Drake May down on the ground a couple times on that drive for the Seahawks defense. So a punt for the New England Patriots now. On your P's and Q's in these moments with these guys. Be aware. Be aware. Seahawks bring a little bit of pressure. This punt will go to about the 10-yard line where Sheed will receive it there. 9-yard line, 9.5 if you want to be exact. And the Seahawks will take over on their second drive with 7:11 to go here in the first quarter. Nice job by the defense there. Good job. Good job. Love the call by Mike there too. 3rd and longs are when he can kind of tend to go to those blitz packages. You get in that 3rd and 7, 3rd and 9. He can be, when he wants to be, the toughest coach in the sport at some of the packages that he dials up. As much just because he's not running it like a Brian Flores does 24/7, where you're just getting constantly faced with it. It's more of that you're going to have it kind of intermixed in at just those moments where the QB's maybe not expecting it. He's been getting front 4 pressure throughout the whole course of that first drive, and now suddenly it comes out of nowhere seemingly. And that was a great call by Mike. Both defenses kind of did this, as the Patriots were also able to really kind of force the action there on Seahawks' first drive there at the end with some of the blitz and what they did with that. Very cool. Very cool. Nicely done by Mike there. A lot of hand wringing right now. A lot of on my part. From me. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. Over under on 7 blitzes versus May. I would take the over on it. I don't think that you're going to get blitz happy in this game, Banker. That's just not in McDonald's wheelhouse to do that really. But against younger quarterbacks, he's just not going to leave that as something not to utilize on the table. He's going to try to do it as a rhythm thing, a sequence thing. I get you in the habit of front 4, habit of front 4, habit of front 4, habit of front 4. And then, here suddenly comes down like we just had there, a 7-man blitz, and he gets a free rusher off the edge, and their offensive line's completely not ready to even think about that coming. It was also perfectly timed, but I would think that you're going to see, maybe not a lot more than that on the 7. Like, I'm not talking 15, it's maybe, with one or two more if it's going to be on that. But I think that you are going to run it a little bit more there for some of the moments like you saw in that first drive, where that opportunity presents itself, they get him into a 3rd and long, and I think Mike knows that he can maybe go into his bag a little bit to confuse Drake and what he's seeing. Think of that for that banker. Brandon, I see you got a 22. 1 second here. We're back with the action. Sam in a pistol look here, 2 tight ends. Saubert goes in motion prior to the snap. Sam has got to throw it up over the top here and tries to get into JSN. JSN tries to make a tough catch there. It bounces out of his hands and goes to the ground there. Can't forget to run the ball here. You got a 2-shell look there. Patriots, yeah. That's a tough throw there by Sam. JSN almost could have made the catch there. Not a bad throw. I think JSN was kind of anticipating. It probably would have gotten knocked out even if he made the catch there. So, shotgun look here on 2nd and 10. Quick catch and dump there on JSN. So he makes the catch and then quickly chopped off his feet there for a very short gain. A little pass happy for the Hawks here, starting things off. Maybe a little bit of this is an old scroll approach from Kubiak on, I'll set up the run by throwing first. Like I know they're going to squeeze us down on the runs. You're going to get a blitz look here from the Patriots. They got a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage here on 3rd and 6. Barner comes in motion back to the line of scrimmage to be a chipper here. Patriots fall out of it. Still get a free rusher up here. Sam has got to get rid of it. Sam going over the top, and he had JSN wide open over the top. He just couldn't quite get it into him there. Oh, man. That was so close. That was so close. JSN broke out on a secondary route. Sam climbed the pocket. And he got past the first guy, and oh man, he just couldn't quite see, I think, where JSN was with all the bodies there in front of him. So he just had to kind of guess where he was down there. And he had guys breaking in around him. So, I mean, he was under pressure. He was getting racked. Just did miss him down the field there. Oh man, that's tough. Michael Dixon with the punt now. Dixon draws this boy. This is a monster punt by Dixon. And that'll, take him out at the 36-yard line. What a great punt there by Michael. Woo, that was close. That was so close with him. Oh, that was right there. But it's, again, hard for him to see there as he's got those, you could see on the backside where they showed the all-22 kind of angle. And there's all of those guys there in a mess of, and he knows the JSN's breaking deep, but you're trying to quite, loop it in over the top. That's tough. Great pump by Dixon there. Boy, you need the field position flipped here. You want to put this Patriot team on long fields today at every opportunity that you can. Brandon Taylor, thank you for the $20 donation. Very, very kind of you, Brandon. Really appreciate you for that. It says, Brando, Eamon Wari is our best player on defense. His ability to consistently affect plays, his tackling, toughness, speed, strength, and yet outside of Seattle fandom, he's extremely underrated. On an East Coast team, he's Defensive Rookie of the Year. I don't disagree with anything that you had to say there. I think that we could find that is very much potentially the case here, and that he could be that best player. I think you make a strong argument for it. I do, especially for the fact that he allows you to really make the system go the way you want to go. He allows you to be able to operate from that nickel base 24/7 in the way that you'd ideally like to. In the way that you maybe would not be able to do as much of if he wasn't, here. Nationally, that this does tend to be a bit of the way that this goes, Brandon, with getting publicity for your younger guys that are kind of emerging on the scene. It tends to take them a little bit of time to catch up. I think that when you have a great player, they will eventually catch up. Maybe not the speed that we'd like to see with it, but that they'll get it figured out. They're not going to overlook this for a long period of time. And I think as we get through the offseason, you'll even see Brandon, as people get more of a chance to look a little bit back at the season he had and his impact and what he was able to do for this defense, especially if this can be a Super Bowl winning defense, that reputation will be carried forward into next year. So maybe not a Defensive Rookie of the Year, but it will people won't be talking about Schweisinger as the next star in the sport on the defensive side of the ball from this rookie class next year. They'll be talking about Nick Eamon-Maury. So he can have that defensive rookie of the year. It ain't going to, it won't matter in the long term, I guess, is what I'm saying, on that. But you bring up some great points. I wouldn't push back against any of it. And he is just awesome. He is so good to have. And like you say, we say Swiss Army knife about a lot of these type of players, but he's truly that Swiss Army knife. And there's so many variety of different ways that he can come in to impact the game and help you out, from the kind of fronts you can run defensively, to what he does in coverage, to what he can do in the ground game, to how he can defeat blocks, to how he can almost at times remove teams' ability to do any of the bubble screen stuff, because he's going to destroy the bubble block. There's a lot he does bring to the table, and he's only going to get better from here. That's the scary part, Brandon. Tim, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what's up? What's up, Tim? How you doing, man? Patriots come out here in a 2 tight end look here. 1st and 10, play action pass, dropping back here under some pressure, stepping up into the pocket. He's going to then find, I think that's Diggs for a first down. Booty. Sorry, Booty. Couldn't see the jersey there. Keyshawn Booty with the catch there. Good job by Drake May climbing up into the pocket, keeping his eyes down the field and finding a little soft spot in the zone of the Seahawks. Seahawks showed a little man coverage prior to the snap. They went zone. And that'll be 1st and 10 onto the Seahawks side of the field here. Handoff inside, snuffed out quickly. Drake Thomas first in the backfield, and then followed by Ernest Jones to finish him off. Seahawks all over that run play. Loss of two or 3 yards there on that one. Drake just shot the gap there, reading that out the whole way through, and beat the left guard there to the spot. Good job by Ernest Jones finishing it up. 4-yard loss, 2nd and 14, 5-man pressure look here from the Seahawks. Eamon-Maury dwelling as well in the B gap. Julian Love coming up to blitz. They're bringing it. You got a free rusher out to the outside. He's going to be knocked off his feet by Josh Jobe. Travion Henderson out in space. Great tackle by Jobe. You bring a blitz to the front side, and you got it out in the flat. Jobe has got to rally quick to go make that tackle. You don't have a lot of other guys in the back end to make that play. If he doesn't make that tackle, that's a big play for him to go do. He's starting out on a receiver on this route. It gets over there and makes the play in the backfield. Sensational play by Josh Jobe. 3rd down and 15. Another blitz look here from the Seattle Seahawks. Jones, Eamon-Maury up on the line of scrimmage along with your front 4. They fall. They bring it from another side. Blitz is coming. Blitz is going to get home. He's brought down Drake May. Devin Witherspoon gets himself a sack. Seahawks show the blitz from one side of the formation. They bring it from the other side of the formation. And somehow Witherspoon wiggles through. It didn't look like they necessarily had caught the Patriots. He just sidesteps the tackle. So the tackle's got Witherspoon. He's got him blocked up. They've got this all caught to the Patriots, really. And Witherspoon's just able to just bounce around his block and get in the backfield. Sensational play by Witherspoon. Short, we got a line drive punt here. Taken down and whipped around down to the 14-yard line is Rashid Shaheed, where the Seahawks will take over on offense. So the pass rush and the pressure getting into Drake May early on in this game. And boy, you love to see that for the benefits it can maybe bring about later on in this game too. Tim, what's up? How you doing, Tim? It's good to see you, man. Brandon Taylor, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, and love you, man. Go Hawks. Keep killing it. Much love to you too, Brandon. You're very kind, man, for all that support. And we got just the best community here. Boy, do we ever. Then I'm loving what I'm doing, especially days like this. It's just, it's the dream, bro. It is the dream. But love to you too, man. Salute you, sir. Let's get this win today. Let's get it. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, dog-ass play calls. Not liking that second offensive drive. Yeah, little pass happy there on that second drive, especially starting in kind of the heart of your end zone. Definitely, don't want to be getting away from your rushing attack voluntarily and making sure that they are actually stopping it. So I think a little bit of what look like he's doing these first two drives is, old school. What you do with the West Coast offense is you tend to try to pass to set up the run. That's the way Mike Holmgren was wired. That's also what the forerunner, Bill Walsh, for him kind of trained and taught him to do. Where teams, when they get into that place of being in on your run game, that instead of pushing uphill, that you go downhill instead. And then once you get them to finally gravitate towards where you're going downhill, now you can get back to the running attack. I think they're going to have to maintain some balance here, but I think that's what he's kind of was theoretically trying to do there a little bit the second drive. We'll see if it does carry into this drive right now. Matthew, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, run the damn ball, Brando. Definitely expect them to run a little bit more than the last drive with the 3 straight passes. I will say that, but we'll see. I think this seems to be a bit of their plan of approach, and I've got to admit, I can understand in theory what Kubiak's doing here. I'm not saying I'm against running the ball, but I do get what he's doing here in the sense of you're not running uphill, and if you trust in your receiving core, and that you've got some openings you feel like you can attack into this Patriot secondary, but don't swing wildly in that direction too, right? Thank you, though, Matthew. Appreciate you. Fire Poet, thank you for the $5 donation. Fire Poet. Actually, one sec, Fire Poet. We'll get back on this one. First and 10 for the Seahawks. We got a 3 tight end look here for them. Hand off into Walker. He's going to run into a kind of a wall of defenders in there on an outside run there. Maybe gets himself 2 yards on the play. Patriots are definitely flowing hard to the play Seattle's going to here. If you want to go to like that fake outside zone reverse play back to Shaheed thing, I'll tell you what, it looks like it's open here on this Patriot team. They're getting downhill and they're really flowing to where they think the spot of the ball is going, even prior to the snap. 2nd down and 8. Darnold back under center here. Still 3 tight end look for the Seahawks. Quick snap here. They fake that Shaheed look I just talked about, but they still go to Walker on the outside zone. So to me, it's if you'd gone to Shaheed there on that end around that I just talked about there, that's where he's kind of probing and testing it, but it's there. He's run it a couple times, and I think it's there if he wants to go to it. I mean, he's just trying to be sure with it, but Patriot team is selling out to get to the outside zone run right now, defensively speaking. I can't see the all-22 for sure to be known this is 100% a fact, but it looks like it here at first blush. Only a yard gain there on 2nd down, so 3rd and 7. Holani in the backfield. Shotgun look here for Darnold. He's got a double-A gap mug pressure. They bring just 5. Darnold dropping back to throw. Gets it out to A.J. Barnard. Barnard with a great job of spinning off the first tackle, Spillane, and then falls forward for a first down. Nice catch, too, because Darnold puts that thing in pretty hot as well. It's not as much like it's a hard degree of difficulty catch, but he's putting some heat on this throw when he catches it. But a nice little job of spinning out of the tackle and then getting forward there to go and get that first down for Barner. Very well done. 1st and 10. 2 wide receiver look, 2 tight end here for the Hawks. Saubert and Barner. Hololani in the backfield. They're going to go to the Shaheed play. Unfortunately, it gets cut down, so I should probably shut up, huh? Didn't work. Loss of 3 on the play. Well, when you have Hololani in there, you sort of remove the threat of Walker, don't you? You're kind of showing your hand if it's Hololani back there. Like, they're not giving it to him. Sundell also just missed his block in space 100%. 5-yard loss in the play. Yikes. 2nd and 15. Bring the blitz, dude. Got to get rid of it. Incomplete pass outside. Seattle's getting a little bit caught off guard offensively by the blitzes. Like they're not aware of the fact that kind of Patriots are doing this. You're gonna have to start dialing in some screenplays and stuff, Coobs. Like, where's the screens, dude? This is now they've like last couple drives. This has been what they're centerpiecing on you a bit. You got to start anticipating this a little bit in your play calling, and they're just getting a little bit caught off guard. It's like shades of a bit of the Vikings game a bit here now. Let's adjust. 3rd down and 15 here for Darnold. 3-man pressure front here. Darnold just basically throws it away. Jeez, that was an ugly sequence. Coobs has got to run a screenplay. They're not respecting the screen at all, and that's you got to slow this pass rush down a little bit with that. Oof. Seahawks do a good job of rallying down there on the punt coverage unit, and it'll be another long field for the Patriots to work from. A lot of pushing the ball down the field, too, here in this attack a bit. Not a lot of trying to just sort of take stuff easy underneath a little bit, too. So definitely a bit of a strange game plan from Coobs here to open this up. He did try to come back and run the 1st and 2nd down. Didn't get anything. Got him to 3rd and long. Got the Barner completion. Then came back with the fly sweep to Rashid. And then gets kind of shocked up on the blitz there. 1st and 10. Got a 3 tight end look here for the Patriots. They're going to hand off here. Inside run. Gain of about 5. And that will take us down to the end of the 1st quarter. Seahawks 3-0 on the Patriots. They'll take over 2nd and 5 as we get back here on that end of it. Fire Poet, thank you for the $5 donation, Fire. As a Rams fan and seeing what Hawks can do, I'm looking forward to the Hawks kicking the Patriots' ass. Bring that NFC dominance. I like it, man. I hope you are right. I do indeed, and appreciate the donation. Definitely the NFC felt like the stronger conference this year. This would definitely carry forward to making that field proven pretty damn true at that point. And I would love to see it, man. Love having your guys having our back on this one. Appreciate you. And we're going to represent the NFC West well in this game, I think. Hoping so. Let's go. Baker Elprees, thank you for the $2 donation. It says blitz counter 3. Thank God y'all didn't blitz staff. Yeah, we don't. Well, a guy like Stafford, you got to be careful with blitzing because he goes on the wrong end of it and he will make you pay the price. I think you feel a little more comfortable with willing to do it. You're willing to do it with the younger quarterback. And specifically in watching Mike Banker, he's more willing to do it with the younger QBs overall. And I think with those older guys, he just gets a little bit worried that they're going to have the answer built in there. They're going to catch the adjustment. They're going to catch the blitz coming. They're going to adjust the pass pro, and then bingo, bango, boom, you're stuck a little bit. But there we go. So we're up to 3. My over on the 7's looking pretty good. Not too shabby right now, Banker. Thank you for the support. Appreciate you. Fire Poet. We got 3 Ram fans back to back with some donos. You guys are very kind for that. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, Patriots defense playing a strong game to start things out. And they're definitely doing what I thought they would do, which is dial up that pressure and get those, pressure looks pulled in here. And so if you weren't thinking you were getting it before up into this point, you're getting 7 back in coverage from a Kubiak standpoint. You need to operate a little bit more with, they're bringing the heat down in the line of scrimmage. They're bringing the blitzes down. So what are my counters to that? Is it bubble screens? Is it traditional screens? Is it, let's go max packs protect and take a shot down the field? Start to dial in your answers in there that you think are going to be, the right one. I think going back to AJ Barner would be a smart thing here, Gene. Yeah. He's got a couple catches in this game already. Keep working him back in the attack. And he's been open a couple times on these catches. Boots has got a neck, Kevin. There's something going on with the neck that needs some time to recover. All right. Start of the second quarter. 2nd and 5 for the Patriots. Seattle up 3-0. Shotgun look here for the Patriots, 3 wide. Seahawks bringing a blitz look. And Kobe Bryant with a hell of a hit in the secondary there. A little bit of an off-throw target to Hunter Henry, who didn't get his head quite turned around. Pressure was being in there from Jaron Reed. Really got some quick pressure on the play. Boy, the ball actually hits Bryant right in the head as he's coming in for a kill shot. 3rd down and 5. Again, a pressure look here from the Seahawks. 5 men, 6 men up on the line of scrimmage. You got Leonard Williams out off the edge right now. They're going to hand off inside here, and that's going to go nowhere. Jaron Reed and Leonard Williams completely snuffed that play out. Tried a little bit of a shotgun give there. Again, more of that flavor from Mike McDonald's defense on the 5-man front, and Leonard Williams coming off the edge. But Jaron Reed, back-to-back plays here, just showing out. First creates the pressure, which caused the incompletion on the prior play, and then comes back here and is just a wall in the run game. Doesn't allow himself to get moved and closes that rushing attack up. He's pumped up, saying, let's go. That away defense. Pat's punting unit back out on the football field now. And it'll be a fair caught. 24-yard line, some of the better field position the Hawks offense has had over the past couple of drives. Great job by the defense, though, with the 3 and out. Wow. They're ready. Come on, offense. Let's make this stick. Nice long drive here now. Come on. Pistol look here for Sam. 2 wide. Play action pass. Sam got a clean pocket, and he's going up top. Oh, he looked for Shaheed. The ball got knocked away by Gonzalez deep. Second down and 10. Blitz look from the Patriots. Hand off here to Walker. Walker bounces outside. Walker still on his feet. Walker with a great run. Walker still feet down the far sideline. Walker ripped down to the ground, way down the field. What a run there by Walker. He had a couple of bodies in the backfield initially that seemed to have him just hemmed up, and he was able to just did a little bounce move and got himself outside. And then a great job by Barner with the blocking down there. Stays inbounds down the field here. Quick snap, and this ball will be knocked down. Going right back to the pass. Tried to go to the quick throwing game there again. Now 2nd and 10. Walker with a 30-yard run there. Second down and 10. Back under center is Sam. 3-4 look here from the Patriots. Look like they jumped off sides. Walker finds a hole. Walker's loose down the field. Walker to the 30 at the 25, down to the 20, and he's run out of bounds. Another big-time run by Kenneth Walker. Let's go, K9. Off tackle run off Lucas's side to the right. Lucas and Bradford with some great seal blocks there created a nice hole. Good patience there by Walker, letting the play develop on time, and then just gets down the field. Let's go. First down and 10. Patriots bring a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage here with 2 tight end look from the Seahawks. Hand off here to Walker. Walker sidesteps the first guy. Almost able to bounce past the second guy. Woodson able to make the tackle in the backfield there. He made a hell of a move just to avoid the first guy. Patriots sold out for the run on that one. Darnold back in shotgun. Quarters look from the Patriots on high here. Sam's got to get rid of it. Are they going to call that a fumble? No, it's incomplete. Incomplete pass. Sam with another tip ball on this series. Call a screenplay, Coobs. They're selling out for the blitz, and like none of the play calling has anything set up for the blitz here in the passing attack. It's like the Vikings game almost a little bit, where it's like they're blitzing. This team's willing to blitz. It's like, yeah, they're willing to blitz. Like, how many more series do you need to see this from Coob's standpoint on this before you're going to start to maybe develop a little bit of play calling here? And just a hand off to Walker, kind of a give up play there at the 21-yard line where he'll be ripped down to the ground for a loss of 1 or 2 yards on the play. But it does stand out. You ran great on this drive, which is awesome. But also from Kubiak's standpoint, it's a little bit of that shades of that game where it's like he did not have a preparation to play for this blitz. You got free rushers coming off the edge. You got Sam unaware that the stuff's coming. Somebody's got to get into Sam's ear and be like, all right, buddy, the blitz is going to be here. We got to anticipate that they're going to be doing this the rest of the game. So what is our plan of attack for it? And it can't be just looking at a sea of hands and then throwing into the sea of hands every time. Kick is up and it's good. There is no screen game working right now. There's no play action pass really working right now. There's no rolling Sam out on any kind of bootlegs. There's no attempt to get him any kind of easy throws right now. You've got him trying to throw deep down the field 60 yards to Shaheed off a rip. It's very counterintuitive to getting your quarterback in rhythm this game calling right now. And we got to get this a little bit more settled in. Seahawks take a 6-0 lead, which is great. But you've got to get a little bit more of a preparation for what the Patriots are doing here. They're not beating your guys. They're beating you from a schematic standpoint right now, from a Kubiak standpoint of things here. Come on, buddy. Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $2 donations. Is missing the power run up the middle maybe? Rusty? A little bit. I mean, it's not as much of Kenneth Walker's game, and you don't really have a guy. I mean, that's Charbonnet. That's your power back in this. That's your A and your B gap runner. So, when he's not out there, you just don't have as much of the guys that can do those kind of runs. And we're also built to be a little bit more athletic with our offensive line bank, Matthew. We're not going to be as much. The kind of guys we built is more for that athleticism, and it's the wide zone, outside zone scheme. It's kind of like how Matthew, your Rams team, had picked bigger linemen for the interior because they want to lead more with those A and those B gap runs, more of those kind of powerish type of runs. So I would say that yeah, it's just not, it's kind of us to where we are stylistically, and then we are kind of missing our main back that would be the guy to do that with. Taker, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, maybe it's okay if we lose Kubiak. Ha ha ha. He's a great play caller, and I'm not, I'm complaining a little bit about what I'm seeing from here so far, what they need to do, but it's not an awful game plan as well. You got 6 points here going through, you got a couple scoring drives. That part's good to see. But yeah, there's some things you want to be there have been a little bit of some oddities in some of the game planning here out the gate, just to a degree. But you got some success from running the ball. 9 carries for Walker, 71 yards. You're now up to 10 carries. You're finding a little bit more of a balance off the back of that drive than where you started out from. So we're moving in the right direction. And I'll tell you this, when he calls a screenplay, as long as you can block it just halfway decently, it should go for a very good gain, because the Patriots are not worried about the screen in the least, and they're getting uphill. They're getting downhill and they are rushing the passer. They're getting down and after it on that. Koken, is Okada injured? I haven't seen anything on Okada being injured. $11:16 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 6-0. Both teams have all 3 of their timeouts. Drake May, 4 of 6 for 34 yards. In the running attack, 7 carries, 25 yards for the Patriots. 4 of 13, 54 yards for the Seahawks, and 10 carries, 66 yards, ground attack. This will go to the inside, the 1-yard line, and they will down it there with the Patriots. So they'll take over at the 35-yard line. I think that's probably their best field position, or no, maybe not. Near their best field position of the day. If you can for me, folks, please do hit that like button. Maybe sub on up. It is free if you get a chance. First and 10 for the Patriots. Handoff here inside. Seattle able to close the hole up very nicely. They had a Drake Thomas again shooting the gap there. They're doing a lot of shooting the gap with the linebackers, kind of run blitzes are the Seahawks in this first half. It's having a pretty good effect. That's just going to be a short 2.5 yard gain maybe. Shotgun look for the Patriots. 4 wide. Another quick snap from them. Pressure mounting. Pressure moving in the backfield. Pressure brought. Are you kidding me? Riley Mills. Riley Mills hulks his way into the backfield and dumps Drake May. He just power rushed him. He took his guy and turned him into a tackle sled. Completely walking back the left guard for the Patriots. Just hand in the chest to Wilson, walked him right back into the backfield. And Riley Mills with his first sack of the year. The man they took in the 4th round. Hell of a time, kid, to have that. 3rd down and 17. Drake in shotgun. They're going to go with the bubble screen here. And that is not going to get the job done. Seattle covers it up well. Just a short gain. Boy, an official goes flying out of bounds, dumped on his head somehow. I don't know what happened there. But the Seattle Seahawks defense clamps up this Patriot offense. Witherspoon and Diggs going back and forth and talking a little bit back and forth. Patriots will come out with another punt. Shaheed back deep and ready. Shaheed will fair catch it at the 29-yard line where the Hawks offense will come back. See if they can keep getting that running game back to motoring forward here a little bit, but a hell of a job by the defense. And how about Riley Mills? You got him in the 4th round. The team had a top 50 grade reportedly upon him, but he fell into the 4th round because he tore his ACL in college after a fantastic year right in the final game of the year. In that final last game, just before the bowls, he tore that ACL, and so whoever was going to have to draft him was going to have to wait to be patient. But if you could be one of those teams that could wait to be patient, there might be some mighty fine fruits down there at the end of it if you can. Hell of a time for him to make a play like that, though. Wow. Third sack of the game for the Seattle Seahawks. They have been all over Drake May in the drop back game. All over him. Now 4 punts for the Patriots in this game to start things out. Let's visualize here just a nice JSN breaking open, folks. Close your eyes. Just visual breaking open like that broken play earlier. Getting free. Housing it. Can you see it? You see him just getting right past his man in coverage, and then second level in and going. Let's go. All right, so Coops comes back. What do I start to look at here? Come out with a 2-play look. It's a run game. If they come up and load the box off the run look, we're going to go with the play action rollout for you. Let's get a little drag back in space to A.J. Barner. How about that to start us off here, huh? On this drive. Got to have faith. Faith. I like the end of that Levi commercial. How about we just take this now, 9-minute, 16-second drive for a touchdown? Just close the half off with that. What do you say? How's that sound to everybody else? That being good? TBD, thank you for the $2 donations. This is a Rams fan. Beat the Patriots. Hey, we got some Rams love in here. I love it, man. We can use all the support we can get here with this, right? All the support we can get with this. Appreciate you for that, TB. Very kind of you. We're doing our best. It's a tough Patriots team, man, that's for sure. But we're going to do our best on this. 2 tight end look here for the Seattle Seahawks. Looks like we got Arroyo in the game here. Hand off to Walker. Walker, he's got a cut back here. Walker still loose. Walker then will walk out of bounds close to another first down. Maybe about a yard short, maybe there, but another 9-yard gain. A beautiful cut out wide there, just reversed field. And he's just quicker out to that edge than the Patriot defense is. That burst really coming into play. 10 carries, 80 yards here for Mr. Walker. Clock continues to roll. 2 tight end look here for the Seattle Seahawks. 3 tight end look here. Arroyo as a wide receiver goes in motion. Hand off into Walker again. He's going to run into a pile of bodies and push and push and push. And he's going to be very close to a first down. We'll see where the mark's going to be at on the spot with this one. And looks like they're going to give him the first. Nice spot there by the officials. Eleventh carry for Walker. Very good sign. Feed K9. Keep giving him those bones. Nice tough run by K9. Good job by the rugby scrum there. Seattle's going to stay in this 3 tight end look here. Arroyo, though, as a wide receiver. Play action pass. Stepping up is Sam. He's going to try to flip this out to K9 late as he's under a lot of pressure there. And every time Seattle drops back to pass, it just feels like right now the Patriots pass rush somehow or another is just opening the floodgates and that there are just people running into that backfield free a little bit. It's a struggle bus right now. They even had kind of a max pass protect there with Saubert coming back post snap into the center of the pocket there just to try to keep things cleaned up. And you still couldn't give Sam even a moment there to kind of breathe in that pocket. Their pressure looks are really giving the Seattle Seahawks some fits right now. 2nd down and 10, and here it comes again. You better have an answer, Sam. You can see it coming. You better have an answer. Gets it out to Cooper Kupp. Nicely done. That's a nice reception there of about 6-7 yards to make this a 3rd and makeable. You can't be in these 3rd and 9 and 10s against this defense either with the way that this pressure is working here. But a nice play there to Cooper Kupp. Actually, they give him 8 yards. Wow, that was a nice catch. Nice catch there. Here we go. Kupp with the 2nd reception of the game. Got everything in the playbook available to you here. 3rd down and 2. Barner goes in motion. Come back under Walker. Great play to Walker. Walker spinning, and he's going to be brought down. First down, Kenneth Walker. Great job by Sam. He was looking to the one side of the field and got back to his backside read on that play. Didn't get too jumpy with the way that the pressure's been working in this game. Got back to the backside read of Walker and found him there for a nice little flip outlet option. Take those outlet options when you can, especially on 3rd and 2. 1st down and 10 for the Seattle Seahawks. Clock continues to roll here. Again, back now into a 2 tight end package, 2 wide receiver look. Hand off here to Walker. Walker stutter steps in the hole and then is able to grind his way out for about a 4 or 5 yard gain there. Love Kubiak sticking with this running game. Love it. Love it. Force them to stop you. Grind on him, man. Grind on him. They'll give him 4 on the play. 2nd down and 6. Back to the 2 tight end look here again. Hololani in the backfield. Saubert goes in motion. Hand off here to Hololani. Hololani hits the hole hard, runs into a brick wall there, and he will be dropped down for a gain of about 2 yards. Seahawks 2 of 6 on 3rd down in this game, though they've averaged 8.2 yards. So getting down into more of these 2 yards or 3rd and 5 here, a little more advantageous. Three wide receiver look here for the Hawks. Again, that blitz look here for the Patriots. You know it's coming, man. You know it's coming. They fall out of it. Over to Walker. Walker drops the ball. Had it in his hands, but then he dropped it. Just could not reel that sucker in. And now you got an interesting decision from Mike. Got to think he's probably going to trust the defense here and his ability to potentially maybe pin this punt down. Darnold makes the right read here. If Walker makes this reception, you've got a little bit of a clean out route there. And if Walker can just reel that ball in, it's a good throw by Sam. He probably is able to go get the 1st down. Dixon with the punt. This will drive back here. Boy, what a punt there by Dixon. Beautiful punt by Dixon. He puts them right at the 2.5 yard line. Excellent job by the Aussie. Excellent job. And great job by Velus Jones down there just to make sure there's no chance that thing wasn't going to get to the end zone. So another long field. You can put the Patriots on. Let's go. I'll be right back. Hit that like button. Boy. Talk about nerve-wracking. Time possession's pretty close in this first half, actually. Surprisingly so. Seahawks got a slight 4-minute control on that. Seahawks, he's got another stop here. Get this back to the offense for halftime. Getting this into a 2-score game at halftime could be huge. Say nothing of getting him stopped up and not allowing a score here if you can. JSN's got 1 catch in this game. It's 4 yards. They've targeted him 6 times, but Patriots are doing a good job on him. First and 10 for the Patriots. 4:58 to go in the second quarter. Seahawks up 6-0. Both teams have all of their timeouts. We're going to get a 2 wide receiver look and a handoff inside here. That's going to be a tough run there. Nice job by the running back. Good run there that's just the kind of run you need when you're in your own end zone like that. At least give your offense some chance to be able to throw the ball. Seahawks looked like they had him there stopped, but he got himself a couple yards out of it. 2nd and 7, 3 wide receivers to the far hash. Drake dropping back to throw, and we've got... What's going on? Seahawks call their first timeout here of the half. Didn't like their look there, I guess, on that one. All right, so 2nd down and 7, 4:21 to go here in the second quarter. Drake back in shotgun. 4-man front from the Seahawks. Dropping back to throw. Julian Love there tight in coverage says no, 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 no. And he knocks that ball away. 3rd down. Boy, this Seahawks defense is flying around fast and looking good. Does Mike dial up the pressure now? You've already gotten a couple blitzes here on Drake as it is. Can you force another one? 5-man pressure look here. Imanwari also around the line of scrimmage as a 6th. Seahawks threatening it. They fall out of it. Drake May lets it rip here, and he finds his man for a 1st down. Douglas with the catch. It's a good throw by Drake May. Good find. 4th first down of the game here for the Patriots. Back under center here with a 2 wide receiver look. Handoff inside. Good bounce there by Ramondre Stevenson. Seattle was able to finally collect him out of bounds after about a 3-yard run. Clock rolls, 3:35 to go here in the second quarter. Drake under center. Mafe all over Drake. Drake's got to just throw this one away. Boye Mafe just attacked him off play action And Drake did just a good job of just getting away from not long enough to be able to toss that ball away. Seattle's getting pressure from a variety of different candidates today. Not just one guy. 3rd down and 7, 14 dropbacks, 5 pressures, 3 sacks on Drake. 4-man pressure front, threatening a blitz with Emanwari. Emanwari drops out of it, and we're going to get a flag. Looks like a false start potentially on the New England Patriots here. He's definitely getting a little chippy between Patriots and Seahawks right now. I don't think they like the fact the Hawks dumped Drake there post-snap. And that will be a false start on the Patriots. Campbell getting jumpy. Both him and the other rookie next to him have already given up a sack in this game so far. So probably getting a little bit like, I don't like this. Yeah, he's rocking on his back foot there. Good call. Jenna just dumped him too. 3rd and 12. Seahawks showing a pressure look here. And they're going to be bringing it. Pressure mounting up on Drake. Drake going up over the top here. And that ball is going to not be anywhere near or close to proximity of Max Hollins. Drake just had to throw it up. Blitz was bearing down on him. And this Seattle Seahawks defense.
Now you know the rest of the story.
You know the rest of the story. And what is that?
The power of the dark side.
Power of the dark side. 4th and 12. Let's go. Great job, defense. Woo! Here's the punt for the Patriots. Rashid Shaheed back. He's driven deep. He's going to have some space to work with here. He gets it wide. Rashid bring it to the edge, cuts it back inside. Rashid with a very nice gain on a very good punt there by the Patriots kicker there. He put that back there with some depth, so it wasn't just on a line drive. But Shaheed was able to at least get a little bit of that thing back there as far as how deep you did drop. And the Hawks, with 2:50 to go here, an opportunity to add on to this lead here just before the end of half. 2 timeouts on the board. Yeah, more points, please. Don Mata, thank you for the $10 donation. Don, he says, F Chris Collinsworth. What a piece of S. He sounds salty as F. Saying Walker can't catch and can't block. What a shame having to listen to this moron. Yes. Chris is definitely one that I don't hear a lot of people going, I love the analysis of Chris Collinsworth. If I hear that, that might be the first time I've ever heard it if I hear from anyone. But Walker can certainly catch. And it's a play where Walker understands there as he's trying to get on the flat there. I got to catch this. The defender's bearing down on me. I got to catch it and sort of roll to get that first down. He's thinking a little bit of that. He's played a really good half. He's got 1 catch on one of those targets for 6 yards. He's ran the ball really well. Yeah, Walker's been fine. Certainly not something you got to point to go, well, he's caught the ball fine for us this year. It's been a big element of what he's provided to us, especially in the back half of the year. So yeah, that's interesting to hear Collinsworth say that. I wonder if he's just looking at like a PFF grade or something, Don, you know? And you're like, well, the PFF says he isn't, so I don't think he can. Then he just dropped it there. So then that must mean 1 + 1 = 2. But that's funny. Yeah, I don't know how long Chris is going to be for the world on this stuff with as much as I see, not just from Hawk fans, but just also national fans when talking about him as far as just some of the issues they have with him. But then again, he's calling the Super Bowl, so they seem to love the job he's doing. He riles the folks up. We like that. Kyle from South Park with another $2 donation, and he's got a little bit more of similar sentiments. And Collinsworth said K9 isn't good at catching. And meanwhile, that's been one of the parts of his game that's really developed well for us and that we've been very impressed by in his time here with Seattle. We didn't know about it with him coming out of college, but it's been a part that he's got 300 yards receiving this year. For a guy that can't catch the ball, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. But yeah, I think that's a silly play to break down of like, well, got to catch. It's like, yeah, it's a bad drop, but it's a tough play. And even if he makes the catch there, he might be tackled right where he catches it for all we know on that. So K9's not the problem with the Hawk offense today, from Chris's perspective, to be pointing that out. All right. There's a couple other things you can probably look to here just a little bit on that. But thank you, Kyle. All right. Seattle Seahawks are going to come out now here with an opportunity A very, very key opportunity here to close this half out, close out the time, go get yourself some points. Let's see what Cougs has got maybe as an adjustment. You've got a 6-man front here from the New England Patriots saying, we do not want to let you run the ball. 2 tight end look here from the Seahawks, Sam under center. Play action pass. Sam quickly again under pressure here. He's going to find Cooper Kupp for the reception. Nice job by Sam getting his head back around there quickly with the pressure mounting. Again, Patriots just finding a way every time in this game. And I'm perfectly fine letting this clock roll from a Hawk perspective on this, you know. Make sure this is the final drive for you of this half, no matter what happens. Good completion there by Sam to go get 7 yards on first down. That's big. Ball at the 50-yard line. Heavy formation from the Seattle Seahawks. Sam changing something up here. Cooper Kupp going to go to an H-back kind of look here. Walker able to find a hole there, able to ride fully, and able to get the first down and a little bit more. First down for the Seahawks, and that will take us to the 2-minute warning as they find their way into Patriot territory. Plenty of time on the clock now. Just want to tactically, and this is where Mike and company have been so very smart in how they've run these offensive and Cougs with this, and how they have run through this year these possessions at the end of half, really making sure that they don't give anything back to the opposition to work with as far as time on the clock goes. And that's what they're going to seek to do here, no doubt about that. Kyle, thank you for the $5 donation and all of your support today, brother. And as always, you've dropped a ton on my button that way. Really appreciate you. He says, media had 2 weeks to do homework on Seattle, and it clearly shows they didn't do any all season plus the 2 weeks. Sad to see the media being this bad. Yeah, the national media on this game coverage and the outlook of this game has not terribly blown me away very much at all. I've certainly have watched my share of it like you guys do. You know, it's part of drinking up to being a Super Bowl participant is that you enjoy this time and really like just, you know, really just saturate yourself in all that there's out there about these two teams. And I did as well. Just feel like it was a lot of kind of lazy perspectives and lazy outlooks and lazy, you know, approaches to the outlook of this game. And, you know, it sucks that it was that way, but they're supposed to do better than that, to your point. So, you know, even a guy like, I think what you're intimating a little bit is Collinsworth referencing Walker can't catch or something like that's, you know, it's an inaccuracy. You want to get after him about a little bit on the pass blocking as a, you know, maybe, okay. A little, you can go after that. That's a little more valid, but yeah, it is a little bit more of a part and parcel of what we've seen kind of for the past couple of weeks, isn't it, Kyle? Just a bit. True Dat, true to the blue. I never say it. I always say true Dat. I always say it wrong first. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says defense. How about a defensive performance in this half? They have absolutely clamped up this Patriots team, and it's been a phenomenal effort by this defense to kick this game off. Got to finish the process, but it's that power of the dark side, baby.
The power of the dark side.
Matthew Plowden, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, never thought I'd hear Paul Harvey with Vader. Ha ha ha. I always got to mix it up. I'm doing that remix mash. Matthew, you know what I mean? It's like all the house music folks do, you know? A little bit of little Michael Jackson, Phil Collins. Yeah. I can feel it coming. Oh, thank you, Matthew. Appreciate your support, brother. Got to keep them on their toes here. Who raised the 12 flag? Steve Largent, baby. This man right here. This man right here. And I'm just going to say it was fitting. Simogen getting a D here would be huge. Getting a touchdown here would be huge if we could do it. Huge, 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 huge. All right. Darnold in shotgun. Blitz look from the Patriots once again. Handoff here to Walker. Walker trying to get wide here. Stiff arms the first guy. Got to hold on to the ball. Walk. Going to be a very short run here on this play. Clock will continue to roll here. $1:36 to go in the second quarter. 14 carries, 94 yards in this first half for Kenneth Walker. Hololani in the backfield now next to Sam Darnold. JSN goes in motion out wide. 3 wide plus a tight end here. Sam dropping back to throw. Gets it back underneath here to Holani. Holani sidesteps the first man. What a run by Holani after the catch. Wow. He made about 4 moves there just to clear himself up and extended that by about 4 yards after just a short 2-yard reception. Turns it into 6 and turns this into a 3rd down and 2. Clock continues to roll. 53 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Sammy in shotgun. Directing traffic. Patriots looking to bring a blitz. They do bring a blitz. Gets it. First down to Hololani. Let's go. Seahawks will no doubt call a timeout. That'll be their second one of the half. And now some of you might be wondering here a little bit of why ground the clock down in that way? Because you want to sort of steal a possession here. You want to ensure that there is no way here that the New England Patriots walk out of this half with another possession. This will end with you having a field goal attempt or nothing into this half. And that's where you're going to play this a little bit smart in your approach with this versus allowing a clock to get stopped and potentially turning around and then giving them a minute, 1:06 left or something like that on the clock. Yeah, K9's fine. You've given the guy freaking, 415 touches and a half already. I mean, you've targeted him 6 other times. You've targeted him 3 other times as a pass catcher. So you're just trying to keep a little bit of balance at play on this, just a little bit as you can. Now you got an interesting call here because you got 32 seconds. You got 30 yards here. What do you dial up here now? I'll tell you what, too. So you get in the second half for Kubiak. You have your back pocket, the screen game, anytime you want against this Patriot defense. They're heating it up so much up front right now. I got to feel like it's going to be there whenever you want to call upon it. Don says Seahawks defense tougher than woodpecker lips. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Woo! 32 seconds here. 1 timeout. Probably look to attack middle of the field, see if you can get a first down the field like on an in-breaking route. Come down, spike it. You got 20 seconds at like the 12-yard line. Don't want Sam to get too aggressive here. Yeah, Junior, I agree, man. 3 points is big here. You'd love to tidy here. But if I'm Kubiak, I'm in Sam's ear going, field goal is fine for the way that this game's playing out right now. It's not the worst way that this could go for us here if this drive ends in this. Let's go get some more yards down there, get as closer as possible kick, try to get a touchdown if something opens up, but let's not get too greedy in the name of just getting over aggressive. All right, shotgun look here now. Sam. It's just a 4-man front from the Patriots. Some time to throw here. He finds Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp fighting. Cooper trying to get out of bounds, and he just can't seem to get out there. Seattle will probably call their final timeout. Cooper was trying like hell to do what he could there to get out of bounds and just couldn't quite get out there. So the final timeout of the half taken by the Seattle Seahawks. 23 seconds to go here. Seven-yard gain on the play. And really here, if I'm in Sam's perspective, I'm like, look, if I can just get a nice little drag route or something just like the route I just ran to Cooper, come up, spike it with 7 seconds left, I'm perfectly happy doing that. Might even be a play here where you go to like the run play here from Kubiak's perspective. As silly as that might sound, you just go to the run play and go take the gain up the gut if you can. But we'll see what they do here. Shotgun look. Sam dropping back to throw. Double clutches, and he does go right back to the Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp gets it up to his man. Clock is going to continue to roll. They're going to say that was a incomplete pass. Looked like Kupp might have dropped that. Oh, no. Oh, no, he caught it. He caught it. Cooper caught that, baby. Look at those strong little fingers, those phalanges. I don't know, man. I mean, it looks like it. I don't know. That's. It looks like it grazes the grass. Grazes the grass. I've already said I don't know what a catch is. Flip a coin and you guys tell me what you think of that one. It's a grass tickle. That's right. You can grass tickle on a catch. I think that's allowed. I think I saw that somewhere allowed in the rule book. You can definitely tickle the grass on a catch. Tickling's catching. It's always, he's controlling it every step of the way. Incomplete. All right, 15 seconds left here. 3rd down and 3 for the Seahawks. Got to be a bit careful here. This has got to be a bang kind of situation here. Patriots are going to call a timeout after what they see the Seahawks do here. First time out of the half for the Patriots. All right. Third down and 3. 20 seconds left to go in this first half. Boy, Sam went for the touchdown there to JSN. That ball got tipped away. Dangerous pass there. He was taking a shot. Gonzalez matched up with JSN. He's been very good on JSN this half. And Sam just kind of got to that throw, I think, a little bit late and threw it behind him. If he puts that more into the back there, I think that's a better chance on that throw. Dangerous. All right, Jason Myers out now. 10-mile-an-hour wind blowing here. Kicks down, kicks up. Kick is good. The Seattle Seahawks will take a 9-0 lead here with 11 seconds to go in the second quarter. Drake Mann company probably just going to take a knee. Just what you want to do here, though. Look, you want the touchdown. That's an ideal type situation. Here it is. You know, you'd love to get a little bit more of this half offensively speaking, but you ran the ball. You controlled the clock in the first half. You got it to a 2-score lead going into this halftime. You've done a good job here overall offensively to do enough. You know, everybody would like a little bit more. But that's you did enough there on that, and that's a big time drive to go get those points and turn this 9-0. Yeah, Jason Myers might be on his way to MVP. Jason definitely might be our MVP on this one. All right, so I would have to think you got Mike McDonald like drawing stuff over on the sideline with Eamon Warren and Kobe Bryant looking at him. 11 seconds left. Seahawks are going to drive this down to about the 4. Got to cover the unit right now. They do a good job there. 6 seconds left. Patriots will come back out. Good job on the kick coverage in by the Hawks. They continue to play very well as they have throughout this season. Patriots, punt, 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 punt. That's been the 5 drives this half. Their best field position has been the 28-yard line. And they're just going to down this, which is what you like to see. So there you go. Seahawks are 1/2 away from immortality. 1/2 away from putting this season, from finishing this season. They are so close. And what a half by that defense. They came out, and there was still some question this week from some about who the best defense is in the National Football League. It's still a little bit out there. They look at the performances against Stafford and go, well, that against Stafford. Not having as much respect for how great Stafford is, number one. But also, two, not having the great respect for how great this defense truly is. And they have shown out in this game like you hoped they would. Mike McDonald in this first half put together a game plan where it wasn't just simply, I'm rushing my front 4, I'm dropping my 7 into coverage, and the front 4 just need to get home. He's intermixed things. He's been willing to dial up the pressure in the blitzes in this first half. And not in a crazy way, but just in a way to intermix there with the front 4. You're getting pressure from everybody. Derek Hall, Uchenna Nwosu, Jaron Reed in the mix. Riley Mills walking guy back into the pocket and getting a sack. Devin Witherspoon coming up on the blitz, and he's got a couple of pressures in this half. The pressure's coming from everybody. Everybody. Like, we haven't even mentioned at this point really any of Leonard Williams or DeMarcus Lawrence in this game so far. And the other guys are really stepping up. Secondary locking things down. Drake May, 6 of 11, 52 yards. 60 quarterback rating. Ramondre... Let me update this. Thing's not like... It's updating there. Rushing attack, Ramondre Stevens, 7 carries, 23 yards. Travion Henderson, 2 carries, 0 yards. Great defensive effort. And offensively, not bad. Love to see more from the passing attack. You're not dealing great with the pressure, but the rushing attack has been there, almost 100 yards rushing in the first half. And I posted this one stat. That I was talking about throughout the week as kind of a thing that I was paying attention to coming into this week that I thought could be kind of just an interesting thing that I saw that I was looking at and I was thinking about for Walker in this game. And it was this stat right here, which is that these are the most attempts by individual running backs in NFL history in the Super Bowl. So John Riggins has 38 attempts, the most attempts for a running back in NFL history in the Super Bowl. Then Franco Harris at 34, and then Larry Zonka at 33, and Terrell Davis at 30 in Super Bowl 1998. Emmitt Smith in there at 30 in the 94 Super Bowl with the Bills and the Cowboys. But what's interesting about this stat, when you look at these names and you look at what these guys did, that just merely on their number of attempts in the game, because number of attempts does kind of speak to an ability to run the ball well. That if you're doing that, you're probably running pretty good to get to that number of attempts. And I thought it was notable because this could be the week where you see Walker at 27, at 28, 29 attempts in the game. 9 of those 10 guys that I just pointed out on this list, 9 of those 10 guys won the Super Bowl, were on the Super Bowl winning team. And the one guy on the list that wasn't on the Super Bowl winning squad was Eddie George, number 8 on the list. And of course, it was a half yard that was the difference between them beating the Rams or not beating the Rams. So kind of an interesting stat. And Walker in the first half, if you're wondering, 14 carries for 94 yards. So something to maybe just pay attention to a little bit there. It's not like this the overarching factor of this game or what's going on with this game, but just something to be mindful of and pay attention to just a little bit. I'm going to be right back here. 1 second. Riley Mills only has 1 sack, but it was a big sack in the game when it occurred. I'll tell you that. Yeah, that Mills sack was all man. All man on that. Matthew said, with $2 donation, I was getting a crackle on your mic. Maybe it's my Wi-Fi. I think people would be telling me if there was something weird with it. It might just be your Wi-Fi with it. Let me know, folks, if there is a problem on the mic thing, if there's some issue going on. Thank you for letting me know, though, Matthew. Sorry if it's a little bit crackly. Hopefully it's okay. Eee, that's scary. I need this thing to be working right today. Don Mata, thank you for the $10 donation. And Don, thank you for all of your donos today, man. The double drop, big double drop today. Appreciate you for that. One more big F you to Chris Collinsworth, Chris Moranesworth, as you were calling him. Yeah, these guys that do these games that don't do the research into it. And I think sometimes, you get paid so much to do this. You always wonder about it with those guys that get to this spot and they've made a lot of money and they've been doing it for years and they've seen a lot of games, and you just kind of get numb to it a bit, and then you just don't get as hungry to be as intricately as involved with it as you once were. I kind of wonder that about it. And I think that's probably a reason you should try to keep these things rolling through rather than we have a guy in there and he does it for 57 years. It's like, is there really nobody else other than just these like stock 4 or 5 guys that can kind of do it? But like I said earlier on this too, Don, he's a guy that's not really looked at as a lot of people loving. I haven't heard of anybody that loves what Collinsworth brings to the table. You know what I mean? He tends to be a guy that rankles most folks. Aside from, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs fans, Don, and they love him, right? They definitely are the one fan base that probably thinks he's the best. Leonard Shelvin, thank you for gifting a Hawks Nest membership. So if you're looking to chat, keep an eye on it. It doesn't tell me exactly who got gifted, Leonard, but when it is gifted, do keep an eye if you were one of those folks that got that. As we will be getting off the Monday morning PFF scores to you guys tomorrow. I got PFF grades for the year coming out this week. We're going to do a call-in show at some point this week as well. So a lot lined up for members of the channel on this and into this off season for sure. But thank you to Leonard for posting that out there and showing some love out there. Appreciate it. Definitely get the membership program continually expanded in the future here as we go, and the patrons along with it. So patrons and members both get similar benefits on that side. Matthew says, sorry, maybe my Wi-Fi. No worries, Matthew. It happens. Thank you for letting me know, man. If something's wrong, I want to definitely know. So if I got to fix it or something. Frogman, thank you for the $2 donation. Frogman says, B, any thoughts on what's in store in the next half? Let's have it go. Well, I think that the Patriots are going to come in with a trick play at some point or another in this football game. And that's probably going to happen sooner than later, maybe even in the first drive of the half. I thought it would have happened at this point. Kind of thought the Patriots are going to run 2 trick plays in this game, not just one. but I would estimate that coming into the second half, you're going to finally see it. So that's one thing I would say you could anticipate. I think that I think both teams are going to try to utilize a little more of the screen game in the second half. I think with the Seattle Seahawks, when I go into halftime, if I'm Kubiak, I've got to have a little bit better preparation in the second half for how Sam can deal with these blitzes and how I can deal with these blitzes in the play calling. And whatever answers I have in my playbook to deal with that, I need to start calling upon that. And whatever I've been calling upon throughout this game has not really worked at neutralizing it. There's just way too much pressure right now in the backfield on Sam to be able to, operate how he wants to operate. And so, some of this is them, really selling out for the pass rush itself, almost selling out for the pass rush beyond even defending the run. I think part of the reason that Walker's been able to go off in this half has to do with the Patriots just so ardently getting upfield with an aggression, and that's just making it hard on the passing attack as a whole. But you got to use some of the bubble screen. You got to use some of the screen game in general to keep them a little bit held back, because that should be an answer that you can call upon here. And we've seen it with Walker a couple times already this year when you have kind of used that. You're still early enough in this game. You got to maintain balance on offense. You can't just get run heavy here and try to lean on this lead. I think defensively, you got to keep doing the same stuff you're doing in that half, which is just intermixing that front four, bringing in the blitz at the select times, attacking those two rookies to the left side. I think you're seeing a lot of their youth kind of being exposed in this game a little bit. I mean, essentially, it's just kind of doing more of what you did in that first half from a Seahawks perspective. And we tend to be a pretty good second half team. So I don't know if I see a lot of different stuff that you can bring out and run other than just a little bit more of a plan. And just even if we can just run a couple of screen plays just to see it doesn't work first. Like maybe Kubiak's just anticipating Frogman that it's not going to work based off of something he's seeing on the back side of it. But even if you can just kind of try to bring it out a couple times in this half, I'd like to see it from Coob's standpoint, because I think it could have some effect. What is this performance? Okay. He's not really performing. They're doing scenes. Okay. I don't know what I'm watching. I don't know what I'm watching. So I think it is more of the same. I think that the Patriots aren't going to deviate past running a little bit more of the trick plays. I don't think that they're going to deviate off of what they're trying to do in this first half. They're just going to look at it like we got to maybe execute a little bit better. Partly because I don't know if they've got a lot of extra things in their bag they can go to beyond what they've done, past those like trick plays and stuff. You can see at times you're getting the pressure and he's trying to push the ball down the field and he's throwing to Max Hollins 50 yards down the field. Mac is not exactly a big play threat kind of guy. But that's kind of the nature of the receiving core that they've got built here a little bit, that's where Drake's going to kind of try to go to in those moments like that. So, wish I could give you some more intricacies of stuff I see different from the first half and what they've done. I would expect that the Patriots are probably going to try to take some steps defensively to maybe stretch out a bit of their defensive line and get a little bit more, edge help out there, because they're having some issues on that outside zone game with Walker right now. Walker speed's definitely hurting them. And I was wondering a little bit coming into this about the team defensive speed of the Patriots to handle this in the run game. And I think that it's held up really well for the Hawks in being able to counter that. So we'll see if they start to maybe stretch out their defensive line a little bit too. But I would estimate both teams are going to just try to keep locking this into what they were going to do going into this game and kind of do just a bit more of the same. I think it's cool to see how I was able to get the lead in this half when you've got Jackson with a catch for 4 yards. I think, too, Seattle's going to probably work it at some point in this half. There's a reason that you activated Elijah Arroyo. And I think there's going to become a time in this half where they're going to try to isolate Arroyo down the field one-on-one and have Sam take a shot down to Elijah. I think you're going to see one of those plays at some point in this game. He's been on the field just a little bit, but that'd be my guess. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, thoughts so far, Brandon? like what I see overall, man. You know, I would have loved a little bit more better offensive execution in the passing attack, but you know, this is the Super Bowl. The Patriots are a great defense. It's going to be hard. It ain't going to be easy to get these wins. So, you know, you got to kind of grind through and just fight it out. But I like the approach on both sides of the ball. I like the overall the balance that you've been able to maintain and sticking with the rushing attack and not getting away from that. I think that defensively you have been outstanding. And I think what I love most about them defensively here in this first half is that they've both been dominant defensively, and Mike has also gone into his bag because he's got a great bag. He doesn't have to just go to the simplistic approach on things. He can go to a little bit more complication, and you can really, 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 really put the parking brake down on teams when he's doing what he's doing, where he's just intermixing so well in with what you're doing in the front four. And very impressed that we've seen this defensive line showing up in this first half to where these guys were, you know, finding a way, play in and play out for somebody to be the guy to create the pressure. Somebody's getting back there to Drake to influence him, to force him off of his spot, to throw off the timing of the Patriot offense. It's been a great collective defensive performance. And it's been all those guys kind of picking their right opportune time to get back there and make something happen. Roman Arcadia. Thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, I didn't pronounce your name correctly out the gate though, but thank you for that. Roman says, appreciate the $5. Says, appreciate all of your great Seahawks content this season. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for the donation. It's been my pleasure on that front of things, man. I really do thank you for watching, and it's been a great season to cover this with you guys. I always have fun doing this every single year, but this has been a true treat, a pleasure, and honor to be able to cover this particular team, this particular season, and this particular moment, and to be having all of you riding and rocking with me throughout this process. It's just been a great season. I hope we can get this Super Bowl win so we can just party throughout the night and just celebrate everything this season's been, everything this team's been, everything this organization has been to this city and to creating greatness within this city. Nowhere else like Seattle can appreciate it. Trust us on this one. But thank you, Roman. Appreciate you for that. Kyle, thank you for the $2 donation. I should have had English subtitles. Include everyone. There you go. It's always about inclusion. They finally got to some dancing and some actual stuff. So that's good. We've gotten to that part of it at least, which is encouraging. I get to the performance side, but thank you, Kyle. Appreciate your support, man. I'm gonna grab my coffee. One sec. Folks, we are 30 minutes away. 30 football minutes away from a potential NFL championship. Can you smell it? Can you taste it? It's right there. It's right there. Jordan, thank you for 4 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that long support. Don't care about stats. Just win, baby. Go Hawks. I don't either. I don't care who gets 300 yards or 100 yards or this receiver gets 120 yards. Just find a way to win the game. That is where this all comes down to. Find a way to get the victory. The by any means necessary. It's been the approach of this team throughout the course of this season. It was like we have said throughout the back half of the schedule and the blueprint that they have put into play. Style points don't matter. Let them talk about that on the national perspective. Let them turn over however they want to. That Super Bowl was not super exciting for me. Don't care. Don't care. By any means necessary, get us that Lombardi. That is the only thing that matters at this hour. That is it. So I agree. Don't care what it's got to take to get this done. Just get it done by any means necessary. Love it. Let's go, Jordan. Kyle, thank you for another $2 donation, brother. Who's the 3 most improved players need to be resigned? It's a tough question a little bit, Kyle. I'll give you a list, but I would say that number one, you don't have a lot of free agents that are going to get out in the open market that you're going to want to necessarily spend the money that it's going to cost, I guess, is what I would say. So, I would, obviously Kenneth Walker is the guy that stands out to me even coming into this game that I've been hot to trot to say that I'd even franchise him if I've got to franchise him at this point, but he cannot get out the door. That's the easy one. I do still think that with Shaheed, he's a guy that makes a lot of sense to you keeping the long term, because if you can get him on the right kind of contract, you can afford him, you can afford JSN, you can afford Cooper Kupp, and then you got Horton on there and like a fifth guy as your kind of back end roster special teams kind of guy. I think that's a great mix of, and then you don't almost have to do anything at the wide receiver throughout the rest of the offseason at that point. So he still makes a lot of sense to me. If I was to say a third guy on this, I would probably go to probably Josh Jobe. There's a good chance you let Woolen walk. It's a little bit similar to the Shaheed situation. Can you come up with a kind of a contract that makes sense for both player and for team? This is a weird halftime show. It's like a Broadway production more than it's actually like a show. Okay. I'm getting old. But Job would make some sense to me if you can find that happy deal. The reason I'm a little hesitant on some of this to a degree, Kyle, is just to do with the fact that when you have a team that potentially could win the Super Bowl, every one of those free agents is going to get a bit of what I'd call the Super Bowl bump. Everyone's going to start to make a little bit more on the open market. Now, do you want to overpay for this guy? Do you want to overpay for that guy? It's one of the reasons I say with Walker, I'll franchise him, because I'm not going to break the bank if I've got leverage I can use. Not in the way that maybe some team would go to crazy town to try to bring him in. So, the price has got to be kind of right on this, but those would be the 3 guys that stand out to me. I just don't think you got a lot of other free agents, period, really, if you think about this. Kobe Bryant's going to go, and you got Woolen, and, then what else is really there at that point? Everybody else is kind of retained and coming back, so it's good situation that we find ourselves with this team right now. Keldad, thank you for the $20 donation. Keldad, you are awesome, bro. Appreciate you for that. Very kind, very kind. 30 minutes, B. 30 minutes. First drive upcoming, very important. K9, let's F it go. Indeed. Patriots need to start to bring back some of this. They're going to give you their best punch coming out of halftime. I'm expecting that trick play to probably come in after halftime. They're going to start to bowl everything they've got out in their bag of tricks right now with the offense not working as it is. You got to anticipate that defensively. You got to maintain discipline. You got to maintain the fundamentals of your approach, play in and play out, your keys, all of that stuff. But we are a mere 30 minutes away. 30 minutes away if the Seattle Seahawks team can complete this process to getting a Super Bowl championship in year 2 of Mike McDonald, to being the best team in the NFL in 2025. You are right there, man. It is within your reach. It's within your grasp right now. Got to finish the process. It ain't over yet. Got to finish this. The offense can't just lay their foot off the gas. There's a whole half here remaining. But you love how everything started out so far. Balance between offense and defense, getting the run game going, getting the time of possession moved into your favor going through that half. You haven't wore the defense out, but 17 minutes to 13 minutes, just a little bit in your favor, in your edge. Can you take some more of that back in the second half? Can you get some more of these consistent drives? Can you start to wear maybe a little bit of this defense down? Let's go. Let's go. Rodney Presho, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I feel we are a big play away from it being home. Indeed, this would be a great time for a pick 6 back the other way, or a fumble return for a touchdown, and to really, potentially then put this thing down and put it away. It'd be a great time for this to happen. And you start to wonder about when Drake maybe starts to, come into the game, and he's got Josh, banging his head around all week going, Stay within yourself. If it ain't there, throw it away. Don't force things in. Don't try to just force it. And then do you get in the second half and you start going, okay, well, now I'm going to try to start to force it. Do you start to put the ball in peril in a way that you wouldn't have early on in the game? Certainly wouldn't if maybe necessarily you weren't having to try to get those points going back the other direction. That'll be the interesting part to see here coming up in this half, Rodney, for sure. It does feel like we're right on the edge there here. And that's why as you know, Keldad's saying here above on this up first drive right out the gate, so very important here for the Patriots and keeping themselves in this game and not letting this thing get out of whack really fast, because you will start to run out of time if we can start to stack up some more points before you can get up on that scoreboard. Deep Pocket, thank you for 2 years, 24 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate you for that. He says, find an effing way. Find a way, man. Find a way. A season of for the storybooks, for the ages that no one thought could have happened, and you've got an opportunity, and you just played a hell of a half on both sides of the ball. Go finish it up. Finish this process up. You've stayed in this pocket this long throughout the course of this season. Now go finish it. Go take it to this Patriot team. They're wobbling. They're wobbling. Knock them over. Knock them down. Let's go, Deep Pocket. Let's freaking go. Dublin Seahawker. Thank you for the $10 donation. Dublin. It's good to see our Irish contingent in the house. I see an interception coming as May tries to push it down the field. 30 minutes. Let's go, Hawks. I could see the same thing going down with this, Dublin. I absolutely positively could as well. And that you could just see him, hey, things are getting tight. We got to score. I got to make something happen. Quarterbacks have that instinct in them a little bit of where it's like, I got to try something. I can't just throw another ball away on the sidelines and throw it back to the defense. I gotta force something kind of in here. Maybe I can fit that in right there. Then you jump. Then you pounce. It would be great if that could be the timing coming out of this half, especially on this first drive coming out of half. I love it, Dublin. I think you guys are on the right spot with this one, and I can see this definitely playing down this way into the second half, as the Patriot team's not had a lot that they can lean on that first half as far as this offense goes. Saying nothing of having the, 5-6 punts in the half, 5 punts in one half. Say nothing of that. You're averaging 3 yards a rush. You're averaging 4.4 yards per attempt. You know, and you go, okay, what can we lean on in this game that's kind of worked so far? Hard to say. No easy answers on this defense right now. But thank you, Dublin. I love it. Love your prediction. Hope you guys are right. I can feel that it's there. We're going to learn to see if Patriots got a couple answers here tonight. I'm guessing you're still going to get a good punch off them. They're not done yet in this game. I'm guessing Mike Daniels is going to have a couple of things that he's gotten held back in the reservoir to call upon here into the second half to try and shake this offense free a little bit. Right back. All right, here we go. Black Thought, Brown Dreams, thank you for the $2 donation. Love how this team can win any type of game. Indeed. Yeah, it's a team that has an ability to get at you in a variety of ways, and speaks to the depth and talent of the squad, speaks to the amoeba-like way that they are comfortable sliding into whichever direction they have to slide in order to accommodate. And I think that's really smart because, you know, Mike McDonald has said before in the past, and I agree with this, where games declare themselves. You can have an idea going into every single football game about what you think is going to happen, what you think your opponent's going to do, what you think you're going to do, how that will happen when those two things collide. Can have all these great plans in the world. And then sometimes games just play out into a certain fashion. And sometimes it doesn't always make sense for the way those games don't play out in that fashion. Can you roll with the punches? Can you just kind of go, okay, look, the water's a lot colder than we thought it was going to be. Let's swim. Keep our arms moving. We'll find our way through this. Okay, it's going to be tough, but let's embrace that. That's okay. We'll go through this process and what it takes. And this team has shown you that throughout this year. They've had their halves where there's been tough, and they find their footing in the second half, and they find a way through, and they can, like you say, win in a variety of different ways. You need us to go out to where the offense is scoring a bunch of points to overcome because defense didn't have its best day. Bam, we got you with that. You need the defense to hold it on today. Offense can find its way. Bam, we can get a little mixture between the two. The special teams showing up every single week regardless, and that you can count on them for being the crew that they are. Check out that first half. And again, tell me special teams doesn't matter. Tell me that you want it to be that part of the team that you just sort of forget about that doesn't really factor in as much of the other two phases of football. You got your field goal kicker making all three of his kicks. You got your punter punting his ass off. Michael Dixon with 3 kicks for 135 yards in that half. A 50-yarder that flipped the field position early on in this game in a major way. Part of why the Patriots have had to deal with long fields all game long. And then he's got that one that he drops at the 3-yard line. And then you've got how you've covered out on the kicks and the punts. You know, Jones for the Patriots can be a pretty dynamic punt returner. That part shows up every single week, and it factors into the overall game at hand, beyond just what happens with the other two phases. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, they can. And it makes it very unique about this team because there's a lot of teams that can only win in a couple of set ways. They can be dominant, and they can win those separate, well, this week it'll either be the defense doing this or it's the rushing attack. Or they got a quarterback that can throw for a lot, but our special teams is not going to get it done. And they got just those certain ways that they can get it done. And they can be great teams. They can be elite teams still, but it seems you feel like with this team that it can, any kind of match you need us, there's got to be a dirty boxing match. There's got to be a bare knuckle brawl. There's got to be a jiu-jitsu match. There's just a no holds barred, no rules match, whatever you want. We'll go at whether way. I love that about this team too. And it stands out again in this game. Taker 610. Thank you for the $5 donation, Taker. This is feeling like the Minnesota game, and like the Minnesota game, I think we get 2 touchdowns and another field goal. 26-0. Shut him out. Shut him out. I love it. That'd be a great Super Bowl, man. Just don't ever even give him a point in this game. Let's go, man. And yeah, a little bit of some flavor to that Minnesota game a little bit. I think you're right there. You can find some comparisons. I think that game too, you were able to run the ball pretty well as well in that game. And was able to open things up a little bit as the game went on to a degree, offensively speaking. Also, a little bit similar to the Minnesota game where in that first half, there's some struggles against some of the blitzes of the Patriots and dealing with what they were doing on the front side of this. So very similar a little bit in that manner of things, Taker. Yeah, I like that reference, man. I hope you're right about that. I could go for that as a nice little finish to this thing. Simogen, thank you for the $20 donation, Simogen. Let's go, man. Your second 20 here. Appreciate you for that. Very kind of you. Fire halftime show. Shout out to the Puerto Rico guard that I have served with and showing up tonight. Hey, let's go, Simogen. Well, I'm glad to hear it was a great show. Looked like they put a lot into it. Like I said, kind of like a Broadway production type show. You've got those bands that will just come out there and they'll just kind of go through their catalog up on a stage. Definitely a lot more production value put into this one, which was pretty cool. But glad to hear it was a great show, man. And let's use that Puerto Rican power because I'm going to tell you, it's Puerto Rican Seahawks. That's what it is. They're rooting for the Seahawks. No on the Dolphins. No on the Jacksonville Jaguars. No on the Falcons. No, they're Seahawks down there in Puerto Rico. But Simogen, you're awesome. Thank you for the $20 donation. Very, very kind of you. And I really appreciate all of your support. You guys are just amazing as ever here on the channel. Big salute to all of y'all. It's been an amazing season here, and the support has been just second to none. Shout out again here to the sponsor of the show, Sleeper, as we get in the second half. Sleeper, you can use the code right now. Get a 100% match of your first deposit up to $100. But wait, there's more. They got the free 20 here as well. So if you just go out there and you get the free $20 entry, no deposit needed. Just create a login. They'll put $20 in your account. So $120 from me to you through the Sleeper app. Terms and conditions apply. Please see their site for details. And as you can see here, as we're doing on our first half picks, and we're going to have the second half breaking off here. So let me get back to this. Let me get back to the goods. as the kickoff will be returned up to the 32-yard line here. Get back on the Sleeper thing. Show you guys a sec here, but thank you to Sleeper again for sponsoring the show. Let's get the thing back on here for y'all. Okay. See what the Patriots got lined up. Can the Seattle Seahawks close this thing off? Woo! We shall see. Mike's okay? Okay, good to hear. All right. Back in shotgun right from the rip here for Drake May. He's going to go with a play action pass. Going to try to loop this ball up over the top on a back shoulder throw to Douglas. Nick Emanwari tight down there in coverage. Incomplete. Drake really tried to lean that into the belly of the back. And that's where that play action can sometimes not be as effective as sometimes the under center play action stuff. Interesting to see them come right out in shotgun, though. Nick looking good. Drake again back in shotgun here. 3 wide receiver. Travion Henderson here gets this in on a little fly sweep action there, and he'll be run out of bounds after a nice gain of 7 yards. 3rd down and 3. May give him 8 there. We'll see where they got him spotted out of bounds. Third and 3. Another shotgun look here. Drake guiding some things along. Seahawks showing a heavier front. Blitz look here from them. They're going to bring it. Picked up very well by the Patriots and then knocked away by Josh Jobe in coverage. Tight as can be out there in coverage is Josh Jobe. The Seattle Seahawks defense isn't given an inch. 4th down. Press coverage look from Josh Jobe out on the outside. Absolutely sticky with Booty the whole way. Booty he runs Booty out of bounds without touching him, just by taking away his path. And you're going to get the 6th punt of the game now for the New England Patriots. Seahawks showing a blitz look here. Fair catch. I thought somebody jumped off sides from the Seattle Seahawks there for a second, which would have been very crazy. Whew, I was a little worried there for a moment. That would have been a 1st down for the Patriots. Yeah, we might have gotten away with one there. Might have gotten away with one there. Looked like your guy jumped a little bit off sides in that moment. All right, 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. The ball deep in their own territory now at the 9-yard line where Shaheed Fair caught it. 2 tight end look here for Seattle. Handoff here to Walker. Walker trying to get the edge. Not much really there to be had. He tried to stretch that thing out and then cut it back upfield there a little bit. Did what he could with the play. Again, a play where the Patriots just kind of felt where the run play was going the whole way there. 2nd down. Barner goes in motion here. 3 wide. Shotgun look for Seattle. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam uncorks one here. Gets it to Shaheed. Shaheed with the catch. And he will be brought down. Nice reception by Shaheed. Reaching out away from his body there to make the catch there. Good throw by Sam. 1st down, Seahawks. Patriots gave him the single high look the whole way. Really nice route there run by Shaheed in front of the defense. Sam with a nice throw. Boy, he got that right around the arms of a defender that was closing in on the pocket there. I mean, there's a guy right in his face as he threw that thing. Empty look for the Seattle Seahawks. Walker goes out wide. Sam dropping back to throw. Rips it into JSN. JSN's freed up down the football field for another nice gain. 1st down, Seahawks. Spread him out there. And then able to get Jackson Smith freed up here in this game a little bit. Just a little slant route by Jackson. Nice play. Sam back under the line of scrimmage now with Walker in the backfield. Dropping back to throw. Straight drop back. Sam. He's going to have to run it. Run it, Sam. Run it, Sam. Run it, Sam. Sam running it. Sam running with some force, some power, some effort. Get it, Sam. First down, Seahawks. 13-yard run by Sam. He wasn't looking to slide. He says, this is the Super Bowl, baby. You lay it on the line. Great job breaking up on the front side of the pocket. Cuts right past Tavai in the open field and goes and gets the first down. Let's get it. 13 first down of the game for the Seahawks. Sam back under center here. 1st and 10. Looking to get it to Walker. Walker trying to get wide. Walker bounces off the first tackler, fighting his ass off there for everything he can possibly get. Toughest little 3-yard run that you'll ever see. Walker with his 16th carry of the game. 11:08 to go here. Second and 7. Sam back in shotgun. JSN in shotgun next to him with Walker to his right. Dropping back to throw. Sam comes back here to Walker on the screenplay. Walker out loose. Walker in the open field at the 30. At the 29. Dragged out of bounds there for a first down. Let's go, K9. That screenplay was there. I told you, folks. I told you. Whenever they want to get into that thing in the second half, it's going to be wide open with the way the Patriots are getting up the football field, and he brought it out at just the right time. Not because he caught the Patriots blitzing, but just because they're just trying so hard to get up the field with their pass rush, and he's able to make them pay there. Was Kubiak. Another nice play. Great call by Kubes. Just a little shock screen there. 1st and 10. Ball on the 23-yard line. Saubert goes in motion prior to the snap here. They're going to get the outside zone, try to work it here again. Short little run by Walker for about 2 yards where he's run out of bounds. Walker goes over 100 yards on that carry on 17 carries. I'll give him 1 yard on that. 2nd and 9. Ololani in the backfield next to Darnold. And Seattle will have to actually call a timeout here. Play clock was winding down. Late getting the play in that time. 2nd down and 9. Walker has been just tremendous in this game. Second down and 9. Sam in shotgun. 3 wide receiver look here. Dropping back to throw. Whips it down here to Cooper Kupp. Little bit off target there to Cooper. 3rd down and 9. Remember your outlet to the wide receiver in the flat there, Jamie. Don't forget. You got the flat. You got the flat, brother. You got the flat. Third down and 9. Blitz look from the Patriots. You know you're getting it, Sam. You know they're coming. Get rid of it and just let it go here. Oh, I just couldn't get it to Kupp. Kupp was open and Sam just couldn't get the throw there. Ah, shoot. God, it was right there. Sam just kind of short-armed it a little bit. It's hard because Sam's got to get it around a defender's arm there, and he can't really see Cooper because there's a free blitzer on that side, but still you'd like to see him hit that throw. All right, Myers out here for another field goal attempt, a 41-yarder. The snap is down, bad snap. Dixon able to corral it, and Myers able to sneak it inside the right upright. There you go. Fourth field goal of the game for the Seattle Seahawks, and they will go up now 12-0. Love to get a touchdown here, but you're just adding points and you're controlling the clock and you're working these drives, which is what you like to see here. I'll tell you what, that Patriots defense starting to look a little tired up front. Seeing some hands on some hips. I'm seeing some heavy breathing going on out there. You 21 carries on the books now in through, basically just almost a half a play, just a little bit over half a play. Something to monitor and watch and see if you can start to maybe wear these guys out a bit. Ooh-wee. Getting nervous. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation. DeLevy, hosting a big party, so not able to watch like normal, but go Hawks. And great job on another season of superb game calling, Brandon. Thank you so much, DeLevy. It's been a great year. I love doing the play-by-play. It's my favorite thing to do on the channel. And I'm happier to pig in mud when I get to do this, man, especially a Super Bowl. My gosh, this is just a dream come true. But I hope it's a great party out there, DeLevy. Hopefully you guys are celebrating big. And boy, we are so close, man. We are so close. 24 mere minutes away. 24 mere minutes away. Come on. Come on. Appreciate you, DeLevy. Matthew Flowden, thank you for the $2 dono. Says, deep breaths, Brando. Watch that blood pressure. It's hard, man. It's hard. Nerves are definitely kicking in here. Definitely kicking in. But thank you, Matthew. Appreciate you. Banker L. Priest, thank you for another $2 dono as well. We got our Rams folks in the house giving some love, giving some support today. How about these folks? Very kind of them. He says, I'm on track for saying Hawks by 20, Brando. I hope so. I'll take the 20-pointer. I'll take that as a win, man. I hope you're right on it. And looking pretty good so far. We can just keep playing tack on. That'd be great. I don't care if we got to do it 3 points at a time. I don't care. Just keep tacking it on. Keep adding it on. Keep stacking it. Keep getting this defense rested up on the other side when you flip the ball back over to them. You know what I'm saying? Let's go, Banker. Let's go. 12-0 Seahawks. 9:12 to go here in the third quarter. Very kind of you guys on all the support. Really thank you for your donations. If you can for me today, hit that like button. Got people looking for hot content right now, looking for coverage of this game. You can help them out in that way, in that manner right now by hitting that like button. Gray's able over there on his side, flexing his hand a little bit. They're wrapping up the tape, so something bothering him on his hand a little bit. Hopefully he's okay. All right, 9:12. Here's the kickoff. This will drive this to the 5-yard line of the Patriots where they'll take it up from there. And he will be tackled. Nicely done there. Tyrese Knight able to get the job done. Very good job by Tyrese Knight. He's been an awesome player for you on special teams this year. Just awesome. All right. Come on, dark side.
The power of the dark side.
I imagine Kakai Zabel will be fine. I imagine he'll be okay. Or at least he'll get through this game. We'll see. All right. 1st and 10 for the Patriots. They now come out under center this time after coming out in shotgun last time. Fullback look for them. Kind of an interesting look here. They're going to go with a pitch play to Travion Henderson here. And they get a nice play with Travion. 8 or 9 yards there. Seattle loading up a little bit for the inside game. You got to know when Travion comes out there that they're going to try to get to the edges on you. That's where they're going to go. You got to be aware of that personnel-wise when he's out on the football field. Nice run for Travion. Last 2 drives, he's had a couple of carries here. Maybe this is a way the Patriots start to look to attack. 9-yard gain there on first down. Back under center here again. Henderson in the backfield. Seahawks going with a 5-man front here. Hand off here to Henderson. Henderson is caught right at the line of scrimmage, and he's going nowhere. Might even be a loss on the play there. Drake Thomas was there. Seahawks defense stifling, just stifling. Byron Murphy making a play inside there. Nicely done. Yeah, Murphy just completely controlled his block the whole way. You ain't blocking Murphy with Bradbury. Give me a break. That ain't going to work. Marcus Lawrence also in there eating up Campbell's lunch. 3rd down and 1 for the Patriots. Trips to the far side of the field. Now Diggs will go in motion here. Witherspoon steps up. You got pressure mounting here on May. And he cannot get it in there. A little bit off target there to Douglas. Pressure starting to bear in on the back of May. And the Patriots are going to have to call off their unit. This is where you've got to be aware of the fake punt here on 4th and 1. And you can't jump off sides. So you got to be indicator here on 4th and 1. An interesting decision not to go for it there from the Patriots' perspective. But you need your keys on point. Don't jump off sides, guys. You jumped off sides and then you called almost last time. Patriots are showing some interesting looks here. Be careful. Be careful. And here's the punt. Shaheed skied back. Fair catch call for him. He'll receive it there at the 18-yard line. Seahawks offense can take over with a potentiality here with a scoring touchdown drive of being able to put this game away if you can do it. Say nothing of eating a bunch of clock. Come on. Come on. I'll be right back, folks. All right, so we know we got that screen game you can go back to, and you're going to get a desperate Patriot team coming on the other side of this. We'll see where Kubiak goes here. You got 27 passing attempts in this game. Technically, you've got 28 dropbacks when you factor in Darnold's got the one scramble for 11 yards as well. So you have leaned a little bit more into passing in this game than rushing it. Just would be nice to just bury the 7.5 minutes left, go get a tutty, and put this out at in the 19-0 or whatever. Go for 2 and try to get the 20 at that point and see what decision you'd make there. That'd be that'd be nice. We'd all take that right now, wouldn't we? I'd still be a little careful from a Kubiak's perspective of getting too conservative here. Yeah, you want to remember running the ball, and you want to run the ball for sure. But you also want to just be ultimately very, very careful. Just hit that like button if you get a chance, folks. And subbing on up. It is free to you. Sub on up. Much appreciated. Seattle comes out. 7:34 to go here in the third quarter, up 12-0. First and 10 with a long field in front of them. Sam under center. 3 wide receiver look here from the Seahawks. Play action pass. Sam dropping back. Sam is going to get sacked. Jeez. Milton Williams finally got home. Gosh, you had a double on him too. You ran Bradford there, and you had Walker, I think, helping him on that play, and it wasn't enough. Bradford completely whiffed off the jump, then couldn't recover. Ooh. Well, he always gives you one of those reps a game, doesn't he? Second down and 18 after that. Yikes. And a bubble screen that looked ugly from the jump there just got completely snuffed out. JSN comes up limping after the play. And it looks like JSN's been dealing with something going on with his ankle right now. They're rubbing his ankle over on the sideline. He's limping on it a little bit. Third down and 14. Seahawks will go inside here to Walker. Walker able to go get about a 6-yard gain there. And the Seahawks will get a quick 3 and off. Patriots defense, man, has done a good job today. They have just found a way. They kept Seattle out of the end zone here, and they have definitely found their way to get the ball back their offense and give their offense some chances. We'll see if Dixon can potentially keep up the punting here. He's going to be basically kicking from about his 5-yard line here, hoping to flip this field position if he can. He gets into this one. It's going to be able to be returned. Uh-oh. We got a flag here. There's a flag on the play. Nice return by Jones, but we do have a flag. He reversed field a little bit on that one, and those are always the ones you worry about, blocking the black, blocking the back. And that's just what you get on Nehemiah Pritchett. The guy pushed him right in the back there, right out in the open, right where the play was at. That's going to be called every time. All right. Ball goes back to Drake May and the Patriots. Seahawks defense has been just phenomenal today. Oh, goodness. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. GBH, thank you for the $10 donation, GB. Appreciate the hard work this season. Your reward is a 1.5 away. Boy, I can taste it, man. It's right there. It's right there, and I maintain we still got it. Patriots are going to give us still their best punch here, and we got to be aware of it and ready for it, but it's been a great game so far. Teams played a hell of a game. And like this year, finding a way. It doesn't have to be pretty. You know what I mean? But thank you for watching this year, GB. Thank you for your support. It's been a great year, man. And what a finish it would be to go and get this dub if we can do it in the Super Bowl. God, I hope so, man. I pray to God we get this one. Please, Lord above. But thank you, man. Much love to you too as well. I appreciate all of your support. Matthew, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, bend, don't break equals Pat's trick play. Watch out. Just lulling us into a sense of comfort, Matthew. Into a sense of comfort, I tell you. I love it, brother. I love it, man. Let's go. You got a horse teaching a bird how to fly. It's pretty funny. Seahawks should definitely do this commercial. If Budweiser's with us, then you know America's with us. Let's go, Matthew. I love it, brother. I love it. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. May playing like the robbed MVP. Laughing my ass off. Oh, hell yeah. And we've got Jackson Smith going into the tent here. Not a good sign. Hopefully Jackson's okay. Thank you for the $2 don't know, man. And definitely this was, as I maintained before he won it, this was MVP, was easy to go to Stafford. You know, he was the man deserving of it. All right, shotgun look, quick snap here by Drake May off the rip here. He's got a lot of time to look, and he is going to get swallowed up in the pocket for a sack by the Seattle Seahawks. Byron Murphy back there. Boye Mafe back there. Riley Mills a little bit in the mix as well. Second down. Drake looking down the field and just not seeing a lot of things clearly down the field from the coverage from Seattle. And they're running front four, so you're getting 7 guys dropping back at that point. Not a lot of easy window throws to be found there from Drake, and everything happening very fast. Just a 2-yard loss. He's able to fall forward in the front of the pocket. So second down and 12 here. Trips to the short side of the field. Shotgun look here for Drake. Dropping back to pass again here. He's going to get a completion in. A nice job there for about a 8-yard gain here. And this will bring up a third down and about 4 for the Patriots. 4:16 to go here in the third quarter. Drake and shotgun. Seahawks with a 5-man front here. Eamon Wari drifting around too, almost kind of like a linebacker behind Ernest Jones, like he's going to blitz as well. Seahawks bring it from the other side with Witherspoon. Witherspoon gets back in there. That ball's going to be hurt. That ball's going to be incomplete. Let's go. Get off the field.
The power of the dark side.
Great job by the Seahawks defense on that stand. Pressure quickly right in his face. Devin Witherspoon again on the blitz. Really exotic look there from the Seahawks. Drake's got to put that out on Booty. It's a tough catch for Booty there. Couldn't quite reel it in, and you got another punt here for the Patriots. Rashid Shaheed back deep now. He's going to fair catch this ball at the 21-yard line. What a job by this defense. What a defensive performance. They are putting on a show right now. Just those exact timed up blitzes at just the right moments. Not that you run it fast and furious and constant, but that you're intermixing it in. And he's seeing those front four, and the pressure's coming with the front four, and then suddenly comes the blitz, and suddenly that clock gets to sped up, and you've been hitting this kid all game, and you've been sacking him all game, and now that starts to culminate. That starts to add up. Starts to stack. Thank you again, Banker, for the $2 don't know. You're well-placed and well-timed, the no-no, in addition to that as well. Joe Strew, thank you for the $5 donation, Joe. We are seeing the difference between the MVP and the runner-up. No comparison. Super Bowl was last week. Go Hawks. Finish strong. Indeed. Stafford's on a different level playing the quarterback position right now. He is in what he does and what he brings to the position. And it's so much more beyond, big arm, elder statesman quarterback that's figured the sport out. There's so much that goes into it, having us having to play him 3 times this year. And yeah, you're seeing those differences across the board in this game, just beyond just necessarily the pure production of what you're getting from Drake May in this game. But the Seahawks defense has also put together a great game plan. This is, so far through this game, been the best game plan of the year for this Mike McDonald defense. Not just the execution, not just the no points given up, but how much flourishes are brought into this attack, how perfectly timed up you're getting these blitzes in while not just running it with the front four 24/7 either to the other side of it. Let's finish this strong. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Let's get this finished strong. Come on, offense now. Let's get out here and let's put this down. Let's put this down. Matthew, thank you for the $2 donation. Matthew, y'all okay? I would be worried if it were Brady, though. Y'all be okay. I'd be worried if it were Brady, though. Definitely when you got a GOAT you're going up against, and look, you faced the same Brady we faced in that way. It's not fun. And that guy can find a way, and there was just something about him that was a little magical that could make it happen. And so, I think Drake's going to come along with years. I think he's dangerous with time. And look, they're not out of this game yet either. So it's far from over yet. But very young quarterback against this defense. Could be a long day at the office. And especially when Mike is in his bag like he's been in his bag tonight. How impressive has it been? All right. Sam, under center now. Tight end goes in motion, 2 tight end look. He's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. He's got a 3-4 defensive look from the Patriots with an 8th man in the box. He's going to hand this off to Walker. Walker is going to dance around a little bit and just got nowhere to go. Patriots completely loaded up for the box on that one, and they're able to bring him down the backfield. Sam tried to fake it like he was changing the play there when he wasn't really changing the play, and Jackson Smith-Njigba is going back to the locker room, which is not a good sign for your Seattle Seahawks here as you're trying to close this thing out. Not good. 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. Concussion on JSN. All right. Sam, dropping back to throw. Tries to get it in there to Cooper Kupp, and he just can't. There's no separation there on the play, and Sam's looking around for somebody breaking open, and nobody broke open. That's a big loss with JSN here, man. God, that's a big loss. Sam puts that out a little bit ahead of Cooper on some of these throws, and recently with Sam, it was a little bit off here. You got to get that out in front of Cooper and not put it back on the defender there. He had created separation. You got to get this, you got to put that out in front of him if you're Sam. 3rd down and long, dropping back to throw. Gets it under to Cooper Kupp. Cooper's trying to go fight for the 1st down, but it isn't happening. It's 4th down. Both defenses are just putting the clamps on the offense right now. And yeah, Sam's got to make that. The previous play, the throw's got to be more to the inside. And he's a couple of the throws, last couple possessions, even on getting the field goal there, where you had Cooper Kupp out there and just getting just a little bit off on some of these throws. We got to get this locked in, Sam. Michael Dixon back out on the field here for the punt. Giving these Patriots a long time to find their footing in this game. Dixon with the punt. This will go deep. This will land, and this is going to roll. Come on, baby. Roll, baby, roll. Roll, baby, roll. That's where the Patriots will take over. 1:55 left in the third quarter here to go. Little old snowboarding lady, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, not to jinx us, but Sam has not thrown an interception. Well, that is the good part that he has maintained in this game that I like, is that we've avoided the turnovers in this game, which is great to see. And hopefully now we can finish it off offensively. I think we're going to have to do a little bit more than just 3 and outing through the rest of this game to go get this dub. Going to need a little bit more from him on this. But he has been able to avoid that, and that's a big, big factor here, little old snowboarding lady. Shotgun look for the Patriots. Drake instead's going to hand this off. Seattle's all over that play. Good job by DeMarcus Lawrence there to be Johnny on the spot, make the tackle quickly once Travion Henderson broke past the line of scrimmage for just a short 2-yard gain. Big factor in this game. Both teams have been able to keep things clean as far as the turnover goes. Be nice right now to get a nice pick 6 here, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be just a nice timed thing if we could get that pulled off? 2nd down and 7. Again, shotgun look here. Drake looking. Boy, he breaks the pocket and somehow or another gets away. Wow. We got a flag out on the field here. And we might have holding on Seattle. It's in the indicator here of in the secondary on this one. And indeed, it's going to be on the Seahawks defense. He had to hold up in coverage for a long period of time there. The pass rush, just for one of the rare times in this moment in this game, was not able to get home there. And Witherspoon happened to kind of hold on out there for a great deal of time. First down and 10 for the Patriots. May under center here. 2 tight end look for the Pats. Play action pass. He's hit as he throws it there. And that ball will be knocked out of bounds. DeMarcus Lawrence almost had a strip sack fumble there. He was almost there. He was able to affect the quarterback's throw on the throw, but almost got there with the strip sack. He got right around Will Campbell, and boy, that was close. Good thing Drake's got a quick motion, man. That's the only thing that saved him there was that quick trigger of his. Second down and 10. Drake back in shotgun again here. Seahawks with a 6-man front. They bring that blitz again from the other side. They're going to try to attack the other side on the flat route. They hit it with Imanwari. But it's a quick, short, little tiny gain there for about 4 or 5 yards, maybe. 3rd down and 5 here now. Clock continues to wind under 38 seconds to go in the third quarter. Third and 5. Drake back in shotgun. He's got 4 wide. Dropping back to throw here. He's going to step up into the pocket. He's got a fumble. Ball's out. Ball's out. Byron Murphy's got it. Strip sack fumble and he's on it. This Seahawks defense is unconscious right now. They cannot be stopped. Was that Derek Hall? Hall coming in on the strip sack flyby move. And then Byron Murphy pounced on it like, we may have a big cat somewhere else, but he pounced on that thing like a cat. What a great timing of a turnover there. And just a great collective effort by the pass rush there. You run with the front 4. Leonard Williams flushes him up. D-Law rips the ball out. Byron Murphy flops on top of it. Team defense, baby. Leo Williams wreck shop on the front side. In comes D-Law ripping it out. Let's go. Let's go. Stick the dagger in their heart, Sam. Stick it in their heart. 1st and 10 Seahawks. 3 wide receiver look here. A throw out into space into Barner. Love the play call here to him. And a first down catch and run for Barner. Love it too. You come out with a play action pass and a nice easy throw out into Barner for Sam. You've been seeing a little bit of these high leverage, high difficulty type throws that he's having to throw. Come back with something a little bit easier on the throw out into the flat. Love it. First down Seahawks on that play. A lot of window dressing there. Fake to Walker. Fake then the end around back to Shaheed. Then come back on Barner on the drag route underneath. Mwah. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss, baby. Let's go. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay, come on, baby. hoodie. Matthew Plowden, thank you for another $2 donation. Says, shutout? Has that ever been done in the Super Bowl? I'm going off the top of my head to say that no, it hasn't. I would definitely say that I would be surprised if we've ever seen a shutout in the Super Bowl. I think this would be a first. What a defensive performance today. I mean, this has been just absolutely, utterly a phenomenal performance. They've got 22 collective yards right now. It shows for them as far as passing. What a game. What a defense.
The power of the dark side.
What a defense. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, with Cliff joining, I'm ready for the upcoming wars. Oh, was Cliff joining your guys' coaching staff? Boy, he was a name that was super hot and then got super cold over just one season that fast, huh? But certainly he adds to the brain power of your staff. Can't hurt to have that, especially with the LaFleur loss. With you guys, not having that, having him taken there by the Cardinals, that does leave a hole that you need filled there. And one thing Sean McVay has always done from day one with going to the Rams is building a great staff. He just knows how to look for great talent out there. And it's one thing to be a great coach, but building the staff is a really underrated component of being a great coach. And he does that. So I imagine Cliff will come there and Cliff will have some tricks of the trade of his own to kind of bring in there with some of the air raid influence Banker. Maybe get a little bit of that into the offense a bit here and there where it can work. So that's kind of interesting. Still Dreamin'. Thank you for the $5 donation. Still Dreamin'. Says, let's put this baby away. Come on, baby. Let's do it. Come on. Put it away, baby. Put it away. Thank you for the $5. All right, Sam, under center here. Ball at the 26-yard line. 2 tight end look. Cooper Kupp goes in motion. Tariq Young in the game as well. Hand off here to Walker. Walker dancing around behind the line of scrimmage, looking for something, anything to find there, and he just kind of falls forward for about a yard gain. As we now click down, 14:48 to go here in the fourth quarter. See how the play calling goes here with Clint and what Mike might advise him here, or if he just lets him roll it free. Sam under center again here now. 2 tight end look, Walker in the backfield. Cooper Kupp sliding into an H-back look here. Play action pass. Sam looking for Cooper Kupp on an odd looking throw there. And good coverage down the field, tight coverage down the field, just no one open there. And right now, Mike McDonald's looking for a little bit of help from the referee on that play. He didn't like how Kupp was. Definitely the defender never really turned around, but that's probably going to be a tough call to get in the Super Bowl here. I get Mike wanting it, but I get why you're not getting it either there necessarily. 3rd down and 9 now. Quick snap here by the Seahawks. Sam dropping back to throw. He's got Cooper Kupp for a first down. Cooper Kupp drugged out of bounds for a first down. Let's go. Cooper coming up big with his 6th catch of the game. No JSN out there due to the concussion. Cooper getting open. Nicely done. Wonderful route there by Cooper Kupp. Great job in pass protection by the Seattle Seahawks, giving Sam the time there. You need the longer developing route to roll there. You need the pass pro to hold up. Rashid Shaheed goes in motion here prior to the snap. Seahawks back under center with the 2 tight end look here. Barner going in motion here prior to the snap. Play action pass by Sam. He's got to throw it up over the top. He's got a man. He's got a man! A.J. Barner in the back of the end zone! Touchdown, Seahawks! Oh, baby! We finally put it on through! Seattle goes and gets the touchdown on top of him! Stamp that dagger down, baby! Let's go! 5-play, 37-yard drive for a touchdown! Big balls, Kubiak! I ain't trying to just eke this out. I ain't trying to not lose this game. You want the Super Bowl? You want to be champion? You go and take that thing. $18-0 Seahawks. Extra point up here. Snap is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. 19-0 Seattle. Beautiful throw by Sam. Beautiful play call there by Kubiak. Come back out after that first down with Cooper Kupp. The Patriots are going to be loaded for bear on the running game. And rather than getting caught up in, well, we just got to run, we got to grind the clock out. You hit that pass protection there, there's a good chance you can catch them with their pants down the field in coverage. Because they're going to start selling out. Because they are aware that this is getting a little bit more desperate. Beautiful play call. Beautiful play call by Coobs. Let's go. Simogen. Very well timed. Thank you for the $100 donation, Simogen. Oh, you're very kind. Very, very kind of you, Simogen, with that $100 donation drop. Woo, let's go. Another wonderful game to enjoy with you, Brandon. I enjoy your insights into the how and you break the game down. We are lucky to have you, and you say the game either way. Thank you again for all the work you do. Well, I really appreciate you for all the support you've given, not just in this $100 donation, not just in the stream prior here today, but throughout this time, throughout these years. I know you've been riding with me for a while here, Simogen, and I really thank you for that type of support. It's you folks, where we be in the dregs of the offseason or whenever, that are, as I say, keeping the lights on, allowing me to be able to do this. I love doing it. It's not hard work for me at all, but it's you guys that allow me to do this so I don't have to go get some normal everyday job in the interim. I get to just do this 24/7. And it has been so much fun to watch this team and be able to break a team down that through the first couple of years of doing this channel, I had to concentrate a little bit more on some of the negative elements that were existing with this team that had to be addressed and needed to be solved and needed to be figured out. And now to be on this other side of it, to where you can see how it's truly being built right and smart and correct. And then that paying out in this way as it's paying out is just, it's like the world makes sense, I guess is how I would say it. The world just makes sense. But thank you, Simogen. I appreciate the $100 donation. I appreciate all of your support and also the very your kind words as well. Hell of a game. Hell of a game, this football. Hell of a sport. And thank you. Appreciate you. That's very, very kind. So kind. Kyle, thank you for the $2 donation. MVP runner-up, coach of the year, assistant coach of the year, 0 points. There we go. There we go. Let's go. Let's go. As I always say, you can have all your individual awards. It's a team sport. Take all those individual. Take them all. Take them all. Just give me that one trophy. Give me this one trophy right here. That's the only thing I'm worried about. That's the only thing I care about. That's the only thing that matters. Let's go. Peter Van Gent, thank you for the $5 donation. I'll get right back to this 1 second, Peter. All right, we got the kickoff here. Seahawks are going to go ahead and drive this back and have them come out 35-yard line, make them work. Don't let them even get back a quick kick return. Don't give them any juice point. I get that. That's a smart move. Makes a lot of sense there. Makes a lot of sense. $19-0 Seattle, 13:23 to go here. Patriots do have all 3 of their timeouts. They're going to look to try to get up this football field quickly. Drake back in shotgun. 3 wide receiver look, dropping back to pass. He's got pressure mounting again. Flush from the pocket again. He's going to break the pocket here and get out of bounds after a short gain. He got maybe about 6 yards there. You do wonder at one point or another here. Clock is rolling here. Vrabel's hot on the sideline about something. 2nd down and 4. Rabel's trying to talk. I don't know if the Patriots took a timeout there or not. Clock is stopped for some reason. It's getting chippy between Quandre Diggs or not quite, Stefan Diggs and Kobe Bryant gave him a nice little, Job gave him Josh Job punched the guy. Jesus, Job, chill, bro. Chill. Is Job going to get pushed out for that? So Woolen on the field, that might have been Job, who just got kicked out of the game on that punch. Ooh. Got to have more control than that. You can't be throwing a punch on the football field. I still understand these players can't understand. There's no point in punching a guy. You're not going to knock the dude out on the field. The best case scenario is you break your hand on his helmet. What is the point of that? I look tough. Well, you cost your team. Now you're out the whole game. 2nd down and 4. Officials taking a long period of time to figure this all out. Come on. Drake drops back to throw. Pressure mounting on him again. Oh my God, he somehow completes it into a sea of Seahawks hands. Golly. Great throw by Drake May. Just right between 4 Seahawks defenders standing there. Jesus. Onto the Seahawks side of the field. They're threatening now. Drake going deep again here. And Woolen's going to get beat deep. Touchdown. Great job, Job. Great job, Job. Very smart. There we go. 57-second drive, and you don't have depth. Oh, my God. God, these players are so stupid sometimes. God, dude, why do you got to punch him? I don't get it. I just don't get it, man. These guys just can't help themselves sometime on the football field. Like, dude, you just cost your team. Like, dude, damn, that was way too easy. Holy crap. And Woolen, talk about being unprepared. You just gave up 2 completions. What are you doing? Take your finger out of your butt, dude. God, when he gets smoke showed, it's just like no chance. You're supposed to be 4.26, and you got a guy that's probably like 4.7 with Mac Hollins outrunning you down the field. What are you doing? What a horrible sequence that just was. Like, Job just completely just like, come on, D. Peter, I want that 0. Maybe it's greedy, but I want it. Would be a historic stamp on this thing, and our defense deserves it. Thank you for that $5 donation. Well, there went the 0 on that. Thanks to Josh Job deciding that he was in a boxing ring rather than on a football field. I don't get the thinking there. Hopefully that one doesn't cost us, because now we have to run the rest of the game with Woolen out there, and he just looked like he's completely not ready to play this football game. Alex, thank you for the $2 donation. MVP Myers. Very well might be. There's not a clear-cut one that absolutely 100% makes sense beyond any other one in this game. Maybe he's the guy that makes as much sense as anybody else, Alex. To your point on that. I'm open to that potentially being the possibility here. My mom in the house. Good to see you, Mom. Thank you for the $2 donation, Mom. And y'all are very kind. Aloha and go Hawks from Jamie and Linzo. Well, what's up, Jamie and Linzo? Hope you're doing well out there. Go Hawks. Hope everyone's having a great party out there in Hawaii, as I know you guys are definitely are. Naked Cowboy, thank you for the $20 donation. Naked Cowboy, let's go. You guys are just amazing in your support. Says, thank you, Brandon, for a season of casting and fantastic analysis with all the homies. Made the season so much enjoyable, more enjoyable. It's a barner burner. It is going to be a barner burner. And we still ain't over yet here with this one. I'll tell you that. But thank you, Naked Cowboy, for the $20 donation. It's been my pleasure. It's been an awesome season. It's been great to hang with those homies and chop it up talking about this team and this season. And appreciate you watching, man. But thank you, man. That's very kind for the $20 donation. Very, very, very kind. Boy, this game is going to be about a 5-hour football game, I think. The amount of commercials we've gotten, we've now crossed over 3 hours and 10 minutes into this game, and we still have most of a fourth quarter left to go. They are getting their commercials money's worth tonight, aren't they? Holy mackerel, this game's long. Okay, thank you for the $20 donation there, Naked. Appreciate you. Very kind of you, man, and appreciate all that support. Banker El Priest, thank you for the $2 donation. Since Pat's exposed for an easy schedule. Bittersweet. I don't think that they're done yet. As I've been saying, I think you're still going to get a good swing. It's great. We got that touchdown finally, but we're going to have to still counter, and we don't have JSN here still the rest of this game. So this ain't in pocket yet. I ain't counting my chickens until they're hatched. And we got to still put some work in here to close this thing out. There's a lot of football left, and we just got down one of our corners who had played a pretty great game up until that point. So we will see what happens. Still dreaming. Thank you for the $2 donation. That touchdown looked very familiar from Barner, kind of similar to the one that he had with the Rams, right? Short kickoff here to Shaheed. Shaheed will take this up here at the, gets it up to about the 32-yard line where the offense will take over from there. He looked like that kind of touchdown that he had against the Rams in the deep back edge there. You know what I mean? Kind of similar in that. Yeah. I saw the same. Kind of maybe that same play call, in fact, they're still dreaming. But thank you for the $2 donation. All right. Whew. See if Kubiak's got another answer here for this Patriot defense. 12:22 to go here in the game. Jackson Smith standing on the sidelines. Seahawks come out with a 3 tight end look here. Arroyo back as a fullback. Play action pass. Sam wanted to go to Arroyo. Comes back over to Rashid Shaheed and completes it. Nice job there. Good play. Down the field to Shaheed. Good job by Sam. Got a little levels concept there. Arroyo wasn't open early, and Jackson Smith's going to come back out onto the football field here, which is a good sign. But you had Shaheed running a levels concept behind him. You had Arroyo then on the front side. And nice job there. First down. No, they're giving the first down on that play. Okay. Nice spot. 1st and 10. Barner goes in motion here. 6-man front from the Patriots, anticipating a run. That's just what they're going to get with Walker. Walker runs into a pile there. 2nd down. You're getting sell out for the run to the nth degree here from the Patriots at this point. It's going to be hard to get much rushing attack on this. I mean, they're already kind of doing it on the best of times. They're really laying out right now for this. Kupp trying to block the edge, but that edge was firing all the way down the line. 2nd down and 11, loss of 1 on the play. JSN goes in motion out of the backfield. It's a screen play that's set up here, and this is just not going to go anywhere. Incomplete pass. Sam's got to dirt it. They tried to go to the screenplay there and just got snuffed out completely by the Patriots defense. Love the call from Kubiak. Seemed like that was just the right time. Patriots just were sensing it all the way, it seems like. Yeah, good job by the Patriots. They just completely snuffed that thing completely out. 3rd down and 11. 11 minutes to go here in the 4th quarter. Blitz look here from the Patriots again. Sam dropping back to throw. Sam is going to uncork this deep up over the top. And boy, Just can't get it there to Shaheed. You love it. He put it out in front of him and let Shaheed try to run under it, and Shaheed just couldn't quite run underneath that. God, he had him there. He was open deep. He just couldn't get under it. A little too far. I like Sam throwing it out there in front of him and letting him try to run under it, though. Oh, just missed it. Golly, just missed it. So close. Great punt by Dixon. Great punt by Dixon down at the 1 yard line. Let's go. Nice job by Dixon, who's just punted his ass off today. Just punted his ass off today. Okay, Woolen, wake the F up, please. Please. And I know we got some donos here, but we got the play-by-play, so it's going to be, if you do donate, it's going to take me a little bit of time to get your donations right now with this game winding down, even the big ones, so bear with me on that as I will try to get to you guys as fast as I can on this, but we got action going on. I'm feeling here they're going to go right to it. Yeah, no commercial break, so bear with me on those. 10:40 to go here in the fourth quarter. Seahawks up 19-7. The Patriots sitting in their own end zone at the 4 yard line is where they'll spot the ball. 3 wide for Drake. Seahawks dropping back into coverage here. He's going to loop this over the top as Drake and nobody home there. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Second down and 10. Shotgun. 3 wide. Seahawks bringing a blitz here. Imanwari gets there, but you got nobody out in the flat there to take on Ramondre Stevenson, and he'll go get the first down. Nobody picked up Stevenson. Great job by Drake, man. I don't think he saw that blitz coming, and he reacted really fast to finding his outlet out there in the flat. First and 10, quick snap. Drake May going deep once again here. Almost intercepted there. Kobe Bryant was deep on the play, and he was able to get it off. Almost picked off, just kind of threw it up there for grabs to Drake May. And Seahawks had 3 defenders kind of there. Almost Kobe was able to reel that one in. Oh, that might have been game if he could have caught that thing. Ten minutes and 2 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 10. Ball at the 18-yard line. Fake blitz by the Seahawks. Just a front 4 here they're coming with. Ball will be completed for a very short gain of about 3 yards or so there for Hunter Henry. Clock continues to roll. 3rd down. Ooh, I don't think that's a catch. Mike might want to challenge that. Challenge that, Mike. Challenge that, Mike. No. Okay. Pressure coming. Seahawks just completely. God, geez, dude. Drake May with a scramble there. First down. Pressure just completely lost contain to the inside there. Everything got wide and just, oof, that was ugly looking from the rip. Another blitz here. Seahawks bringing a lot of pressure. Another completion out. Like Drake's seeing the pressure right now and he's hitting on the out. Seattle's getting a little blitz happy here and they're catching him. 8 minutes and 56 seconds to go here in the fourth quarter. 2nd down and 3. The Patriots are going to have to run a little bit of hurry up here now. Pressure is there. Drake steps up into the pocket. It's going to be picked. Julian Love's got it. Julian, take it back, baby. Take it back. Julian's got the interception. He's running back forward, and he's into Patriot territory after the interception. It's good. It's good. Let's go. Let's go. Big play by Love. Let's go. He's lost a couple throws on this drive. Drake's starting to get into that press mode. Can't blame him for that. He threw already one up a couple plays ago and got away with one with Kobe Bryant back there. Decided to try this again down there. He's got deep help. I mean, Love's right there over the top. He can't step into the throw, though. Great pressure by the Seahawks as well. I mean, they're bearing right down on him. It's Jaron Reed and Byron Murphy down there just sitting on it. And the throw goes over the top, and that will be picked off. Let's go. Let's go. Nice job by Julian Love, and love to see him take that thing back there. 1st and 10 now, ball on the 38-yard line into Patriot territory. Walker in the backfield, 3 tight end look here for the Seahawks. Pitch play out wide here to Walker. Walker's got some space to work with. Walker down the sideline there for a nice run. 1st down, Seahawks. 8:31 to go in the 4th quarter. Clock tick, tick, ticking. 8:15 to go. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Roll clock. Roll clock. 2 wide receiver look here for the Seahawks. 6-man or a 3-4 look here from the Patriots. Hand off to Walker. Walker, stutter step, gets forward. Walker still on his feet. Walker with another 10-yard gain. Let's go, 1st down. 23rd carry of the game there for Walker. Now 128 yards in this baby. What a run by Walker. He's been so strong. So strong. Just waited, found the hole to develop. Sundell and Zabel just working their block, waited for it to set itself up, and then just plowed on through. 1st and 10 for the Seahawks. Taking that play clock down to 1 second. Walker, again, nice little carry there for about 3 yards, 2 to 3 yards there before he's wound down. Let's go. Come on, baby. $6:42 to go here in the 4th quarter. Can the Seahawks put this away? Sam under center. 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. Men going back and forth in motion. Walker bounces it outside. Walker slips on his own feet there. And he will be down for a short gain, but that clock will just continue to click and tick and tick and click and tick. Come on, baby. Roll, 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 roll. Let's see what they do here on 3rd down. Do they throw it? Do they stay with the run and just eat another 35, 40 seconds up off the clock? Third down and 7 for the Seahawks. Sam in shotgun. JSN goes in motion, 3 wides, trips to the far side of the field. Hololani to Darnold's left. Sam dropping back to throw. He's going to get this out to JSN. JSN will get this completed and brought down after a short gain. And this will take us to 4th down for the Seahawks, who will probably take another field goal with Jason Myers. Patriots are going to be forced to have to take their first time out as well with this now. Seahawks can extend this out if they can hit this field goal, 22-7. Come on, Myers. Come on, Jason. Fitting that the man who scored the most points in the NFL since LaDainian Tomlinson is stepping out now for his potential 4th field goal of the day. Short little kick here. 26-yarder. Snap is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. Seahawks take a 22-7 lead with 5:35 to go in this football game. The Patriots down to just 2 timeouts. Here we go. I'll be right back. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I'm a little late on these donos, but just want to show some love back over here. Thank you again, Still Dreaming, for the $2 donation. Again, on that touchdown did look familiar. That was big to Barner there. Boy, that was big. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I am in tears. Paul is smiling down on us all. Underestimated all year, and now this. Happy 50th birthday to us. Let's get it done. Let's get it done, Megan. We're right there. We are right there. Oh, man, we are so close. Shaymon Truckin', thank you for the $2 donation. No note in there, Shaymon, just the $2 dono drop. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you. Hope you're having a good one. Oh, we got me in the house with a $100 donation. Let's go, me. Very, very, very kind of you, me. I thank you for that $100 drop, man. It's good to see you in the house as well. One of the big, great contributors to this channel. Been rocking with us for a while. And they're the off season, keeping the lights on, as I said. And yeah, I've been through the season as well. Dropped like a 500 dono about 2 weeks ago. Man, appreciate all of your support. You're so very, very kind. It says, give them nothing, but take from them everything. Let them go. Close this shit out, Hawks. Close it out. Put them down. Come on. We are right there. Right there. And that's right. Give them nothing. Let me get my monster voice for this one.
Give them nothing, but take from them everything.
Let's go. Let's go. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. She says, we did not care what you think. Let's effing go. Hey, Mike McDonald, you guys aren't supposed to be in the Super Bowl.
Bow, 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 bow. Y'all some booty cheek.
All right, picked the wrong one. Hey, Mike McDonald, you're not supposed to be in the Super Bowl.
We did not care.
Hey, Mike McDonald, you can't win the Super Bowl this year. It's too early.
We did not care.
Hey, Mike McDonald, you got the third youngest roster in football. You can't win it right now.
We did not care.
We did not care. Here's the kickoff for the Seahawks. They're going to drop it back right at about the 1. Got to defend. There's Jason Myers laying it out on the kick return. Nice kick return by Travion Henderson. Patriots will take over from there. Thank you, Megan, for the donation. 22-7 work is not done yet. 5:29 to go in this football game. Drake May stepping back out on the field. Come on, baby. How about Myers with the hit there on the tackle, huh? How about Myers in there? Might have just earned himself the MVP on that one. But it's good field goal position for them. Nice return. Ball at the 38-yard line. May dropping back to pass. 4-man front from the Seahawks, closing in around him. And they will swallow him up. Down he goes. Byron Murphy with the sack. Everybody coming to the party today. It ain't no fun if the homies can't have none. Byron says, it's my turn. It's my turn now. I get one of these. Drake coming up quickly. He's got to run a little bit of nowhere. Hurry up. Dropping back to throw again. He's going to throw this out into the flat. Seattle rallying up on the ball carrier. He'll be ran out of bounds. Will Stevenson on a short gain, bringing up third down. Clock will stop. 4:57 to go here in the fourth quarter. Third down and 8. Seattle lining up. Creative look here. Garrett Hall standing up in the B gap, 4-man front. Seahawks looping the pressure around here a little bit. Patriots find a man open for a completion and a first down. Come on, D. Come on, D. Seattle trying to slide guys in and out here a little bit. Bringing the pressure. Fumble? Fumble? We might have a fumble. Who's going to nose us up with it? He's down to 5. And Genoso is going in. Is this going to stand? Is this going to stand? Touchdown, Seahawks! Oh, baby, was it a strip sack? We will see. Devin Witherspoon, shock blitz by Witherspoon, and I believe Eamon Witherspoon's been there all night long. Did he get home once again? Oh, baby. Oh, baby, did he get home? Uchenna Nwosu right there to pick it up as soon as it went down. Let us see. Let us see what the ruling is. If it's not an incomplete pass, that'll be the 7th sack of the game for the Seahawks defense. For the moment, it is the call on the field is touchdown. And it's in. It's good, baby. It's good. It's good. It's a touchdown. The extra point is going up and through. 29-7. 29-7 Seahawks. Devin Witherspoon with the sack. The Seattle Seahawks are going to win the Super Bowl. Let's go. Let's go. Woo. Woo. Oh, what a call. How fitting is that? How fitting is that? Mike McDonald been in his bag all game long. Running both a double blitz with both Jones and Witherspoon. Witherspoon, who's been a problem as a blitzer all game long. All game long. Able to attack the hand on the back of the throw and force, and it's not even a fumble. Uchenna Nwosu picks it out of the air. Doesn't matter whether it was a fumble. He just picked the thing out of the air. I couldn't even tell that from the angle. Smart play by Uchenna. And he walks it in, and how fitting is that? This defense today that put the damn clamps down on this offense puts up the exclamation point right then and there. Oh, you think Houston's the best defense in the NFL? That's cute. You think Denver's the best defense in the NFL? That's even cuter. This is the best defense in the NFL. And this is the best team in the NFL in the 2025 season.
The power of the dark side.
That's the power of the dark side. Let's go. 29-7 Seahawks. Oh, baby. What a game. This team will take its spot. This defense will take its spot within the history of defenses with a performance like this in the Super Bowl. That kick will go back in the end zone, be down there. The dark side will put its name up beside the Legion of Boom after a performance like this. And Mike McDonald, why you made the change, why you put this defense in place, not simply for the talent you could put and stack up along the way, but for the flourishes, for the sauciness, for the extra spice. 1st and 10 for the Patriots, 4:27 to go. They will take over at the 35-yard line here with a 4-wide receiver look. Quick pass here into Douglas. Douglas reverses field here and then falls down after about a 10, 11-yard play. Clock continues to roll. Roll, 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 roll. First and 10. Seahawks. Getting back in. They're going to attack into the middle of the field here. Back to Douglas. Douglas caught from behind by Boye Mafe. Clock continues to roll. 3:53 to go here in the fourth quarter. Drake May back in shotgun. Drake dropping back to throw here. He's got a man in space. He'll run out of bounds. Austin Hooper there for a very short little gain of about 3 or 4 yards. First and 10, 3:42, ball on the 41-yard line into Seahawks territory. Pressure mounting here on the front side of the pocket here. May is going to scramble with this and slide down, and he will have a short gain. We got a flag on the play. Holding on, the New England Patriots. Bradbury. And then Uchenna Nwosu was there to go get it, and Bradbury had to hold him there to keep him from getting Drake May corralled there. So good call. Seahawks in a very soft coverage here. You expect this, where they're just going to allow everything kind of in the middle of the field and short to be completed to keep that clock pumping and rolling. So first and 20 here for Drake and company. Drake dropping back to throw here. He's looking down the field. He's going to go back down to the check down here again. And they're going to try to get this out of bounds quickly after a short reception. 3:28 to go here. Oh, baby. Second and 13. 3 wide receivers the far side of the field here. Drake dropping back to throw. He's looking, pressure mounting down again, finds a man underneath there short. Still short of the first down marker here, and fighting hard is Hunter Henry. He'll be brought down to the ground. Clock does continue to wind. 3:13 to go and still running. Mike still locked in over there. Drake May in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Pressure mounting on Drake May again there. Finds a man in the middle of the field for a nice completion. That's Stephon Diggs. First down. .235, 2:34. Seahawks call a timeout there. They were late to get some of their personnel on the football field. So man company knocking on the door. 2:32 to go in this football game. Seahawks up 29-7. Please do, folks, get a chance. Hit that like button tonight. Maybe sub on up. It is free to you. Would really appreciate it. I know we got some donos in the kitty here, which we will be getting to in just a sec. I just want to finish up with the final call here of the game. Black Thought Brown Dreams, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's get the win. New England, 0 points. I love it. Seahawks. Let's go. Seahawks. Seahawks. Come on, D. Come on, D. Get this guy. Close this thing down. Drake dropping back to throw. He's looking into the back of the end zone there for Mac Hollins. Can't quite find him there. Josh Jobe in coverage. Guess Jobe wasn't knocked out the game. Thank you, Black Thought. Brown Dreams. Appreciate you. Let's get this win. Let's get this win. .228 to go. Patriots have 2 timeouts remaining. Drake in shotgun. Dropping back to pass. Pressure mounting around him. He's going to look to scramble. Flips it out. Gets it out. Incomplete to Stevenson for a touchdown. Great play by Drake May. Great play by Drake May. And they're going to go for 2 here. Try to bring this down to a 14-point game. What a catch. What a catch by Stevenson. Looks good. Two-point conversion here. Looks like that's incomplete. And boy, Imanwari comes up a little bit lame after that play. Both players came out of that play a little bit in bad shape there. Or that Kobe Bryant, sorry. It's Kobe Bryant there after the play. Did their knees collide there? Kobe able to walk off on his own power. That's good to see. 2:21 to go here. $16-point lead for Seattle. So it's going to take touchdowns and two-point conversions to get the win here for the Patriots. You're going to be getting an onside kick here, no doubt about that. Big, good hands unit comes on the field for Seattle. Patriots have no choice here but to Seattle calls a timeout here just to get a look at what they're doing and then kind of drive off that. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Either the defense collectively needs MVP or Sam. I know he missed a couple of throws, barely, but he played very well with this pressure. Sorry, I can't speak here on that, but thank you for the donation. Sam could be a good candidate here. I think Kenneth Walker is probably the guy that I'd go with if you had to make a choice. Defense, like you said, is hard not to give it to somebody on defense, but it has been kind of the collective, like you mentioned, Jordan, on what's gotten it done today. I mean, everybody's done their part. Everybody's chipped in. Everybody's kind of made a play at some point or another in this game, if not multiple plays across the board there. All right, so we got the onside kick here from the Patriots after the timeout by the Hawks. Hawks don't have any timeouts now remaining in this game. And Hololani will receive it and down it. Seahawks have the ball, and they're going to be able to lean on this thing through the rest of this game, hopefully, and close this thing out where even if you get to the Patriots, no timeouts, very little time on the clock left on that side of it. Thank you, Jordan, for the $5, man. Appreciate you for that. And it's kind of anybody's game on that one. Anybody's game. KGB, thank you for the $20 donation, KGB. Thank you for streaming this. I just couldn't listen to Chris Collinsworth for another second. It's so much better watching the game and listening to someone who knows what they're talking about. Oh, man, that's very kind of you, KGB. Sam under center here. 3 tight end look. Hand off to Kenneth Walker. Walker is going to be caught up a little bit. He's going to extend out and then slide down smartly, staying in bounds there after he's able to gain about a 3-yard run there. Very smart by Walker to not allow himself to go out of bounds. Patriots are going to have to call their second timeout. KGB, thank you for that $20 donation, by the way. Very, very kind of you. I love getting to do this play-by-play. It's awesome having a chance to cover a Super Bowl, but just doing this play-by-play is so much fun every week to do it, and hopefully I get a little bit better every time we do this, just a little bit better in doing it. But I really appreciate you watching. It's a lot of fun, And I'm glad Chris is bad because he provides me a lot easier bar to clear. It seems like from how insufferable he can sometimes be to listen to. But very kind of you for saying thank you for checking out the stream. Appreciate the $20 donation. Sorry, it took me a little bit of time to acknowledge. 2nd down and 7 here with Sam and company. He's going to just take it and fall down there. I think he thought Walker was going to go a different way, and Walker went a different way there. And so he will fall down to the ground right there. Strange kind of play there on that one. So Seattle's going to probably take this to the 2-minute warning and kick this back to the Patriots, who will still have some more time to work with to make us nervous on this one. KG, you were awesome. Thank you for that big dono. Very kind of you. Blazer, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, come on, boys. Be smart, and let's finish this. Let's finish this. And right here, if I'm Coobs, just hand this off. All right, take it to the 2-minute warning. Patriots can't stop the clock again in this football game. Lean on this thing through the end if you got to on this one. And look at who's here. Look who's celebrating with us. We got all Pumpkin coming into the house here. Sam under center here. 3rd down and 13. Hand off to Walker. Walker bursts up through the middle. Walker's loose. Walker's at the 30, at the 25, 10, 5, and he's in for a touchdown. We got a flag. And it's going to be holding on Seattle here. So that will take them back. It's on Sundell. Oh, I thought we were going to close it out right. Oof. They're getting Jalen Sundell there. Sundell, it's on the outside shoulder holding on there. I get the call. Thank you, Blaze, for the $10 dono, man. Let's finish this smart. Got to finish it process, man. This is going to be a 4-hour game when this thing gets settled up, folks. Like, this has probably been the longest game in Super Bowl history, I would estimate. You talk about, boy, it's stretching. All right, 3rd and 23 now. Sam back under center here. Hand off to Walker again. Walker sidesteps the first guy and then just falls forward there. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. And the final play in the sequence here is we got a 4th down coming back off the break on this one. Brother Black, Sports Entertainment. Thank you for becoming a new member of the channel. And thank you as well for gifting a membership of the channel. If you're a member or you a newly member, please keep an eye on your community posts. That's where I put the membership benefits. We'll be getting the PFF scores off to you guys on Monday morning. We're going to have the yearly PFF grades also this in the next week. We'll get that off to you guys as well. And then we've also got a call-in show that we'll be doing post Super Bowl, no doubt about that. So a lot loaded up on this one. But Black Thought, Brother Black Sports Entertainment Show, thank you for gifting that membership. Thank you for becoming a member. That's very kind of you, folks. If you just got gifted a membership by Brother BKL, Black Brother Black, I'm going to go Black because that is short for that, I believe. Please do keep on the lookout and see if you just got gifted a membership. You are the man, though. I salute you. Thank you for gifting out that membership. That's very kind of you. And as well as becoming a member. Welcome aboard. But keep an eye on that community post. That's where we do post those membership benefits too. Paul Third, thank you for the $2 donation. He says Michael Dixon is the MVP. That's not the worst of ways to go, man. 6 punts. He's almost punted 283 collective yards in this game, including a 55-yarder, including 2 punts inside the 20-yard line. It's been an amazing day from Dixon. Your special teams unit across the board has shown you why this is the best special teams unit in all of football and why that actually does make a difference and matter in these games, that you see that play out in these football games. So maybe so. It's wide open for whoever could be the MVP in this one. I'll tell you that, Paul. I could be jocked into just about anybody. Dalton, thank you for the $20 donation. Dalton. Y'all are just amazing. Absolutely amazing with all of your support, and you included on that, Dalton. Thank you for that, man. What a season, Brandon. Is it over, brother? Thanks for all your hard work, and what a season, brother. What a season. This is one for the books. This is one as a Seattle Seahawks fan right down this moment. As I've said for weeks on end with this, as I've said about this team for weeks now, savor this. We're going to be savoring this throughout the night. We can bring this thing home because this is so hard to do. What this team has pulled off this year, what they've accomplished is no just run-of-the-mill Any other team can make that happen. They had to have so many things that they got right and they made to get right to make this occur, and why we've got to celebrate this, enjoy this, and know that we will maybe never in our lifetime get another season quite like this ever again. And that's all the much more so to me that you really just revel in it. You revel in it, Dalton. Thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you for that, man. Very, very, very kind. Very kind. And I got Simogen. I see you got a $100 drop in there. Let me get you on that as we get through just the last of this. Let's see what the defense does now here. The Patriots are going to be loaded up to bear to try to block this punt. They're not even sending anybody back here. Dixon's just got to get this kickoff quick. It's a stacked front here on this punt. Dixon receives it. Dixon gets the punt off. Just a little soccer style kick. He boots into the back. That thing is rolling, and rolls it out of bounds at the 5. Michael Dixon, third punt inside the 20 in this game. He has been amazing. Best punter in football, best special teams unit in all of football, best team in football. That's what this team is. You got teams that are led by stars, the teams that are led by the superhero quarterback that can do everything. And then you have those teams that win it by the collective. We are talented, yes, but we all lean on all parts of our team to go and win the game. And boy, you have felt that in this game play out true just as it has through most of the games this year. Dixon with just a great punt there. Not only do you got to get the punt off quick, but he manages to get the punt off with roll down to the 5-yard line. Quick snap here by Drake May. Quick completion here to Diggs. Diggs will fall forward there for a gain of about 7 yards. Clock will continue to roll here. 1:37 to go in the fourth quarter. Drake May back in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Finds his man out in the flat. Drugged down quickly as Hooper right after the catch. Nice job by Nicky Manwari, tight end coverage. 1:18 to go here in the football game. Drake dropping back to pass again. Pressure there. Again, completes it, but completes it in bounce. 1 minute to go in the fourth quarter. First down and 10. Ball on the 28-yard line. Witherspoon again bringing the blitz in here. Drake May senses it. Drake May brought down. Leonard Williams getting it his turn here. And we got a flag. I'm guessing it's going to be a hold on the Patriots. No, they're saying offsides on the Seahawks. Witherspoon got a little bit, I think Witherspoon got a little bit jumpy. Or no, they got Nwosu there. Okay. So Nwosu with a little bit of a jump there. How about Mike coming with a blitz there? Drake saw that blitz and he's like, oh, hell no. I'm getting out of the pocket on this one. 1st and 5. 47 seconds left to go here. Drake dropping back to throw. He's going to get flushed from the pocket to the right side here. We got another flag. Drake throws it off balance into the sidelines there. Another flag here. Drake a little slow to get up there after that hit by Boye Mafe. They're going to get holding on Seattle. Okay. And they're getting Woolen with illegal use of hands. "39 seconds to go here in this football game. Ball at the 38. Drake dropping back to throw. Completes it underneath here in the middle of the field to Douglas. Douglas is captured and corralled. Seattle ripping at the ball. Short completion. Clock will continue to roll. 26 seconds to go. Tick, tick, tick. Come on, baby, tick. Come on, baby, tick. Drake winds it up and lets the big dog hunt deep. And that ball is nowhere close to being converted. 3rd down and 1, 12 seconds. 12 seconds to go. 12 seconds to go, baby. Seattle knocking on the door of immortality. Drake May and company are basically going to heave-ho this one. No, they're going to go with the screen. Okay. And that will be it. Clock winds down. 000, baby! 000! The Seattle Seahawks will go into immortality. The best defense in the sport, the best team in the sport showed up against today across the board. And boy, was this a collective team effort, but they got it done. Your Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. When you tell the story about the NFL, they will have to tell the story about the 2025 Seattle Seahawks and what they got done. Vegas, 7.5 wins. Most of those pundits out there, I think they're going to be 4th place in the division. All those people that counted out a Sam Darnold and told you he couldn't get it done. He couldn't get it done in the big moments. He couldn't get it done against this particular opponent. All of that stuff, like you just take your hand across the table and just wash it all away in one fell swoop. Your Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions in 2025. Let's go, baby! We're going to have ourselves a night. It's going to be a lot of fun. And that was one hell of a game. I cannot believe how great this team was this year. I cannot believe that once again we got to see all across the board in total just what they do to interweave and interwork together to be the team that they are. It's some of this over here. It's some of that over there. It's some of this over there. It's some of this over there. It is a team game at the end of the day. And there's so many people that will talk to you about this game and they'll say, it all comes down to this quarterback against that quarterback. It all comes down to this coach against that coach. No, it comes down to who's got the better team. Who's got the better team? You have your stars, you have your individual players that are sensational here and sensational there, but you got a team that's collectively working together, that collectively has that bought-in spirit, that has that hunger. And I'm talking the true hunger. I'm not talking about just the lip service, but the true hunger to want to be great. And that's what the Seattle Seahawks team have done. I was trying to tell you since this offseason, there's something about this team and the way that they've taken on a responsibility, that these players took on that final step. I've often talked about it. It's what Cam Chancellor talked about with Coach Carroll when the team had the nucleus back in the Legion of Boom days. And they said, here's the nucleus. And Pete came to him and said, we've done our work. We've got the coaching in place. You got the scheme in place. We put the talent in place. We have stacked you guys up. Now it's on to you to take the final step, to take on the ownership of this squad, to not merely be a player on this team, to not merely be a part of this team, but to be a driving force of this team from a leadership standpoint. And this team did it across the board with guys like Leonard Williams, with Julian Love, with DeMarcus Lawrence, with Ernest Jones. What a team. What a game. What a just an absolutely amazing performance from the Seattle Seahawks squad. I had 29-19, not too far off of it. 29-13. And your defense, the dark side defense.
The power of the dark side.
They take their spot. They take their place in history of those great defenses. They've earned the right to be thought of in that manner. The pathway that this defense had to go to get to where they've gotten. Beating your division twice in the playoffs. Taking apart this Patriot offense in full throughout the course of this game. Doing so in every manner. You ain't going to run. We're going to get pressure from every which way you can imagine, Drake. It ain't just coming from this guy. You ain't just going to double team that guy and you take away our pass rush. It's coming from here, 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 here. I know, by the way, Mike's going to dial up a lot of blitzes in this game on top of it. And I'll tell you what, that was the best defensive game plan for Mike McDonald this season by far. You want to talk about having the extra time to prepare and layer in a variety of just different looks and different adjustments and give him a look at this and give him a look at that. I'm not even full sure he wasn't even willing to go even more further in this bag if this game would have been tighter down the stretch. What a game plan called by Mike. Execution, top-notch, top level by this team across the board. Make no mistake about that. But this is why you also brought this coach in there, is that he could give your players advantages, that it was not merely going to be on these players at all times that go make a play, figure it out. How much can you figure out for the players? How much can you help the players along? How much can you set the players up to be in a position to succeed by your scheme, by your system? And they got it done. They got it done. And without even a JSN, 4 catches, 27 yards, 10 targets, didn't work. Your star didn't have to lean on because you had the collective of the team. And it's great to have a guy like JSN to get the yards he's gotten this year, but this is never a team that's driven by its star power necessarily. It's pushed along and it's aided by the collective. Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. And this has been the funnest, greatest season as a Seattle Seahawks fan, as a man that's watched this team for 4 decades. Knee high to my mama, flipping the channel to Seahawks football. I had the cartoons on. Why is he flipping to Seahawks football? Back to the early 80s and those bad TV sets where you could barely tell what was going on. 4 decades has been the best team I've ever gotten to witness. And it's because it's so much harnessed around the team itself and the interconnectedness of this team and how tight these guys were aligned. How everybody was just set in the manner of understanding what time it is and what they need to do to try to go get this accomplished. And they got it done. They got it done. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a year, you guys. What an absolute amazing season this has been. Oh my gosh. Simogen coming in with a $100 donation. Let's go, Simogen. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Bye, Pats. Get rolled over and stop unliving, Citizen Ice. I have no words for your actions. However, I will view our view from Puyallup, seeing Mount Rainier in all its glory. In all its glory, Simogen. Oh, yes. You put the cherry on top, the exclamation point, the storybook season throughout, and you got to finally slave the final demon that you had in your past. You took out the Rams who'd had your number. You took out the 49ers who've had your number, and then you got to go take back the Pats. No more are you going to show me that Super Bowl play. Oh, okay, they got the one play. We kicked their ass in the Super Bowl 10 years later. We got our revenge. Show the play as much as you want. We got our revenge. What are you going to say, Pats fans? What you going to say? Let's go. Thank you for the $100 donation, Simogen. What a game. What a game. What a team. What a team. Just remarkable, this squad. And how many guys you got contributing to this victory that we're going to talk about tonight? How many guys had their hand in on this win? And how much of all that was required? And that's why you get this comfortable win, is you're not just driven by the stars, but that everyone's coming in to contribute. It's Cooper Kupp coming in with his 6 catches. It's Barner coming with his 4 catches for 54 yards. It's Walker cutting in with the 27 carries for 135 yards in this game. It's Darnold being steady, not turning the ball over. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Simogen, thank you for the $100 dono. I really appreciate you, man. Mount Rainier looking good tonight, and I can't even see it. I'll tell you that. Got a little extra sparkle from the moonlight tonight, Simogen. A little extra sparkle. You're very kind, though, man. Thank you for the double $100 dono drop today. Let's go. V, thank you for the $10 donation, V. Didn't have any note on there, just the $10 drop. Very kind of you for doing that. Really appreciate you. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Ducendo, thank you for the $20 donation. Ducendo. Very kind of you too as well, man. Thank you for that. He says, congratulations from a Rams fan. Well, big salute to you. A big shout out to a variety of different Rams fans that were in the house here tonight. And to a man, to a person, to a woman, to anybody, all of y'all are so kind and respectful coming in here. And it's so very much appreciated because, as I say, we are Seahawks fans in here. But I love the fact that we've been able to dwell and extend out in the NFC West. I love the fact that expands us out to these different fan bases that can come in here and we can have different, more, funner discussion when it's more expansive in that way. And it's not just Hawk fans, that we can get all of us in on this. That's the ideal for me. And I've got to give you guys a lot of credit, where it'd be very interesting. It'd be very easy for there to be a lot of bitterness and a lot of, upsetness on it. But you guys have been very kind, and to a man, like I said, just coming in here saying, hey, go get this win. Go represent this NFC. And this game was also confirmation of a lot of things that Ram fans and Seahawks fans have been saying for the past 2 weeks, which is that 2 weeks ago, that was the true Super Bowl. That was the true toughest test. And while this seems like maybe I'm coming off as bragging to that, it's not. It's as much of, it speaks to, as I said, how great this division was this year. And that, okay, we won this out and we were able to survive it through and we were able to make this happen and we had to earn our way to make that happen. But also look backing on these teams and how good they were. How in many ways going through this gauntlet as we had to, in some ways prepared ourselves to go and take this team on and be able to disassemble them easier because we've had those tests that are so much tougher. And you Ram fans are going to be back. Rams team's going to be back next year. You've got to feel like the Super Bowl win's only going to cause that front office to get even more aggressive this offseason, especially with Stafford's timeline as far as his career goes. We're going to be right back at it next year. It's going to be right back out to being this crazy ass battle. And maybe again, even next year, another 3-stack, another trilogy maybe. Who's to say? But I got to give a lot of credit to the Rams fans for being cool and coming in here and hanging out with us here throughout the stream today. And again, just being respectful about it. Really love that. Just in that, again, I think it just helps out the conversation as much as anything else within the chat. But much love to you too as far as that goes. Thank you guys. It feels good. I'm not gonna lie, it feels really good. We're going to enjoy this one. We're going to enjoy this one like Lionel Richie. All night long, all night. All night long, all night. Oh, yes, it is. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you, Ducendo. Oh, me coming in with a $100 donation. Thank you for that, me. Very, very, very kind of you. I've paid my dues time after time. I've done my sentence. I paid my dues time after time. I've done my sentence, but committed no crime. And bad mistakes, I've made a few. I might have done. We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting up until the end. Let's go. We are the champions. Let's go. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you for that $100 donation, me. And indeed, I wish I could play that drop tonight. I wish Queen wouldn't sue my happy ass if I could do that right now, because I'd be playing that song just all night long in the background. All night. Thank you for that, me. You're in tears. I'll be in tears at some point if I can wipe this smile off my face. I'll tell you that. What an amazing feeling. Just a cool experience. We got that Super Bowl 10 years ago and we all had wondered, was that our one shot? Was that really the one chance of getting back in there? And are we going to have to wait again forever? And then the Paul Allen's passing and then not sure what you were going to have going on there with the sister and if you're going to be able to keep this going, and you kept it going. You got back. You had a season for the ages, a storybook season. And then you got the win at the end. You took it through the whole process and you didn't flame out at the end of your journey. You put a stamp on it at the end. We are the champions, folks. The Seattle Seahawks are the 2025 NFL champions, and they earned it. Earned it. Phenomenal performance from this team. Phenomenal game. And what a sport. What a beautiful, beautiful sport this is, huh, me? Let's go. Thank you for the $100 donation. Appreciate you for that. Kyle, thank you for the $2 donation. Clint Kubiak is leaving this to go to the Raiders. Shaking my head. Indeed, he's going to have an uphill battle here going through now into the future on this one. There's no doubt said for that. We got the Seahawks here up at the podium. Jody Allen, Darnold, Kenneth Walker standing up there. Of course, you got Mike McDonald and then Johnny S. Johnny S. right to his side. Roger Goodell about to present the Lombardi Trophy to the Seattle Seahawks for the second time in their NFL history. The neon green lights across the podium. Oh, how cool, how cool. Jody raises it up. Let's go, Jody. Let's go. Oh, look at that trophy. Look at that beautiful thing. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. What a game. Whew. Clint's going to have a hard one, man, Kyle, but he does get a Super Bowl trophy. It'll help him through on that. And, it's hard to turn down that. He's reportedly be getting that $100 million. That's a tough amount of coin to not to pass on. So I can understand how you're pulled a little bit with that one in that way. Got some cool ass starter like Letterman jackets for the Hawk players down there. Shaymon Trucking, thank you for the $5 donation. Shaymon, can't even get excited. Seahawks putting that crazy work every play, every down. They are, man. That defense came out rip roaring and ready to play today. And they said, they came out this and they said, we're going to take this offense apart. And we're not going to let him any breathing space. We're going to make Drake Man comfortable as hell. And we're not letting him off the hook easily. They're going to make plays. We're going to make it very hard to get this done. And Mike grabbing the trophy, giving it to Sam Darnold, Kenneth Walker, raising it up with three hands on the stack there. Let's go. Let's go. Confetti falling. Mike McDonald kissing the trophy. What a cool moment. 2 years ago, brought here with so much hopeful promise, such a young coach. How long will it take to establish a culture here? How long will it take for him to figure out how to be a head coach? How long will it take for him to get his personnel in here that fits his system right? How long to get this intricate system taught properly so you can execute it in full? Our answer, 2 years. What a team. What an amazing football team they were this year. And you guys made this happen. You didn't fall into it. You didn't work through the easiest schedule in NFL history. You didn't work through the easiest division in football. You didn't go through the slip and slide path of an NFC playoff picture. Like you say, they put that crazy work in, shame on. Unreal. Simply put, just unreal. What a season. What a great season. Leper 7706. Thank you for the $20 donation, Leper. Very, very kind of you guys with all of your support to the channel and much appreciated. I'm in Montana and stuck with no TV. Thanks for painting the picture for a wayward 12. My pleasure, man. It was something I hadn't been as aware of when I went and started this out initially, was how many folks didn't necessarily have an opportunity at the TVs or even the radio calls. And so that I could provide a little bit of an outlet so you could be able to know what was going on with the game at all times as it was playing out. And from there, I discovered how much I love being able to do this play-by-play stuff with you guys. And I can't think of any other place I'd rather be on Sunday than just chopping up with you guys, doing the play-by-play, and be able to hopefully get a little bit better and better by it every year that we do this. Keep improving on it every single year that I do this. That is the hope. And it's a lot of fun to do. So you're very kind with the $20 donation. I've lived out in Montana myself. It's cold out there right now. I know the winds are blowing. You probably got about 5 feet stack of snow, but you get to be satiated off the back of a Seahawks Super Bowl victory, and that's not too bad. It's not too shabby. Thank you for that, Leper. Appreciate that very kind $20 donation, and it's my pleasure and honor to be able to get to do this for you guys every single time that I do. Kenneth Walker will be your Super Bowl LX MVP, and I think it's pretty easy and understandable to know why. 27 carries, 135 yards, 5-yard per carry average. That's where a lot of those runs, they knew the run was coming, by the way. He also added another 2 catches for 26 yards out of the backfield on that side of it. Over 150 yards of total offense from your running back in this game. And makes a lot of sense why you would give him the nod there. Sam Darnold raising the trophy right here. What can they say? What can they say about Sam now? What portrait can you try to draw and to take away what he's done now? 2 years, 14 wins each with 2 different teams. Going through this division, the toughest division in football, having to win it twice over. Having to play within himself in this Super Bowl. And that's just what he did, in my opinion. Said at the start of this playoffs, this team is so good. I thought coming into it, they're so good that if Sam can just avoid not turning the ball over in all 3 games that they would have to play, that they would be Super Bowl champions. And that's just what played out in this football game. You had no turnovers for Sam. His 3rd one in this playoffs as that's happened. And you get the win on the back of it. Big part of it is him playing within himself in this. Still having to make some throws. That touchdown to Barner at that time, what that did to just really at that point make it hard for the Patriots. It was going to be a very long process getting back in this game. But playing so smart, just so smart throughout this game too, and within himself. Well done by Sam. Beautifully done on his part. Hell of a quarterback. Glad he's our guy. What a great performance across the board. Thank you again, Leper. Appreciate you for that big old $20 donation. Jet Hawk with a $50 donation. Jet Hawk, let's go. Let's go, Jet Hawk. Thank you for that. Very, very kind. They're trying to get John Schneider, I think, to raise the Lombardi up. We need a shot of you raising it, buddy. He's like, I'm going to put it back on the thing. He doesn't want to, you can see John doesn't want to drop the thing. John don't want me dropping that. I don't blame him. I'd probably be worried about that too. Jet Hawk always gets Jose. Jose in the house. What's up, Jose? Another one of our mods. Another one of man who's been with me here since basically the beginning. You've been rocking with me, Jose. And I know that you're right now on cloud 9 like I am, because another man that I know appreciates this win in full. Appreciates everything that this win means and everything that went into this win. So I know you're celebrating this one right now. Jose, it's great to see you in the house. Let me see something here. 1 second. Hopefully we'll find out on some of them. Waiting on a little bit of news with something. Here we go. Here we go. Wow. Appreciate you though, Jose. He says, I love everyone. I love everyone too, Jose. B, give me that we did not care. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got you.
We did not care.
Didn't care. Did not care. Did not matter. No, sir. No, sir. Mike McDonald, you're too young. You can't expect to win a Super Bowl when you're in your 30s like this. It just doesn't happen very often.
We did not care.
Mike, you got Sam Darnold, though. Don't you know, Mike? Mike, he's going to turn into a pumpkin at some point.
We did not care.
You got the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL. Nobody with the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL. That's too green. They're too young. They're not ready yet.
We did not care.
Mike, you got to play in the toughest division in football. Not only the toughest division in football, the toughest division in football over the last 20 years.
We did not care.
Mike, though. Mike, you're going to have to win the division twice. 2 trilogies, not a 1, 2 trilogies.
We did not care.
We do not care. And Mike did not say this because he just kind of generally thought it or hoped that he could get the team to buy into it. The team bought into that. They did not care. They did not look to the future. They concentrated on every individual opponent every single week and stayed locked in that manner. When he says we do not care, when he gets asked about this stuff that's superfluous and doesn't matter to him and is not impactful to him in the least, he's not blowing smoke up your butt. He's not giving you just a good PR kind of answer. It's because he truly does not care. Cut away the stuff that's useless. Cut away the stuff that is extra that does not matter. Concentrate on that which does matter. And you're led by the team always will in football, they'll take on the personality of their coach. And when your coach lives and breathes that and it permeates out of his entire being, how can it not carry on down through to the rest of the team with that, Jet Hawk? Jose. We did not care, man. Don't care what you think about us. Don't care what you think we should be. Don't care that you think that this is too early. Don't care about your empty ass analysis out there saying this team is 4th place in this division. Don't care if Vegas has it 7.5 wins for the year. Well, Vegas doesn't tend to get things wrong. Oh, they get things wrong a lot with Seattle, actually, including this game. 4.5 points. Not enough. Not enough. Why?
We did not care.
We're just going to go out there and win. We're just going to go out there and play team football. We're just going to go out there and play for each other. We're going to show you a buy-in of spirit, 1 through 53, every single week. Special team, Jose. Special team. Thank you for that $50 donation, man. Thank you for all of your years here as a mod. Be rocking with me for all these years. And congrats, man. I know you're celebrating on this one as well. I do for sure. Space, thank you for the $5 donation. It says 20 more hours of streaming to go. Indeed, I did promise a 24-hour stream, didn't I? Indeed, I did. Indeed, I did. Let's go. We're rocking deep tonight, folks. Lock in. It's gonna be a late one tonight. I'm gonna tell you that right now. This ain't gonna be no quick stream for sure. We're gonna be reveling in this one tonight, Space. Thank you for the $5 though. Appreciate you. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Seahawks win the Super Bowl. This is for Pete, for Marshawn, for Russ, for Sherm, Cam, Earl, Bobby, Cliff, and Bennett, and the entire 2014 team. Well, to your point, Ethan, hopefully there's some catharsis for those folks that went through 2014. You were part of the most infamous Super Bowl play in NFL history. Maybe one of the most infamous plays in NFL history. And hard that hit that team and it upended that team. And the shadow of that play has hung over this team for years. And it's taken a long time to kind of shake it free. And maybe there can be a little bit of something tonight in this victory against this Patriots team coming back and getting it done, where those guys who have had influence over this squad, who have served as counselors for this squad, almost every single one of those guys to some degree, certain guys less than others maybe, can take some comfort in this kind of win in that way. And a big shout out too to Pete Carroll. You don't get to maybe be the one at the center point or hosting this Lombardi, but there is a baseline of talent that was added here as Mike came in. And that there is a foundation there that Pete's got his fingerprints upon. And hopefully for all those guys, a little bit of that catharsis sets in here in this one, Ethan, in that way. Simogen with another $100 donation. Thank you for that, Simogen. I really, really appreciate you for that. My goodness, so kind, so kind. Let's go. Thank you for that $100 drop. Cheers to Seattle. Cheers to us. Cheers this season and F ice. Amen, man. Amen. Cheers to this all, man. And all those out in Seattle, a big salute out to all of y'all. Hopefully you're having a great night. I know you are, Simogen. I know you are. Let's go. As I know everybody's going to be enjoying. And by the way, folks, yours truly is going to be coming for the Super Bowl parade. So I'm waiting right now to get confirmation that we do have a Wednesday Super Bowl parade from the Seattle Seahawks. I'm hoping it's going to be on that day. That's right now. We got tickets, we got a hotel booked, and all of that stuff is already locked down. So If it does turn out to be the case, then we will be, you can meet myself, yours truly, will be down there in downtown Seattle in a couple of days. Really looking forward to that. But a big time cheers to you, man, Simogen. Thank you for, you dropped a multiple $100 donations tonight on this stream. Thank you so much. You are very, very, very kind for all you do, brother. And congratulations. Congratulations, Seattle. I know you are going to enjoy this. I know you're going to enjoy this throughout this offseason. You got the best team in football. Everybody wants to be at the start of the year. Everybody thinks they're that at the start of the year. Your team is just truly the best, bar none. No excuses. Nothing nobody can take away from you on that. This team lives in eternity, as they like to say. What a year. What a year, Simogen. Cheers to you. And thank you, man, for the $100 donation. Very, very, very kind of you. D-Nugget. Thank you for the $100 donation, D-Nugget. Oh. Thank you as well, brother. He says, Brando, we did it. From 7 years ago with the start of this channel, now we're Super Bowl champions. Thank you for bringing this beautiful community to us and all of your hard work delivering hours of great content. Never, never forget. Go Hawks. I could never forget. You guys would never let me. And I wouldn't want to. D-Nugget, you've been riding with me from the start. So many names came in tonight, folks, that you can see on here, donations or just in the comments, who've been riding with this channel for many years. And yeah, I'm going to enjoy and revel in this win for this offseason to come. And it's been satisfying from so many different places and points in watching this team, from a vindication on what you thought this team needed to do to get to where they've gotten now, to the fact that they actually made it happen too, that it wasn't something that was just sort of in theory. If we would just do this, they did it. They took those steps. And we've had to, through the early parts of this channel, turn through the end of the Carroll era, which was a tough, all eras that end are always going to be a bit tough at the end, are always going to be a little bit hard to turn over, are always going to be a little bit hard to get to the center of the truth. And what is the truth and what isn't the truth? And what do they need to do and what do they not need to do? And the debates and the arguments. And sometimes the vitriol that could come out from that within the chat and the community going back and forth. And we weather all of that. We weather all of that and we go through those seasons of hopefulness that fall so very far short. For those moments where you look like 3 years ago as you trade Russ, that this is going to take a long period of time. And how many people at that point said, we'll never get back there. Hope you enjoyed it 10 years ago because it's never going to happen again. And to know that those folks like yourself that have been riding with me so intrinsically throughout this whole long process and have gone through those bumps in the road so very often to get to this other side of it now, where you get the actual satisfaction of getting it accomplished and making it happen. It's wonderful. It's not even going to fully, I think, hit me for days to probably come in that way. But yeah, it's been what a cool thing. It's so cool. I mean, just to be on this path and be with you guys to enjoy this together, but to enjoy this together, D-Nugget, like to your point, and that we've had so many years, Simogen as well above you on this one, that so many years you guys have been with me on this. And we've gone through all of this together. We've suffered through those ups and those downs all together. And having these conversations with you guys personally, as I have, yourself included, I know how much you enjoy this. I know how this isn't as much as this might be for other fans. We're like, oh, championship. Yeah, cool, whatever. But then it's like, no, this is awesome. This is truly special. And how this energizes the local community and brings people together in the way it will. And I'm going to look so much forward to being able to be at this Super Bowl. I missed the last Super Bowl parade, be at this next one. Just how wonderful it is, man. Go Hawks, brother. Never forget. Never forget, even in those dark times. Why? Because they will reward you eventually. This team will find a way eventually. And they did this year. Big props to this front office. Big props to this ownership group. Big props to this coaching staff. And big props to these players. You made this happen. You didn't just kind of lightly land here. You made it happen. And how cool was it? How cool was it to see? But D-Nugget, you're very kind. Simogen, you as well. Thank you for the big old $100 donations. You guys are just amazing. Amazing in all of your support to this channel. You guys, whether we've been winning or losing, when we're on the bad end of this or the good end of this, Folks like yourself show up every week to give the donations and the support to this channel, to allow this channel to do what it does. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank you guys, because it's that support, it's that allowance to me to do this in the prior times. It's to set the stage to be able to do this here and now with you guys in full in the way that we are doing it. And there's nothing I'd rather be doing in the world. This is a dream. Every time I get to go live, it's a dream. I thank you guys for allowing me to do it and being a part of it. We got the best community ever out there. I'll tell you what, the best. Taker 610, thank you for the $5 donation, Taker. 50th birthday of the Seahawks football, 60 years of the Super Bowl, America's 250th birthday. Winning on a rival's field, all-time season. That's right. Sorry, Niners, it's no longer Levi Stadium. It's Hawks House or Hawks Nest South. You can pick the name. Tell you what, we'll let you pick the name. But Levi Stadium is no more. No more Levi Stadium. When we get to put our actual emblem on your field in paint, it's ours. It's ours now. But what a season. And you're right. 50th season of the Seahawks football, 60th year of the Super Bowl. And then we win on a rival's field. One of those rivals that we had to win a trilogy of this year. And then we get to win on your field and hoist the Lombardi on your field in addition to it all. It was a storybook season. If an author had put together this kind of year, they came into the season earmarked by so many to be the last place ball club, 7.5 wins by Vegas. But then something remarkable happened. Well, first, they lost their first game of the year to that rival, and times looked troubling. I mean, it just goes like where a person be writing this up in a book and you'd be like, dude, it's too over the top, buddy. Dial it back. Maybe one trilogy. You put 2 trilogies in there. That's never going to happen in NFL season. One trilogy. Let's keep it realistic here. Okay, bro? Let's not get over the top. 2 trilogies. Bouncing back off that loss at home against the Niner, your rival, to eventually win on their field in the Super Bowl. You talk about how it started, how it's going. Wild, huh? Absolutely wild. Let's go. Let's go, Taker. Martin Lawrence, thank you for 13 months as a Hawks Nest member. Please welcome your Super Bowl champions, the Seattle Seahawks. Let's go. Let's go. Sounds good, doesn't it? It's got a nice ring to it, don't Martin? Just flows right off the tongue. Doesn't it? All right. C. Sean, thank you for the $29 donation. C. Sean, very kind of you, man. Very, very, very kind of you. Thank you for that. Says, thank you this season. Watched every game of the Hawks Nest and loved the B&B show. Looking forward to your off-season content and next season. Well, thank you for that, man. Love doing the B&B show. We've been going about 5 years strong with that. I know tonight, right now, Brendan's no doubt celebrating and enjoying himself on this year and what he's gotten to cover with this team. It truly is a pleasure to get to cover this Hawks. It's a real pleasure to be able to work with folks like Brendan Nelson and Dan Viennes and Bryce Coots and Mookie and many more beyond that, Staten and EJ Steiner we have here on the channel. It's just a tremendous pleasure working with all these folks. And it's my pleasure to do this. I am just happier than ever doing this channel. And I thought we really, really found our sweet spot this year in some of the coverage and where we've been at with it. The team find their sweet spot at the same time. That ain't too bad. But it's been a fun season being able to cover this. See, Sean, beyond the results, it's just been an amazing season. And you guys have made this truly a pleasure every time I get to go live. Just awesome attitudes, cool discussions, stuff that keeps me thinking, stuff that keeps me laughing. It's a great job that I get to do, man. And you're very kind for that big old donation. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you for watching the B&B show. B&B forever, baby. B&B forever. And Brandon, if you're out there, hopefully you got a big old smile on your face, brother. As another guy that I know just is going to enjoy this win and really celebrate this ball club. And what a year, man. Boy, unbelievable season. See, Sean, just unbelievable season. Thank you for the $30 donation. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation, Martin. I kept my 13-month membership chat until after, just in case. No need to take unnecessary risks. Go Hawks. Got to be careful, man. Got to be careful, right? You make sure everything's right time-wise. Don't want things getting jinxed up or moved around a different font, right? Gotta be a little careful there, Martin. So smart on your part. Gotta stay on your toes with this type of stuff. That's right. But thank you, man. Appreciate your long-time support. Gotta wait till it finishes. But we got our Super Bowl champions in the house, man. Super Bowl champions. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Ski Nation, thank you for the $2 donation. Rams are seeing ghosts. Pats are seeing ghosts. Indeed, you had Drake May at one point or another in this game, definitely seeing things a little unclear by the way things were setting up for him. It was not simply just, oh, well, I'm seeing everything true and easy out here. There was a lot of like, I'm not quite, maybe. You did a great job in the secondary on this one. And had him absolutely... he finally felt like got maybe a little comfortable down in the end where he could kind of just drop back and throw, and you're going a little bit lighter in your zones and giving him a little bit easier looks. But when it mattered, when it counted, you kept everything very much closed up on him and gave him very, very few easy, clean looks. You really did, as I said, you got to take the easy button away from Josh McDaniels in this offense, and you did so today with Drake May in a major, major, major way. Love it, Ski Nation. Let's go, man. Let's go. Kill Dad with the $50 donation. Let's go, Kill Dad. Very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you, Kill Dad. He says, wow. Congratulations to everyone. Hey, congratulations to everyone, Kill Dad. Everyone included on this one, man. And another one of my OGs in the house here. Thank you for that big old $50 donation. You are very, very kind for that huge old drop on my side of it. Thank you so much for that. Hey, let's go. Let's go, huh? It feels good. Your Seahawks are Super Bowl champions, 29-13. You just beat the brakes off this Patriots offense. 7 sacks in the game. Strip sack, fumble recovery for a touchdown. I guess they call that an interception on Drake May for the Uchenna play. So Uchenna with technically an interception, 2 picks on the day on Drake May. What a job. What a job by this defense today. They took this team down. Well, let's go, Keldad. Wow. Congratulations to everyone, man. Congrats to everyone. Let's go, Keldad. Let's go, man. Boom, boom, boom. Appreciate you. I'll be right back. 1 sec, folks. One sec here. folks. Kel Dad, thank you again for that $50 drop. Jeff Jennings with a $5. He says it's victory salmon time for Pumpkin. Your wish is my demand. Get this big old beast here. You want some good stuff? Time for some salmon treats. This is called Victory Salmon. This is Super Bowl salmon churro. It's better churro than normal. Oh, that's a tasty Victory salmon right there. That's tasty salmon pate right there. Yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the real good stuff right there. You can tell that Pumpkin's in a victory mood right now. If you look closely, you can see that she's got a victory aura to her, you know. Very happy girl. We got some ASMR cat licking sounds for you guys on the mic, by the way. Hope you guys are digging that. But Jeff, Pumpkin definitely has got to get some victory salmon on this. We got to get her celebrating too. You know what I mean? Got to get her celebrating too. There we go. There we go, Pumpkin. She's so kind after all, because I'm here live streaming with you guys 24/7. She barely gets any lovey when I'm in football season. So, you know, she appreciates this. Look at that. She's happy. There we go. Jeff, Pumpkin's very thankful for you mentioning the victory salmon. There we go. She swallowed that right up. Look at that. That's a happy girl right there. Victory salmon, baby. Victory Super Bowl salmon. A little bit more there, huh? There we go. There we go. You did it. You did it. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the dono. Fire Poet, thank you for the $2 donation. Dominant. Go Hawks. NFC West, one to rule them all. There it is, man. Best division in football. At the very least, the two best teams in the National Football League resided in this division. Hawks, Rams, 1, 2, and then you got to drop to number 3. Just the way it is. And it makes this season all that much more. The pathway that you have to go to get to a Super Bowl championship can matter from a historical perspective. And when you can look at things like DVOA and you can look at the matchups of having to go against a Rams team 3 times over to get this done, to have to have beaten them twice in the back of the schedule to go and get this done, I think that's going to hold this team in high esteem when you look into the future about where they sit in their ranking on an all-time kind of situation. But it's a great job on their part. Absolutely fantastic. Do you want some salmon too? Thank you, Fire Poet. Appreciate the $2 dono. Oh my gosh, another $100 donation. MJ Seahawk with a $100 dono. Thank you for that, MJ. Very, very kind of you, MJ. Appreciate you for that. He says, well, I have never been more happy I was wrong. I said Myers should be cut before the start of the season. Go Hawks. Thank you, Brando. No Hawks on the Madden cover. Yeah, I agreed. I don't know, you know, the Madden curse things maybe been a little bit disproven in recent years, where most guys have been able to kind of avoid it here in recent years, it sounds like. But I would just as soon as probably not even risk it, you know? Like, let's just not even risk it. Let's just let somebody else get it. Like, how about, like Stafford, MJ? How about we have Stafford have it? You know what I mean? He can win it. I'd be okay with that. I'd be playing around with that. And I get where you're coming from with Myers. This year and coming into it, that Jekyll and Hyde season and how that has played out so many times over has been the reality of it. And, he started out this season and it seemed like he was right back onto that Mr. Hyde kind of place. That's where this thing started. But did a good job of righting the ship. Really seems like he's got that nice little like squibby kind of kick that he can kick off at times that really throws off these kick returners and makes life hard for them, which really does stand out. And he had a hell of a season. And boy, did he have, one of his best games of the year here, right here. I mean, there's probably one other game like the Colts game probably has this one beat, but 5 of 5, making all your kicks, all your extra points. You miss any of those kicks in this game earlier on, and it makes quite a bit of difference as far as the way the Patriots look at this thing. If it's instead of 9 points, it's down to 6 and you're within a touchdown, their approach probably changes a little bit through the back of this game. So very big that he got those kicks made. Myers was phenomenal this season, and glad we got him under another contract for another year, because he's this special teams, of course, is a big part of what we do, a big part of what makes this team as good as they are. And it showed it in this game. Again, your special teams unit was a big differentiating factor in this one from what the Patriots were doing out there in a major, major, major way. But yeah, amen to you on that, MJ Seahawks. No Seahawks on the Madden cover. And we're always all going to be wrong about our certain things, right? Even the smartest people in looking at this sport are going to have their things that they're going to be wrong about. And again, understanding that you were looking at it from a historical perspective, going, okay, well, he's getting very costly and we're going to go through what may be a down season for him. I don't know if I like that. So I get where your logic and reasoning was coming from, at least on that. It would have made sense. But go Hawks, MJ. Thank you for all you do for this channel, as I know you dropped a bunch of big donations here on the past, as well as being a member of the channel. It's much appreciated. And I thank you for that. Got the win, and Myers was able to turn around and finally break the spell, like a 10-year spell, MJ, because remember, it was like 10 years of hardline data. He was able to break a 10-year spell of great, bad, great, bad, great, bad, great, bad, to have a truly great season. And much like this team, putting that final finishing touch on that great season in this game by playing a grade A, great game. 5 kicks made, 2 extra points made. Hell, he even came up and made a nice tackle on the end there as Travion Henderson was trying to bust it out. So even coming in and being a tackler, did a great job in that part. But thank you, MJ. I appreciate the $100 donation. And I love that you're in the house here, man. Another one of my OGs in the house that's been rocking here for a while. And another man that I know is a very, very happy man tonight. Very, very happy man tonight. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. Dylan, thank you for the $5 donation. Dylan, Super Bowl! Let's go, man. Let's go. How about that? We got our second Super Bowl victory, and it feels good. Knowing it, Dylan? Feels very good. Greens Farmland, thank you for another $20 donation. Greens, very kind of you, man. You guys are just amazing in your support of this channel. Thank you so much. It says, May I Day he handed us the game. May Day he handed us the game. Laughing out loud. Nice stream, brah. Well, thank you for that, Greens Farm. And I think you just had a guy that you were able to put in a pickle, There was the stat that I've been showing throughout the course of this week, and it's one that I think does measure into this pretty solidly in this game when you look at this and you go, well, why did May look so uncomfortable? Why did May seem like he was in a position where he just didn't seem like he could figure out what was going on? And this has been what Mike McDonald has done to quarterbacks under 24 years old. And coming into this game, 0 of 6 in the last 3 years, 1 touchdown, 8 interceptions. This now becomes 0 of 7 and 3 touchdowns and 10 interceptions, along with, by the way, 27 sacks, because you got 7 sacks in this game as well. So this stat gets even more souped up coming off the back of this game. And this was one that I tried to present to people before the game, is showing, there's a reason that this thing is this way. There's a reason why he is this good against these teams like this. It is not just a happenstance kind of thing, but it's because it is because the fact that he knows how to put these kind of guys in a bind. He knows how to get them thinking. He knows how to get them, not clear about what they're seeing down the football field. And that's what you got in this game from Drake May, where you could just see him even on dropbacks where he did have clean pockets, which it was hard for him to find many clean pockets. But even on those dropbacks where he was getting clean pockets, it wasn't clear on what he was seeing down the field. And he was starting to anticipate some of that pressure that wasn't even there just because of how often it was there. And then you could intermix those blitzes. I think you had his head spinning in a lot of this game, Greens Farm. And that's the brilliance of Mike McDonald. And now it is formally now where we can go the brilliance, a mastermind defensive coach. Yeah, you get to have that hung around your neck after you do this as the second year as a head coach coming in here. And especially when they dominate in this fashion, this defense, like they do. Yeah, I think at the end there with Drake, I think you get to a point with this defense where you just get frustrated, and then you start kind of falling back on F it, I'll throw it down there somewhere. Somebody's going to go get the ball. I'll just throw it down there. I mean, he just started kind of throwing it up for grabs at the end of that game. I think that does absolutely point to the frustration he was having with trying to figure out what the hell was going on in front of him. It looked completely confused and muddied, and that is what this defense is going to do to you. It is a tough defense stylistically to play against because it builds in every advantage it can for a defense to have things that can help them out to make them play better. Still needs its players to make plays. Still need your difference makers to be difference makers. But it's going to do a lot to set those guys up for that success, which was absolutely the case today, Greens Farmland. Yep. Definitely you were able to force the issue on Drake. But thank you. Thank you for the kind words, man. Thank you for all of your support today. Been very, very kind on that. Cocom Popcorn, thank you for the $10 donation. Cocom says, let's go 12s. Unbelievable team win. With the confetti raining, such a great way to close out the storybook season. Hawks are Super Bowl champs. How about that, huh? Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. Almost just doesn't seem real, does it? It almost just seems like something no, it's like we're dreaming. Come on, just wake up. Come on, wake up. What's the reality here? What an unbelievable team win. And it's the part that you really can celebrate about this Seahawks team is that it is a team win when they win the football game. It's not, well, we need the triplets to dominate today. We need Aikman and Emmett and Michael Irvin. Those guys got to go out there and put up their numbers today for us to win. It's not the way that this team plays. Maybe today it's Cooper Kupp's turn. Maybe today it's Barner's turn. Maybe today it's Rashid Shaheed's turn. Maybe today it's Kenneth Walker's turn. And defensively, how cool was it in this game where sacks were coming from all over the place? Pressure was coming from all over the place. It's Jaron Reed on a play here. It's Leonard Williams on a play here. It's DeMarcus Lawrence on a play here. It's Uchenna Nwosu on a play there. It's Mafe coming on a play from over here. It's Derek Hall with 2 sacks in this game. It's Byron Murphy coming in a couple different times. I mean, everybody contributed. Even Riley Mills chipped in. And where did that come from? The bull rush, pure win bull rush on Wilson? That was when you kind of knew, oh, baby, this defense is good to go. Let's go. Let's go. But they win as a team, man. There are Super Bowl teams that this doesn't always occur, and where it is driven by a little bit more of a this guy, that guy, this guy, make their plays, and the rest of the guys just don't mess it up, and we can go get this win. This is that everybody's got to contribute into this team to go and win. And they do that on a weekly basis, and they know the role, and they know what's required for them to get that done. And that certainly played out in this football game, ComCom. Let's go, 12s. Let's go. Misfit, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, hey, Whiners, thanks for letting us use your crib to win this Super Bowl at. Thank you, Niners. Much appreciated for you guys doing that. And it is no longer Levi Stadium. It is Hawks House. It's just the way that this has to go now. Matthew, did I miss one of your donos, brother? 1 second here. I might have done it. Well, I got those ones there. I think I did. I caught those ones. I was a little late on getting the acknowledgement there, Matthew, but we got him on there. Got a $10 donation lost out there somewhere, laughing out loud. Let me see if I can find it. We got a lot of donos in here, but I didn't think there was anything in there that I lost on a $10 one. We got the $2 ones in there. Sorry if I missed it there, Roland. My bad, man. I'm not seeing it in my feed here. I just got lost in a little bit of the old shuffle there. Sorry about that. I can't see it anywhere there, but appreciate you for that $10 dono if I missed it, man. Chris, thank you for the $50 donation, Chris. Let's go. You're awesome, bro. And you guys are just amazing here. Thank you for that big $50 drop. 4 quarters and 7 shots ago, our Seahawks brought forth another Super Bowl championship. Let's have it go. Abraham drinking. I'm a dork. Hey, you should be. Tonight is the night to celebrate in such a fashion. I'll be busting out my own little special cigars myself here in about another hour or so. So I'm going to get my own little celebration going on my end, Chris. That's how you do it, man. That's how you do it. And I can't wait. Hopefully we get some news here about the Super Bowl parade being confirmed for Wednesday, because I'm going to be there at the Super Bowl parade on Wednesday. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. But thank you, Chris, for the $50 donation, man. 4 quarters and 7 shots ago. Let's go. Were you doing it? So you're doing a shot for every sack then, huh, Chris? You're getting yourself in deep on the Hawks team. You take that as a shot every sack thing. Let's have it go, man. Let's go, Chris. Another one of my OGs in the house. Another one of my guys has been rocking here with this channel for many a years. Who's dropped many different donations on it. That's the right feeling, man. That's exactly the right temperature right there, Chris. 100%, man. You're awesome, brother. Thank you for the $50 drop. Appreciate you, man. And you're not a dork. You're celebrating the way you're supposed to be. This is the proper way to enjoy an NFL championship. Remember for this, folks. Remember out there. So yeah, we won our second one. Yeah, we've been to 4 Super Bowls in the last 20 years. There are teams out there who have never even gotten to a Super Bowl. There are teams out there who've gotten a Super Bowl but have only lost multiple times over, like Minnesota, like the Buffalo Bills. Appreciate this. Cherish this. Revel in this. Get sloppy drunk around this. It's all the right answer. It's all the correct answer. It is, for sure. Let's go, Chris. Let's go, man. Taryn, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that, Taryn. Congrats, Brandon, and congrats to the Seahawks and the 12s on ring number 2. Enjoy. Happy they won. For real. Well, thank you for that. I've got to say, I feel like we got a lot of outside fans that are not Hawk fans that were showing a lot of support and love to this team. I think that, number one, thank you for that. If you're a fan of an outsider that was kind of rooting us on and you were in our corner, it's much appreciated, and we're thankful for that. We love having people that have our back, and hopefully we can have a team that you have teams that are hateable, right? Teams that people are like, yeah, they win, but I just don't like them. And then maybe you have teams that sometimes people really just enjoy. And that, I felt this way about the Legion of Boom teams, where it's just one where teams just, people and even outsider fans really appreciated for how those teams were built, for how hard they played, that it sort of endeared them to even fan bases that could be outside of the Seahawks fan base. And it didn't fully on make you necessarily a Seattle fan, but it just made you one that it was easier to root for this type of team than another team that's, like I say, maybe got a little bit more of some hateable items to the way that they go about their business. Let's call it that. But thank you for the congrats. Thank you for the donation. We're going to enjoy this. This fan base is going to love this victory and get this number 2 ring. Feels nice. And boy, what a team. What a team that they were this year. It was tremendous to see. And they made it happen, man. They made it happen, Taryn. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. OEL. Thank you for the $10 donation as well as being a member of the channel. Sammy D was a bit off target today, but he was on target when it mattered. That touchdown to Barner was important, but even more important, no turnovers. A clean game as far as protecting the football. Come here. Come here. Come on. I know. Yes. You gonna scratch him? Come here. Easy. She's feisty. So Joe Klatt kind of came up with this, I thought, a couple of weeks ago, and I thought he was on it with his outlook of this, being that he said that he really felt like as the Seattle Seahawks got into the playoffs, that he just had a little bit of a compunction that if Sam Darnold can just not turn the ball over. I gotcha. You got to get loves. Is that if Sam could just not turn the ball over in the playoffs, like he said this almost empty of anything else, like where they can run the ball, where they play dominant defense. He just really caught on to this one thing that I thought was very interesting at the part notable and a part that has played out in this playoffs, where he said that if Sam Darnold can just play a clean 3 games, Sam Darnold can just not turn the ball over, no interceptions, no fumbles, the Seattle Seahawks will be Super Bowl champions. And I thought that it was such a kind of random thing, so to speak, to say with the situation, what was going on. It was also something that I thought that was speaking to a little bit of a recognition of what had happened with Sam through the back half of the schedule, being that he has done a great job of cleaning those mistakes out from his game and being able to then do so while still being functional as a quarterback, while still not just simply being a guy that was like throwing the ball away every other throw, but still able to get a lot of good drives and get points up on the board. And so I thought that it was very smart of him to say it. I echoed what he said on this and agreed with it. And then you saw here through this playoffs, no turnovers in any of these 3 games, and you win these games. And you got a couple of comfortable wins as well. 3 playoff games and 2 comfortable wins of those 3 playoff wins with him playing clean game like he was. And it mattered. It was very much an impactful part in all 3 of these games, in my opinion. I agree with you. I think that there were some throws in here where he wasn't always on. I think he was being partly on some of these off-target throws, I think come from the OEL being ultimately very careful and trying to be very sure about where you're throwing the ball, trying not to put it in harm's way, trying to make sure you're forcefully avoiding that interception and turnover. And so I think that's a little bit of the price that you sometimes have to pay with that when you have a quarterback that's sort of thinking in that mode of things. This defense was just so dominant. The special teams unit was just so dominant that this was the mode that he had to operate on, but beyond having to operate in the mode of being ultra productive like he was a couple weeks ago against the Rams. That's a great version of Darnold to watch. Him slinging the ball over the football field and making big time high leverage throws, but it's not the requirement for what you needed from this team to go get a Super Bowl win. And he recognized that, and the offensive staff recognized that, and Mike McDonald recognized that, and they've taken the steps to make sure that that they kept that at the forefront of their mind. So I think that's a little bit of the explanation for why some of those throws were a little bit off target. I agree with you on it, but made the throws when it mattered, made the big time throws when it mattered, got the job done, played a clean brand of football, and I'm glad he's our quarterback, man. I'm glad he's our quarterback. Super Bowl winning quarterback, Sam Darnold. That's got a nice ass ring to it, don't it, OEL? It's got a nice ass ring to it. No turnovers, man. In future years, maybe you don't have as strong a defense. In future years, maybe you don't have as strong as special teams. In future years, maybe there's going to be more of a requirement for Sammy to have to carry more of that load in these particular football games. But not this year. Not this team. Not this defense. Smartly played on his part. Very, very, very smartly played on his part, OEL. Let's go, man. Thank you for all your support, brother. Appreciate all of your donations throughout the year, as well as being a member of the channel. Alex Smith, thank you for the $5 donation, Alex. Congrats, Brando and the Seahawks. Can't wait for the roundtable. Go Rams. But what a masterclass by the Hawks. Well deserved. Well, thank you. And Alex, another Rams fan in here. We've had a variety of donations from Ram fans, a variety of Ram fans in the house in the chat today. To a man, to a person, all of you have been very kind. You're kind not just in the donations, but kind in your words. Tip of the cap to us on that. This ain't easy. I got to say, I understand this ain't easy to have a fan come in from an outside fan base standpoint to tip that cap in that way. And I hope you guys would know that if it was on the shoe was on the other foot, I would certainly be doing the same to the Rams side of it. I think that it's the tough part about this particular year and this season and everything else is that, the two best teams in the NFL should face off in the Super Bowl theoretically, and that it hopefully will play out that way every single year. But sometimes you do have just the Super Bowl played out in a conference championship game. And that's what happened here this year. You guys gave us all we could handle. It took everything we could. It took a phenomenal play by DeMarcus Lawrence, freelancing off script essentially in that moment. And then even on that not enough, then Weatherspoon still offering to make an amazing play on the backside on that fourth down. After that was a game that went back and forth and you guys gave us all we could stand, all we could take. Able to just kind of gut it through just at the end. But it came down to that. It came down so close. The difference between champion or not came down to that between those two teams. And really appreciate you saying that. You guys were awesome. You guys gave us all the tests we could take. You guys are going to be right back there next year. 2 first-round picks, money to spend, a motivated front office. How much more time do you have with Stafford? That should motivate the front office even that much more to get aggressive out there on the open market to try to soup up this team even more so. And you're going to have a hell of a team that you're going to bring back into play next year. So as I said on this a couple times with it, I fully expect these two teams to be duking it out once again next year, back and forth. And hopefully will be a hell of a rivalry for years to come here. And maybe we can just go, win the Super Bowl back and forth every year. Rams gets it one year, Hawks get another year, Rams get another, just go back and forth. I'd say we'd let the 49ers get in on the action too, but I don't, I think we'd both agree to say no on that one. Big props to Rams fans though. Y'all have been very, very cool. And part of it never expected doing the roundtable is that the roundtable would bring over more trollish behavior or more vitriol over from that side of it. But instead it's been quite the opposite, where it's been nothing but just cool people coming over from that side of the fence. And it's much appreciated. Thank you guys. Very classy on your part. OEL with another $10 dono. Thank you, OEL, for another $10 drop. Very kind of you, bro. From someone who has followed Darnold since his Jets days, this is the ultimate storybook ending for his quarterback journey. From the depths of hell all the way to the heights of heaven. What a story, man. What a story. And there are few, I think, stories like this in NFL history that we've ever gotten to see. And there's so many great stories with the Seahawks team that I think have gotten lost in the process as we've gone through it. Because it's happening in the moment. It's going so fast and you're on to the next game and you go, wow, that was cool. But then we're on to the next game and it gets lost. But part we will turn over for years to come is the unlikely journey of what he's taken to get here. And there's been quarterbacks in the past. The Raiders kind of had a couple guys come through at the end. Well, like Kenny Stabler and another guy I'm spacing out right now, who kind of had some similar paths where they had to, they had to kind of fail at that first stop to come back and get the second stop. And you got a Doug Williams, for instance, who comes in for Washington and I think it's 89 against the Broncos and absolutely plays out of his mind and throws for 1,000,000 yards in that game. And he just is awesome, right? There are those moments in NFL history of guys, but guys like this where, and the Raiders ones are probably better representations of it a little bit, but like that, a guy that's been cast away, a guy that's been thrown to the side, a guy that's gotten so many people out there that have such ultimate determinations about this guy being psychologically defunct, that there was something mentally inside of Darnold that would never allow him to overcome, that would always hold him back no matter how good he might get to on the front side of things. And for that guy to come through on this season and put it together like he has, remembering he did this here in his first year with a new offensive coordinator, with a new team. These are the stories, as I've said about Sam for a while. These are the stories in the NFL that you truly do root for. You got your 5-star guys that are amazing and their pathway is paved in gold at times and They go out there and be difference makers from the jump, and they're just great players, and they're just wonderfully talented. Maybe they're even hungry and they got the work ethic on top of it. But those guys that it's got to be the harder route, that they've got the people that have basically sold them down the river and said, you're not good enough, let's throw them away. That you got tossed into that quarterback trash can that the NFL is so easy to throw away. They're so quick to say, nope, not good enough, get him out of here. And that you didn't let that dissuade you, that you just kept chipping away. You kept working year after year after year. When you were with the Carolina Panthers, you kept working. When you had to go to the Niners and be a backup, you kept working. And you go to the Minnesota Vikings and you take that starting job and you run with it. And when you got your next opportunity, your true next opportunity, you made sure to prepare yourself for it to the ultimate degree. And he did that. He's earned this. Sam didn't accomplish this today merely by being talented and eventually something shook free. He got here today by being talented and then realizing that talent by being as hard a worker as you will find at the position. It's a hell of a story. It's a hell of a story, and the storybook ending is right. And the guy's still only, 27 years old. His career is just still warming up at this point in so many ways. Hell of a journey, man. Hell of a journey and a hell of a find at the quarterback position. I'll tell you that, OEL. Thank you for that, man. TBD, thank you for the $2 donation. For the 12s, Marshawn, not for Pete. We got to give a little bit of Pete some love here. He's got a little bit of some of the touches on this foundation. And definitely Marshawn, got to feel good for him to get this win as well on that. Again, I just hope, those other players, there's a little bit of some catharsis going on tonight for them watching this win against this Patriot team in this way. How can it not, Black Thought Brown Dreams, thank you for the $2 donation. Go Hawks! Living on the edge. Dark side. Mob ties. Let's go, man.
The power of the dark side.
Power of the dark side. Industry Worth in the house. What's up, Cal? Congrats, Hawks Nest. Remember to like and sub on up. Well, please do that, folks. If you're watching tonight and you're not already subbed up, please do get subbed up. I'm sure most of you are, but hit that like button as well. This will be a stream a lot of people will be on the lookout for. You can help them find it today by hitting that like button and subbing on up. And thank you for that reminder there, Industry Worth. Appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a great night. We got it done. We did it. We did it. Hawks Punk, thank you for the $29.13 donation. Appreciate you for that, Hawks Punked. Very kind of you, man. Very, very, very kind of you. You guys are just sensational on all of the support. I really, really appreciate it. This team had so much BS to overcome, whether it was the NFL media, the NFC West, and the stupid Super Bowl narrative. This team did not care. To become the BITW, the Dark Side Mob, your Super Bowl 60 champions of the world.
The power of the dark side.
And you know what?
We did not care.
We did not care. We did not care. There is so much just BS and noise. And if you want to let yourself as a player and immerse yourself into that, you can get lost. And there are those teams that can kind of sometimes cut that away and say, all that other extraneous stuff doesn't matter. Toss in the trash. Ignore it. It's irrelevant. We handle our business. We take care of our work. We operate with an intensity day by day of taking it day by day and doing our utmost every day within that capacity. We can eventually turn ourselves into champions. That's what this team did. And it started in the offseason. It started in voluntary OTAs where you had 100% turnout. 100% of your roster said, we're showing up to the voluntary OTAs. Hard to do. And that was one of our first indicators that this team wants to do something special. And not just in a sort of, hey, it's a nice thing to say to the media kind of way, but in a, we're going to live it, we're going to breathe it, and you're going to feel it from us every single week. Every single week. And yeah, a lot to overcome. The narrative, the outlook of this team, nobody believing in what you were doing. Go back to the offseason, man. Go back to the start of this season. And how many people had this team in fourth place? How many people had this team taking a step backwards, not 4 steps forward this year? So much BS to overcome. But it didn't matter. And they didn't let it affect them. They didn't let it swing them. They just kept chopping. Keep chopping on that wood. And eventually you look over, you got a stack of wood. And eventually you look, and that's the way that works. And it's hard to do because I think so much is that people get caught up on the destination and not living within the journey itself. It's very hard. It's like I said, they've gotten in that zone pocket somehow of getting themselves mentality-wise to stay locked into that thinking all the time this season. And I think that's very hard for the modern NFL player and all of the distractions and social media and all of the things that exist out there to sort of cut your attention span into different directions. Whereas if you can just eliminate noise and laser in on the thing that just truly does matter and stay in that pocket for think about it, 7th month stem. I mean, we started this in August, September, October, November, December, January. We're into February. We're 7 months deep. It's one thing to go, well, keep that mentality for a couple week period. Keep that mentality for a couple month period. Can you keep it for a 7th month period? And understand that if you keep it day in and day out in that way, just locked in that same fashion, that you're bringing it, whether the energy's there or not, you're going to bring it. And if you can stay in that pocket in the same way, you can build yourself into that champion. But it's hard to do. And the distractions are easily to come. This team just did not let anything knock them off their path. Did not matter. The pathway did not matter. Take on the Niners and the Rams 3 times, trilogies on both, did not matter. That's why that quote's so great from Mike of "we did not care." Because it isn't him just throwing a flashy line out there. It's him speaking to something that's at the heart of their belief system in this team that is part of what made them into what they were. Love it, man. Love it. Thank you for that, Hawks Punk, for the $20 to $30 donation. Your Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl 60 champions. Champions. No one can ever take that away from you guys. Seahawks, no one ever take that away from you fans. Nobody can go, but if, well, the officials were just in your, no. Mm-mm. You guys won it true. You just straight up won it. It's like Teddy KGB at the end of Rounders. Pay that man his money. Pay that man his money. He beat me straight up. Straight up. That's what's going on here. But thank you, Hawks Monk. Appreciate you for that donation, man. Very kind of you. Mark Sanchez in the house. We don't care. Raise that Lombardi.
We did not care.
Let's go. Raise it. Raise it proud, man. Thank you for that, Mark. Good to see you in the house, brother. Let's go. Let's go, huh? OEL. Thank you for the $10 donation. OEL. Sam Darnold is now the first USC quarterback ever to win a Super Bowl title. That's incredible. Also, he's the first quarterback to win from the 2018 draft with the likes of Allen, Lamar, and Baker Mayfield. How about that, huh? Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Baker Mayfield, all part of the same quarterback class, and yet it's Sam Darnold who's the one that actually gets the win. Interesting enough, Sam's not only the first one to win the Super Bowl of that 2018 class, he's the first one of that 2018 class to get to the Super Bowl, which is pretty remarkable on top of that, isn't it, OEL? Where it's like, wow, he not only won it, he's also the only one to just even get there. But big congrats to Sam. And it wasn't always clear to me when Sam came out. I can't be one of those guys. I knew about Sam from the start. I knew about it with Sam when I watched the Viking tape after we signed him this offseason. Like even watching him through last year, the Vikings, I didn't, closely monitor everything going on with him and what he was doing in his career. And he was a guy that when you saw him coming out in that class in 2018 as a very young guy, 20, 21 years old, you knew in that it was going to take him some time to figure it out, and that there was a lot there that needed to be refined and fixed to have him reach the upside that he kind of presented. But boy, did he ever there, OEL. You know what I mean? Did he ever? What a win. What a win. Great stat there. And thank you, man, for all of your support today. You have been very, 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 very kind. But that's a pretty incredible stat. There's no part. If you went 18, you went 19, you went 20, you went 21, you went 21, 2, you went 23. There'd be no part of that you think any of those other 3 guys wouldn't get it or get there ahead of Sam. It just shows you the unpredictable nature of the NFL. And why destinations and landing spots for these young quarterbacks coming out of college matters. Why where you get your second opportunity can matter. Why the supporting cast matters and the coaching matters. And it's not simply on, are you a superhero quarterback or not? Can you fly on high or not? Tends to be, but there's much more that impacts that goes beyond that. And Sam is absolutely a representation of that. Let's go. Thank you, OEL. Appreciate you for your support, brother. Very, very, very kind of you. Sean McLeo Dart, thank you for the $2 donation. Brando, we freaking did it. Holy smokes, baby. Hell yeah. Let's go, boy. Let's go, bro. It's good to see you in the house too as well. We did it, man. Unbelievable. We got it done, huh? We got it done, Sean. What a game. What a season. What a team. They found a way and pulled it off, brother. Let's go. Let's go, Sean. Thank you, man. Funny Money, thank you for the $5 donation. Devin Witherspoon is a junkyard dog. Boy, he is ever. He gets after it. And the combination of him and Eamon in this secondary for years to come is going to be such a big benefit to the Seahawks defense and what it stylistically and structurally allows you to get done. You know, he's a guy that is going to eliminate blocks off the edge, and he's going to be a crazy tackler. Thing that you got to see today, and something that didn't show up as much this year, but it didn't show up as much this year because you had so many games that you just didn't feel as impelled to need the blitz to generate the pass rush. Your front four was getting the job done. There's games we've had this year where it's just like, Mike's just like, look, he said it himself when he was asked about it like halfway through the year. Did you think you're going to be blitzing as infrequently as you have been this year? It's like, well, no, I'm just able to rely on my front four to get the job done. So I just don't feel the need to have to do it. And here was a game where he saw the opportunity, I think, to utilize Witherspoon and Mass in full. And boy, did he unleash the beast. I mean, he had Witherspoon blitzing even on that final drive. He dialed it up with him. He really did. And you can see with Witherspoon that he really is a grade A blitzer. You just don't blitz off the corner that often. And you don't blitz in general by the nature of your team very often. But he can do it. And he can even do it at kind of a high level. Yeah, he was phenomenal in this game as a blitzer in that way. And a great player in addition to that. Highest rated corner by PFF this year, showing you why. It's not just what he brings coverage-wise. It's what he is as a tackler. It's what he can be as a blitzer. As you say, it's his junkyard doggedness that he brings to the football field at all times funny. And it was on display in this game. Easily could have been the guy that you looked at in this game and said, I'll give him the MVP. 1 sack, 3 quarterback hits, 4 tackles. He had a great game. Absolutely a great game. Bear with me 1 second, folks. We'll be right back. Appreciate you, Funny, for the Fiver, man. Love, we got Devin here. Aaron in the house. What's up, Aaron? Dr. Sanders getting the hotel book for our guys here. Going to be rolling out with him out there in Seattle. We got the, hopefully, Super Bowl parade gets announced here tonight at some point for Wednesday. We're going to try to count on that. But if you get a chance and you are out in the Seattle state, see if you're in Seattle, come check us out. I'll be giving you guys some updates. Check my Twitter, be following all that. I'll be giving you guys some locations about where you can find us there on Wednesday for the parade. But we'll be down in downtown Seattle. I'm going to be just soaking all that up and in. And my man, Dr. Sanders, will be out there as well in person. So appreciate you, Aaron. Good to see you in the house, brother. Let's go get it, man. Let's go get it. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan, refs stole K9's Super Bowl rushing record and the team's sack record, but we won. That's all that matters. That is all that matters. I can't blame him on the call on the Walker run. You know, you did have Jalen Sundell out there pretty high with his hands. You know, he got in there pretty good on that side of it. It's right there where the play's going past. It's kind of there on bright display at that point. So I can understand them making the call there on that. I don't have as much of an issue with that in that moment on it. But look, you got the win. You got a comfortable win. You get a comfortable win in the Super Bowl, man. That's smooth sailing as you're going to get. And they figured it out. Hell of a splash on Mike, by the way. Pretty epic Gatorade splash down. Love that. Love that. It's cool to see showing back the Hawk players just drinking it all in and enjoying every bit of it. What a game. What a game, Jordan. It's good to see you in the house too, brother. We got the win. And the defense with this kind of effort, to me, stamps their way in there. Are they going to be held as high in regard as, you know, the Legion of Boom team as far as defensively speaking goes? You know, we'll see on that, I guess, when it's all said and done. Do they have a right to be held up in that same kind of high esteem? They do. Sack record or not with that. And Walker just ran his ass off in this game. You could just see his game's gone to another level here throughout the course of the season at the end of things. And he was great in this game. Just great. You can see he's a difference maker at the running back position. And now finally, as you start to get some holes actually opened up for him and some room for him to work with, that he can maximize that to the utmost. He is your priority number one this offseason, in my opinion, for in-house free agents that are on the move. And you cannot let him get away at this point. He's got to remain. He's got to be retained. You just can't afford to lose that kind of component that he brings to the offense. If you didn't have him out there in this game and you lost that JSN for that time period in this game, boy, you do have a lot of other answers to go to at that point. Maybe not. So big what he supplied us in this game. Very, very much deserving of that Super Bowl MVP, in my opinion. Would have been cool if he got that finishing run there to kind of close it off, but I get the officials calling that one. I wasn't mad about that one myself on it, but hey, how about that? What a game. What a defense. What a running back. Don Vader, thank you for the $5 donation, Don. Our special teams produced the most impressive performance I've ever seen from a unit ever. Indeed, the special teams performance today was great. I think that this has definitely been the best special team season I've seen in just about football history when you think about all that you did. It's not just the kick returns and the punt returns for touchdowns. Those are on the books for sure. You got that already. It's not just the way that you defend kickoffs and punts. You limit that down to a bare minimum. But then you add on top of the stack guys like Dixon that can both give you the big leg, never seem to allow the punt returners to have any room to get back. You defend that well. He also kicks it inside the 20 like a demon. Just he had the one kick punt today at the end there where the Patriots are full back, just rushing the passer. They're basically leaving the goalie they're taking the goalie from behind the net. They're bringing everybody. He's just got to get the punt off quick. Manages to get the little just low roller, land it and roll it, and then roll out 3 yards out of bounds at the 3-yard line. Just everybody was absolutely phenomenal. Of course, Myers making all of his kicks. It's a special teams unit that's not just been the best in football. It's been the best in football by a mile. You look at what they've done as far as forcing fumbles off on the kickoffs, getting touchdowns on the kickoffs like we did in the Pittsburgh Steelers game. It's been a unit that has been special. And Jay Harbaugh deserves a lot of credit for that. There's no doubt about that. The credit also got to go to a guy like John Schneider for the wherewithal and the willingness to spend the money on a punter, to spend the money on a kick returner, to go out there and get Rashid Shaheed, to take a unit that was already great and make them even better at that point. So very impressive. And boy, they put a button on that performance today with what they did in this game, because that was tremendous on their part. Dan, to your point, absolutely a tremendous game, and showed you why they are such a difference-making element. I think a lot of times people talk about special teams and it's kind of like, oh, and yeah, you got a pretty good special teams unit. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it kind of helps. It really, really helps when you're just this thoroughly good across the board in your special teams unit. Absolutely was a difference-making part of this game, and a difference-making part of this season, and not just a small regarded portion of it. I know. Come here. Yeah. Come here. Come here. Come here. Vermillion. Thank you for the $5 donation, Vermillion. So many sports talkers wrote off the Seahawks at the start of the season, and they still, with Sam, won the Super Bowl 60. Let's go, Hawks. Indeed. Innumerable amount of people looked at this team and went, no chance. Innumerable amount of people looked at this team and went, fourth place. I don't believe in Sam. I just look at Sam, and how far are you going to get with Sam? Sam, a Super Bowl winning quarterback? You just can't even say it with a straight face. You know, they say things like that. And what you get to learn about with a lot of these pundits and with a lot of these analysts and their outlook is that there's a lot of laziness out there. There's a lot of, like, you didn't do the homework. You just kind of like flippantly looked at this team and this geographical location and that division. You went, right there, that. And that goes to show you that these guys don't do their work. Because how could you be so remarkably far off? How could you be, that deep into the other end of the reservoir on this from where we actually are going to be out of this season and what we're going to go get done? And it is part of what makes this season so remarkable, Vermillion, is that you do so and you accomplish all this with so many people doubting your ability to even get in the playoffs. Say nothing of winning the division. Say nothing of winning the NFC. Say nothing of winning the Super Bowl. How many people doubted your ability to even get in the playoffs? How many people presented that this was going to be a team that was going to take a step back this season instead of a major 2 steps forward? Go Hawks, Vermillion. Thank you for the support. Matthew Plowden, thank you for another $5 donation. Appreciate all of your support tonight as well, Matthew. Congrats to you guys. That defense is so good. May is really good, but I think we learned he isn't on Stafford's level yet. Y'all have a blast. Oh, we are going to be through the night here, folks, as we will be going strong late into the evening. You better believe that. No doubt about that. And yeah, Stafford is your MVP. And I was saying this on the roundtable, been saying it for a couple of weeks. It's far and away as Stafford's award. And it is because he's that much of a difference maker, because he probably had the best season of his career as an NFL quarterback, because he continually furthermore masters the sport from the quarterback position, because there's so many things that he can do to set your offense up for success. It can be the quick snaps. It can be the recognition. I mean, just the fact that, Stafford in so many ways can remove the blitz from your playbook just by his his ability to dice it up. And certainly did that, I think, for the Seahawks, Matthew, in the third game, where because of how successful he had been in the second game when you had blitzed him, you didn't even want to take that risk at that point in that game. Then you see how much you have that willingness to go after Drake May in a much different way, in a much more intense fashion, and dial it up on him and not be the least bit fearful to do so. And that's partly just because Matt is so good at making every throw in the book and recognizing and seeing what's coming from a mile away. And he's mastered so many parts of the position that, to your point, Drake May, you give him the 5, 6, 7 years down the line and he'll have that stuff, potentially mastered too. But part of the reason that Stafford's got this stuff mastered is the guy's played almost 20 years in the sport. And that while you'd love to have the thinking sometimes comes that these quarterbacks will come in and they can instantly take off and go. Every year you're in the sport as a quarterback, you're growing and you're getting little bits and better here and there. You're recognizing this a little bit more. You're getting a little bit more control over the line of scrimmage. And that even a Drake May going into year 3, into year 4, will not be the same as Drake May in year 8 or year 9. When he's really had that extra time to really learn, and he's been around the block a variety of times, and he really knows all of the ins and outs. And you can't show him something that he hasn't seen before. So Drake maybe eventually will get there. Stafford wasn't there in year 2 either to what he's become as a player. But it's also a learning lesson to people about the quarterback position as it pertains to the modern era. And that is that it is one that you got to give these guys more time than you'd give to any other position in the sport. Now, number one, because it takes more time to master, Number two, because the complexity has been driven up to the utmost in the modern era, even from where it was for the quarterback position 10 years ago. And also because these quarterbacks can play later into their career. So it doesn't have to be looked at through the timeline of, well, if he isn't there by the time he's 28 and doing everything, well, then he's done. You can give these guys a little bit more of that time because there's so much to master. There's so much to learn. There's so much complexity, especially where defenses have gone to that ultimate complexity in recent years. So Drake may eventually get there, but he's not close to that Stafford level yet. You're right about that, Matthew. And Stafford well earned that MVP trophy this year. He was phenomenal, and he played great against us. PGZ, good to see you in the house, PGZ. Thank you for the $2 donation. B-Dog, we did it, sir. Hey, salute to you, man. We did it, sir, and we got it done. They finished the process, and they did so with an artful fashion, I'll say. PGZ. What a year, huh, bro? What a great year this has been. We got the Super Bowl done. Can you believe it? You won the Super Bowl. You got 2 trilogies in the NFC West to get here. You beat the Patriots, your old nemesis out here from the AFC that took you down in that manner. The 1 yard line. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. Should have ran it. Hey, Mike McDonald, you down the 1 yard line. What are you going to do this week, Mike McDonald? Where were you down the 1 yard line? What are you going to do? Should have ran it. Should have ran it. All that gets to go away now. No more of that. Enough of that. Let's go, PGZ. Appreciate you. OEL with another $5. Thank you for that, OEL. Going to enjoy this for all time. I don't ever want to hear anything about ghosts unless it's Sam and the Hawks making the Pats Super Bowl hopes disappear. Amen. And Pat's L's. And Pat's L's. Yeah, I don't want to hear anything about it anymore either. I don't want to hear Sam Ghosts. I don't want to hear Sam Pumpkin. I don't want to hear Sam this or that. Sam Darnold, as I have been saying since the start of this season, is good enough to help you go and get a Super Bowl victory. People push back on that tremendously, right? Not necessarily with our own fan base, but people on the outside looking, Roundtable, they push back on this. And this has been proven to be true. He can go win you. He can go be a Super Bowl winning quarterback. This is not something that's like some mystical thing. Do you have the mystical stuff inside you? And I can't point to what that is particular, but I can just sort of feel whether you have it or not. And maybe you've got some mental deficiencies that keep you from having that mysticism in your heart to be able to be that magic man when the team needs you most, right? It's this thing that they want to reference, which is like this thing of you got it or don't. It's not something you can work at. It's something you get better at. You got the stuff in you or you don't. Well, Sam's proven that he's got the stuff. If all that stuff's true, if there's some ethereal thing that a quarterback's got to have to be a Super Bowl potentially winning quarterback, he's proven it. And there's no more naysayers that can say anything out there. Yeah, you don't win. You don't win a Super Bowl as a bad quarterback. You just don't do it. You just don't do it. Sam made it happen this year. He had one of the better seasons for a Seahawks quarterback in our history. And he played stellar in this postseason. Really, really impressed by Sam. So easy to root for him and what he's done. And you're right. Just one of those extra things that gets to go away forever. One of these little narratives out there that would never get shaken free no matter what seemingly Sam did this year or what he's done the past 2 years. Now you got no more leg to stand on if that's still your opinion. You got no leg to stand on. You are merely being a hater if you're holding on to that take. Well said, OEL. Very well said. Stephen Penor, thank you for the... What's going on here? So let me click things. All right. It's just the chat needing to update a little bit there. Stephen Penor, thank you for the $2 donation. Stephen, Super Bowl champs, go Seahawks. Great channel, man. Appreciate your support, Stephen. Super Bowl 60 champions. Whew. Doesn't that sound nice? Doesn't that sound mighty nice? Appreciate you for that. Thank you so much for the donation, Stephen. Very, very kind of you, and very kind of you to say as well. Oh my goodness. Simogen coming in with another. I said another. Simogen, another $100 donation. Let's go, brother. Simogen, you're awesome, man. Thank you for all of your donations today. You dropped like $400 donation drops on my butt. Appreciate you for that. You are very, very, very kind. Thanks for another season, Brandon. It has been fun from the preseason chatting to the end. What an end. Also, Buck Ice. To anyone who wants to complain about it, maybe do some donations to prove me wrong. There we go, man. There we go. Oh, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you so much. And it has been a great, just from the preseason onward, getting out to training camp, going through the preseason with you guys, having this team just slowly build itself into what it became, watching the young talent rise, watching Mike McDonald get more comfortable, watching the second year iteration of his defense have that much more complication and depth to the playbook that he can call upon. The moves made this offseason that were so smartly done. It's been just a hell of a year, a hell of a year, man. And it's been so much fun experiencing with you. So you're right, man. Anybody wants to dissuade it, they can put don't know if they want to push back on it on that side. But very kind of you, man. Very kind of you for that $100 donation. And what a year. 7 months this pathway has taken us to get here. We started out at the end of July, essentially, with some of those training camp practices and going, man, there's something about this team that's kind of nice. Feels like they're growing and they're getting better. They're moving forward in the right fashion. It really felt like that. But Simogen, you are awesome. Thank you, man, for all of your support today. Man, huge donations drops. Thank you just never is enough when you drop that much support on me, man. It's never enough just to say thank you. I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. You've been very kind here multiple times over. And let's go Hawks, man. Just go Hawks. That's all I gotta say. Just go Hawks. Appreciate you, brother. Very, very kind. Panda Cats, thank you for the $1.49 donation. Got a super sticker on there. It doesn't have anything listed as far as a message on your donation, but just a straight dono dropped in. Appreciate you for doing that, Panda. Very kind of you. Lord's Disciple in the house. Thank you for a $2 dono as well, Lord Disciple. It says, go Hawks. Dominant performance. Dominant performance. And there were many of us walking in this game. There was a 4.5 point favorite. You know, yeah, you're a little bit of a favorite, but many of us thought that it should have been more. I had predicted a 10-point win, and I had confidence and faith in this team. And it was, you know, going back and looking at the Patriot tape and what they put on the board and what you were seeing from them versus what you'd seen from the Seahawks team. And you felt like as you watch the Hawks tape and you're going back and you're watching the opponents you played through, it felt like you had gone through a gauntlet, a war battlefield, and that you had been hardened up by that you had to learn to win in a variety of different fashions. And it did feel like coming into it for the Patriots and the approach that they got and the pathway they got. I think that this is very fair to say in retrospect here that, you know, that they had things set up a lot easier. And the 391 winning percentage schedule and the pathway through the playoffs that was, you know, much more simplified for them. And they got some easier opponents that they got to take on. And that set them up in a way that allowed them to have the easier pathway and to not be as maybe tried and true tested like we were. But the Hawks, because of that tried and true, were able to go out and get you a dominant performance. And this defense just came out and they said, we're not letting you have any breathing room today, Drake. We're not giving you any outs. We're not giving you any easy plays. Everything felt tremendously hard for this Patriot squad, that they had to earn every completion. Every yard gained on the ground was tough. Was just tough and stifling at times. Dominant performance. Well said, man. Tim Lands, thank you for the $10 donation. Tim, very kind of you, man. Says, great job tonight, Seahawks. Great job tonight. So proud of these boys. Such an easy team to root for because they play for each other. They play hard. They show up every week. They're dogs. They get after it with physicality and violence. Two things that you have to wrap your head around to play this game. And it's a team collective effort every time you come out with these wins, where you just walk out of it every time going, man, this guy and that 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 guy and this guy. Oh, and don't forget him. And he contributed too. Remember his thing with this, and remember this guy did this on that play with it. And you go through collectively and you're like, wow, it really is a team that makes this thing happen. It's what you love about this sport, is there's always so much depth and so many layers, but it's the team that can drive this thing. And it sometimes gets lost by the stars, especially by the fans' outlook and the pundits' outlook. And they'll tell you it's down to the quarterbacks. They'll tell you it's down to the coaches. It's down to the players. It's down to the team. Who can be the better team? Something the Seahawks in 2025 proved out to be as much as any team we've seen in recent memory. Who can be the better team? Well, you got a great offense. How's your special teams? How's your defense? You got a great defense. How's your special teams? How's your offense? Do you have three phases that are all cooking fully like we do? Because that's what you're going to need to beat us. Great job tonight for the Seahawks team, Tim. Thank you for the $10 dono, man. What a performance. Joe Strew, thank you for the $2 donation. What are we renaming the 49ers Stadium? Well, we've got Hawks House and Hawks Nest South are the two names that have jumped out. I kind of like Hawks House, Whose house? Hawks House. Whose house? Hawks House. One thing's for sure. When we got to already smoke cigars in your locker room because we won the division, and then we got to come back and we win in your stadium for the Super Bowl, it's no longer your house anymore. In fact, Niners should probably just be smart to just move out of there, have a new stadium built. Those grounds will never be hallowed again. They will never be sanctified again. They are now always going to carry the Hawk aura. You might think it's the substation. You think that's the substation causing that? No. That's the Hawk House aura causing that to happen. That's what's making that occur. That's my vote, at least, Joe. I like the Hawks House. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. I bet Jody had to talk with John to not get too drunk. Did you notice John putting down the trophy very carefully? It's like I'd be after a couple of drinks, or I'd be like, oh, okay, it's on there. And then somebody asked him to pick it back up again. It's kind of funny. But John will be having a couple cold ones tonight, and as well he should. He had one of the great all-time seasons for a general manager that you could ever see. I mean, every move was a home run. Every move was like him hitting it out the park. I mean, you talk about being so good that you have a degree of difficulty. You didn't even need your second and third round pick in this last draft because of how good an offseason you had, because of how good you drafted around those two picks. Didn't even need them. Wasn't even a requirement for you. Phenomenal job on his part. Just phenomenal. Phenomenal. He deserves to get drunk as he wants tonight, in my opinion. Well done tonight, John. Well done, sir. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. All your sports night too, brother. The dark side stopped the empire in its tracks. It's 4 a.m. here in Ireland. 19 hours in, and I'm not sleeping anytime soon. Thankfully, I've got today off of work. Let's go, Martin. Should be a holiday. It should be a worldwide holiday, in my opinion. But let's go. And we're going late tonight, folks, so lock in. We got a lot planned here on the schedule. We're going to be getting into it tonight. We're going to be playing a little bit of some old Hawks Nest episodes as I eat at some point or another tonight. Mix that in a little bit. But we're going late. We're going long. We're going to set a new record tonight for the longest stream in Seahawks Hawks Nest history. We're going to set both records tonight. We're going to set the longest stream in Seattle Seahawks content creation history, and we're going to set the longest stream history on this channel. Both of them. I know you'll be rocking with me for a while, though, Martin. And they reward you for getting up early today, didn't they? They reward you for getting it done today. I'm not going to be able to sleep anytime soon either. I'm going to be so hyped up by this win. It's so cool. What a year. What a team. I'm going to just keep saying it. This has been just simply just amazing. You've been amazing as well, Martin. Thank you for all your support, brother. Being a member of the channel as well. No time to sleep, man. We got too much celebrating to do. Putty, thank you for the $10 donation, Putty236. K9, 80 plus rushing yards, and Hawks to win every quarter, 10 to win 160. Something for putting in the work here every week. I appreciate the great commentary on this channel and look forward to next season. Well, thank you for that. Big shout out to the sponsor of the show. Good time to make big mention of that, which would be, of course, Underdog, or not Underdog, but of course, would be the Sleeper, if I can mention it here. And they'll match you up to 100% of your first deposit up to $100. They'll match you up onto that when you use the code NEST. There's also the freebie 20 right now. So a free $20 no deposit needed. Just create a login. They'll put $20 in your account. So $120 from me to you. Did pretty good today, actually, on the picks overall. So you can now bet upon, of course, who the MVP was going to be in this game. And I got a couple hits today. So I got my Kenneth Walker hit here. That was my Super Bowl MVP. Nailed it. So if you were listening to me on Walker, we got you good there. Came back through as well. Got the Seahawks, picked them to win. You know I had to do that. You know I had to pick the Seahawks to win. Didn't get the biggest payout, but I don't care because we got that done as well. And then how did we do on our picks for the game? We had Myers with 1.5 field goals. He nailed that. We have Cooper Kupp with over 3.5 receptions. He nailed that. We have Kenneth Walker with 21.5 receiving yards. He nailed that. I missed it by 1/2 catch. I got Hunter Henry with over 3.5 catches. He only had 3 catches. So we just barely missed on that sucker. But a shout out to Sleeper for sponsoring the show. Shout out to you guys for using the code. And shout out to you as well. Putty, shout out to you as well for taking my advice on that, man. So well done. And my pleasure, man. I love what I get to do, and I got a great job, man. It's the best job in the world. This is easy work to be able to get to do what I do, and especially to get to cover a winner. There's so many people that I think that I got to do this content creation business, and you're a Bengal content creator, Cardinal content creator. You got a lot of tough stuff you got to dwell through and turn over and talk about. I get to talk about great, cool things. I get to cover a great, awesome team that makes smart decisions and is well run and is trying to go out there and win championships. Not trying to be making their profits, or this is a business. How can we make ourselves into a champion? How can we chase edges? How can we do everything in our possible power to go out there and get the championship and make it happen? I love it, man. Congrats on you on the wins. Got a couple wins myself today. Feels good on top of the team getting the win on top of it all. It's a win kind of day, isn't it? Boy, is it ever. Thank you for that, Putty. Congrats on those. Alaskan Berg Wanderer. Thank you for the $10 donation, Alaskan. A lot of Hawk fans up here in Alaska. We are pumped. Seahawks. Seahawks. Oh, I love it. And I'm aware of it. We got a huge contingent. In fact, I dare say Alaska is more full than Seahawks fans than anybody else. Absolutely, positively, 100% the case. 100% the case. You guys are tried and true up there. And hopefully there's some Alaskan bars going off tonight. People in great celebration. But you're every bit part of this. You're part of the Seahawks. Where this is a regional thing. It's a worldwide thing. The 12s are worldwide. But you all out there in Alaska, you're as much of any part of it considered a part of this team. Part of this community. Don't think we forget about you up there in the north. We don't at all. We might be one of the only folks in the country don't forget about y'all up there. We know. And I love that you guys are Hawk fans. I love that we've got this sort of regional aspect to it. I know we're heavy in Vancouver as well, heavy on the west side of Canada, a lot of Idaho, a lot of western Montana, a lot of Oregon. Big geographical coverage this Seahawks team has. And a lot of people tonight celebrating this win. I love it, man. I love it. Thank you for that, Alaskan. Let's go, man. Seahawks. Get it. Chris, thank you for the $10 donation, Chris. Meet up at the parade Wednesday. We're going to do it for sure. So if you're planning on being out at the parade, I'm going to get out there early. I've got my plane ticket already bought. We just got to get confirmation that Wednesday is going to be the parade day. So that's all I'm waiting for is just the final confirmation there. But I've got my ticket. I've got my hotel room. I'm going to be in downtown Seattle. We're going to get out there early. I'm going to be walking the streets. I'll be tweeting out where we're going to be located, and hopefully we'll get maybe even tonight at some point, we'll get a little bit of an idea of like where we'll be at or where we'll end out at or how the process will go. But if you guys are wanting to meet up or whatnot, please do jump down there in the parade. I'll be down there in downtown walking through with my buddy and hopefully meeting up with a bunch of Hawks Nesters, dabbing people up, giving out a lot of hugs, maybe doing a couple shots. Dare I say, Chris? Dare I say a little bit of imbibing potentially on Wednesday? But you know the city's going to show out, and I'm not missing this one. I had to miss the last one. I am not missing this one. I cannot wait, Chris. It is going to be tremendous. Just tremendous. But yes, sir, we will get a meetup. I will definitely let you guys know of where we'll be at bar location wise. Do keep, of course, up on my Twitter, because I'll be probably posting out a lot of that to you guys and letting you guys know where I'll be at with that. But we will do definitely some bar, someplace location on Wednesday. We'll have kind of the Hawks Nest meetup where we can kind of go. And if people want to kind of meet up down there, we'll be down that way of it. But it's going to be a long day of hopeful partying for me on Wednesday, from early in the morning to late at night. We're going to just have a long, good day of it. Just revelry. Nothing but sheer revelry, Chris. Daryl Chapman, thank you for the $10 donation. Daryl, started watching this channel when I was 15, and we had Ken Norton as defensive coordinator. 7 years later, we got to watch our Hawks win another chip. It's been a great ride of ups and downs the past few years. Love you, B. Well, much love to you too as well, Daryl. It's, and folks like yourself, it's as much as it starts to feel a little bit like family. You have guys that like yourself have been rocking with me here through almost 6-7 years on this, almost a decade together on this. And, when you go through so much stuff emotionally together in that way, where you all are going through those ups and downs together, it does kind of unify the spirit. And it does with me when I speak to this community being the driving force of this channel. It's true. It's not me, them as this driving force. It's this community that's come together absent me, absent really from my contributions or lack of contributions or whatever else. It's the community of the 12s. It's the spirit of the 12s. It's the spirit that exists in this region. That's part of why I love this fan base so much. You have your toxic side of fan bases. You have your negative fan bases. You have your whining fan bases. But then you have your fan bases that collectively are a brother and a sisterhood. And as I say to those folks who might be in Alaska or out in Australia or out there in Germany or out there on the eastern side of the state or in Vancouver or in the heart of Seattle itself, 12 is one. That we are that community, that we all ride together in that way, that we support one another in that way. And this is satisfying for my team to win the Super Bowl. And I'm going to love this and I'm going to revel in it and all that. But the part of this that I would have never anticipated in doing this channel that is ultimately so very extra satisfying about this win right now as I think about it, is that I get to experience this with you guys at the same time. And you guys at the same time of not just Johnny come lately in the moment, but you guys that have been with me every step of the way. It's like, it's almost like if you remember the old, this is an old reference for you folks, but it's like the never ending storybook. And, there's a point in the story in this book where this kid's reading this fairy tale story in this movie, and he's reading through the book, and it's an incredible storytelling. It's got all this great adventure going on. And then almost at the end of the book is talking directly to him. And it's an OF kind of moment in the movie, but it's like that feeling of when that kid in the movie there has that realization that the book itself is talking to him, that there's almost something extra magical about that book. I'd relate it to the same way of interacting and being a part of this fan base and covering this team and through all of the travails of this team and now to get to celebrate the ultimate. It's the same kind of feeling that I would have never anticipated going into this. And it's made this so much of a richer experience to be able to cover this team and so much of a richer experience being the fan to celebrate it with my community truly, not just in spirit, not just in somebody else, some other 12 out there's loving up what's going on out there in the lay of the land out there somewhere, in this universe, but that there's interconnected people in this chat right now. So many who've been with me for so long and we're all experiencing this together. And it just makes it just so much more satisfying. It really is. It has made this just, I'll keep saying the same words, but I can't believe it so much. I can't believe the community we got. I can't believe how cool y'all are in this way. And to have this for so many years, I've been riding with people on this channel and we have so many interactions in our community back and forth, and that these relationships, I know how much people are enjoying this tonight. It ain't just me, but all the people I know and how much they'll enjoy it. The interactions I get to have with these folks and knowing how much they've turned over these tough decisions like I have, and the end of the Legion of Boom era, and the dynasty that was supposed to be, but was never was, and the Super Bowl play that hung over the top of this organization for years, and the darkness that caused, and the spinning in circles trying to find answers, but none coming to you, and the recognition that the era was going to end with an absolute positive thud, a whimper, rather than with a bang. Much love to you too, as Daryl is rocking with me through all these years. And this is a special, special experience to be able to do this with you guys and to experience this with you guys. It has made it very rewarding. You know, they say that a lot of times, like the downside, the bad times make you really appreciate the good times. But I got to say it really especially has, because when I first walked in the door here, it was us turning over bad times. It was us turning over the negative. It was us trying to accept the negative and what that meant. That now as we get to the good, as we get to the savory, as we get to the sweet, as we get to the satisfying, it just makes it all the more extra satisfying because of it. And I know you're feeling the same thing out there. That's this. We all get to feel this together at the same time. It's all of that stuff. It ain't just simply winning the Super Bowl, but where you've come from to win that Super Bowl. Much love to you too as well. Much love to you as well. Thank you for all your support through the years. Thank you for rocking with me for years here. And congratulations tonight. Stimpy, thank you for gifting 5 Hawks Nest memberships out. Stimpy, I salute you, man. That is a very, very kind of you to do so on that front of things. Very, very kind of you there on that. Appreciate you for that, Stimpy. He says, now I don't know who you gifted necessarily the memberships to. It doesn't tell me on who gets gifted the memberships, but folks, be keeping an eye out on your community post. You might have just got a notification that you just got gifted a membership here by Stimpy. Very kind of him to do so. And members will be getting out the PFF scores tomorrow morning from this game to you guys on that side of it. We're also going to be getting the PFF grades for the year out to you guys if you're members of the channel this week. And then we'll be doing a call-in show. If not this week, we'll be getting by early next week. We'll be getting another call-in show for members of the channel. So if you just got gifted by Stimpy, that was very kind of him to do so. Keep an eye on your community post, as that's where I post the membership benefits over to that side of it. But Stimpy, you are awesome. Thank you. I know, big time contributor, another member of this channel. And thank you for gifting out those memberships out there. We'll continue with this off season. You guys better believe it, on really expanding out these membership benefits and keeping you guys getting something for you guys, putting that in, because that's really a big foundational point to this channel, those memberships and keeping those things active throughout the course of the years you guys have done so. Or as like my guy, Chase Stern with 31 months, here's a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Chase. Says, let's go. Best defense the league has seen since the Legion of Boom. Roundtable. It's going to be fun. Well, in fact, that does remind me. First off, let me get a couple of the responses back here. We got a congratulations. So we got a congratulations from Jake Ellenbogen. Thank you, brother. Can I give him a thank you, brother? Big shout out to Jake on that. All right. Thank you, boy. Sorry, guys. Got to text off the round table here and see if they can adjust, because I'm going to be flying on Tuesday. So Chase, I don't know if we'll be doing the roundtable this week, as I'm going to be busy getting my happy ass out there to Seattle and getting it in there on that side of it. But best defense since the Legion of Boom. Let's go, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Love it. Thank you again, Stimpy, for those 5 gifted memberships. Do folks keep an eye on that. See if you did get gifted out of membership by Stimpy. Should let you know on that. Jeffrey Thistle in the house. What's up, Jeffrey? Another one of my OGs. Good to see you, man. Drake Mayonnaise. Seeing ghosts for the Hawks and indeed the entire AFC. We slayed the evil empire and prevented round 2 of the Pats. Not on our watch. Y'all are welcome.
The power of the dark side.
NFL, you're welcome. We cut out the knees of this dynasty before it even got warmed up. You're welcome. You're welcome. But yeah, you had things dialed up for Drake in this game. At very end, he started to maybe find just a little bit of rhythm at the end, but through all of this game, aside from that little bit at the end, you had him just head spinning, not sure of what he was seeing down the field in coverage. You were generating pressure from every different direction. It was coming up the middle. It was up from the side this time, coming from the other side that time. You were dialing up the blitzes at select moments. I think Mike McDonald put together his best defensive game plan of the season right here. You maybe had more dominant defensive performances, but from his standpoint, as far as what he put together from a game plan standpoint and really setting these players up for success in this game, I thought Mike was on his A game to the nth degree. And there's a reason that he's been dominating these young quarterbacks. If I can show you a lot of variance on the fronts, on the secondary, pre to post snap, if whatever snapshot you try to take prior to the snap is not going to be true post snap, I can get you thinking. And the more I can get you thinking from a quarterback position, the better for me as a defense. And Mike really understands that at a major level. And this defense showed you today what happens with a young quarterback like that who's gone through 3 quarters of it. And then by the end of that 3rd quarter where he's just kind of throwing it up for grabs and he's not ready for any of the pressure when it does come. And he doesn't know when the blitz is coming and when it isn't coming. And he's completely getting shocked by it. And that's where Mike, I think now and into the future, is going to be a very hard day at the office for those young quarterbacks in this sport that are still trying to find their way, that are still very young. You know, they've essentially been asked to play the game at a very young age to be a full-time starter out there. And there are going to be some limitations to your game when it's away. You might have some really great parts to your game you can bring too. You might have the big arm like Drake May and great scrambling ability and some really good stuff and be able to get your team to a Super Bowl, but you run into the wrong coach who can dial up the right game plan with the right personnel around it to make it go. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Now, those guys that are like a Stafford, those guys that have been quarterbacks in the league for 8 or 9 years and still have a physical ability to get it done, now it's a little bit of a different story at that point. That's not kind of the same thing there, right? But love it, man. Thank you for that, Jeffrey. Drake Mayonnaise. Mayonnaise. Let me say it right. Mayonnaise. Appreciate you. Garth in the house. What's up, Garth? Brother, it's good to see you too as well. You had to stop in tonight at some point, man. I had to see you in here tonight. How you doing, brother? Thank you for the $5 donation. Man, it's good to see you. Another one of our big-time contributors through the years here on this channel. Been rocking with me for years here. So good to see you, bro. I know you're smiling big tonight. Love you, Brando. Thanks for all you do. And how about them Hawks? How about them Seahawks? Huh? How about them Seahawks? Not too shabby. Not too shabby. We got back to the mountaintop, Garth. We got back here. We did so with a magical season, with a storybook season, with a team that's so easy to root for beyond just winning. So many personalities, so easy to root for. So many guys you just know just all they do is get up every day, go work their butt off to be the best they possibly can, and they do it collectively. How about them Seahawks, Garth? It's great to see you in the house, brother. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully you're celebrating and riding high on this victory. And let's go, man. Let's go, huh? Not too bad. Not too bad, Garth. Ah, it feels good. OEL. It was very important we won, considering it's never a guarantee if we could get back to this point every year. It's a good point. It's why I didn't want to put anything about people starting up any sort of talk on, well, it's the beginning of a dynasty or this is the start of us, right? Like, every year is unique. Every year is new. You got the third youngest roster in football. Great. You know, you've got gargantuan amount of money to spend this offseason. Great. You don't have a ton of keynote free agents that's going to be able to weaken down this squad into next year. Great. There's no guarantees about year in and year out what your team will be into the next year. Eagles thought they were going to come right back into this next year, right? The Eagles lost probably more in this offseason than what we're going to lose. You know, they lost Josh Sweat and Milton Williams and lost their starting right guard. But they thought they were going to be able to bounce right back into this and be right back in the fray. And they got the playoffs, but they weren't ready to be an elite team coming back in that next year. And you never know that. And, you know, we'll see what happens on the end of this game as far as what we'll hear from some of the vets on this squad. Going to be watching very closely to Marcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp and Leonard Williams. You know, you don't know if one of those guys looks, hey, I'm riding out high. I got it done. I got the job done. I got what I came to do. You know, this could be where now you got to, you know, reset the stack a little bit and you're gonna have to go find some answers out there. And you don't just get to add all of your starters right back to next year. This team's going to be competitive. This team's going to be a tough team into next year as well. And certainly we're going to be looked at as a contender, and we should be. But you're right. Every year is different. Every year is unique. And just because you got here this year doesn't mean that those same parameters are all just going to slide right back together, that same lightning in a bottle that you caught will be clutched onto throughout the offseason and just come right back out into be again next year. No guarantees on that. So savor this. Enjoy this for what it is right now. Enjoy this championship for what it is right now. Enjoy it for the next couple months as it's so hard to be done. It's so hard to get this done. A league of so much parity with a hardline salary cap, with so many teams doing everything they can to so aggressively go for it every year. Think about all the void money the Eagles bury every year. All the go for it type moves that exist out there across the sport. The way the Packers went for Micah Parsons, right? 2 first-round picks. This will be the move that got us over the top. And it might have gotten him over the top if he had maintained his health. Might have gotten him over the top if he hadn't torn his ACL. All those things that got to break right in your favor. Break just right in your favor to get to this spot. It's precious. It's hard to do. Savor it. Enjoy it, as OEL talks about here. Especially a year like this where things got set up for you to where once you got past the Rams into this game against the Patriots, this was a much easier task to take on this Patriots team than what we've seen from some other teams that have had to come out here in recent years. We had to face a GOAT at one time. I always say it's a tough thing is you got a great team you built up, a type of team we built up like this. You build up this kind of team, and then you run into a GOAT. Niner fans, and Jesse's been readily saying at times that the Seahawks team reminds him of the 2019 49ers team. And what happened to them? You ran up into a GOAT. Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes. Great team. Sometimes you run into a GOAT. New England, the Los Angeles Rams. First Super Bowl with Sean McVay. Running into Belichick and Tom Brady. You know, sometimes you just run into a GOAT. We did not run into a GOAT this year at the AFC, and we had to take advantage, like you say, OEL. Take advantage of that easier matchup in the Super Bowl than what you're going to typically get in other years. The Titans of the AFC fell away this year. Baltimore Ravens, Kansas City Chiefs, Buffalo Bills. They weren't the best version of themselves this year. It was a little bit more of a weakened AFC for you to go and take advantage. And you're able to do so. You come here? You come here? Come here. Come here. Yeah. Come here. Come here. Tony, thank you for the $5 donation. Tony, congrats, my brother. We really did it. Thank you for all the hard work and repping us right. Well, I hope I do so, especially when I go on the NFC West Roundtable. I'm very much well aware that I represent the Seahawks fan base when I go out on a channel like that. And always hopefully doing with some dignity and doing with respectfulness and doing with the way that you guys would want me to be doing it. So I really appreciate that, Tony. Very much appreciate it. We really did it, man. It's going to seem surreal throughout the night as we talk about it, but we really did it. This team made so many smart moves, and they worked so hard, and they got it done. Got it done. Appreciate you, man. I know you're celebrating tonight. And what I get to do is easy work, man. What I get to do is just the funnest style of work you can get. I sit in my chair and I just get to talk about football 24/7. It's a great life in that way. But very kind of you to say, man. Very, very kind of you to say. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. And this is a wonderful team to be able to cover this year. They have been a true pleasure to be able to cover. Thank you, Tony. Wayne, thank you for the $5 donation. This is how a dynasty starts. Best season in team history. Go Hawks. I got to do this. You got with your emoji on there. I got to put this one out there.
The power of the dark side.
Well, look, as I say, and I know I'm saying OEL above on this, that it is a year-by-year situation, and that you got to savor each individual season, and then, you can't count on things just running in perpetuity in the same fashion, in the same form. But I will say this. This is a team that's the third youngest roster in football. Third youngest roster in football, just won a Super Bowl. And when you think about how a dynasty starts and how you accomplish a dynasty, in a lot of ways, it's going to begin upon having a young roster go win a Super Bowl. An aging, older, veteran-laden team is not probably going to go on a dynastic type of run. And what you have in place are the parameters to be able to create this situation. It doesn't guarantee you're going to create it, but right now you've got about $94 million of cap space to spend this offseason. You have a starting quarterback that's still under multiple years of club control and pretty cheap at that. You don't have any free agents that are going to necessarily completely dust up your cap, or at least any free agents that are going to dust up your cap that's going to make you feel like you got to match them on that if they're going to break the bank and that you can't find replacements. You're not going to, unless you get like retirements like a Leonard Williams or DeMarcus Lawrence, you're not going to have any real possibility of losing any real major amount of talent off of this ball club. And you got all that money to spend. You're going to have guys you're going to be bringing back in the fold that you feel really good about with their youth and their development. I mean, Riley Mills goes out and gets a sack here. That's a guy that's going to be probably a major part of this team as we move into the future. Of course, we got Torrey Horton, who started out like a shot out of a cannon, and he's going to come back in the fold. Elijah Arroyo, another guy that'll be back in the fold here and into the mix next year, and probably much more key member to this team and what they do. Definitely a possibility. You've got things set up right now where you think about a lot of times with teams and where they land and what they got to run into. And I'd even offer that after that 13 season, you were much more in the mode at that point of starting to have to pay a lot of guys, and you really got stuck cap-wise even that year where you couldn't do a lot coming off that Super Bowl win. It was essentially just retaining guys. They're not going to be in a situation this offseason where they have to use all of their money just to retain and keep the same house in-house. They can keep the select guys they want to keep in-house, and they can go be active out there on the market as well. So they're in a very unique position to add on and even make this team better next year. Because remember, and if this is something to get, this should be something to get you really excited. You got this done this year with the third youngest roster in the NFL. You got this done this year sitting on $80 million of dead money that now goes off the books, and you get that back in your pocket to go spend. So a lot is lined up right now, Wayne, to be able to set the lines for that, to make this happen. Mike McDowell's not going anywhere anytime soon, as far as smart a head coach as he is. So it won't be easy. It's hard going back to back. And I'll tell you what, this division, Niners, Rams, they got money to spend. Both those teams I'm estimating are going to be mighty aggressive going into this offseason. And you never know when the Cardinals might rise up too. So the NFC is going to continue to be a tough one. Eagles should still be a tough team next year. Cowboys might have figuring some stuff out. You never know with them. You got the NFC South, which is getting some teams emerging like Buccaneers and Panthers are coming along. And then you got that North there, Bears with Caleb Williams and the Lions and the Packers. Micah Parsons coming back into the fold there. But you got a lot to work with here, Wayne. It's not going to be like where you're restricted. You don't have the money to spend here. You got to sign this extension there. You can't make this go there. You're going to be able to add on. You will be able to add on. Can you capture the same kind of specialness that this unit happened? Can you keep this team still hungry into next year through an offseason? We'll see on that part. But definitely they got the talent. They got the means. They got the money. They got the coaching. Tiza in the house. What's up, Tiza? Good to see you. How you doing, man? Thank you for the $2 dono. Super proud of this team, man. It feels unreal. It does. I mean, it's not really fully hit me either yet. I mean, it's kind of hit me, but not all the way like in how it will. And I think it's unreal because nobody thought we would be here. Nobody, even through going these last 2 weeks, everybody just sort of spoke to the fact that it went without saying that, the Patriots, they just find a way. The mystique of the Patriots will win out. Josh McDaniels has been there 11 freaking times. He'll know exactly the game plan to call. So, it was one where everyone seemed to tell us at every turn that this was a team that couldn't make this happen, that Sam couldn't make this happen, that it was too early, that they were too young, that this was too new. But that's not how it's gone. And it is why you feel so proud of this team. It's one thing when you walk into a season and you are already looked at as that contender, that you've already sort of been developing. You've already been that young team finding your way, ups and downs. Okay, we kind of got in the playoffs, but we weren't quite ready this year. This team was in that place where it would have been very easy for them to be landing in that zone. Very easy for them to come out of this with 10 or 11 wins this year, get in the playoffs, maybe win a playoff game and be like, well, we made progress. Versus, we're going to absolutely be just famished. We were so hungry to go be great. We don't want to wait for this. How can we speed this process up? How can we take this on from a responsibility standpoint to make the process go faster? And it takes more than a man here and a man there on the squad. It takes universally this team to own into that and accept that. It takes your great players to be leaders and then the people underneath them to follow them as they lead. So it took so many things going right for this team to get here this fast this season right now. And it makes you, I think you mentioned the two parts of your dono here, unreal, and it makes you very proud of them. Because I can't think of many other teams that could have made this happen in this way. I can't think of any teams in recent memory in NFL history that had so many people that were analysts and pundits looking at the team on the outlook of them walking into the season and said, this is a team that is going to be probably a last place team. This is a team that's probably going to take some steps backwards this year, who got to a Super Bowl and then won it. I can't remember the last one for the life of me. I can't. It makes this an all-time Seahawks team, in my opinion. It has them even elevated beyond the Legion of Boom teams because it's so unlikely. And it took them taking on that level of ownership to make it happen. Coaches, players, front office, it took them all taking that ownership on fully and saying, no, we want greatness right now. Not next year, not 3 years down the line, right now. You give them a ton of props for doing so, Tiza. You absolutely do. Cryptic, thank you for the $10 donation. Cryptic, appreciate you for that, man. 49er fan here. Found you out on Roundtable and on Last Second Sports. Congrats to get back on New England. Roundtable laughing at Darnold's eventual failure and media saying Seattle was last in the West this season. Congrats on the season. Well, you very well timed up for what I was just talking about, Cryptic. You touch on it exactly that. And that this makes it more satisfying because not only do people count you out, not only do people put you in fourth place, not only are people constantly laughing at your quarterback and pointing, right? That you get to disprove all of that across the board, that your quarterback gets to disprove that all across the board. And it does make it more satisfying to rise up from the dredges in that way and the way that people look at you like that. I'm glad you're able to find me out there on the Roundtable in Last Second. I got to give a lot of props to you as a 49er fan and a lot of props to the Rams fans that have come in here. You guys have been cool contributors to this community. It's what I want here. Yes, it's a Seahawks fan channel, but the more fans that I can have coming from outside other fans, coming into our chat and our community, the more it widens out our perspective and our view. We aren't trying to get into an echo chamber here. We're getting into a discussion chamber here. That's what we want. And great discussion comes from different perspectives, going at it a little bit and testing ideas and talking things through. But I've got to give a ton of props out is that when I went on and I did that Roundtable a year and a half ago and I went on that channel, I went, okay, we're going on this channel. This is going to open up them floodgates to the trolls coming over to my channel from the Roundtable. And it's not been that in any way, shape, or iota at all. It's that we constantly get, respectfulness from you guys. We get coolness, we get donations and contributors like yourself coming in and being so kind in what you provide the channel to. I've been blown away in that way. And I love it about me in that this is what I love about doing this channel is being able to have this kind of fun discussion and test these ideas out and just talk football. You know, we all love our team. We all want our team to be the ultimate best, but at the end of the day, it's also just fun being able to turn over football and strategies and approaches and when to be aggressive and when not to be aggressive and the type of team you want to build in this day and age and where the sport's at and how things move cylindrically in this era, in this sport of what wins today is not what wins tomorrow. But thank you, Cryptic. I really appreciate you for watching and for being so kind in your words. And of course, Last Second Sports and Jesse and what he does over there is great work on his side of it as well. And love what I get to do out there at Roundtable. I don't think there's any doubt now as I'm going to be able to fully convince those folks out there at the Roundtable to have an event next year. So we'll be probably having an actual Seahawks event with Roundtable in Seattle next year. Fingers crossed. That's going to be my hope. So I'm really looking forward to potentially doing that. But thank you on the congrats. Thank you for being respectful. For all those Niner fans and Ram fans that come on in and be respectful in that way. I know it's not easy coming to Hawk fan channel to necessarily be in that fashion, but you know what time it is in here. You know what we're about here. You know we got a lot of respect for your organizations as well. This division's not going away anytime soon. And I'm expecting that this arms race that exists in this NFC West is only going to amp up more so into this offseason. As now the Niners have ammunition to spend this offseason, as now the Rams have ammunition to spend this offseason, not only with money to spend, but with those 2 first-round picks that they've got in the hopper as well. So this thing's going to be another war, another battlefield next year. And Cryptic, we wouldn't have it any other way, would we? We wouldn't have it any other way, brother. Thank you, though, man. Very kind of you for saying. Really appreciate you all for being so very, very, very cool. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. $7,700 in a championship, baby. Woo! Let's go, Peter. Winning a $7,700 win. Very well done on your part, man. Hell yeah. Hopefully a few different folks out there are getting a couple wins in there. I got myself a hit too as far as the pick in the Super Bowl window. Didn't put as much skin in the game as you did quite. But, how about that car? I just noticed your car on your emoji, by the way, Peter. I'd never noticed that. That is tight looking. Let's go. That's nice. With the 12 down the side and everything. Even got the little emojis inside the 12s in there. I dig that. That is very cool. Very cool, man. But congrats, Peter. Congrats and congrats. Congratulations and congratulations. You know what I mean? Let's go. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $10 donation. Drinks. Take it in, B. Oh, man, I am. I'm going to be just here all night just smiling away, Mark. I'm going to be smiling like a fool all night. And a lot of times I may not even have a lot to say. Just smile like a fool and just enjoy every part of this. I've been enjoying the past couple of weeks and just the build up to this game and the run of this team and this playoff run and getting out home playoff games again, seeing the fans in full swing. The epicness of some of these games, that the Rams trilogy this season and all 3 of those games and how things kind of went there. Just the year as a whole and how this thing's kind of played out. It has been magical. It's been wonderful. I thank you for all your support this year. Remember, you've donated big time to this channel, majorly. But another guy too that I know is out there tonight and like you say, taking it in. Just taking it in with a big old smile on your face going, man, this is a great feeling. And we're going to enjoy this through this whole off season, you guys. We're going to be just reveling in this whole off season, and your team's champion. 3rd youngest roster in football, champion. $95 million to spend this off season, champion. 27-year-old quarterback, disproven the haters, disproven the deniers, the Sam deniers. So much satisfaction coming off this year, Mark. Feels really good. Feels really, really good. Alan, thank you for the $5 donation, Alan. And I can't even catch up on the donuts. We got so many of them. You guys are just amazing. Doesn't have a note on there, but Alan, another one of my OGs, another one of my longtime members of this channel, been rocking with me for a long, long, long period of time. You have no note there on your donut, but I know you're appreciating this, brother. Salute to you. Salute to you, man. Thank you for your support. Let's go. Let's go. O'Dwyer in the house, another member of the channel, and another $10 donation. Thank you for that, O'Dwyer. I'm joining the stream late. I was out for the night watching the game with the friends in the pub in Dublin. I'm so fucking pumped. We did it, Brandon. We effing did it. Hey, man, we did it indeed. We did it. How about us, huh? How about us, huh? How about us? Oh, I can only imagine how much fun that would have been to be in a pub in Dublin, man. Seahawks going off in that way. An amazing season, man. Just an amazing year, Doyle Dwyer. This will be my favorite. LOB was great. And that was a sensational season. And you beat the brakes off that Broncos offense, made the greatest offense in the regular season history. But this team to get this done, the collective spirit that they bring to play, how unified they are across the board, how tight they are as a crew together, how easy they are to root for, how hard they play. Every one of them, how hard they play, how much you could sense they wanted this. Not just kind of casually, it'd be nice if it could happen. We want this. How can we make this happen? We did it, brother. We did it. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to you out there in Dublin. Our Irish contingent out there dancing away through the night as you should be. What a win. What a win. What a team. Little old snowboard lady in the house. Thank you for the $10 donation. Little old snowboard lady. Appreciate you for that. Very, very kind. Just wanted to say thank you for the season of hard work. I had to duck out and go help some neighbors at the end of the game, but I'm back. Lots of thoughts on this game. Darnold, no ghosts. No ghosts. Our man Sam has conquered that narrative fully, finally. It took a lot, and it was not very fair. You know, there's a lot there with Sam that was draped upon him and drenched in his every fiber of his being that was very much a lot of times kind of out of pocket in its outlook of things. And he just proved so many different times over throughout the course of not only this season, but the prior year with the Minnesota Vikings, these ghost narratives that exist, or that there being some sort of mental deficiency within his game that exists that prevents him from realizing his great talent, the great talent that made him a top 3 pick in the NFL draft. These were all silly. These were all based a lot of times on outlook of people and what they saw from him as a New York Jet, not of where he was right now as a player. But those outlooks and those narratives and those feelings, they ring hollow. And you can try to be like one of those last folks standing on that hill, like Custer. As the Indians are about to overtake the hill, you can be like one of those last folks standing on that hill of Sam denying. But you just look silly. And quite frankly, the Sam deniers have looked pretty silly for about halfway through this season. Just clutching on to those takes, clutching on to what they hope was the truth rather than what was actually the truth. This game moves fast. And no matter what your take is on any players or quarterbacks, or what your certainty is about this player or that player, as you get more data or information on that player, as you get more tape on that player, as you get more information to make these determinations of that player, to simply just double back down on your original take without taking in the new is the pathway to not seeing this sport clearly. And that's what happened with so many people when it came to Sam Darnold, is that their outlook of it was to not be willing to change and update with what he had done for himself as a player, to not understand that guys at the quarterback position can get better and better and better with time because it's the hardest position to play in the sport. And there's so many things required from the position to be great. And there's so many things that are small little items that can be looked at as sometimes minutia, that if you can master them and get better at them, you improve your overall game along with it. And Sam is a testament to this, and he's not the only one. There's been your Baker Mayfields. There's Mac Jones showing you this with the 49ers this year when he stepped in. I think it's a little bit more of the new norm. It's the new norm for the reason. It's a new norm because this is where the game has grown to. We're back in many ways to where quarterbacks have to play the position a little bit like they did in the late 80s, where you don't just get to have half the field cut up and an easy read prior to the snap because your offensive coordinator moves some guys in motion to give you some pre-snap indicators about the coverage, so you know right where you're going to go with the ball post snap. Now it's a lot more of I've got to read it all true and pure from the snap itself. And that makes playing the quarterback position harder. But yeah, there's a lot to win in this game. Great defense, little snowboarding lady. They showed up to play. Mike McDonald was in his bag with the play calling. the collective performance of the defense across the board, where these guys just, everybody was doing their part, maybe with the exception of Reek Woolen. That was rough for a moment there. But everybody else was doing their part, coming to play, and taking their turn to make a play, to make a splash. And then offensively, you did just enough. You found scoring drives over and over again, even if you couldn't get the touchdown drives. You still found the scoring drives. You controlled the clock. You kept your defense fresh. You found a counterbalance with the rushing attack. So it didn't have to just become about all pass. And your special teams was absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal special teams. But it's been my pleasure this year. Thank you for all of your support, little old snowboarding lady. Appreciate you for everything you've done. And I guess finally now you're coming back north of the border. Finally, less of the surfing, a little bit more of the skiing now, I suppose, huh? Let's go. No more Darnold ghosts. No more talking about what he can't do. He can go win you a Super Bowl. He can go do you that. And all the extra stuff beyond that, whatever you want to say about what he does or does not do, I don't give a jack diddly dandy about. Who cares? Be able to be a guy that can take me and go win me a Super Bowl. That's all I need. I can build the rest of the team around you. And I'm not talking about Sam being game manager. Sam wasn't out there as a game manager. People have been trying a little bit on this to present him as like, well, he's like Jimmy Garoppolo, or it's like Brad Johnson. 38 passing attempts. He had to do a lot more than Jimmy Garoppolo had to do in that 2019 game. How many attempts did he have in that game? Like 13 or something? Niners completely trying to protect him throughout the whole course of that game. You weren't protecting Sam in this game. You let him get out there. You let him rip it. You let him make throws down the field. You let him be aggressive. Quite the opposite. Yeah, hopefully that starts to go. Hopefully that goes away in full at this point. And if people try to trot it out, they're just going to look silly for doing so. Little snowboarding lady. Well said. XP Wentz, thank you for the $20 donation. XP Wentz, very kind of you. Thank you for that. Very, very kind of you. Don't catch your lives with me being so busy with life, but I've been following you for years and appreciate what you do for the community. Happy we got our lick back. God bless. Go Hawks. Well, that is very kind of you for dropping that donation and your support. Appreciate you listening, whether you can catch the lives or not. You listening and afterwards, and has just as much value on that. So it's mighty, mighty, mighty appreciated on my part. And thank you for that big old $20 donation. Feels good, man. Storybook season goes all the way through, and then you get your lick back at the end, as you put it, to go back and take this Patriots team down. They can show the 1 yard play again in the future if they want, but they better show the time you got your get back. They got to show the get back too. They don't get to just show the one part of it, right? Not just the one part of it. Go Hawks, XP. Go Hawks, Wentz. And thank you, man, thank you for that big time $20 dono. Appreciate you watching for all these years. And it's the community that does for me. It's the community that does for this channel. I have little effect on that, in my opinion. It really is you guys in this community that makes this place what it is, and makes what I get to do just so much fun. Especially days like this, yeah. But every day I get to go live gets to be just awesome because you guys bring it every single time. And I'm not just talking about the donations here. I'm talking about this community and the chat and what we get to talk about, what we get to turn over. It's an amazing experience getting to do this. XP. I'm really honored to do it. God bless to you too, man. Go Hawks. Super Bowl champs. What a feeling, huh? What a feeling. Let's go. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation, Mark. This is for Megan. Get your Aussie butt here to the parade. Big shout out to Megan as well. Our main mod in the chat, who's had to navigate these grounds a lot of times through a lot of these tough discussions where sometimes we get folks coming in hot and disrespectful, and she's got to do her moderation duties at that time. But, and sometimes kind of weather the storm, as I've often told her with it, where we want to be able to have some tough discussions, and we want to try to let people have their room and their rope here to say what they want to say and get it out of their system. And sometimes you can get around to getting back to that respectful point of things. But she does a great job here. Thank you for the love there. Megan, you might have to get back to the parade. You might have to just find a way to make this happen, Megan. You gotta be there. Gotta get you there. I love it, Mark. And we can talk Megan into it, huh? And we can get her in on this. She probably almost has to fly out today to get here on time for this. I will say that. Taker 610. Thank you for the $2 donation. The 49ers will never live this season down. No. Yeah, when you let us win a Super Bowl in your house and you let us dog walk you in the playoffs after we dog walked you the 2 weeks prior. Yeah, you're going to have a hard time swallowing this one in the long term. And it's no longer Levi Stadium. It's now Hawks House. We get to rename it when we get to raise a Lombardi in your house before you do. That's the rules of the universe at play, Taker, isn't it? The rules of the universe at play. Let's go, man. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Gino, Carol, and probably Kubiak. Raiders want to buy some of this used Super Bowl confetti too. Super Bowl champs. Maybe so. They just want to stand near us. You know what I mean? They just feel like if they stand near us and they take a little bit of what we got, then maybe a little bit of a rub off on them, you know? But indeed, you got Kubiak going to the Raiders. A well-earned job by Kubiak on his part. You can understand why it went down like it did. Kind of weird that the Raiders are taking on the last two coaches will be two former Seattle Seahawks that they're doing it for. But from a Raider perspective, if you're going to let Carroll go, who was going to be the better guy that you're going to bring in there than a guy like Kubiak? And Kubiak's got a mighty challenge in front of him at this point. Raiders can do some moves here to help Kubiak out, in my opinion. They really could, because they have an opportunity here where they could really maximize their draft capital out in a major way. But yeah, maybe they want to get some of that used Super Bowl confetti too. They can paint it black and white or something. Thank you. I'd rather be flying X-Wing. And thank you, man, for all of your support this year too as well. Big time contributor and donator to this channel. And it is much, much, much appreciated. Koken has been celebrating 4 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that. B, there are still too many anti-Samites, legit, zero IQ. We do have some anti-Samites out there. And maybe they will still be existing. But you can be guaranteed of this. They're going to have their arguments and their debates torn to shreds by anybody that they go up against who's got Sam in the back corner. Because there's just too much that he's done. And if you want to take out the outlook of a quarterback where you're in this spot, that you're making some determination about a guy being defunct mentally or he not having the stuff, he doesn't have the goods to get it done. Some of this like indefinable, vague thing that exists inside him and that he has missing from him. If you're going to take that outlook and that stance of things, that's fine. But you got to be able to prove what you say with that. And it can't just be, well, that's my gut emotional feeling about it. Back it up. Tangibly walk me through this with a guy like Sam as to how you get there with this. And they had not anywhere to go prior to this. You got nowhere to go after this now. But there'll still be a few of those guys out there coking. Certainly there'll be no more left in the Seahawks fan base. There'll be zero left in the Seahawks fan base. And if there is, it's silly if you exist out there. You ain't backing Sam at this point. I don't know what you got to see. Outside, if you got some expectation level of some quarterback play that's never been had here in Seattle, I mean, he's got to operate like a Stafford or something to win you over. He played great football this season for us, and I'm damn proud that he gets to be our QB now and in the future. And just damn proud of Sam in general. Just this guy, the path and what he had to do to get to where he's gotten, what he had to overcome, how hard he had to work. How do you not root for this guy, huh? How do you not? Quinn coming in with a $60 donation. Thank you so much for that, Quinn. Very, very kind of you for that $60 drop, man. You are amazing, brother. Appreciate you. Good to see you in the house. Thank you for that $60 drop. He says 60, and that is for Super Bowl 60. The 50th season of your Seattle Seahawks, you won Super Bowl 60. Let's go. Quinn, you're awesome, man. Thank you for all of your support this year. You've dropped big time donations here to this channel multiple times over. It's much, much, much appreciated, including this big old $60 drop on my butt right here. Thank you for that, man. Very, very kind of you, bro. Appreciate you, Quinn. Let's go, man. Super Bowl 60, huh? Not too bad. Not too shabby, huh? Fourth Super Bowl appearance. You got 60 Super Bowls. Your Seahawks have appeared in 4 of them. You've won 2 of them. And hell, you weren't even in existence for the first 10 years of it. We let them have a head start even. Let's go, Quinn. Let's go, brother. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for that big old drop. You're very, very kind for that. Very, very kind for that, bro. It's good to see you in the house too, man. Just good to see you in the house. Wu-Tang, thank you for the $10 donation. Another one of my OGs. Champions. Amazing amazing season, B. Thanks for all of your work. Old school football's back. No turnovers all postseason. Team of destiny. Sam and Coach Mac are on Warlock time. What is best in life? What is best in life?
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
I'm hearing the lamentations. Can you hear it, folks? Take your ear like this if you can. I know you're in the Pacific Northwest. I want you to angle your ear out east. Take your ear and just kind of pop it up like this so you can get a little extra spatial clearance there so you can catch everything. Can you, if you listen correctly here, you can hear the lamentations of the Patriots women.
Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of their women.
Can you hear the lamentations of the Patriot women? I can hear them. Wu-Tang can hear them. Team of Destiny's right. It's a team of destiny that made this destiny happen. They understood at the start of this offseason, man, this is what this is going to take for us to scale this mountain. This. Our leaders have got to lead. Our youngsters have got to follow. Our coaches have got to put together some dynamic game plans. Our special teams got to be great. And they all took it on, man. They took it on. They took that responsibility and they ran with it. It's been an amazing season, man. Never any real hard work for me on this. This is easy work for me. This is fun work for me. This is living the dream is what I get to do. And the postseason turnover stuff is one that just has got to be mentioned. You know, you watched in the early part of this playoffs, especially in the AFC, and there was a little bit in the NFC too, but you were seeing it across the board of how many teams were, in the name of making plays, in the name of trying to go get yards down the field, were being very errant with the football. We're being very wanton with the football. And that so very often, as you say, and you reference it, old school football is back. The old school of football approach would be in the playoffs that turnovers are vital, and that keeping turnovers away from the other opposition is vital. Not simply that you'd like to kind of casually avoid it if it's possible, but that you've got to avoid it every turn as a centerpiece in what you do. And that's hard to do because you still need to be effective offensively. You still need to move the ball offensively. It's a balancing act. But it's one that's very specially aligned to the playoffs because playoff football is different than regular season football. Looks the same. Sometimes it can play the same. But more often than not, it's going to be a different brand of football that you've got to play. And turnovers and limiting turnovers have got to be a centerpiece of your attack. And you certainly saw this with Walker in this game where the Patriots were ripping out of that ball, trying to get a fumble, and he had 2 hands on the ball at all times, especially when he had a bunch of guys around him, still as he was trying to fight for extra yards. But it really is, as you point out, Sam at the forefront of this. Joel Klatt said it a couple weeks ago, and he said it to Mike and Salk there on 710. I got a feeling that don't you guys, and he kind of brought it up to a question to Mike and Salk, and I think both, or Brock and Salk, and I think both those guys kind of in the moment were kind of like caught off guard by him saying it, and we're kind of like, yeah. It was kind of that response you got from Salk and Brock. And the question and what Klatt said was that, don't you guys just think that if just simply Sam Darnold can avoid any turnovers in this playoffs, 1, 2, 3 games, just avoid the turnovers, that the Seahawks team is going to go win a Super Bowl? And everybody was kind of like, well, they were kind of like, yeah. And it really clicked with me. I was like, boy, that sounds, yes. Yes. It was the culmination of what you built through the back half of that schedule. It's the culmination of the 4 interception game, because there was truly a crossroads for Sam at that 4 interception game. You can keep trying to do some of the superhero stuff. You can keep trying to press. You can keep trying to think you got to play like an MVP for your team to win, or you can play within yourself. And you can think a little bit more at the forefront of limiting down your turnovers and your team can go out there and win every single week. You don't need to be an MVP for your team to win every single week. And Sam recognized that, and he tangibly took steps that stood out so very, very much at the forefront of his game through the corresponding back half of the schedule throughout this playoffs. And yes, not just limiting turnovers, I need to be safer with the ball. I need to do less superhero stuff. I need to be able to take L's on plays, take sacks on plays, throw the ball away on plays, finding the outlet receiver at times on plays, using my legs on plays at times. Intermixing all of that as solutions to this grave problem that's kind of been creative and that's been created and made it at its worst here in this first Rams matchup. He really took tangible steps here to correct this. This did not happen by accident. And certainly Mike's influence, Kubiak's influence on this, you got to feel like they were probably also as well in Sam's ear on this one. But to be able to find that balance to limit down those turnovers while at the same point in time still finding effectiveness offensively, still making big time throws down the field, picking your moments when you can take those risks. Stellar, completely stellar. But thank you, Wu-Tang. Champions. Feels good to say. Feels so good to say. Chris Olson, thank you for the $5 donation. Chris, it's been an honor to have shared this journey with you and the fans. Might be my favorite Hawk team ever. I wanted this most for Sam. I only want to say, let me say, just echo this at the same point. It is an honor and a pleasure to be able to not only do this, but to experience this, as you say, with you guys. It makes this feel as a family to me. It makes me feel all that much more that we're interconnected, all that much more by this process and going through it together. It's enriched my fandom so much more to be able to have so many people that I get to experience this with when we go live and to experience the Super Bowl together. To be think about it, otherwise, if I wasn't doing this channel and just on my sofa, just watching the Super Bowl alone and talk to my brother after the game, and that's all about the interactions, a couple of friends you reach out to in addition, right? But to have all of you guys, that all of us together get to experience this, to be able to go to the Super Bowl parade and hopefully be able to interact with a bunch of you out there during the parade in addition to it. It is, as you say, an honor is the right word to use. It's an honor. And then anytime I go to live, folks, there's never a time that this isn't really clear to me about how blessed I'm to be in this situation with you guys to do this like I've been able to. This is certainly something that's just, like a pleasure, an honor, a treat. You guys just make this awesome every time. In regards to Sam, the man's so easy to root for. The man has been beaten down by so many people. I can't think of another player than in recent NFL memory who's gotten beaten up so much by fans, who doesn't have anything wrong with them as far as something hateable about them or something about their personality that rubs people the wrong way. That it's a guy that's been hated on by so many fans out there for kind of weird, strange reasons. I don't know if it's maybe, maybe it's just people maybe that ginger hate thing is real. People just don't like gingers or something. But he got so much of that hate for a guy that, came to the New York Jets, which is absolutely at this point, we know without a shadow of a doubt, whether you knew it in 2018 or not, you know it right now without a shadow of a doubt. That's a joke of an organization. And you can't hold anybody to account who's had to go through that organization, especially the quarterback position. But it's made you go through this season with Sam and go, yeah, I want this for him. It's really easy to root for this guy. And he takes ownership in press conferences when he doesn't play his best. He doesn't look for excuses. He takes it on the chin. You get the sense in this guy that he's an eminently hard worker and he just gets after it every offseason. He's got guys like, Palmer, his quarterback's coach in the offseason that speaks about how much work this guy puts in, how hard he's gone at it, how much he wants to be great. And every turn you hear about these stories with Sam, it just makes you all the much more ardent in your support of him and wanting to see this for him. There's a lot of quarterbacks and a lot of players that come through this sport that aren't always the most easy to root for. They can have some things about them that are just kind of like, boy, that kind of is bothersome. Nothing bothersome about Sam. There's nothing problematic about Sam. He is built from And it's kind of the irony for all the people, Chris, that take their shots at him for the mental stuff. He's mentally put together exactly the way you'd like a quarterback ideally to be put together. You're putting a Madden create a player, but for the mentals, he's got that. Tough. Not scared about taking a hit. Good leader. Take on ownership, even when it's not his problem, even when it's not at his foot to necessarily be blamed. Will never look anywhere else to place the blame. Will always be looking to get better. Will always be looking for the ways that they can improve. Will be internally driven to be motivated because they just want to be great. Not because, well, the Jets did me so dirty, I'm going to be motivated by that. Not because the NFL sold me down the line, I'm going to be motivated by that. No, I'm going to be self-motivated. I just want to be great. I don't need to have somebody slant me, talk bad about me, and that'll be my internal fire. I got the internal fire already in me. I'm already stoking them flames hot. You love all these things about him. And all these things about him should have endeared him to more fans out there from a national perspective. But instead we saw it then that slanted towards the negativity towards him. And you love this for Sam because of this. This is what sports are about. Guys that have had to work their ass off to get where they've gotten and get rewarded for it. Sometimes this world can be kind of unfair. You work your ass off and you don't get rewarded for it. But to see a team and to see a player in Sam that is, grinded his ass off these last few years to turn himself into the player that he's become. It's been counted away. The win got his team 14 wins with Minnesota last year, and still they were like, yep, c'est la vie, we're good. We still don't trust that you got it. We still think there's a pumpkin there waiting to happen. Didn't get knocked off his path in the least. Precisely picked the right team that he knew he could land in on and replicate that success with Minnesota and even build upon it, even get even better, improve himself even more. That's the part about this is that you keep chipping away every offseason. You just get a little bit better, more and more and more. It's part of what's brought the Stafford thing to be, right? Part of why Stafford now 2 decades in this sport is as good as he is. And every year you're working on something extra that you can add to your game. Like basketball players used to do back in the 80s, where you're a great player and then you're going to go in the offseason and work on something. Magic Johnson's going to work on a hook shot. Larry Bird's going to work at finishing better around the rim. Little things like that. Yeah, Chris, 100% agree with you, man. It's been an honor, man. It's been an honor to experience this with you too. BP, thank you for the $10 donation, BP. B, thank you for the good shit you do. Through the ups and downs, you've been there to give us good commentary. Well, thank you for that, man. I hope I do so. I always want to do right by you guys. All the support that you give me, all the love you give me, how you guys watch, you guys hit the like button, all the new subscribers. I mean, I get everything I could ever have asked and then some beyond all that you guys could believe as far as support. And my only hope is that in that support that you guys give me, I honor it by producing the best content, by making sure I'm working as hard as I possibly can be working to provide you the most content and the greatest stuff. In addition to that, it is it's fun, hard work for me. I never mind getting up and just being able to grind out and put the work in on this because you guys, it's just tremendously rewarding in every turn. The team's rewarding me with this kind of performance and what they've done this season, but it's that you guys I know is appreciate out there, and I love doing it. And I'm having the time of my life right now, BP. Another one of my OGs in the channel here. Good to see you on that. And thank you, man. I really appreciate you. Appreciate you watching. Appreciate your support. It's been a great season. It's been a great 6-7 year run here. We've been on this channel, and feels like we're just warming up, man. We're just getting started here in so many ways. But very kind of you, man. Very, very kind of you. And it's where I say there's so many fans like PP through here who's been rocking with me through the years, and you've been through the downs and through so much of the turnover. And it might seem like if you're an outside fan coming in, well, Hawks win a Super Bowl, and you went back to one 10 years ago, and the discussion got dark 3 years ago. Moving on from your best head coach in your history, the only head coach that had gotten you a Super Bowl and back-to-back Super Bowls, moving on from the best quarterback in your history, while he still seemingly had something left in the tank, having to make a trade at that time, having the end of an era happen just as you thought a dynasty was about to begin, then came the end of the era, and all three of those things happening almost all at once. And that's right when I began this channel and all those tough discussions we had to turn through on that. all that there was that we spun through on that to get to here. It's been a hell of a ride, BP, but it's been an awesome ride tonight. I wouldn't have had it any other way, man. No, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Nate, thank you for the $5 donation, Nate. Jersey's got a story now, Brando. Daughter wore my K9. I wore the black JSN. Time to get yours and lock in the memory of this season. Indeed. It's on, Nate. I'm getting the JSN one for sure. So we will get the Jackson Smith and Jigba added up. I think what we'll do is we'll probably take Metcalf and we'll probably move Metcalf up a little bit. And then we'll probably put JSN right where Metcalf is on the other side of it there. I'm going to estimate that's how we're going to run this one out. Possibly. Maybe we put JSN over Metcalf. We might have to do it that way because you got the mic stand. We don't have the mic stand in front of JSN, do we? On that side of it. But it's locked in, man. I'm definitely going to be adding in JSN's jersey to the backdrop this offseason. 100% for certainty. 100% certainty. But congrats to you, man. Now, Nate, the daughter and you've got the magical combination, okay? So like me and Megan got the large. So Megan often wears the Zorn jersey, and I wear my Largent jersey when we need a dub, right? That's the power of the Zorn Largent jersey. Okay, you and your daughter have created the same type of dynamic now here, okay? So you can't wear it every week, but when we need to win next year, we're taking on the Niners, we're taking on the Rams, right? Important game. You know the combination you need to rock, Nate, right? You got to rock that combination with you and your daughter there a couple years from now on that, or next year on this one. So make sure you have that one in the kitty, man. You need to bring it out for those select moments, man. But congrats, and great suggestion. JSN's definitely going to be the next one I'm going to add to the backstop here. 100%. 100%. DeLevy, thank you for the $10 donation, DeLevy. Woo! Finally got all the guests out. Time to light the victory stogie and enjoy a sweet victory with the 12s until poor Brandon passes out. Super Bowl champions! Let the three-peat begin. Let's go. Oh, he's already thinking three-peat. And we're going late tonight. Y'all, we're going to roll late tonight. I don't know if we're going to get the full 24 hours, but the goal is going to be to try to get to 24 hours, and we're 1/3 the way there at 8 hours in. So lock in. We're going to be going throughout the night here. If you can ride with me throughout the night, we're going to be rocking and rolling throughout this night. So I hope you're strapped in. I hope you're locked in. I hope you're ready to roll. But it's going to be an evening here. So we're going to get it. We're going to get it. I love to let the three-peat. If the three-peat begin, the fun part about the three-peat is next year's Super Bowl's in SoFi. You talk about storybook. You get the Super Bowl this year, and then you come back next year into SoFi. Like, get out of here. Get out of here. And how about Cooper Kupp? They're showing him on the TV right now. He's got his wife in his arms. Yakima kid out there. Local kid doing right. Abraham Lucas, local kid doing right. Abraham's right from my near neck of the woods down there in Everett. Men that grew up as Seattle Seahawks fans getting to bring home the trophy to their local community. How cool that is, right? How cool that is. But DeLevy, I love your confidence, man. The three-peat. Not just a three-peat. And who's to say we can't? Third youngest roster in football. Money to spend. Money just burn a hole in our wallet. Who's to say? Who's to say, DeLevy? And congrats on the stogie. I'm going to be lighting up my own stogie here pretty soon. I'm just so far behind on my donos right now. I'm just trying to catch up on my donations. You know what I mean? Bear with me one sec here. Be right back. DeLevy with another $20 donation. Thank you for that, DeLevy. Very kind of you, man. Very kind. Also, who do I get my new jersey for? Been rocking the Sherm jersey since the 2013 NFC Championship. I want a throwback. Do I get a Darnold, Eamon, or my personal favorite, Bobo, with the Christopher Walken accent, of course? It's the one sad thing Walken has from this game, DeLevy, is I got no Bobo. I was waiting for the Bobo touchdown. I wanted it bad. I did. It didn't happen, but we won anyway. So good. What I would have loved, little Christopher Walken Bobo would have been nice. I would say that, how about Witherspoon, man? How about Witherspoon, DeLevy? I mean, Ian Wari's not a bad one to go with. Don't get me wrong there. But, I mean, you know what I mean? Witherspoon out there getting it done in this game. He was fantastic. You know, he's not going away anytime soon. But Eamon Wari's a great one, too. I mean, Darnold wouldn't be bad. You can't kind of go wrong with this team right now on any ones you just about pick with those three. But how about Witherspoon? Bobo wouldn't be bad either. Walken wants you to take Bobo. Yeah, I will. Please do. Throwback will be tight, man. I do think I'm gonna have to get the JSN throwback jersey when I do the jersey pick myself on that one. I'm gonna have to go make that happen. I am. But DeLevy, you're awesome, man. Thank you for the $30 in donations right now, man. Very kind of you. I'm gonna go with Witherspoon. That's my pick for you. But any of those ones aren't bad at all. Not bad at all. You're amazing, brother. Thank you for all your support, being a member of the channel too, man. Very, very, very kind of you. They're showing Mike McDonald with Bullen catching the touchdown over the top. Mike gets a little bit of a frown on his face watching that play. Oh, goodness. Ninjetti, thank you for the $5 donation, Ninjetti. Hey, B, we did it. Now, what's the protocol on lucky clothing that hasn't been washed in weeks? Well, you definitely, I mean, this is where there is some active ongoing debate out there in regards to this. There'll be those that will say that you just need to let it air dry and it's got 360, it's got 270 days to basically sit in the closet and air out. And that you do not let that luck get washed through your jersey. And then there's those that will say that once you get through a full season and you've won the Super Bowl with the luck jersey, that that point you've earned the right to be able to wash it, that everything resets on a yearly basis. I mean, there's two different camps on this one, Jetty, and I don't know if I've got a right answer to it. I can tell you right now that there's a part of me that thinks that maybe like this large in jersey, I now have to keep unwashed. Because I kept mine unwashed for the past couple of weeks. I'm even going to begin to tell you the kind of funk that I'm sitting in here, folks, okay? You can smell the funk that I'm in right now. You know where that luck came from today. You know what I mean? It's got some Pepe Le Pew like vapor trails going off the back of it a bit on this one. But it depends on the person you ask with that one about whether or not you need to wash it or not. Like I say, some people say the new year hits and that kind of resets the whole process there. I don't have a good, strong opinion on that one, though. I guess since we won the Super Bowl, probably got to err on the side of not washing. Maybe try to carry that 1 year into the next a bit. Carry it on into the next. Thank you, though, Jetty. Appreciate you for the donation. We did it, man. We did it. John Naylor, thank you for another $5 as well. Sam plays the type of game he needs for the win. Outduel Stafford? Check. Rely on the defense run game? Check. Game manager for the win? Check. That's what I love about him. And that's why I didn't like just purely, if you look at him as just a game manager in the way that some people want to reference him, he's more than that. It's that he has the ability and the components within his game to do what you need to do for the requirement to go win the game. And some games a guy needs to throw for 300 yards, and some games a guy needs to play within himself. And that's where, as McDonald has talked about, you need to let a game declare itself. What has happened in this game? Where is this game at? Is it a tight game? Is it a low-scoring game? Is defense kind of ruling the day? Are turnovers coming in bunches in every different direction? We got to put a stamp on this. There's a variety of different ways games can play out. but your quarterback's got to be aware of what's going on in the game too, and not just provide a one-size-fits-all to the situation. And that's that place, John, that the crossroads that Sam hit midway into the year with the 4-interception performance with the Rams, because leading into that game, he was playing like an MVP. He's being talked about in MVP discussions. You were running the ball, but you weren't running it well, but you were passing the ball really well. And so he was getting into that mode of, okay, I'm kind of having to play like an MVP to make this happen. And that would be if he was like thinking of the one-size-fits-all approach to every game, he would have kept operating in that manner. But the light bulb came on and the realization hit him. And it is about the fact that I got to play like an MVP, is that I got to play for what the team requires me of every given week. And I can do so because I've got a great team. And we can play all three phases, and we can play solidly in all three phases, and we can win every single football game. I feel like Sam really had that kind of realization here, because I can see certain quantitative parts of his game that have changed from that Rams game, from even prior to the Rams game, the prior weeks, a couple before that, where he just gotten a little bit errant, a little bit loose with the ball. So he can give you whatever you want. It's what I love about him as that quarterback, is that don't need him to throw for 300 yards every week, but that top 3 talent ability always resides within him. And he can call upon that to make every throw in the book if you need him to make it in a football game. He's got the goods to get it done however you need him to get it done. Like this team, they can win in so many different variety of different fashions. And your quarterback is an extension of that. Yeah, well said there, John. Very, very well said on your part. Tezakaku with a $14 donation. Thank you for that, Tezakaku. Let's go! I can't believe people were calling Murphy a bust. He's a beast. Also, I know DK's pissed. Lawsuit, and now your old team wins the bowl. Go Hawks. Yeah, indeed. It's got to be a pretty bitter pill for both DK and Gino, knowing that there could have been a fashion both these two guys were able to remain on the team. But they got their eyes and sights set on other things that were more important to each of the two of them. Can't blame them for that. But you made your choices. You made your choice a little bit with this one. And you got to figure with him that there's definitely some bitterness in there and a little bit of like, damn, what was it? But he did get well paid. So did Gino. So at least they've got the big fat payday check to fall back on. And the calling of Murphy a bust last year was really unfair. And it was one where, I certainly never did it on this channel, but you had him at the one tech. He remained at the one tech this year, double teams constantly having to take it on. And it's where people sometimes just don't understand the sport, where they see defensive tackle and they think, well, it's the same thing. They see a right guard and a left guard. They say, well, they're just guards. They see a left tackle and a right tackle. They say, well, they're just tackles. Understanding that there's different skill sets at different spots in the field, just because you share a guard or your defensive tackle name, a 3 tech and a nose tackle do 2 very different things. And they have 2 different abilities by how they're aligned up to be able to go out there and be productive at 2 different levels. And Murphy certainly was not a bust coming off of year 1. He was put up as a guy having to operate from that 1 tech position. It's a hard position to operate from, doing the best he could within it. But he certainly was solid in his first year. But this year, it's a testament to how good he is as a player, that he can go out this year and be this good for you while still operating from the nose tackle position. He has found some answers for ability to rush the passer this year and taking his game even up another notch. 2 sacks in this game today. He is a beast. Maybe the best nose tackle in the sport right now. And this isn't what the scary part for Murphy is. That's not even his best position. Like, he's a great nose tackle. He's great against double teams. He could be an absolute, just unmitigated world beater once you put him to a 3 tech. And those days will come eventually. And maybe even come sooner than later on this one, if we do come to find that, Leonard Williams or a Lawrence or whatnot are looking to retire. But yeah, he's been really good. Really good, Tezakaku. And the future is very bright for Murphy. Just one of the essential items to this defensive line to make it go. 2 sacks today. Derek Hall with 2 sacks. Devin Witherspoon with a sack. Riley Mills with a sack. Phenomenal game from the pass rush. Can only wonder what the pressure numbers are going to be when it's all said and done coming out of this game too. Go Hawks, brother. Appreciate you for that. I am going to get more coffee. And yes, we're drinking coffee because we're going to be up all night long here. So I will be right back. Tezakaku, thank you for that. Don't know. all night long. All night. Thank you, Tezakaku. You were awesome for that $14 dono. You guys are amazing. I still can't catch up on all the donations. We got so many. And you guys are just unbelievable. And so very kind. So very kind. Jordan, I'm not sure why Mike didn't call a timeout on that first Pats touchdown. It was clear Woolen and the safety got to their spots late. Yeah, there was a little bit of that on the defense late in the game where there was definitely some moments where they were getting to some spots a little bit late on the play. They were getting substitutions a little bit late to get on the field there, Jordan. Not exactly clear on what was going on there on that play. Because I thought initially that Josh Jobe had gotten kicked off the field because he threw a punch out there, and they brought him over to the sideline. And it was on that play that they went right back at Reek Woolen and went back-to-back plays. So kind of unclear as to what was going on there with why Jobe was even taken off the field at that point. I mean, maybe they're just trying to get him settled down or something. But yeah, it was a little bit of some latency there in getting things kind of set up on that play. And from a Woolen perspective on that, I don't know why you're not thinking there that they're going to try to go over the top there on you and staying clean over the top. I can't think that the call was there that you don't. It seemed like he was in cover 3 kind of look there. I don't know if it was maybe just man coverage and he got beat over the top. I will say for a guy that's 4.26, sometimes he gets beat over the top quite often at times, and not even on sometimes like stop and go routes. He just gets kind of out foot raced to the spot sometimes, as he did there by, what was it, Mac Hollins or something on that, which the guy runs like a 4.6, you run a 4.2. How's he outrunning you? But your point stands. Your point definitely stands on that one, that things were a little scrambly there with the defense late in the game in that way. Just try to struggle to get some of the substitutions, I think, on point and right. Glenn Karn with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Glenn. Appreciate you, brother. Very, very kind of you, Glenn. Very kind of you, man. Just another great all facets of the team type win. Complimentary football. This time, offense struggled a bit. Defense and special teams shined in a big way. That was a blast. Thanks, Brandon, for covering the Hawks. Loved it. A phenomenal game. And Glenn, you touch on it, man, which is that we can talk about things that are kind of football, cliches almost. 3 phases football win. It's a cliche thing. It's a thing that a coach talks about every year at the start of training camp as he's speaking to his team. We're going to win in 3 phases. We're going to run the ball. We're going to play defense, and we're going to play great special teams, and that this stuff gets a lot of lip service. But when really the rubber meets the road, it's not there as much as like you're really trying to drive this to make this happen. It's something you say, but you don't live it. When you spend as much money on anybody out in the sport, on the punter and the kicking position, you're living it when it comes to creating a great special teams unit. When you talk about complementary football, it takes the whole team understanding that. It takes the whole team operating within that. And that's what this sport is it's 11 players on the football at any one time. For a successful play, you need your 11 players working together. You might have a focal point that has the ball, but there's 11 guys around that 10 other guys around that focal point. And on defense, you got to be playing as a string. And parts work together. A team that stays committed to running the football through all 4 quarters. A quarterback that plays within himself, but is also capable of doing anything that you could need a quarterback to do on the football field. A special teams unit that's dominant. A defense that's utterly dominant. It starts with first stop in the pass, turning you one-dimensional, and then making it a long, hard day at the office for you because there'll be pressure. You're going to throw interceptions. And how all of that can interweave together on a team to bringing about victory. Like those 3 constituencies can bring about victory for any team in any era of football. You show me 1965, 75, 85, 95, 05, 15, 25. Wins in any era. Not just in this era right now where any era, that brand of football will win. And it's why I've had so much faith in it throughout the years and trying to sell you guys on this team having this potential for getting here. Because it's not merely you building a model that's tried and true and has been successful time and time again. It's a model that can be unstoppable. It's the same model that the Eagles took to the GOAT last year. to the Kansas City Chiefs. How did they finally take down a GOAT? Like I've been talking about, you can have a great team you put together and ultimately a GOAT comes down the line and ends up tripping you up. Or, we ran into the greatest of all time. Our Seahawks ran into Tom Brady in 2014. Everybody gets caught up on the final play, right? The 1 yard line play. Very few people actually talk about the fact your defense gave up a 10-point lead. The Legion of Boom gave up a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter because they were battered, bruised, and broken. There was a reason for it. But that was also Tom Brady making plays down the football field. You ran into a GOAT. The 2019 Niner team that was so great, so well conceived, so deep and strong, ran into Mahomes the GOAT and Andy Reid the GOAT. And this Rams team in our division ran into the Patriots and Tom Brady themselves and ran into a GOAT and got their doors kind of blown off them in that Super Bowl. Offensively could do nothing. But yeah, you have a team in the Eagles last year running up against a GOAT. And what do they have? A 3-phase football team that could take that GOAT down. And that 14 team with the Seahawks and the Patriots, you couldn't take your GOAT down because your defense wasn't healthy enough to do so. Sherman was broken going into that game. Earl Thomas was broken going into that game. Cam Chancellor tore his MCL 2 days before the game. Jeremy Lane tears his ACL in the game. You know, when 4 of your secondary players are broken up, but there's a reason for it, but it didn't allow you to be that 3-phase team. Why were the Rams against the Patriots? Because they didn't have enough offensively. That's why they moved on from Goff to go to Stafford. Right? They recognize that we don't have the quarterback that can do all of the things we need him to do. I have to manage everything for this quarterback to get us where we're trying to go. '49er team, same way. They ran into the same thing that Rams team did with the Patriots as they did to the Kansas City Chiefs in 19. Because you had a guy in Jimmy Garoppolo that was not good enough, who was limited. And you could only work around those limitations for so long before it was going to rear itself. So to get this kind of facets together, all of it's got to work together. It can't just be, well, the defense and the special teams are going to carry this load and the offense just kind of get by. It's got to be the 3 facets fitting together in this way that they have this year. But when you can make it click together like a puzzle, you can be an unstoppable force on the football field because there are very few teams that are built in such a fashion so completely. And again, it's a timeless brand of football that you're playing when you're winning in this fashion. There's a reason it wins in every decade. There's a reason it's timeless. The reason that it's going to win a Super Bowl this year and it can win a Super Bowl in 2030. Thank you for the big time donation, Glenn. All of your support here through the years. Another man who's been a long time member of this channel. Well said on your part as well, though. The complementary football that this team figured out how to play halfway into this year and onwards. And they'd shown signs of it leading up into halfway into the season. But when they really, truly embraced it fully, that's when they realized the best version of themselves this year. That's when they started to really set themselves on the road for a championship. Because I think it's hard to quite lock teams in that same manner to that same fashion. I do. Glenn, thank you for the $20 dono. Very kind of you, man. Mariner Crazy, 1978. Thank you for the $2 donation. Oh, we got another Darth Vader here. If I get a Darth Vader emoji, I'm just gonna have to auto go to this sucker.
The power
Just gotta go
of the
right
dark
to it
side.
automatically. Mariner Crazy says, can we give some flowers to that Riley Mills sack? Holy mackerel. Where did that thing come from, huh? Like, who woke up that beast? And yeah, what a great play by him. Matched up against the left guard and Wilson there and walks him back with speed into the pocket, right back into the lap of Drake May, and then goes and makes the sack. Yeah, just great play. First sack of the year for Riley Mills. Best play of the year for him in the Super Bowl. You know, just another part of this team that you feel so excited about in the future because here's a guy that's just getting warmed up. You take him in the 4th round because you got a top 50 grade on him. You have a 2nd round grade essentially on Riley Mills. You're getting him in the 4th round because of the ACL. It's a bit like a lot of those picks in this draft. It's like Elijah Arroyo. It's like Jalen Milroe. It's kind of a bonus pick. You took Ray Zabel. You went our offensive line set. You already had a receiving core pretty well stocked up. You ended up taking Horton later on, but you had in Riley Mills, same thing, where you just basically, and this is where the beauty comes from in operating in a draft from value-based model, is when you operate from a value-based model, you're just trying to bring in the best players. You can say, okay, we got 4 3-techs. I don't care. I'm bringing in the best player. I got a top 50 grade on this guy. I'm not going to overlook that to go and then take a guy that I got a top 90 grade on. That doesn't make any sense just because that's a position that's more of need, like a cornerback or something there, Mariner Crazy, right? So it starts first with embracing fully that we're going to draft for value. And the earlier in the draft that we find ourselves, the more ardent, the more obsessed, the more dedicated we're going to be to staying in the value-based mindset. And it means just what I just said. You have the 4th round pick coming up there with Riley Mills in this last draft, right? You got Leonard Williams is a 3-tech. Byron Murphy's playing 1-tech, but he can't play 3-tech because he's currently stuck behind the depth chart behind Leonard Williams. And then you have Jaron Reed, who can do a little bit of 1-tech, but who's at his best probably still as a 3-tech. How many teams picking in that spot in the 4th round from a Seahawks perspective, how many other teams in the NFL would have gone Riley Mills there? Would have stayed on the value of their board? Or instead would have looked at it and said, man, a 4th 3-tech? That's overkill. A 4th 3-tech that we have to wait through most of the year to just learn what we even really got coming off an ACL. But that's why you trust your draft board. That's why you trust how you build your board up and that you lean back on that. Because the draft's about adding difference makers. And the draft doesn't always well suit itself up to where your value meets need every single time. Sometimes you got to make more of the call. Am I here for value or am I going to go for need? Like the Gray Zabel pick was where value and need intersected. As I like to say, X marks the spot when that occurs. But boy, is it rare. A couple of years ago when you took Charles Cross in the 1st round, value intersected with need perfectly. But oftentimes you got to make the choice more for a value or for need. And the Seahawks and what they did 3 years ago and what has stood out about this team in a major way that cannot be undersold is that they embraced and took ownership of the fact that our drafting has gone wrong in the late teens. At the end of the Legion of Boom era, it's gone a little bit sideways. And the reason it's gone sideways is because of the fact that we've leaned into need. We've tried to fill holes. We haven't just trusted our draft board. We haven't just stayed to value. You made that left-hand turn and you've stayed in that lane since then. And it's borne out some of the better drafts John has had here in his time here in Seattle and in Seahawks history. This draft class, maybe for years to come, be amazing as it develops even further. Elijah Royal coming along, Horton getting back into the mix and becoming what he can become. And Jalen Milroe, and who knows where that's going to go long-term. And Mills being able to develop fully as well as he can. And Robbie Oots on top of it. But it was a great sack by Mills. He shows you why they thought the talent could be true like that in him. His future is very bright moving into the future on this team as he's going to get an offseason to get even better and get even healthier, get even stronger. And be a key contributor on this rotation as we go into next year. And just another John Schneider find, man. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Whose stadium? Hawk Stadium. Fully Super Bowl christened. It was fully Super Bowl christened. Hawks house. Whose house? Hawks house. No more Levi Stadium. No more. Y'all just better change the sign. Just give Levi their money back for the buying the naming rights. It reverts to Seahawks now. They'll understand. They'll get it. Max Bailey, thank you for celebrating 2 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you for that. We the best. I tried to tell everyone the Hawks D is too good. I was never in doubt. Shout out to Jason Myers and our defense and Sammy D's. Sammy D's, baby. And absolutely, you felt comfortable coming into this game. I got to admit, I was second guessing myself a little bit as we got a couple days removed here and a little bit closer to the game. I started going, man, am I feeling myself too much? You know, everybody's telling me Super Bowls are close, and everybody's telling me that these things play out tighter and that the Patriot team's actually really good. And I was watching Patriot tape last night and watched the Buccaneers game. And I was starting to talk myself into being a little bit uncomfortable and getting a little bit away from my initial evaluation. But, you know, when just initially last week, looking through the Patriot tape and looking at what they were doing and what your Hawks defense could counter to what they would do and what they like to do, you felt so good about where everything was at. You felt so sure that it was really where 2 weeks ago it was the Super Bowl. That was the one. And it really did play out that way tonight. It really did. Hell of a defensive performance, man, Max. And hopefully they cement themselves in NFL history for being one of those great all-time defenses. We'll see with time. Time will kind of turn all that out, but it was the type of performance that probably should. Probably should. How about Jason Myers too, man? Hitting his field goals, hitting his extra points, out there laying the wood on his last kickoff, huh? Laying the wood? What, Jason? What? Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $2 donation. He's Mr. Walker the III after tonight. I like it, man. Mr. Walker the III. Yes, sir. What a game for Walker. And boy, I just feel very validated in supporting this kid, as so many people were just like, can't find the hole, no vision, too much dancing, too much of this, too much of that. It's like, he's a great running back. And as he started to learn the system, and as he started to get more comfortable in the system, and as the blocking has improved, well, he's really been able to light it up. The MVP tonight was really well earned on his part. I'm glad they gave it to him. I thought on top of getting you some big runs and busting some big runs out, he grinded out some really tough runs too, where everything was, and it was like that throughout the playoffs with him. It's been like that throughout a lot of the year with him, frankly, where you see him finishing runs, and maybe finishing runs in ways that maybe he didn't necessarily early on in his career. He's grown in his game, and he was very impressive tonight. He was a difference maker tonight, Wu-Tang. Rodney Presho, thank you for the $5 donation, Rodney. Super Bowl champs. Sounds great, huh, Brando? Oh, it sounds amazing. I think we can possibly repeat. You've got as good a chance as anybody else in recent NFL history to get it done. It's hard to do so. Every year is going to be reset and different. And, the big part of the driving force for the team this year in getting to this Super Bowl was the mentality and the ownership and the responsibility and the willingness then within that to every day have to understand what you need to bring to eventually get you to the place you're trying to go. And can you recapture that spirit through an offseason of everybody telling you that you're the greatest thing since sliced bread? Can you recapture that after an offseason of getting commercials and sponsorships and this and that? Can you work as hard this offseason through the process after you've tasted the ultimate success? Well, this is why it's so hard to repeat, because so many teams will get into that next year and they ease off the stick a little bit. Don't work quite as hard. Ain't quite as hungry for it. And that little bit, just less bit of bite, a little bit less bit of hunger can be just enough to keep you from getting it there over the top. So we'll see if the team has the makings to get that done. I will say next year is set up really well for you to possibly do this. You're not going to have a schedule that's going to be incredibly difficult. It'll be a quote unquote first place schedule. But I think you could make the argument, for instance, that the Rams, for instance, have a tougher schedule than what we have to deal with next year, especially when you consider that the tougher opponents tend to be the ones that we get to face at home. But you've got now $93 million to spend. One of the things that we're going to do tonight, once I eventually do get through all the donations and through some of the chat, we'll eventually look at this off season, and I'll get you guys hyped up, and I'll be showing you guys, as we're in the late hours of the night tonight, a little bit of where we're at cap-wise and how good a situation we're in to be able to go get this accomplished and what you can possibly do this year, especially if you want to get very aggressive. I think you're also going to have the arms race at the NFC West that's going to be on full display this offseason, where the Niners, You know the Rams, they're going to go very hard this offseason. You just had the Seahawks win a Super Bowl. You know, Rams has been since 19. Niners, you've lost a few over the last few years. Yeah, they're going to want to go after it. So it's going to be hard. But there's some other spots this could work in your favor too. Do you become a destination location? Is there some vet, a la like DeMarcus Lawrence last year, that's like, I don't care what I'm getting paid. I want to go right there. I want to go play for Mike McDonald. I want to be part of the Seahawks organization. Does that start to happen? We'll see. But you got the money to spend. You're going to return every starter on offense with maybe the exception of a Kenneth Walker and a Shaheed in a worst case scenario, which I think you're keeping Walker at this point minimum, and maybe both of them. Defensively, you return everybody back with the exception of Kobe Bryant, Woolen, Boye Mafe, Josh Jobe as the worst case scenario. I don't think you're letting all those guys necessarily walk, but that's the worst case scenario. And even if all those guys do walk collectively, you still then have like $93 million to go spend to replace it. So it certainly is possible, man. Very, very possible. Joshua, thank you for the $2 donation. Celebrating with the Hawks Nest. Super Bowl win. Life is good. Life is good. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you for celebrating here, man. Appreciate all of you out in the house here who are dropping on in. You're dropping in for 5 minutes. You're dropping in for an hour. You're rocking with me for the full stream. I thank you no matter what. You could be anywhere right now celebrating the Seahawks win, watching anything. You're here with me. You're rocking with me. I really thank you all for that and appreciate you hanging with me throughout the night. Very kind of you and very kind of you, Joshua, for that, man. Life is good, man. You win a Super Bowl and you're in the midst of it right now. Life feels mighty, 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 mighty fine, don't it? Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Also, Mills got me excited about his future after that sack, as well he should. If the kid's healthy, if the kid's leg's right, yeah, he's a top 50 pick. You know, Seattle's draft grade on him was not just unique to themselves. It was unique league wide. And you have a guy tear his ACL at that time, it's always going to dip him down a couple of rounds. It always will. It's maybe not always fair with especially how they can get these guys bouncing back off the ACL. But it wasn't just obviously him tearing the ACL in his final year of college. It was him tearing his ACL in the final year of college at the end of the season. So it meant whoever was going to draft Riley had to sort of take a punt on his rookie year. And the Seahawks did that. But part of the exceptionalness in the roster building of what John's done here is he's not only now gotten the guys that are ready to play right now, that can be difference makers right now, but he's almost kind of get the guys in the ranks that are developing behind them. The Elijah Arroyos, the Mills, the Milrow. You know, that's kind of the exceptional part of this is that you've also got the guys from a growth standpoint that should come forward in the future that only add on to what you already got, and you don't have to add them from the outside in. They're just already here in-house. But that was a great sack by Mills. It is very hard to take a guard in this league and walk them directly back into a quarterback without any resistance. And he's a strong man. He's a bully there. He's the kind of physical presence that's going to work very well in this Mike McDonald defense into the future because it's how he's wired. And he's got a lot of potential as a player. He's still very new to transitioning inside. This is a guy that started his career out at Notre Dame as an edge, only got a chance to play like 1 or 2 years as an actual defensive tackle. And so the future could be very bright as he kind of learns it, gets better with the leverage, certainly gets healthier off the knee. But very cool to see him come out there and make a sack in this game in that moment. How awesome was that? And the teams had a lot of faith in him to say, hey, what we're seeing in practice is enough for us to, get him out here into the rotation, even to a select degree, because we think this kid's got a lot of ability in him. And it's showing out. Yeah, he's going to be an important piece as we move into the future. Especially if you happen to learn or come to find like another guy like Jaron Reed. Is that another guy that starts to look at, hey, maybe I'm on the edge of retirement. You got some older guys on this roster that might have a couple guys that might retire on this. So his impact and his presence on the team at that point becomes all the much more important if that does become the case. John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation, John. Any truth that Blitz is running the substation? He went over there and he dropped some plastique on it, John. No, it was an EMP. He went over there with a little EMP machine that he got off Microsoft. Somebody from Microsoft gave him a little EMP thing. He's like, he just went over there to the side and turned it off just before the the start of the game to ensure there would be no major injuries. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Brandon Taylor, thank you for the $5 donation. Seahawks are the first team in NFL history to win the Super Bowl without a single turnover the entire postseason. Roundtable apology letter when? Indeed. Roundtable was one of the fun spots to be able to chop it up on this, because that was where a lot of the collective out there saw the Seattle Seahawks either in third place or in fourth place in this division. And that's where they had us aligned. And there's a couple folks in the roundtable as well that were very hard to bring over to my side of it as far as on to Sam Darnold, and specifically Jesse and Mike. I think Jake was a little bit earlier on this with Sam. He was reticent early on in the start of the year, but he came along over the time. And I think Brandon, when it comes to Jesse, we've put him in a foam hat. We've made him write a love poem to Sam Darnold. I mean, it's great. At the end of this year, I got Jake, a Rams fan, in a beanie cap. I got Jesse in the foam Seahawks hat as he's reading a love poem to Sam Darnold. You just talk about a storybook season, folks. You know what I mean? It's been storybook season for the team on the field and at the round table too. But they weren't alone, right, Brandon? And it's part of the beauty of this team and why this team should be celebrated to the nth degree is that so many people sold on this team and had them as being something that was going to be not even a playoff contender, say nothing of a Super Bowl contender. And the fact that they can realize this and accomplish this year and disprove so many doubters, and not just roundtable, but across the national perspective on this, it will make this more satisfying. And it's part of what makes this team, for me, my favorite Seahawks team to root for, my favorite Seahawks team to get to watch. Because so many had counted them out. So many had counted out as Sam Darnold. So many had determined that Jackson Smith could never work as a true number one wide receiver. And you disproved it all. So probably not getting any apology letters anytime soon. But the trophy will be enough to satiate us. And the fact that, we knew, looking at this team, the potential that was there. Because I said of this offseason, the team took the step back with the Geno and the DK trade. But they didn't do so because they were intending to suck into 2025. They did so because it was the right, smart move to make for this roster, and there was a potentiality in making those moves, as hard as they were, for that one step back you took to take the 2 steps forward. And I said it at the time, and you guys can find me on record as saying this. Yeah, I know it's the 1 step back right now, but those 2 steps back don't have to take a year. It doesn't have to take 2 years. You can take those 2 steps through this season right now. Yes, it can happen right now. And maybe the odds look long. Maybe everyone from a national perspective is telling you that it's almost impossible to be done, but it's not impossible. It's going to take a lot of things working right. It's going to take the type of ownership that this team took on from a leadership standpoint, but it was always there to be had because of the foundation that John Schneider and Mike McDonald have built. Because of the foundation of talent with John Schneider and because of how Mike McDonald developed them in that first year. The combo of those 2 factors could have allowed for that 2 steps to come forward, and boy, did they take 2 big steps forward this season. That's a great stat, though, on the turnover front. And I kept coming back to it, saying at the start of this playoffs, Sam can keep from turning the ball over, and this goes beyond Sam. Nobody got any turnovers. You're going to go win the Super Bowl. And I have to think that this was a point of emphasis from Mike McDonald to the whole team beyond Sam, to the offense as a whole. Now, you're a receiver, you're a running back, you got the ball. I need you to keep something in mind. We have the best special teams unit in football. I got the best defense in football. I need you offensively to do enough for us to win games. I don't need you to do everything. I don't need you to carry on a Hercules type role here. I need you to do your part. And I certainly need you to not make bad mistakes that you can control. You limit your turnovers, my defense will do the job. You limit your turnovers, my special teams unit will do their job. And the offense took this on point because the turnover thing was not just Sam through this year a lot of times, right? Some of the turnover problem came into guys being kind of loose with the ball as far as fumbleitis goes. And those guys all took that ownership on in a major way. And it's a huge reason you're winning this Super Bowl is you didn't turn the ball over. Period. You're such a good team that once you could remove that element of things, I mean, we had some games this year, Brandon, where we had Sam or the team would lose a turnover battle 3-0 and you'd still blow out teams. But you could always think within that, man, if we just took turnovers off the table, period, point blank, you're not getting any. This team's going to win a lot of games then very comfortably. We're kind of keeping teams somewhat into it just with some of these turnovers a little bit as we are. So they definitely grew and learned from that, both Sam and the team as a whole on this. And it's a real key stat for this playoff run, Brandon, because it matters in regular season turnovers. It does. But I think in playoff football, it's an ultimate determinant. And that you've got to find a way to you got to find a way as much as possible to play as clean a brand of football as you can in the playoffs, because it's just a different kind of game at this time of year. Possessions tend to shorten. Those plays can be much more brighter than when they do occur. But yeah, I'm probably not getting any Roundtable apology anytime soon. But those guys are very kind. They've already thrown some congratulations out. It's a good crew over there. Love working with them. And got to give Jesse credit, man. He came through with the apology, and I think he's fully been bought into Sam here as of recently. Took some people some time, but as I always say with this, it ain't about being right. It's about getting it right. And as long as you come around eventually to get on the right side of it, that's what I'm most concerned with. And certainly most of the people are getting to that spot of it with this team and with Sam. Kale Vineyard, thank you for the $5 donation, Kale. Brandon, love this team and love everything you've done to help us enjoy them. You deserve to enjoy this win. Thanks for being a good dude. Oh man, that's very kind of you to say, brother. Very, very kind of you to say. I echo what you said, man. I love this team and everything about them. Easy group to root for. It's been a great season to be able to cover them. I'm watching a smart football team, well run, doing everything they can do to try and go be a contender. They didn't get to the trade deadline like the Buffalo Bills, and they twisted their pockets inside out, shrugged to their fan base, and were like, what? What do you guys want us to do? I mean, we got you Brandon Cooks. Doesn't that make you guys happy? Instead, you got your general manager out there throwing 4th and 5th round picks to the wind to try to make yourself even a little bit better. Try to push that ball, push it a little bit harder forward. Everywhere you can chase those edges, everywhere you can find a little bit more to help your team out. Everyone at every point's doing what they can, including John, front office, coaching, players. Gail, it's been a pleasure and a hell of a great ride here this year. Great ride doing this channel, period, just from the start. But this year's just been sensational, and you all are an amazing community. And folks like yourself with all of this support, I can't even get through all these donos on the chat. I'm probably about an hour and a half still behind on my donos. And your guys' support to me is second to none. I don't know if I earn it all. I don't know if I deserve all this love in that way. But it's you guys as a community that makes this play go. And if I'm a good dude, it's a good dude off the back of you guys being so awesome and so cool and making this such a great place to be able to just enjoy football and talk about all the things Seahawks and revel in it and all that. So thank you for that, Kale. I really appreciate you, man. Really appreciate you for that. This has been fun. This has been a lot of fun. And it is really rewarding too, to also, as you try to understand this sport, and we're all trying to learn and understand this a little bit better every year we go by. It's been really rewarding to be able to look at the sport and think I'm seeing something come out. I think I'm seeing something rise within this team where even as the national perspective isn't seeing it, but sensing it's there, sensing it's coming to be, sensing it's true, sensing it's real, kind of trying to sell you guys on that with it at the same time, and then having that prove out that, yeah, what you were saying with that was true and real. And it wasn't a mirage, and you weren't just talking yourself into it or gassing your own self up in that way, but you saw it real and true. But thank you for that, Kale. I appreciate you, man. Really much love to you as well on there. It's a pleasure to get to do what I do, man, and an honor. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. It's good to see you back in the house too. So still in tears and shaking. Can't believe it. Just what I needed after my friend's accident in South Africa. Hope to get some sleep tonight. Well, I hope your friend's doing okay. So a little prayer out there for him on that side of it. Make you feel maybe a little bit better about today with having a little bit of that issue pop up as you did. What a great game, huh? What an absolute sensational game. What a great team, Megan. I mean, how easy has it been to root for this team, have their back, how hard they play. That defense was flying around today. Walker just running his ass off. Sam finding a way. Find a way, Sam. Find a way. I can't believe it either. It's not going to set in with me either, Megan, until probably tomorrow or the next day either. Like, it's just unreal. Absolutely an unreal feeling. Showing the fans right now. 12s in the audience. Oh, let's go 12s. Let's go. Oof, feels good. Appreciate you, Megan. Somebody was trying to drop a dono earlier, trying to talk you into making the travel out here for the parade. Primo, thank you for the $2 donation, Primo. Very kind of you, man. No note in there, but love your emoji, man. And thank you for the $2 dono. Appreciate you. Very kind. John Naylor, thank you for another $5 as well. 49ers versus Patriots. Do you think the 49ers would have won? If so, extra painful for our new Levi's Stadium tenants. Our new Levi's Stadium tenants. Yeah, they need to pay rent to us now. That's also part of the deal here. That's also part of what we got to include. That's a good question. Do I think that the 49ers would have beat the Patriots if it had been in their house with their fans? I think if they had Fred Warner back, if Fred Warner was back in the flow, and even, you got no Bosa, but just Warner coming back and making it happen, I think that that's probably a tough day at the office for the Patriots. But it's hard to say for sure. I mean, the Niners have the home field advantage a little bit stronger with Fred Warner due to return at that point. Probably a very close game, but they've got a good chance to take them down. That Patriots team, they do for sure at that point, especially getting Fred back in the flux. But hard to say. Hard to quite say on that one. They'd have made it been a tough game. I wouldn't say that just the Patriots would be able to just lap them. You know what I mean? I will say that. Don't think the Patriots would be like, oh, we're just going to run away with this easy peasy. No, it would be a battle, I would say. Thank you though, John. Appreciate all your support today, man. You dropped a bunch of donos. I really thank you for that. Derek, the Seahawks Lightning fan, another one of my OGs in the house. What's up? Brando, we finally did it. Sorry I couldn't be here. I was at a party, but this is the best day ever. So many more to come with this team. I can feel it. Wore my Metcalf jersey to manifest that Job punch. I knew it had to come from somewhere, Derek. It was too random. Like, where'd Job even get that idea? Future, on top of today being very bright, Derek, the future looks very bright for this team. The third youngest roster in the NFL just won a Super Bowl. Bake that into your cake and think about that one for a second. That's huge. And it's a team that was ahead of time. I've been making the comparison back to this Seahawks team is like the 2012 Seahawks team. And the real keynote difference between the 2012 team and this team is that team didn't get home field advantage throughout the playoffs. That team didn't get the number one bye. That team instead had to travel out on the road in the very first round of the playoffs. And that team, because of that, a little bit had to end up kind of, running out of gas at one point or another. They end up kind of reaching the end of their line. Got it close with Atlanta, but this was the team that got to be on their side of that, where they actually secured down that number one seed, thus actually giving them the pathway to get this done a year early. But you can make a very strong argument, and we're going to be looking at this tonight, and I'm going to be making this argument later on tonight when we do a little bit more of the breakdown of the offseason and what the Seahawks are going to do and what they can do and what I'm expecting a little bit of them to do. But future is very bright, man. Very bright. This is just getting warmed up. This is just getting started. So many young players. So many guys haven't even entered into their physical prime yet. But we did it, Derek. We did. This team took on this responsibility. They kept every team in their sights on the weekly basis, never looked too far ahead, just took care of business every single week, stayed locked in, stayed in that pocket, stayed in that zone of just don't feel yourself too much. Don't be thinking about this too much. Don't be thinking too far ahead. Just stay in on the day in and day out what you're doing and stay in this same mode of ultimate responsibility, intensity in what you're doing about going about your business, the commitment to go about your business, the commitment to try to capture something special here. All this stuff doesn't guarantee you're going to get there, but it's a necessity if you want to get there. It has to exist and permeate on down through the whole team. And it did so this year in a major, major way. You could feel it in this game across the board. So congrats to you, Derek. Thank you for the $10 dono, man. Hey, doesn't matter where the lucky jersey comes from. It can be old school like mine. It can be new school. It can be Metcalf. Whatever that lucky jersey is in games like this, you got to wear it to make sure that we're unifying that synergistic force of superstition into a nice, just hurricane-like force around the opposition. Let's get them winds a-blowing. Them winds of losses blowing. Derek, you're awesome though, man. Good to see another one of my OGs in the house here tonight. Been riding with me for a long period of time. A lot of donos on this channel. Really appreciate you. And yeah, the Joe punch was a weird one at the time. Like, what are you doing, buddy? Yeah, like, what are we doing? And kind of lucky in that moment we didn't get called for a flag, though they ended up scoring just a couple plays later anyway, so it didn't really matter. But is what it was on that. But hopefully it's a great party. Hopefully you're able to celebrate strong. Thank you for the $10 dono, man. And I love your optimism. I can understand where it's coming from, that's for sure. JRD Sensei with a couple of donations, back-to-back fivers, in fact. Sorry I'm late, Brando. Just want to say thank you for doing what you do. You make the season so much more fun. Love everything you do. Let's have it go Hawks. 24 hours? We're going to angle for 24 hours. That is the goal tonight. So we're going to be locked in. We'll probably be doing a little bit of it at one point or another so I can eat some food. We'll be doing a little bit of some replays of former live stream Nest shows of the past. We'll show a little kind of some fun little videos, kind of intermixed here a little bit so I can have a little bit of a break on the old voice when I get a chance here and there. But we are going to indeed be trying to go all 24 hours if we can. With the very least, we will get to 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So at the very least, I'll hit that marker if we can, which means we got about 12 and a half hours left to go, baby. Which means we're just getting warmed up over here. We'll see if I can make it. But I'm making a run at this, man. I'm making a run at this. We never know when we're going to be back here again. So I'm going to just like sit in this hot tub, put my hands out on the outside of it, lean back in the bubbles, and just let them take me away. You know what I mean? Just let me take them away. It's good to have you in the house, man. It's good to see you in the house too, JRD. Thank you for being, again, a long-time contributor on this channel. Long-time member of this channel as well. Let's effing go Hawks. And thank you, man. Very kind of you also for saying, bro. Very kind of you for saying. Hopefully that's always the intended goal. Hopefully what I do is to make the stuff just a little bit funner, a little more enjoyable. And you guys are just awesome. Just awesome. JRD again with another fiver, man. Appreciate you. Both of my teams won a championship this year. Seahawks and OKC. Blessed. This game hasn't even set in yet. No, it takes a little bit of time. You know, you're in the moment of it and it's hot and heavy and intense and it takes a couple days. And what's going to be really fun about this is it sets in over the next couple days, the Super Bowl champions, Seahawks, Seattle, but also the way this season was won, how it came to be, how unlikely it was by so many people's reckoning to this season and what they thought was going to play out. It's all of that gets to come together for you as you think about this over the next couple of days. And when it sets in, how satisfying that will be then because of that. Congratulations to you, having both your two teams win in the same season. We came very close here with it, with almost having the Mariners break through too as well. And who knows, maybe the Mariners can break through here through this summer and on into next year, as they should have a good team put together as well on that. But it's a good year, man. Soak it up. Just enjoy it. And it's a privilege when you have your team win like this. Not every team gets to be even getting to the show. It's the part that I keep coming back to. Is like, there's NFL teams that don't even get to a Super Bowl in their history. Fans have been watching for 40, 50 years. They're just like, Bengals team that's gotten there twice in a lifetime for a guy that's my age. You lost both times. You know, a lot of bitterness there. A lot of just, damn, man. Hard to feel good about this team. Whereas we get to feel great about this team. And I'm just grateful for what they've done, for how they're run, for the future, for what they've been. All of it. All of it. Well said there, JRD, man. And thank you again for your kind words above on that. It's my pleasure to do what I get to do for you, man. And thank you for watching. Thank you for being a part of the community. It wouldn't be nothing if you guys weren't a part of this, watching and hooked up and connected along through the process with me. That's for sure. Nate, thank you for that $5 donation. Nate just bought some Hawks gear. We champs, baby. Hawks fan from New Mexico. Let's go. Much freaking love, B. New Mexico Hawk fans love you. Well, thank you for that, Nate. I spent a good 4 months at one point out in Santa Fe. Beautiful area of the country down there. Got some underrated food in Santa Fe. I'll tell you that too. Underrated, the food out there. Really good. But thank you, man, for the love. Appreciate you for that. Got our new New Mexico Hawk fans in the house. So shout out to y'all down there. Hope y'all are doing well. And good to get some gear. I'm going to be doing buying some gear myself here in the next 24 hours, Nate. It's always the fun part about picking out that Super Bowl gear, right? You know, got to find some good stuff. Got to find that good stuff. And they're going to have some nice swag, no doubt, in the store. That's for sure. But appreciate you, man. We're the champs. The Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions. Feels good to say. What a win. 29-13. Look at that scoreboard. With a 14-3 record, just drink it in, you know? Just drink it in. Thank you, though, Nate. Appreciate you. Will Hendrickson, thank you for the $20 donation. Will, very kind of you. Appreciate you for that, Will. You are awesome, bro. You've meant the world to me, Brando. Been listening to you since 2022 offseason. Moved across the country this past October and wasn't able to be around my friends watching anymore. You filled that void. We are now champs. Oh, that warms my heart to read that, man. Thank you for the big time donation. But even beyond that, it's the part that I became aware of, not being knowing that this was going to be a part of doing this channel, is that there are so many Seahawks fans that are far flung and can be far flung across the country, far flung across the globe, separated from the friends and family, not able to be connected to watching the games or having that ability to have access in that way, especially the modern NFL where you've got to have like a subscription service to every different direction, over here and over there and over here and over there. And it gets hard. And it's made it an even more fruitful part of doing this channel to know that I get to bring that kind of information to you guys, do the play-by-play for you guys and you folks, but to be a part of that community, you can have that connection to that community as well. And, I'm down in San Diego right now, and at some point or another, I'll be back in Seattle, I'm sure, as eventual landing spot when it's all said and done for me too as well. But this has done the same for me. Well, where I'm away from home in so many ways, but to be back connected to this community like this connects me back to the city, connects me back to the city that I grew up in, connects me back to home. And it's made it a richer experience for me as a fan to be able to have this kind of community at my back and to be able to enjoy it and to go through the ups and the downs with you guys through it. And as you've been with me since 2022, you know the downs that we were kind of dealing through at that time and what we were turning over and what we had to think about in order for the potential of this to be the reality of our situation and what it would take. But as I said earlier on the stream too, with this, it just makes it much more satisfying that we had to go through those downs to get to this ups. I really thank you, man, for the kind words. I'm glad to be that spot for you on this place that can be part of that community as you're missing out on not being at home. It's really much appreciated, not just your support, but being a part of the community, being a part of listener as you are. And I'm very blessed and lucky to do what I do. I got cool folks like yourself listening in and get to be a bridge at times in that way. It's a really lucky spot to be in because, you could be watching anywhere, but listening anywhere. You're checking out me, you're listening to me. So kind of gets me choked up a little bit, man. I thank you for that. We're champs now. Really appreciate you watching and tuning on in. Glad to be that spot for you. Glad you've been rocking with me for a couple of years here, Will. And congrats, man. Congrats. We're champions. And we did it the right way. We didn't do it with a shortcut. We didn't do this because this was the easy path. We didn't do this because we fell into it. You had to create this as a team and organizationally every step of the direction. And it's been so fun to cover every step of the direction because you could see how it was each individual step to create the greater whole, to create the champion that you see today. It took all of those little steps working in tandem. It's the beauty of this sport, as I often say, is the depths of the layers, the depth that exists within this sport for what comes out to be. It's not basketball. I just put my best 5 guys on the court. And it's all of these interrelated parts from schematics to strategy to team building to drafting to development, all going together to get this thing and make it go this way. But Will, you're very kind, man. Thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you for the kind words. Happy to be that spot. I know how it goes, kind of being away from the friends and from the local people. You get to kind of all watch the games together. So, hopefully this can be that for so many in this way, and that this can be that communal place that you can go to and always rely upon. Come game day, if you're not around friends and you're not around family, you're not around the local area. I love that, man. I absolutely love that because it certainly is that for me too, Will. It is 100%, man. Thank you for your support, brother. Great to see you in the house. We are the champs, man. Seattle Seahawks are Super Bowl champions in 2026. Let's go. Gabe, thank you for the $5 donation. We did it, baby. Love Murphy talking about the focus of the season being team culture. I think we've been missing that for a while. Go Hawks. Indeed. I think that this is the hard part about what I think Carroll ran into at the end. And some of this is about the brilliance of McDonald and getting these players connected here to buy in this way, is that I think that you have a lot of teams that are very talented, but the team culture is not right. And the connectiveness between the guys is not quite right. You got the individual guys, individual players, individual talents, but do you have the collection working together in tandem completely, not partially, but in complete fashion? And that's what you have felt from this team from the jump, from the rip. And it is ultimately it's the vet leaders that kind of lead the way. They're the torchbearers here, but it's the youthful guys behind him. It's the Witherspoons and it's the rookie Imanwari taking on ultimate responsibility and ownership in his rookie year. Not coming in there being like, look, I'm just trying to figure out the lay of the land here, but no, I need to lock it in. This team's trying to do some great things. I want to be a part of this. I need to own up to that and what that takes from me for us to get there. And it's a part that will help them in the future as well. I don't think that it just falls away this offseason is in addition to that. And hopefully they can set it as a standard here that you can keep and you can maintain in the future. Because that's one of the things to me that can help you lock this standard in more is, hey, it's not easy. It's hard. It's a day-by-day thing that takes us grinding on it to keep us in this place. But when we can do it, when we can get 1 through 70 to lock in this way and to really understand what we're trying to do collectively and to get outside of your individual outlook and your individual attitude and really get into the buy-in to the spirit of the team, we just won a Super Bowl. We just won a Super Bowl comfortably. We just set a franchise record for most wins in franchise history. That's what we can do when we're connected in this process in that way. But it takes everybody across the board. That's the cool part about winning this here is that you can reinforce this culture into the future from a Mike perspective by proofs in the pudding, boys. Go look at that banner there on the wall. That banner came out because those guys in that room, most of you guys that still remain in this room, took that ownership on. Can you now do it again? Can you capture that in the same way with a different team? We'll see on that in the future. But they did so this year, and that is what's allowed them to ascend basically a year early. That's what's allowed them to ascend while they're sitting on $80 million of dead money, cap space-wise. Because those players took on the ultimate responsibility across the board, rookie to vet. What does it take for me? What does it take for me? Different levels of responsibility for different ages, different times in the league. Go Hawks, Gabe. Really well said on your part. And these players, when they talk about that culture, are not just speaking in kind of, oh, it just sounds like a good soundbite to say. They've lived it. They've believed it. They've talked about it continuously throughout training camp. One of the coolest parts, and maybe the coolest part of this team, is that realization that they had of what that would take for them to have that kind of connective spirit to make this happen. You got to develop. You got to continually get better. You got to do a lot of other things in addition to this. But this has got to be a center point for how you lead, because this will determine how you deal with upheaval and things not going quite right, and how well you can roll with the punches, and how well you can bounce back in a game or after a bad game and get right back up on your horse. It's Ernest Jones in a press conference saying, Sam's had us in every single game. If you ain't riding with Sam, F you. And meaning it. Meaning it. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Megan says, as you know, I bought a new pendant when I was in Sydney, and I had it engraved with the 12s. And this year, it will never come off and be added. Let's go. Added to. Cut you off on that. Sorry, Megan. It sort of cut your deal there. I love it, though. A 12s pendant. That's awesome. Oh, no. That thing's never coming off. Never coming off, Megan. Thank you for the donation. Oh, I know you're smiling tonight big like I am. What a night, huh? What a night. I keep looking at the NFL Network and just seeing the boys, and they're smiling and happy and in their jackets, and they're asking questions, and it just, it's got to feel good. Got to feel good. Cameron, thank you for the $5 donation. Cameron says, not only do we get to celebrate being Super Bowl champions, but now we finally put the 1 yard line play to rest. I love this team. Go Hawks. There you got it, man. The storybook season. Pundits, Vegas, analysts, even many within the own fan base at the start of the offseason or through the offseason. Last place team. They got a lot of work to do. I don't know what they're doing in Seattle. I don't know what their approach is. I don't get this. Losing the first game of the year, Cameron, at home to the Niners after all that buildup of hope to that first game of the season. Oh, maybe the pundits were right. Maybe the analysts were correct. To turn this whole season around in this way, to get to 14 wins, the 2 trilogies against your 2 rivals, comfortable Super Bowl win, and a Super Bowl victory against the team that had your number and beat you last time in the Super Bowl. I mean, to have revenge enacted on the team that beat you in the Super Bowl 10 years ago. And like you say, that finally gets to put that 1 yard line play to rest. They can play the play, but then we get to say, hey, no. Now play the thing that happened 10 years after that. Play the thing that happened after that one now. We got our vengeance. We got our vengeance, man. Thank you for your support, all of your support through these years, man. Cameron, as a member of the channel, as a constant donator and contributor to this channel, as a community member of this channel. And go Hawks, man. Super Bowl champions. Super Bowl champions. It does feel good. Boy, does it feel good. I know you're loving it too, Cameron. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Very good to see you in the house. Parksa, thank you for the $12.01 donation. Appreciate you for that, Parksa. Very kind of you. 12 is 1. We did it. B, you've been stacking plays and chasing edges all season. You did not care about all the haters. You've made a magical season even more enjoyable with your coverage. Congrats.
We did not care.
We did not care, man. All I'm doing, Parks, is I'm taking the lead of my head coach. He says it's about us. It's always been about us. And that's what it is. And it's been a great season covering this team. I know I said a second ago on this, but it is, you follow the team and you try to look at things smartly towards the team. Now, I don't get things all right. I'm trying to get things right? I'm trying to see things clearly. I'm trying to see things with unbiased eyes. And yet, I found myself drifting with this team throughout this offseason and this year, feeling so much better about them than so many other people were, and seeing the potential that existed in this team. And that, yes, it's great to see it come to fulfillment, but it's also great to see it, confirm what you thought you were seeing. I wasn't seeing ghosts, for lack of a better term. That I was seeing it true and real. And then sometimes when things are really just truly done smart and intelligently in football, from a team building standpoint, from a coaching standpoint, from a stylistic, schematic, how we go about our business standpoint, that ends up paying off. And that's not something that's pie in the sky, and that's not something that's a homer outlook to feel that way about. So it's also confirmation to that. But it's been a great season following this team. Yeah, because they're great, but because they do things smartly and intelligently. And in football, there are so few guarantees. And I think back to a conversation I had with John Schneider actually 2 years ago in training camp, first year under Mike McDonald. Quick little conversation I had with him. But I remember coming out of that conversation with John, with him just kind of feeling a little bit like, in how he's talking at that point, a bit like, there's that element of luck. There's that element that's outside of the control of front office and coaching staff, that you don't know if that just it quite comes in the way you think it will. That's all smart on paper, but in practice, things can kind of sometimes run askew when you actually have it, listed out in that fashion, in that manner. But I love how you put that, man. Stacking plays and chasing edges. Definitely what we try to do here at the Hawks Nest. Like I said, just taking the lead from our head coach, man. That's all I'm doing. And didn't care about the haters. Didn't care about all the people that talked about Sam and having Sam's back as I did. And Sam having Sam's back, not because I'm a homer, not because I just blindly follow whatever quarterback is quarterbacking for the Seahawks. How hard was I on Russ at the end, right? If I'm the homer that's just on the back of whoever started quarterback for us, I wouldn't have been hard on Russ, and I was. And good quarterback play, smart quarterback play deserves to be lauded. And it doesn't matter what your reputation or what your history. If you're walking in every single week and you're putting that up on the board, it deserves to be lauded. And that's what Sam had been doing. And another rewarding aspect of this season is to have his back and have him prove and make me look very smart for that. Very smart for that. But I think that's one where if anybody was watching Sam and how he went about his business this last year and a half, could have saw it too. If they took off the glasses at times that were colored towards Sam having this thing that I'd still allow to carry into my brain that carries over from his New York Jet days. You could take those glasses off for a second. A lot of people would see this a lot more clear in what he was doing. But thank you, man. It's been a pleasure. It's been an absolute pleasure being able to cover this team with you guys, and for what has been a magical storybook season, as you presented, as you posted here. I could not imagine a more unbelievable, amazing season to be able to cover a team that's doing just so many awesome things collectively across the board. Such an easy team to root for, and a team that really has earned this Super Bowl trophy this year as much as any team in recent NFL history I can think of, because of what they took on to go and win this game, what they took on to go and take this season and make this year happen. But I love how you put that, Parksa. Wonderfully put as you put that. 12 is 1, man. 12 is 1. And this team took that on. This fan base has taken that on. And they're living it, man. They're living it. And how about the fans coming back into view here, coming back in with their full-throated nature, coming back in and having that impact, taking back the home field advantage here in the stadium. Big props to them for doing that as well, getting that turned back around. It's starting to shift a little bit. But thank you, man. I appreciate your support. Big congratulations to you as well. It's been a hell of a season, man. It's been a very rewarding year on a lot of different levels in covering this team. And go Hawks, bro. Go Hawks, man. Thank you, Parksa. DeLevy, thank you for the $10 donation to Levy. You think Sam will end up with a new contract this offseason? And how high do you think Seattle can or should go? Sam's good, and I like him, but I don't know if a $50 million quarterback fits our system. I think when it comes down to this, I do not think a contract extension will be handed out to Sam Darnold this offseason, mainly because it's John Schneider's pretty tried and true outlook on things to not negotiate with multiple years left on the deal. Now, there's what you could possibly do with this is, you could come back in this and maybe use this a little bit into your advantage to Levy, where, you go to Sam and you go, okay, let's, lock you up a couple more years beyond this. And you're not going to make 50 million, but we'll get you up to 40 million. And then we'll sign you a couple of years earlier than we really have to. So, maybe he makes an exception on this, and he makes the exception because of the fact that you can get him on a lower contract than what you're going to be on this if it's a year down the line from now. Because, he goes out and if he replicates what he did this year, has a Pro Bowl season for a quarterback, and he does that for the first 2 years of his contract, and he's won you a Super Bowl in the first year and you get into the last year of his deal, yeah, it's probably getting up into sort of $50 million a year territory as far as the cost goes. Now, by that point, $50 million a year for a quarterback, that DeLevy by that point, 2 years from now, that might be or even a year from now, that might be more of a middle middle of the road quarterback contract deal is what we might come to find with that. But I think that you're probably not going to do so this offseason. You've got some other decisions I think you're going to look to make that are drawing a little bit more of importance. You got to get the JSN extension done, the Witherspoon extension done. You're going to probably try to figure something out with Kenneth Walker. So I think it probably waits. But a year from now, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a interesting decision from John Schneider and what he looks to do at that point. And probably why you want to give this another year with Sam here, to just kind of have everything locked in on what you know you've got exactly quantitatively from the quarterback position, and then, maybe make the move there. And who knows, maybe we come to find with Sam that he fits into that marker of few NFL quarterbacks and willing to take maybe a little bit less than trying to break the complete bank every time he comes up for his contract. Maybe we come to find that he's got a little bit of that as his model. We'll learn with that. But I would expect not with the 2 years left on his deal, DeLevy. You'll let him play the one more year out, because putting him on the new contract doesn't really save you a lot of money at this point right now by doing that. Versus waiting out the year, it'll be about the same cost probably when it's all said and done if you put him on a new contract. So all of those reasons coming into why probably just stand pat with it a little bit. The Silver Shrew. Thank you for the $5 donation, Silver Shrew. In the words of Frank Sinatra, Darnold traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. Donald traveled each and every highway and more, much more than this. He did it his way. I love it, man. Darnold did it his own way, his own path. And a lot of guys without the mental fortitude, might have gotten to a point, Silver Shrew, where they were like, you know what? I was a top 3 pick. I made a lot of money. I gave it a good try, gave it a good swing. Everybody's saying that I suck. Everybody's saying that I can't be nothing. Everybody's saying I'm mentally deficient. You know what? I'm just going to stay back in the cut as a backup quarterback. Let's just ride this out and see where this goes. Maybe I'll get a Nick Foles kind of moment or something if I get lucky. He could have done that. A weaker framed man, a weaker mentality might have leaned into doing it that way and said, that's the route we'll go with this. Instead, he took it as a point of, hey, I want another chance. I want another opportunity to be a starter in this league. And when I get that opportunity, I'm going to maximize it to the ultimate. Not in a minor way, but to the ultimate way. And he did his own individual path to make this happen. And every step of the way that he's had to take these steps to get to where he's gotten has been hard. And even when he thought he broke through last year with Minnesota, even after he thought, okay, finally here, I've proven enough now. Instead, it was not that. Instead, at the end of the year, it was, the opinion of me is even more reinforced inwards. Instead of me having this 14 win and starting to dispel some of these notions about my limitations, everybody instead says, no, see, it was all proven true. Could have fallen through that point. Could have been like, all right. Maybe they know better. Maybe they're just seeing it. Maybe I just don't have. Didn't let him shake him. Kept fighting, kept working, kept mastering his craft, kept trusting in the fact that if I work my butt off, I will benefit from this. I will improve myself as a player. The hunger's been there with this guy. And it's how he's ascended to greatness. It's how he's raising that Lombardi trophy tonight. And that is not, if that's not the heart of a champion, I don't know what is. Heart of a champion is not just to be a front runner where it's all made easy and you're going downhill 100%. Heart of a champion is you're fighting every stretch. Every step is a trudging. Like you're going through 3 foot of snow. But you keep plowing ahead forward. You keep sticking up one more foot and putting up in front of you. Saying, no, not today. Not today, Satan. I'm not giving up today. I'm going to keep fighting. And eventually he broke through with that perseverance of spirit. Love it, Silver Shrew. Well said, man. Well said. We got Docs in the house. What's up, Docs? Good to see you, man. One of our great Twitter X contributors out there, always putting in the good work out there on that side of it. Says, yes, sir, B, we did it. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for all you do, man. I appreciate you as well, holding it down there on Twitter. Look, sometimes, Docs, you got to be on the front lines. I don't like to go on Twitter too much because it's a lot it's a lot of stuff out there. It's a necessary evil sometimes for the channel, but it can be a war zone, and they're coming at you from all sides. It could be a barroom fight, right? You're fighting the guy to the front side, and then some dude punches you from the side. Where'd that punch come from? Somebody's kicking you in the back, and then you get somebody bopping you over the head with a bottle. It can get dark, man, over there, but you hold it down on that side of it. So thank you for all you do as well, Docs. I know you're loving this. I know you're celebrating this, and boy, how good does it feel? Because you've got so many guys and folks in there in the Twitter that can be so toxic coming back at you. They come back at them and you go, now what? Now what, bitches? Now what? What do you guys say now? Huh? What? Let's go, Docs. Let's go, man. Congrats to you too as well. You were holding it down as well out there. We do what we got to do out here as the Seahawks fans on this content creation side of things. So appreciate you. Appreciate you, man. And congratulations. What a great night it's going to be here. Whew, what a game. What a team, man. DJ T, thank you for the $2 donation. Do you think Torrey's a legit number 2? I think I do. Yeah, I think Torrey's got really good, really great talent. I think, yes, he absolutely can be a legit number 2. I think the questions with Torrey to me are not talent. The questions to me with Torrey come down to injury. And, is he a guy a little bit slider that can hold up in this league long term? Are there injuries there with him on the lower leg front that are problematic? Is this a little bit of the reasoning why teams let a talent like this drop down to the 5th? Is that they looked at some of the medicals that existed with them and they're like, probably not likely to hold up with those, with where the injuries are at. I don't know on this. I don't know on this. But if we just talk about pure raw talent and ability, yeah, I think Torrey Horton's got a chance to be a very, very strong number 2 in this league. I do. And a complete full meal deal type receiver at that, in addition to it. So it's just down to health with me with Torrey. But he was playing a fantastic brand of football before he went down. Had the punt return touchdown, four touchdown receptions, showing some good speed. Just a good wide receiver. And the kind of guy that, just like a lot of guys on this team, the kind of guy that catches me as kind of a grinder. Like, he's going to be working this offseason. He's going to be hungry as hell this offseason. So yeah, I do think so, GJ. Yeah. B-Film, welcome here as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate you jumping aboard, B-Film. Welcome aboard at that. We'll be getting off the membership benefits off to you guys here next week. We got PFF scores coming off tomorrow morning from this game. We'll be getting off the PFF scores for the year to you guys as well here in the next week. And we got a call-in show for members of the channel. So please do keep an eye on your community post. If you're a member of the channel, that's where we get the membership benefits out to you over there. But to welcome aboard B-Film. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Me in the house. What's up, me? Thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that, me. I love that our 2 championships are 12 years apart. Got the little thing there. And yes, sir. It's kind of cool, huh? Also cool. Yeah, at one point in this game, you had a 12-0 lead, I think. And not at one point or another, right, me? And then you got, remember the old, there are a lot of 12 things coming. Remember the old, we got 12. We scored in the first Super Bowl we got to, or the 2013 Super Bowl. You had the first 12 seconds. You got the score on the safety. And then you got after that, you got Percy Harvin running it back, and he scored on the first 12 seconds of the second half as well. So these 12 numbers, they just keep kind of popping up for Seahawks. Oddly enough, coincidentally enough, me. Great catch on your part. 12 years. 12 years since our last championship. Very fitting, huh? Very fitting. Love that. That's awesome. Kind of odd how some of that 12s can kind of pop up like that, me. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the dono. Very kind of you for all of your support. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $5 donation. Samuel, another one of my OGs. Feel like I've been with you through war at this point. It has been a long and emotional season. Thank you for going through it all with us. Oh man, you've been riding with me for years on this, man, and it does feel like that. We've been through the trials and the tribulations and the ups and the downs and this year was, even with all the successes, so much to turn over, so much to discuss, so many hard moments, even 4 interception game of Sam Darnold and oh my gosh, and things starting to turn dark and starting to turn sideways and oh, did we just get exposed? And man, with things were just coming to light, and now they seem to be darkening suddenly. And it does feel like a bit of a war. And it's been a fun ride. It's been a tense ride. It's been tumultuous at times going through it, especially folks like yourself that's been with me for a couple of years and having to talk about some of the darker items out there that exist with this team at times. But then we get through all this and you get to the fruits of it now, and we just get to enjoy it. It's been a great year, and it's been a pleasure to cover this team with you and have you with every lockstep has been just made this so much enjoyable that I'm not the only one going through it, that we all go through this collectively and try to understand it collectively. But it's been a great year, man. My favorite Seahawks season by far this season. I love the Legion of Boom year, and I'll celebrate that year to the end of time. But this year was just something extra specially different about this season. Something that just a little extra special about this particular one, man. But maybe by the way they got it, no one thought that they could do it. No one thought the quarterback could get this done. That nobody thought this was the time. Maybe that's it a little bit, or just by the nature of the ride itself, perhaps. But what a year. What a year. Milf Hunter, thank you for the $2 donation, Milf Hunter. He says, Mike McDonald changed my bum life. Well, he definitely brought optimism back to the Seattle Pacific Northwest of this football team. And props to Schneider for hiring the youngest head coach in the NFL, but recognizing talent for what it was. And that we thought that we were getting in Mike McDonald, the equivalent of Sean McVay on the defensive side of the ball. And he has been all that and maybe a little bit more. Mike has been a phenomenal head coach. I've called him at times the 5-tool equivalent of a baseball player for a head coach. Got the schematics, got the team building concept, got the motivator. He can bring the stick along with bringing the carrot. What do you need? He is a complete head coach, and he has such a great streamlined understanding of what he needs to do and what he needs to build to bring this team to where they've gotten. You know, it's all of that. Cut away what doesn't matter, chop off what's unimportant, stay on what is important, and stay on point with that. And Mike is just so good at that, it feels like, of not getting caught up into the kind of the ancillary and the on the edges of things, but staying right in the pocket of what most counts and what most matters in the here and now of this moment, you know, and staying right present in that moment that way. All the stuff sounds really easy when you say it out like this, but I think it's a lot harder to really bring into practice when you're going through the day in and day out of the NFL life and how things are so emotional and can twist and turn in so many different directions. But Mike's a great, great coach, and we are so lucky to have him. And John Schneider did just such a phenomenal job in the hiring process to land on him. They were exhaustive, but they got to the right one. They really did. Randy Creates, thank you for the $5 donation, Randy. Appreciate you for that. Already looking forward to your analysis of the 2025 rookies that we consider drafting and how they performed. Got a draft addiction. Hey, nothing wrong with a draft addiction, man. And we'll be, that'll be the next kind of thing that we're starting to do, where I start to now ramp back up my draft coverage. I've been kind of locked into playoff coverage and on this, and I'm going to be getting into it late and all of that stuff. But yeah, we're going to definitely be looking at how things broke down, look a little bit at the past draft, the way things could have gone with that. And be looking at the 2026 draft, of course, and what Seattle could be looking to do with that. You know, there's a lot of different, I think, directions we could see this team turn, including potentially even maybe moving that first round pick at 32. That feels good to say, doesn't it? But no, you know me, man. I got a draft addiction as well, Randy. We will be doing a mock draft tonight, a 3-rounder at some point or another on the PFF thing. So I'll be getting that in tonight at some point as well. But yes, sir. Yes, sir. Talking a lot about this draft, talking a lot about some of how this draft's going to serve as kind of a double dip. So you have the front dip with the 2025 draft, and the front dip is Gray Zabel's rookie year and Nicky Manwari's rookie year, and partially what you got from Robbie Utes and partially what you got from Torrey Horton. But then there's going to be the secondary aspect, Randy, which will be, what do you get from Elijah Arroyo year 2? Do you start to get a little bit more from, you got some Milrow packages coming out now into year 2. Do you get more out of Riley Mills as now he's a year healthier? So that's where it's the cool part about this 2025 draft is it kind of can end up potentially serving to be that sort of double dipper where you got sort of two segments of it. You get all of last year coming into next year, and you get all of this last year that didn't play as much or was injured or just didn't have as much role on the team. Now we'll go and find a role and then fill that class out even better, make that class look even better in retrospect, which is kind of what I'm expecting. Team's going to have a plan long-term for Arroyo. Team's going to have a plan long-term for Riley Mills. We'll see with Milroe. Milroe might end up just having to wait until he can eventually be traded at this point. We'll see on that one. But thank you, Randy. Yeah, we will be ramping up fully into full-on draft coverage. You can believe on that. Chase Stern with a $20 donation, and I finally here almost 3-4 hours later caught up on all the donations. Thank you for that, Chase. Appreciate the $20 drop, and I appreciate all of you for all of the support in here tonight on this channel. As always throughout this season, you guys show up every single time I go live with your support in full. I really, really thank you guys for that. You're very kind for doing that. Much, much appreciated. It's been a long time coming, says Chase. It's going to be a busy offseason, but for now, I'll just enjoy it. Niner fans are pissed, by the way. There is no disturbance in the force. Well, they just needed some time to understand about the power of the dark side.
The power of the dark side.
They just didn't know about the power of the dark side. I'm telling you. And how can the 49er fans not be salty? We beat the freaking brakes off you in 2 games to end out this season. We completely make Shanahan's offense look pedestrian. You've got a Niner team that is more nearing the end of their Super Bowl window than they're getting closer to the front of it. They got Brock's contract about to hit in, and that's hitting in at like twice the cost of Darnold. And then you had to watch us win the Super Bowl in your stadium. All of that, and then that. Yeah, I'd be mad as well. I was saying earlier in the week, it was hard enough for me to have to watch teams like we're on Thanksgiving after like watching me eat a turkey on your stadium, like on your field. That's tough enough. Much less like you're painting other team colors into your field, and then their fans are showing up in your stadium, and then they win your stadium for a Lombardi trophy. Yikes. And it's going to be a crazy offseason, man. I mean, it's almost merely a month away from when you're going to get to free agency. And then it's a month after that you get to the draft. You play this late into the season like the Seattle Seahawks have. That turnaround is a fast mother. That's a fast mother. But we're going to enjoy it all the way through. Every step of this offseason, we'll be covering free agency. We'll be covering the draft. But we're going to enjoy every step of this offseason for what it's been, how much fun it's been this season, how great this team was, and how special they were. Not just a great team, not just a team that's raising Lombardi, but how special they were across the board. An absolute phenomenal team, phenomenal effort, phenomenal sense of responsibility from such a young team, the 3rd youngest roster in football, but to understand that you can go attain greatness. I've said this a lot of times where if I could be a person that goes into the locker room and talks to these players where they're at right now, and I'd say to them, you really got to be in this moment in your life as much as you possibly can, a time traveler. And you got to try to connect with your future self, with your 45, 50-year-old version of yourself. And that guy's going to say that the partying and the going out and doing this and the going out and doing that and the just being young and being free and all that stuff can all come later. Doesn't have to happen right now. You got a short shelf life for a career, for how long you can potentially go out there and do this thing, and to potentially go out in there and be great. Maximize it now, young man. Make every day vital and take advantage every day as much as you can to the nth degree, rather than getting sidetracked on the many distractions as a young person that you'll see and face. And if you can do that, and if the man to your left and the man to your right can also do that, and you can put a roster together that collectively can do that, you can go do something great. You can go do something that will live in immortality, that will live in eternity. But I think it's very hard to do. I think back to my younger self. I couldn't take that ownership in my younger self. I wasn't able in my younger self to capture that spirit at that age. Instead, you got so much when you're at that age, you think about, I'll live forever. I'm young. There's time. Yeah, there's time. I'll get to it. Let me have my fun today. I'll get to that tomorrow at some point. But this roster really locked in with a sense of responsibility for their youth that is so unusual. So impressive. So worth lauding. When men come together in any form in life, when men come together and try to seek to do something great, that is great as of a collective whole rather than individual people. It's part of the beauty of this sport. It's part of the beauty of life, is that when people can do that, when they can show you what the collective can do when it comes together and it's completely bought in for one another. Not some of them are bought in, not partially bought in, completely bought in for one another. And that's what this team did this year, Chase, to your point on that. Been a long time coming, man. Another one of my OGs in the channel. Another one of my folks that I know is enjoying this to no end. And let's just enjoy it on through the night tonight. Let's celebrate throughout the night tonight. Let's celebrate throughout this season. But hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Thank you for your support, Chase. I appreciate you for that, brother. Very, very kind. Thrill House in the house. What's up, Thrill House? And the OG's here. B, you were down and was back this year. You stayed with it. It was a hard 2024, grinded, and are the best of all time. I picked Wari, by the way, laughing out loud, over Starks. Pretty good pick. Wari over Starks. And yeah, we were definitely in a spot last offseason, with draft coverage and where things were at and trying to figure out which way I wanted to go with the channel and if I was on the right track or not. It was a little bit of like just trying to kind of figure out what was what a little bit, and not super happy or satisfied necessarily with all the directions of where things were going, not upset completely, just wanted things to get a little bit more streamlined and, remove some things from the process that didn't need to be a part of the channel or part of the shows, and we were able to do that, I think, Thrill House, and really find our footing this year. And, much like the Seahawks team, sometimes it's about staying on it, right? And just staying and keeping at it. But very kind of you to say, Thrill House. Appreciate you rocking with me as well. The Wari pick is just another one of those selections that's sensational by John Schneider. Because you went out there and you got Mike, the puzzle piece that his defense can really utilize to the utmost. You had the imagination to be able to creatively figure this guy into where it's like Wari wasn't operating out of the slot at South Carolina. And he's in the safety alignment 24/7. And to have the vision and understand that you could drive him into that slot, keep him around the line of scrimmage, and that's where he'd be at his best. And he's been sensational in that role. And to pick him at the top of the second round and know where you could kind of jump up to go grab him. Phenomenal pick by John Schneider. Phenomenal selection. And it just shows to the connectiveness that you have between a Schneider and McDonald. And one of the cool parts I think about John Schneider is that having, I think, Carroll through those years of Carroll kind of having overriding control over the top of him, I think in a lot of ways that forced John to be a general manager that operated in a different manner than other general managers would tend to operate. I think sometimes general managers can operate in that, you're going to like the player I give you and you're going to be happy with it. I don't want to hear from you. There's a little bit of that, like, I'm the guy that'll give you the guys, you coach him. And I think that John probably got to understand a little bit more intricately how better maybe will work if I don't just be a general manager where I'm just handing a coach players. I'm like, here you go, there you go. But instead, let's work together on finding what is exactly the fit for you while still making sure that I'm utilizing our draft priority and protocol to the fullest. We're operating by value. We're not reaching for need. We're getting the best value in the best spots. And it's that balancing act that you're doing all of that on that Wari pick. You're getting the guy that Mike McDonald needs, and certainly he's in your ear going, I can utilize this guy to the utmost. And then you're trying to target, where do I select that guy at then? Where's the spot that he can drift no further and I need to trade up to go get him at? It's putting that all together with it. And Starks will probably end up being a pretty good player for the Baltimore Ravens too as well. But even Wari's on his rise to stardom, if not superstardom. And one of the more important pieces, if not the most important piece on this defense, because in a lot of ways, he makes the whole damn thing go. Because he's the beginning point that allows you to be able to live in nickel 24/7. And you may not be able to do that if his presence isn't out there 24/7, or at least you wouldn't be able to do it to the degree that you do it right now when he is out there, Thrill House. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, though, and appreciate you riding with me throughout that offseason. And we're locked in now, man. I think we got our rhythm. We got our spot. We're rolling, and it feels good. It feels really good. Ethan Tech World, rest in peace, Legion of Boom. Rise the dark side.
The power of the dark side.
Indeed. I think it's well said on your part with this. It's not that this is not remembered in Seattle for all time, being the Legion of Boom. It's not that they don't have their place in NFL history as one of the special defenses of all time. It's that we don't have to constantly reference back to 10 years for a standard of defense anymore. That this defense is its own thing. That they have earned that nickname. We're not putting the dark side on them just because we want to put a fancy nickname on a defense. We're putting the dark side on them because this is the defense that led the NFL in points per game. This is a defense that blew away DVOA out the water as an advanced analytical stat. This is a defense that completely shut down a Shanahan offense. Like 3 times he's been kept under 6 points or something in his time with the San Francisco 49ers as head coach, and you've got 2 of those games. Taking down the Rams twice, taking down this Patriot offense with the runner-up at MVP. I mean, you had to take out the MVP and then the runner-up at MVP in back-to-back games at the quarterback position. The dark side is here. And they have the new standard in place, and we will never forget the Legion of Boom. But the dark side gets to stand pat right next to that Legion of Boom. It ain't one over the other. It's they both get to be on equal footing in Seattle Seahawks history. Dark side earned that and put that stamp on that tonight with this performance. What a game. What a performance. What a season for this defense. Slowby won. Thank you for the $10 donation, Slowby. Appreciate you for that. He says, what a mother-loving season, my brother. Seahawks. 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 Let's go. And how about John Schneider, the only general manager other than Howie Roseman and Ozzie Newsome to win General Manager of the Year, win a Super Bowl at the same time. Pretty cool. And how well earned for John this year, huh? To win this. A couple of years ago, being given the chance to fully overrun this thing. Remember Pete Carroll looking over at him saying, it's all on you now. And it was on the press conference where Carroll was being essentially kind of let go. And he's looking at John. He's like, I'm interested to see what you're going to do with it now. It's almost a little bit of a test to John, you know. All the responsibility doesn't fall on my shoulder anymore. Now you're going to have to face the fire, my friend. And John didn't wilt, much like this team. Went out there and just put in work. Went out there and just made hard decision after hard decision. John didn't just say, well, let's just kind of tread water. Let's hit the cruise control button. Let's just do the safe decisions. Re-signing Geno Smith would have been the safe decision. Re-signing DK Metcalf would have been the safe decision. Instead, he went for the tough calls. Instead, he was just simply driven by, how do I make this team better? How do I maximize the dollar better? How do I make this more stylistically fit? How do I get this locker room together better by the talent and the team that I'm going to bring in here? What a mother-loving season, man. What a season Slowby won. It's been a great one. All-time favorite Seahawks season. And I'm so proud of these guys. Proud of John. The job he's done. It's been amazing. And I'll tell you this with John. Might just be writing his ticket here with the second Super Bowl and creating two different rosters, two different head coaches to go win a Super Bowl, 3 Super Bowl appearances. John Schneider might have just very well eventually have punched his own ticket to the Hall of Fame with his team getting this win today too. Sloby, thank you for the $10 donation, man. What a season, brother. What a season. It has been amazing. Just amazing. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation, Garth. Appreciate you for that. Since you're going to be working Art Bell hours, you need to dedicate at least one of the early morning hours to Seahawks conspiracy theories. Just kidding. Best of luck on this attempt. I'll be listening. Hey, we're going to give it a good run tonight. And I'm feeling strong. I got a couple special stogies here in a second, Garth, that I'm going to be clicking into place that'll help me get through this evening. I got a special couple of special kind of, let's call it hydration, shall we, Garth? I got a little bit of hydration I'm setting up for this. So there's a plan in place. And we're going to be doing a little bit of replay as we get into like the early morning hours. We'll be doing a little bit of some old replays for you guys. We're going to do a little bit of my drunk stream. So you guys, if you haven't had a chance to, we're going to be running a little bit of the old drunk stream to show you how far we've come here. We're going to play a little bit of that stream back from a few years ago where Russell broke his finger, and I kind of knew it was going to be about the end of the era on that game. It was kind of coming to a close on that one. But we're going to look at a few different videos on this one tonight, kind of mix those through to give me a little bit of a break here and there from a voice standpoint, but we're going to try to do the full 24 hours. I'd love to pull it off here. I really would. And Garth, I appreciate you, man. Love the Art Bell reference. That's great. Wish you had a couple of good Seahawks conspiracies. I mean, the best one I've got is, of course, that Ken Behring forced the team to draft Dan McGuire because he was a fan of Mark McGuire. That's kind of the best one that I've got. I wish I had a couple others. There should be a couple other good ones out there, you'd think. But we're gonna make this happen tonight, Garth. I might be mumbling by the end and just kind of that'll be me in the 6 a.m, but worth it. Absolutely worth it at the same time. Ethan Techworld, thank you for the $5 donation, Ethan. Brando, it's been one hell of a journey and an honor to be part of this community for many years. The greatest season, and I'm proud of you. 12 is one. Hey, 12 is one. Thank you for that, Ethan, man. I'm very proud to have you as part of this community as well. Honored to have you as part of this community. The people that we have are such great people in this community. They just are. And it ain't because you donate to me or say kind things to me. It's because you're a cool contributing person in this channel and chat. And we have so many folks just like this that are kind, that are deep thinkers, that know ball, that want to talk ball, that just love this team. To a man, to a woman, just the collective is so amazing that we have so many just cool people that it's what makes this channel roll. It's not me in the very least at all. I'm a figurehead for this spot. I like to think that there can be people revolving into my shoes in this spot on this channel, and this community would still remain. And this community and the driving force of what it's been and what it's made itself is so very special. And I've had so very little of it to do with it. It's a testament more to the Seattle fans, to the local fans, local Seattleites that make, I know, a majority of us, that we're a worldwide audience. But it's just that's been the part that I had nothing to do with. It's been you all. It's been y'all. Every other chat you go into, or most other chats you go into on the internet and all, you'll find the toxicity over here and over there and crappy discussion here and somebody coming and dropping the turd in the punch bowl over here, whereas people are trying to have good discussion. But with you guys, to a man, to a woman, you come in and we just want to have great discussions and talks and just turn this team over and turn over good football discussion. And certainly we're going to root for our team, but it's about that. And I'm very proud of that. Very proud. My most proud thing of this channel is this community, because I think it is you guys that make this go. I think it is when we get outsider fans coming in here and they realize, and they're like, wow, this is just a very cool community where you guys just talk football and you just, wow, this is unusual. I mean, it's cool, but it's just, they almost don't know what to do with themselves sometimes. And that's you guys. That's you guys making this. I got no part in that. That's all you guys. And it's amazing. Just simply amazing. 12 is one is 100% right. It's not just a saying. It's how we live. It's not just a saying created for this year. It's how we've lived in this channel, in this community for a long period of time. True Dat. True. I always say True Dat. I'll always say your name that way. True Dat. I don't know why I mix it up. True to the Blue. Thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. I don't think the Pats will be back, but I truly believe, I don't think the Pats will be back, but I truly believe this could be the start of our dynasty. Go Hawks. Go 12s. Very well possibly could be. Dynasties are hard to make happen. And we don't have to look any much further than just even the Legion of Boom era days of what can occur to knock you off your spot, and how easy it is sometimes to, get really close, feel like you're right on the edge of breaking through in that manner, and then you just kind of fall flat. So you're set up to do it. You're set up to do it in the fact that your fundamentals are really clean. You got no dead money on the books this year that you're going to have to eat. You're going to have about $93 million of cap space to spend. You're going to return almost all of your starters on both sides of the ball. You got a quarterback that's not terribly expensive, who's going to end up eating up too much of a chunk of your cap to where you can't retain players that you need to retain. You got a super young roster with budding superstars across the board. You got all of the parameters in place for what would need to be in place to become a dynasty. It's going to take some more smart decisions. It's going to take some more tough decisions from John that aren't all just straightforward and easy to be seen, right? It'll have to make some tough, hard decisions of letting a guy go here to be stronger over here to this side of it. But you got to feel like John's as emboldened as ever to be able to make those choices and decisions. What I love about John too is that he went through this once already, True. So he got to go through with the Legion of Boom. He got to maybe make certain kinds of mistakes that there's nobody to go back and get advice on. Hey, let me call up my friend as a general manager who's been through a dynasty, and now what happens is you guys start to pay the players. When you start making these tough decisions, when do you not pay these guys where? Does John get to a spot now, for instance, where he's like less inclined to go to the third contract? Where he looks at it and goes, that's worrisome. I'll give you the second one, but I ain't getting to the third. Maybe, maybe not. It's going to be kind of an interesting part to watch how he potentially adjusts second time around on this, but having an opportunity to once go through it will absolutely give him some wisdom and an ability to have a bit of insight on this process in a way that he couldn't before, going through it just for the first time, especially the level of control that I think he has in place now, to where there is no overriding him. He's going to have the full control on this to guide this to where he wants it to go. Exactly. DJ, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, so honestly, as a longtime fan, how you feeling? It's a combination of a couple of keen emotions. I think first is pride. This team's got a lot of guys that go about and they work their butt off, and that it's work that's not the flashy work. It's not the Instagram work. It's that I think you got some grinders on this team, and that you have even some of your most talented players are very much grinders. Jackson Smith and Witherspoon and Eamon Wari and DeMarcus Lawrence and Leonard Williams. They set the standard in how they practice and how they prepare. And so I'm very proud of the fact that you did this, and you did this not only in a way that nobody expected, which makes me proud of this team, but that you did this by making it happen. You didn't have things. I mean, if the Patriots had won this game particularly, and maybe Seattle, let's say Seattle came out and Sam throws for 3 interceptions and Patriots get a special teams touchdown and they go get the win. Well, you look back on it then from a Patriots standpoint, one of the easiest schedules in recent NFL history, a playoffs leading up to the Seattle Seahawks that was well situated and set up for you to be able to get through those opponents. Chargers didn't have any healthy tackles. You get to Houston. Houston's missing their top 2 wide receivers. You get to Denver. They're without their starting quarterback. It's a blizzard. And then you face Seattle, and Seattle plays like one of their worst games, and you get the win on that one. That's where some things really broke right in your favor to allow this to happen for the Patriots, if they had that be the culmination of everything. Whereas with you in Seattle, it's been the hard road. It's playing in the toughest division in football. It's having to take down those 2 rivals within your division that have had your numbers in recent years and have to do so on the back of a trilogy matchup in both cases. So it's just a big amount of pride for a team that made this happen. They took on the ultimate responsibility. All of them seem to be such hard workers, but that responsibility of what this was going to take, staying locked in for almost a 7th-month process to get to this point. Big time pride in this team. Validated a little bit, for sure. When you're doing analysis like this, there's a lot of predictions that you tend to make. And there's a lot of things that people ask you about where you think things are going and how you think things are going. And you have a feeling about it. And you're trying, I swear to God, at the bottom of my heart, everyone on this is, no matter whether they get things wrong or right, they're trying to see things as accurately as they can up ahead. And I ideally would like to be seeing things more accurate every year that I do this. Like I say with the play-by-play and trying to get better at that every year that I do it, trying to get better at evaluating the team and prognostication and seeing things clearly and not just with homer eyes. So, of course, something that I've said for years that people can attest to here, where I get pushback from people at times when I'm not positive enough. And I'll say, look, I'm not here to wave pom-poms. That's not what I think my job is here to do, but to be an analysis and to try to tell you guys clearly of what I'm seeing with the team. And so that when there are times that are tough and we got to turn over tough decisions and things that are going on, you know that when I'm speaking to those things, I'm being true about it. I'm not trying to dress them up. But then when I see things to be excited about, when I talk about this year and this being a team that can become a Super Bowl contending team, that can go win the Super Bowl, that I'm also not gassing you up. That's the benefit of having somebody be honest to you in this space and not be a pom-pom waver. And it's something I think that the people that want sometimes the pom-poms don't think about truly, is that if you have me waving pom-poms all the time, you never really know when I'm telling you the truth. But if I'm being real with you and honest with you, and then when it's negative, I speak to the negative, and when it's positive, I'm relishing and living in the positive just as well. And then you do know what's true to that side of it. So there's validation here too to this, and having this team's back since the start of training camp, having Sam Darnold's back since the start of training camp, being in favor of the Mike McDonald hire, being in favor of retaining John Schneider when Coach Carroll was let go, explaining to people at that time why I thought it was the right decision, I thought it was a decision that made a lot of sense. Despite John having some things that I don't think were perfect at that time with him, that I just thought were, well, this is just great the way this is going. Everything's wonderful with what he's doing. There were some things in his own general manager game at that point that were a little bit problematic, but that you understood why they were going the direction they were going. So there's a little bit of validation to this too, DJ. But ultimately that pales in comparison to the pride that you feel for this team, the pride you feel for these players, the pride you feel for Jody Allen, continuing, just another cool story here of continuing your brother's tradition. You picture someday, it goes to heaven and Paul Allen meets her there and give a big hug, and you kept it going, sis. You inherited something that you never counted on having to inherit. And rather than just holding it for a moment like a hot potato and then flicking it over to the next owner, you carried it forward like a true steward. And so pride all the way down the line in every one of these folks. And a huge amount of it at that. Because I know how hard this is. Covering this team for a few years now and my 4 decades of football and seeing what it takes to be a Super Bowl winning champion. Knowing just how hard it is. And folks, it's hard. You can have everything be right. You can be the better team. 2005 Seahawks team was the best team in football. That was the best. Sometimes that don't matter. Sometimes that's still not enough. But just appreciation too. Pride, validation, appreciation, DJ. The combination of all those three things. Oh, we got Lou in the house. What's up, Lou? Thank you for the 19 months as a Hawks Nest member. We won the Super Bowl. We won the Super Bowl, Lou. We got it done, man. What a season, huh? What a season, brother. Oh, baby, does it feel good. Oh, baby, does it feel good. It's good to see you, though, Lou. M. Jordan. Thank you for the $5 donation, M. Jordan. Appreciate you for that. Jordan, appreciate that $5. Hey, B, congrats to you and an awesome year. This might be ignorant for me to ask, but who is the most elite quarterback to ever play in a West Coast offense? It's a good question. I'm thinking about it. I mean, I think I got to give it to, probably got to give it to Patrick Mahomes. Jordan. I think Patrick's probably the guy that's got to take it. Montana would be right there with me on this one, where Montana won 4 Super Bowls. Mahomes has won 3. But I think Mahomes has been asked to do a little bit more within his offense in full than versus Joe. You know, I think the stats kind of bear that out a little bit. The hard part about this becomes different eras of the sport too. I mean, even within Joe's time, there was still a little bit more of a concentration on running the ball versus Patrick coming in to be, at the time he did, right the height of the passing prowess of the NFL. And so, you know, the stats do get a little bit funky from one thing to the next in that way. There's a little apples and oranges when you go to statistical comparisons between the two. And if somebody wanted to make the argument that Joe Montana ran at an even more efficient level than Mahomes, you could maybe sign me up on that. But I think I'd probably would give the nod to Mahomes on just pure full impact, and maybe a little bit more of the longevity to Montana to a tiny degree. But probably those would be the 1-2 as far as the most elite quarterbacks to ever play in the West Coast offense. That's a good question. I think it's very clearly those two guys, though. Most of the great quarterbacks you go throughout different eras that have been great quarterbacks, and you're going to get different systems that aren't exactly, you know, full on West Coast. You know, Drew Brees a little bit more push the ball down the field, especially when he was in his prime. Dan Marino a little bit more spread him out, throw him kind of guy, or rather than a West Coaster. Tom Brady, of course, more of a spread him out kind of guy. Somebody would maybe say Aaron Rodgers. That'd be another guy that would be thrown in the mix. But again, I'd have to put him, I think, behind what Mahomes and obviously Montana did, just from what they ultimately were able to accomplish versus what maybe Rodgers was able to accomplish on an individual statistical scale of things. It's a good question. No, it's actually a really good question. I like it. And thank you, man. Congrats to you as well. It's been a great year, bro. It's been a great year. And what a pleasure to cover this team, cover this season, and to do it with you folks. It's just been awesome. Appreciate you, Jordan. Good to see you in the house too as well. DJ, thank you for the $10 donation as well, man. Very kind of you. Very, very kind. Best answer to a $2 question ever. Hot damn there, dude. Nah, man, I love it. These are part of what I say with you guys in the chat on this DJ is that whether it's a donation or just a comment in the chat, you guys got me thinking whenever I'm going live. And it's these kind of questions that keep me on my toes and thinking and turning things over a little bit about what I'm feeling, you know, and full on it. And it's a mix of different kind of emotions at play there. So great question on your part. I love that about this place is that you guys just, you guys keep me locked in on these questions, man. They're such good questions. They really are. But my pleasure, man. My pleasure. Thank you for all your support, DJ. You're very, very, very kind, brother. Very kind. Thrill House, thank you for the $2 donation. Selling a Super Bowl team with a GM award? Worried? You know, change, you never know what's going to come with change. And when the waters are running smooth and you got that boat carrying over the top of the mirrored water, the glassy like water. Anytime you sell, things can change up a little bit, and even small changes can come into play that can turn things in a way that you don't want to see them. And with the Allen family, we've had them here now since 97. We've had a long period of time of them as owners. And so when we talk about changing owners, am I always going to get a little bit nervous? Yeah, I am. And unfortunately, us in Seattle have had plenty of really ass owners. Jeff Smolian, Ken Behring, Clay Bennett. We've had a litany of some bad ones. I do maintain, to go back to the process on this Thrill House, that Jody has been a great steward. And this Allen family has done so much for keeping the Seahawks in Seattle and getting the stadium built and turning them into a winner, getting us to 4 Super Bowls in 20 years. They've done all of this great heavy lifting and work. And to think now that they would just flippantly sell us to a bad owner for the highest bidder, or to an owner that's not going to continue this tradition on through, would seem very strange to me if that were to occur right now. So it makes me a little bit less worried. I just feel like if you've gone this far into the process from Jody's sake, if perhaps Thrill House Jody had come in and she had not put as much money down on trying to get the team to being a winner, that she had held the purse strings back on John, or she hadn't allowed John to go full tilt as he needed to do so, like moving on from Carroll when they moved on from him, then I might have a little bit more of a tendency to feel a little bit like there's some worry here. But I think that they're going to have a variety of different people that'll probably be lining up to buy this team if it's for sale truly. And that's going to allow you and accommodate you to make sure that you get the right owner in here as much as you get the owner who's spending the most money for your team. So we'll see how it goes, but I feel okay about it where we're at right now. I think that Jody's going to continue to do a great job of stewarding this ship and getting us into good arms as we move on into the future. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. Says, thanks for the thoughtful answer, B. Do you have a favorite style tree of the West Coast? I do, yeah. And I think that it's very distinct which ways you get the West Coast stuff going in different directions. You've got the man-on-man kind of blocking schemes that you get, a little bit less zone-centric stuff. Andy Reid can kind of come from some of this lay of the land. They'll work some zone stuff in, but they'll always have some man-based stuff in there. There also seems like in a lot of the man-based stuff, Jordan, there's more of a variance of different types of packages that you see in, a little bit more willingness to work colorful, different, kind of plays, a little bit outside the box kind of plays, where you get more of now the Shanahan outside zone kind of stuff that's taken into effect. It gets a little bit more, not rigid, but just more defined, I guess, in what you're doing offensively speaking. But what I like really a lot about that outside zone is that the man-on-man blocking scheme's great. The zone always is going to put, to me, what I like about the outside zone is that it puts the defense in a predicament of dedicating resources that then get freed up to the passing attack. It's a little bit like what I think Kubiak did in this game to start things out, where, okay, let's go a little bit all the way back on this one. Bill Walsh creates the West Coast offense initially because of the fact that I believe he's on the Cleveland Browns. They've got a big arm quarterback on the Cleveland Browns in the 70s or something. He goes down to an injury. They got to go to a backup quarterback. Doesn't have as big of an arm. Now they've got to start using the short passing attack in order to accommodate him. But then they also, with that, decide that instead of leading with running the ball and being conservative and predictable with running first, as was the case in the late 70s and the early 80s, first down run, second down run. Okay, third down, if we have to pass, then we'll pass begrudgingly, right? Walsh comes along and says, no, we'll pass on first down, we'll pass on second down, we'll pass early in the football games, and eventually we'll get into the third quarter, and now we can set up the rushing attack. Now rushing can become effective because the defense is going to dial back into the pass. So there was something there stylistically, but what was there inherently was not that the system and scheme is so good with the rushing attack that it forces defenses to drive up on the run, and then the passing attack opens up. It's that the passing attack has already opened up on the defense driving up to stop the run in anticipation of that on the front side. And so what I like with the outside zone is that you get into a territory with outside zone where because there's so much of a blocking to the spot and that we can get you isolated with the numbers game, that forces the dedication of resources from a defense, as long as you can run it. You know, if you're an outside zone team, but you suck at running the ball, you're not going to force the dedication of resources just on that basis alone. But it's a little bit, in my opinion, Jordan, to where Shanahan with the outside zone has been able to sort of force the defense into that pocket of having to protect against the run by the nature of the scheme and the system it runs itself versus before you got them to get away from the run, or because they were so dedicated to worried about the pass on the front line of it. So I just like a little bit more of that element to it. I think that there's just some more variant things that you can do with the outside zone and having mobile offensive linemen that can make things very hard on defenses, especially like we saw with the defense today, where if you have a defense that's missing some speed to the edges, they're going to be in for a long day at the office, because this rushing attack will constantly challenge you to those speeds. Whereas if you have the old school West Coast offense and it's a little bit more of, you know, there'll be a little more downhill runs, there'll be a little bit more of the power-based runs. Well, now on that one, it's like, do I have the guys that are pushing guys off the line of scrimmage and actually creating holes for my running back or not? And I think you can manufacture some more of that when you get to this outside zone stuff. I also think that the outside zone stuff really lets you set up the play action better than like some of the old school and some of the power concepts you could get on some of the other West Coast and how it's run principally, like even like a LaFleur runs it. Because when I get to the outside zone and I get that hard play fake on outside zone, man, that really sells it to the defense. And as I have the quarterback keep it and wind it back the other way, we saw it in this game a couple different times, how you can create some very easy throws for your quarterback off the back of that play action now. Because that defense has to sell out for that run to that outside zone, because they've got to run like a bat out of hell to get lateral to where that play is going. I come all the way reverse field back across this way. I have a tight end that starts out blocking and then he just kind of leaks back around the same way as the quarterback's going on the play action. How often do you have that easy little drag route throw that you throw it to the tight end and then he runs it up the field for a 12-yard gain? So there's a lot of concepts that to me work really well off the outside zone in addition to that. Whereas I think some of the systems that are run a little bit differently with the different variants on that are just a little bit more of the run. The run becomes something that you do almost like through gritted teeth, Jordan. Like I have felt at times in watching the Kansas City Chiefs with Mahomes and Isaiah Pacheco there, that they're running the ball for show. They're running the ball because it's like they feel like they have to show you that they're going to run the ball, but they really are just, it's them just biding their time to get back to the passing attack. And with the Shanahan system, it's one that truly drives you into balance, that truly drives you into state of not knowing what you're going to see prior to the snap and keeping you on your heels as a defense. So really do like what Shanahan's done with it. And especially started with his dad. I think that he's carried it forward a little bit more further than that from where his dad was, but his dad started the mobile offensive lineman, the zone-centric nature of it. He drove it then to more of the outside zone stuff in addition to that. A lot of creativity, a lot of pre-snap motions and shifts and whatnot to get you to be able to determine what the coverages are prior to the snap. In addition to that, just kind of advanced it, I guess, in many ways, where I think some of these other West Coast practitioners like Andy Reid, he's, I think in recent years, especially, he's not done as much of the different cool little like napkin plays, I would call it, where he has all his West Coast offense and then he's kind of drawn some napkin plays up for Mahomes that you can feel in the game is kind of intermixed. But I don't know if there's been as much of the let's drive this forward and evolve this like you've seen from Kyle Shanahan in his system. DJ, thank you for the another $2 donation. We are the champions. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world. Let's go. Let's go, DJ. Thank you for the donations, man. Appreciate all of your support. And we finally got through all of the donos. We're finally over into the chat. Finally over on in the chat. Thank you guys for all of your support on the donations, though. Unbelievable. I think it took me about 4 hours today to catch up on all those donos. You guys are unbelievable and amazing. I'm going to bounce over here and use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back over with you guys, though. Hanging with me. We're going to be riding through the night here. Hit that like button if you get a chance. Tech Matt, dang Brandon, you're still live. You're still going. Go Hawks, bro. We're going all night long, Tech Matt. We got a night of coverage lined up for you folks. We're going to be hitting hard tonight. Rock with me tonight. We are going until 12 in the morning. 12 in the morning, as Snoop would say. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get this going. Let's see where my peoples are at. Thank you to everybody again for all the donations in here. Unbelievable support in this channel throughout this year. Win or lose, you guys are always rocking strong, which I appreciate. Let's see where our people are at here, though. Resting Skeptic Face. Brando, with all the success you're going to have to step up your game, where's your Nick Cage impression? I'm trying real hard with Nick Cage, but he's real tough to do. Yeah, okay. Face off. I'm working on Nick. He's a tough one, but you're right. I do need to add to the mix on the impressions. We are due for some new impressions, that's for sure, on that front of things. Dan Marino's the best, but not a West Coast guy. Exactly. Good quarterback, just not a West Coast dude. Max Bailey says, "Sup, champs? Sup? How you doing, champ? How you doing?" Yeah, tough to go against Mahomes, isn't it? He had a hell of a run there, and still not over yet. That's for sure. Garp in here for the late night stream. We got Guard. Wasn't up for the late night Super Bowl stream. He's here. He's rolling with us. Thank you, DJ. Appreciate you, man. Benelli, because K9, 4 years, 48 million. Probably about in the right territory, Benelli. And I think it's really hard to look at this situation and not come away from it thinking that you got to retain K9 here. You got to do it. You got to find a way to get this contract done. You got the franchise tag as leverage. You got Charbonnet coming off the ACL, and you don't know what his timeline is going to be like to get back next year. I just think that this is the move you got to make. And the thing with this is that K9's still a very young guy. What is he at right now? He's 25 years old still. So, he'll be getting into being just 26. I don't see why it's bad money to put out there. It's not going to break the bank to go 4 years, 48. And you can solidify your running back position in a way where it's like, all right, we can feel pretty good about where we're at running back wise. We got McIntosh, and he'll be getting back into this. And then we got Charbonnet at some point will be back in the fold. Maybe we can feel like we're good to go there on that basis of things. Ski Nation Hawksnest, what's up, B? How about them punts? Ha ha ha. Hey, how about them punts? Michael Dixon, 7 kicks, 335 yards of punting in this game. 3 punts inside the 20, a 55-yard long, almost a 50-yard average on the day. He was phenomenal, man. Just phenomenal. Captain Pace, don't have to cut Woolen. He's going to be a free agent, but I do believe you're probably going to see him move on in free agency at that. That is probably the way that this thing does probably play out, I would estimate. John Hobbs says, I heard 70 million. So I guess, yeah, they do have 73 million in cap space. Which is weird that it's not going higher because it was supposed to be added on to what they had on there. Kind of weird. But Seahawks currently sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th most amount of cap space in the NFL right now. So yeah, I thought it was up at around 90, but it didn't increase much with the $20 million added onto it. Must have been the cross deal coming into play a little bit. Still a ton of money to spend. Still is just about as much money as anybody in the NFL has got to spend. And keep in mind, while you're sitting on that $73 million, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 teams with negative amount of cap space coming into this offseason. 11 teams. Kind of interesting. Brangiano, same here. I don't think the Pats will be back. Jaguars might make some serious noise next season, but I'm hoping McCarthy does something with Pittsburgh so we can have a reclamation 2.0 in Super Bowl 61. It's going to be hard for the Patriots. No Titans rose up out of the AFC this year. No Chiefs. No Baltimore Ravens. No Buffalo Bills. There was not that team out there, and it's hard to say there's going to be an easier path set up for them next year. I think they'll be a better even potential team next year, but it's going to be a harder path there. Harder path for them. So we'll see how that one goes. Yeah, I could see the Jaguars making some moves. I think the Chargers are going to be potentially interested with what they've got going on because they've got a hell of a defense. They got Mike Daniels in there now, a legit offensive coordinator. Those tackles can stay healthy out there, and they can get a little bit more improved there on the offensive side of the ball. It could be another team too to make some noise as well with Harbaugh there. We know he knows how to build it. But now he says Mike Mack's going to win multiple Super Bowls. He's a genius. Let's go. definitely going to need to probably get some production out of those first 2 picks this year, Ricky. You're right about that, man. Good news is we've been able to, for the most part, recently be able to do that. And yeah, it's the same here. I just think the pads. I'm sorry. Sam's going to go to effing Disney World. Let's go. Yeah, we might all be holding each other back from dynasties here, Banker. Love George. George Nuri has been the host for Coast to Coast AM maybe since the mid to late 1900s. I know. Nuri's okay. There's some, Art Bell was something special about him, though. I didn't see David Portnoy's reaction, but I'm very glad to hear he's got to suck it. Boy, that guy was insufferable this week. Brylowski by Kubiak, it was fun. I'm in my denial phase. It's going to be tough to lose Coops. He did a great job here, and he was as advertised. You know, bring in the outside zone, bring in a coaching staff that knows what they're doing, bring in an offensive line coach that knows what he's doing. Came in, and another part of this season that's been so remarkable is that a first-year coordinator, a first-year offensive coordinator is going to tend to take a little bit of time to get themselves situated and figure out what they've got and what they don't got and get the teams and the players to recognize how they're trying to teach things exactly. And that takes most of the time, a little bit of time to figure out. And you really made it happen here from the jump with him. We got to replace that now. We'll see we'll see which direction they go. Chris says, B, besides mock drafting, what day this week do we begin new OC speculations? I think this is going to happen very quickly, Chris, partly because it has to happen quickly. And that being that you don't have a lot of guys out there available. If you truly want to go after a guy like Arthur Smith, who's right now with Ohio State, you're going to have to really grab him probably quickly and take a hard grip at that to bring him in. So I would imagine that this probably gets sorted out within the next even couple of days. I don't think that they let this situation dwell. I would be surprised if they did so. John Hobbs, this one was very satisfying to me with all the new players and a new coach. It was freaking awesome. Not to mention all the naysayers out there. It's the double dose, right? Players so easy to root for and so many people questioning and saying this can't happen at the same time from an outsider's perspective, from a national perspective. You're right. Made it very, very satisfying. Will Valdez, hey, Brandon, what's more satisfying? The Seahawks' first Super Bowl win of 43-8 against the Denver Broncos, or the second redemption Seahawks Super Bowl win against the Patriots, 29-13? The second one's going to feel for me better. I don't want to make sure I'm minimizing 2013. That's still a hell of a season. But this year and accomplishing this year, we all love underdogs, and maybe it's just the fact that we in the Pacific Northwest find ourselves in that underdog role so very often that, we appreciate it. And so when I see a team like this that's so thoroughly rooted in being that underdog across the board, from how you're looked at regionally, where you're located, how you're looked at within this division, how your quarterback is looked within this sport, and you put all of that on its ear. And to do so, and to, as somebody else saying below, to basically to overrule those naysayers, and to do so in this fashion, taking down a Patriot team that's your last Super Bowl loss, and the 1 yard line play as the capping point, the two different trilogies, the way the team has tangibly made this happen by their approach, by winning by three phases of the football team, by winning by an interconnected part to what they're doing in the brand of style of play that they're playing. Turnovers getting limited. Sam playing within himself. This one's gotten it just a bit more past the other one. Still hold the other one in completely high regard, man. It's like picking between your children, Will. But there's something about this team this year. I don't think we got to cut a lot of people's skeptic face. Remember with this, you got all the money in the world to spend, and you're not really in a position where this is going to have to be the way that this has got to go. Not in my opinion at all. The only guys that you could really look at maybe being cut, cap cut casualties. You can move with Uchenna Nwosu. You save $8 million or so with that one. Sorry, you get $11 million back on that one. That's $11.5 million by moving on from Uchenna. That's significant. You could save $9 million, $10 million moving on from Cooper Kupp. Those would be the only potential cuts that you could be looking at on this team, even as a possibility. Everything else you're keeping. And even those two moves, I'm not thinking it's going to go down. Just that if you're looking at what's the true possible places you can do it, and you just don't have to do it necessarily with those two guys. I mean, you can even just probably rework their deals and still save a ton of money. Because you have a lot of cap space to sit on, so you don't have to cut these guys to get them out, so to speak. Well, that data, Brandon has me for a long ride. Got to see his draft. We'll have a good one set up. Brandon Jenna, is the roundtable still going on Tuesday? Probably not. I mean, the roundtable might still be going on without me. But I'm going to be going to the Super Bowl parade. And there it is. Yep. So the Super Bowl parade, according to the reports I'm reading, are going to be on Wednesday. So I've got a flight already set up. I've got a hotel room already set up. I'm getting in there on Tuesday night. I'll be flying in essentially during when roundtable would be. So I'm going to try to see if we can get roundtable on Monday, or if, being tomorrow, or if perhaps we can set it up for a little bit later on in the week as well. I'm trying to kind of shoot for one of those two spots. But it's going to be hard to make this Tuesday just because of the fact that I'm going to be flying out to Seattle. I got a trip I got to take, I got places to be, trophies to celebrate, championships to celebrate. It's a busy life, It's a busy life. I did have a chance to check out a little bit of Davidson I can say his name. I'll call him Iggy. Davidson Iggy out of Ohio State. Watched him at Senior Bowl a little bit. He was okay out there. I do need to watch his tape a little bit more, but he didn't blow you away out there at the Senior Bowl. He was all right. We're going to have the biggest fan base in the world. 12s be multiplying. Hell yes, they do. Hell yes, they do. Worldwide, baby. Worldwide. Hey, Pumpkin. Come on. Come on, baby girl. Keep Sundell or find an upgrade. Probably just going to roll with what you got on the offensive line as it is right now. I think there's a possibility that they could try to target a center upgrade. I think they're going to feel really good about how he came on throughout the course of the year, how he improved, how he got better. I think they're going to kind of trust in that a little bit, especially with how kind of inexpensive he is. B-Films, have we said enough about 21 now that he's a Super Bowl champion? No, I don't think that we probably have. I think Devin Witherspoon's a guy that, Doesn't get quite the respect he should be for being as good as he is. 3-time Pro Bowler, a guy that could have been as worthy of being a Super Bowl MVP in this game as anybody else. And a guy that has absolutely just been a phenomenal corner for us. People, you notice, I think in a lot of ways, maybe the fact that we've seen very few people ever try to even mention Jalen Carter's name. It's a bit of a testament to how bought in they've gotten to Devin Witherspoon. And he showed in this game that blitz ability that he has. That's just one of the parts of his game that you don't see as much on vibrant display because you don't have to bring it out as much. Your front four gets the job done. You don't have to blitz as much. But you saw Mike in this game looking at Drake and going, hey, I got a young quarterback. I'm blitzing him. I'm blitzing their ass. I'm going to make them see it. I'm going to make them read it. I'm going to make them feel it. And Witherspoon was just great as a blitzer today. Only 3 quarterback hits. Every time you sent him, he was harassing the quarterback and being a problem. And it shows you what he is. He's a football player. Everybody wants to put their value in corners sometimes by, well, how many interceptions? Do you have 6 interceptions? Do you have 5 interceptions this year? It's all about like the number of picks. And there's other things you do as a cornerback. And he's maybe the best tackling outside cornerback in the sport. Grade A blitzer, great cover man, full meal deal, can play inside, can play outside, work them all over the place. As great as having Nick Imanwari, Swiss Army knife, a big part of this defense is the more defenders that you can have that can be more versatile, more flexible, do more things. I can be an outside corner that becomes a slot post snap. I can be a slot that becomes a safety post snap, and I can be comfortable in that role. The more of those guys that you can have that can be like that, the more harder this defense is to deal with because the more it can disguise itself, the more it can hide its intentions, the more it can show wild things pre to post snap and not allow quarterbacks that ability to really get a snapshot as to what you're doing. Please skip Salas. Yes, he said, Jacubus doesn't care about money. I love it, man. I love it. B-Film says, Ernest Jones just said that Devin Witherspoon's a walking Hall of Famer, and that's all I see. He's starting to set that trend. You have a performance like this on the Super Bowl. You've stacked up the 3 years he has to kick out your career. Yeah, he's absolutely on that pathway. 100% B-Film. HawksNest, Skip Bayless just apologized to Sam. The last Sam hater maybe that exists on this one, Megan. Finally let it go. That's good to see. I guess he comes along, Megan. He comes around eventually. Yeah, O-line had a bit of a tough day today. AJG in pass protection. And certainly the team wasn't as prepared from a Kubiak standpoint on this game to deal with some of the pressure-based concepts that the Patriots were rolling out. What you got going on there? That Seahawks Letterman jacket was tight. That's $1,000. That's a bit pricey. Blaze says it's hard for me to sleep as a Seahawks fan. The last Super Bowl loss was so painful. That's as brutal a loss as you'll ever encounter as a football fan, period. I mean, I thought the fixed game was tough in 2025. Like, I thought that was hard. But that Super Bowl, be at the 1 yard line, to expect Marshawn was going to punch it in, to get back-to-back Super Bowls. That one hurt, man. That one has definitely gotten stuck between the teeth. Sounds like Puka's talking some stuff on Twitter. Boy, he kind of, he's ready to fire aim, isn't he? A little bit. White Bird, to win this many games in a Super Bowl was a result of masterclass coaching to form a process and culture the players could rally around. 100%. Well said. Beautifully put, man. And yes, sir. Benelli's asking, how much do the Niners and the Rams have to spend? So let's pop that up here. We got some time tonight. Okay. So we got your Seahawks here, $73 million. I got it marked right there. The Rams just a little bit below us, though pretty far below us as far as true cap space to spend at $48.24 million. So they have roughly about $25 million less to spend than the Seattle Seahawks. Then you have the San Francisco 49ers, who are then just a little bit below the Rams at 42.9, so $43 million. So they have $5 million less than the Rams, but they have about $30 million less to spend than we have to spend. So that's the first part that's important. The second part that's important, of course, is first you look at a little bit of the dead money. Rams in really good shape as far as their dead money, only at $700,000. So they're sitting good as far as that stands. They are looking at contractually probably having to figure something out with Matt Stafford. He's on maybe they'll just keep him on this contract too. It's not bad, but they've got him set basically at 48.26 as far as a cap hit next year. Devontae Adams comes back in at $28 billion next year. I would assume that they're probably going to have to get some kind of adjustment put in place for Devontae Adams. The part that makes this a little bit tough too for the Rams and their perspective of this is that you have to give a contract out to this guy. So that's Puka Nacua, and he's going to make every ounce and every bit of money that Jackson Smith's going to make this offseason. You got to give out a contract to this guy. And he's going to make probably in the neighborhood of about $20 million. Actually, he's going to make more than that, because if Kansas City Edge there made like $20 million at the start of the year, it's probably more like $23 million for Byron here. So you got a $23 million contract for Byron. And you got to sign Steve Avila as he's through the third year of his contract. So that probably takes you up to another $15 million per year for him. And then you also have to figure out what you're doing with Kobe Turner, which is going to be probably about another $20 to $23 million per year, because that's a great defensive tackle. So while the Rams do have a lot of money to spend in theory, they've got 4 major contracts that they have to give out. They also have to figure out something as far as their cornerback situation goes. You can bring Emmanuel Forbes back, but Ahkello Witherspoon goes. Where do you kind of stand on that? Footing there. So they do have some money to spend. They do have some contracts they have to give out. It is about $25 million less than what Seattle has to spend, though they don't necessarily have as much dead money. As far as from the 49er perspective here, this is going to be a little bit dependent upon where they're at as far as retirements. Like if Trent Williams decides to retire this offseason, you can see that he's got a $22 million base. So they saved the base. But with Trent Williams, there's more money left on his books, so that, they're essentially right here at like $4 million saved on his contract collectively. So there'd be a ton of dead money that they would have to sustain if Trent were to retire. Kind of a similar situation with Christian McCaffrey, because he's on the $1.3 million base. You can see he's got a $10.2 million of dead money to hit if you were to see him retire this offseason, potentially Still got to figure out what's going on with the Brandon Ayuk contract. They potentially that's going through some litigation, I believe, with that, as they're trying to get out fully from that contract with no dead money loss. And you can kind of see why, because if they just tried to cut him pure and simple, they're sitting on almost $15 million of dead money. So it makes sense there that you'd want to do that. So they do have some money to spend. They're not in the same predicament as far as the Rams on having a lot of contract extensions they have to give out this offseason. In fact, if you go through their roster, there's really nobody I think that they really have to extend here. Maybe an offensive lineman, maybe, but they're in pretty good shape as far as that goes. They can go make some aggressive moves if they want to go make it. They're in good position as far as that goes, but we're in the best position. We've got significantly more cap space. Now, granted, we've got some big contracts we have to give out as well. JSN, Witherspoon, potentially Walker, but you could give out the Witherspoon, JSN, and Walker deal, and JSN and Witherspoon probably don't have their contracts actually lowered down. And you can really massage the numbers out because they have 2 years remaining on the rookie year deals. So you could really find a way to make that work where it's both works for team, work for players. Walker would be, expensive, but running backs still aren't super expensive. So it's not awful over on that side of it, It's not horrible. Did I see Booker's tweet? Yeah, about the Darnold thing. Like, okay, buddy. But he's a little bit, he's just kind of a little bit like that. Valremo, Seahawks fans, where you at? You just won a Super Bowl, only 227 in the chat. Come on, get in here and give Brandon 1,000 likes. So we got over 600. Sometimes it doesn't look as accurate on it, Val, as it would show, but we got a ton of people still in the chat here tonight. We're getting up. Hit that like button, though. I do appreciate you mentioning that, Val. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance tonight, folks. So stream people will be watching for years to come, but you can help them make sure it points their way by hitting that like button. Hey, Ben says, I have no words to say. When I became a Seahawks fan in Rams territory, it was a lot and had to survive a lot with other Hawk fans. Now, we're Super Bowl champs. Let's go. Let's go. Roy Stansel says, hey, B, my play call of yours was the repeat strip six against the Cardinals. Truly a Matrix moment. You've been the code this year. You've truly been the code this year. I can't read late, but it takes me a couple runs. I eventually get there for it. But thank you, man. That's really kind of you to say, Roy. And that was another one of those games. You got the Matrix moment occurs with the strip sack, fumble, and DeMarcus Lawrence rushing in for a touchdown. And we should have just known there. It was just our year, shouldn't we, Roy? At that point. And I've had another just phenomenal season in being able to do the play-by-play with you guys, and your feedback's been fantastic. And I'm hoping I'm going to, as I go in this offseason, kind of try to find even better ways to get even a little bit better at it. But just had another just fun year of being able to cover this action live and go through the roller coasters that you go through of emotions in these games. And to get to the end of this has been just so satisfying, but it's been a wonderful ride to experience it with y'all and to go through it step for step with y'all. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Rob says, since joining the NFC West, the Seahawks lead the division in Super Bowl appearances and wins. Let's go. Let's go. Brandon Jana says, another 12 and a half hours. Damn, BC. I wasn't expecting that. Guess I'll miss the streaming record. F it. Super Bowl champs. Let's have a go. Nah, I got to go hard, man. I don't know when we're going to be back into a Super Bowl. I don't know when we're going to win a Super Bowl again. I'm going to go late into the night on this one. Late. Spaces, my friend turned his Geno jersey into a Nwosu jersey. It's a way to go. Rob, thank you for keeping the stream going while you sleep, man. I got a sandwich for later. When I do a little bit we'll be doing a replay of some of the streams as we get a little later into the night. And I'll probably be snacking on a sandwich while I'm playing that for you guys. Tony Rad in the house. What's up, Tony? Hey, Brandon. When Hall of Fame wide receiver Steve Largent hoisted up your 12th man flag on San Francisco's flagpole at their stadium, I was laughing. MAO, as a Niner fan, got really pissed off and into their feelings. Yeah, it's not you. The Niner fans were not liking this. This was not fun. And I can't blame them in the least. It was awesome from a Hawk fan perspective, but I get it as a Niner fan. You got to watch us take your stadium over after we beat the doors off you twice in like 3 weeks, So, you just completely just blew the doors off them twice. You go in, you will get to the Super Bowl. You get the Super Bowl in their stadium. Your fans are taking over the stadium over Patriot fans, way more Hawk fans in that stadium. And then you got to watch Steve Largent raise the 12th man flag on your turf. That's some, you got to watch your enemy make love to your girlfriend in front of you in the room while you've got to watch from a foot away. I can only imagine what they were going through. But I also knew once I saw, Tony, when I saw 8-0, raising that flag, Tony, you know what I mean? There was something inside me. Something inside of me said, let's go. Just sucks because I would be able to make the parade if it was on Thursday. That sucks, Robs. I'm sorry, man. John Stevenson. I've been a Seahawks fan since 1976. I'm 59 years old. Oh, I love the Seahawks. Hey, me too with you, John, on that. Amen, man. Very satisfying for the old schoolers like ourselves that have been around, and you, in your case, even a bit longer than me on it. But to be around and to know what this team's gone from the start to where they've gotten here, the journey this has been for this to come about and the process to get here has been amazing. It's been just, this team is an incredible team from a historical perspective when you look at and track and what they've done to get here and the different ownership groups and Allen taking over. But one thing is for sure, as I've said, going over many weeks, you may be an outsider fan watching Seattle and going, did they really appreciate going? So they've been 4 times winning. No, this is appreciated. This is a region that loves its sports, that loves its football team, that when it gets the greatest success like today, will be living on cloud 9 throughout this offseason because of it. Tony says, congratulations, Brandon, on a dominant performance. Your defense was outstanding. As I stated to you, I thought it would be a blowout. You did in advance say that, man. And they thank you for the kind words, and I was just as impressed by them. I thought they played just a phenomenal game. Patriots defense gave their best. I mean, they didn't shy away. They had a great game plan put together, as you'd expect Vrabel to do so. They did a good job of really making it hard on our offense and gave their offense plenty of chances and opportunities to go out there and make something happen. But this defense just said, not today. And he says, Hawks Nest, I wish I was there for the parade, but I hate crowds. I get it. But what a crowd it's going to be. Brandon, you missed some donos too. Mine got missed in the first quarter. Oh, my bad, man. Well, let me see if I can maybe able to find it. We still got it here somewhere, I'm sure. Seems like maybe some of them were like slipping through. I had a couple people mention. Sorry if I missed any of your donos in there. We had a ton of men. But I'm not seeing Grandizer. I'm not seeing yours pop up. Sorry if I missed it. I'm double checking though. would let me search. Can't be there. It must be up near the top. Yeah, sorry, man. I don't know what happened. Somebody else was mentioning there was a donor loss, but it's not showing in my feed. So I'm not sure what might have happened there. Grandizer. Sorry I missed it though on that. You know, I hate that. But I'm not seeing anything come up. If I did miss your dono, definitely put it down there in the comments. I'll definitely address down in the comments section. Try to find, but nothing coming up for me on the slide there. Sorry, Grandizer. Sorry I missed that. Parade's going to be on Wednesday. Yeah, K9 leaving would be some BS. Just as we got him going good. Have a good night, 002. Appreciate you. And yeah, DK, the grass ain't always greener on the other side, even if it looks like so from one side of the fence to the other. Where are those saying Milrow would or should start? Oh, I remember some of those takes at the start of the season. Like, how long till Milrow takes over? Guys, Sam's going to be the starter. So when's going to Milrow go over? Why are you being a Milrow hater? Is this because you didn't like the fact they drafted Milrow? It's like, no, it's because I was at training camp and I watched both quarterbacks play. Sam's your starting quarterback. Thank you for understanding, Grandizer. Appreciate the dono. If you put in what you had asked on there, I'll definitely respond to it right now. But I didn't, I just double checked some of the donations into at the start. It wasn't popping up in there. So it might've just gotten lost in StreamYard's, dealy. Maybe we got too many donos and overloaded StreamYard or something. But if you put your comment in there, I'll definitely respond. Whatever you might've posted. Sorry about that though. Appreciate you understanding. Lovely One says, wait, Brandon, could you IRL to stream the parade? I could theoretically. The problem comes into play is the number of people that'll be on the street. So every tower is going to get overloaded in downtown Seattle. I would be very surprised if I had a strong enough, steady enough signal to be able to run it like that. Like once I got in the stadium, if we're in the stadium, I might be running in there a little bit. The plan's going to be able to get some footage though, and be kind of a man on the street kind of thing a little bit. Maybe get a couple of interviews in person with some of the 12s out there. But it's probably going to be pretty hard to actually stream itself. I'd like to, but it'll be hard to do so, I think, because there'll just be there'll be so many signals pinging the towers and stuff, Emily, I wonder who's going to be our next OC. I think it's pretty straight down at this point to I think it's going to come down to actually being pretty straightforward on this, Emily, where it's either Arthur Smith or probably it's an internal hire. So it's Arthur Smith or it's Janoku or Outen. It's probably like one of those three that you could really lock into it being. But we should find out on this pretty quickly. Brandon, Super Bowl parade, what's the move then? Still kind of figuring out the details of where I'll be setting up. If you are going to be a part of the Super Bowl parade, I would just say, or you're going to be down there, we're going to definitely do a meetup of Hawks Nesters. So whether it's at the beginning or at the end, or at the beginning and the end, we're going to have a couple of locations that you're definitely going to be able to find me at along the parade route. So I'll get those details off to you guys, but definitely follow me on Twitter, as that's where I will be posting out some of that information. Probably get down to the bar there just outside of, probably be down there at the bar just outside of the stadium at some point or another. but kind of be bar hopping all over the place a little bit. And I'll try to keep everybody, up to date, because I'd like to do a little bit of a meetup somewhere as we can. Some of it's going to kind of depend on where we can kind of set up, and it's going to be a mob of people moving around, but keep an eye on the Twitter posts. That's where I'll be kind of keeping the updates, and we'll be active. We'll be active and down there moving and making it happen. Donations here. Let me catch up on these. Carl Nerney. Thank you for another $10 donation, Carl. Appreciate you, brother. So happy for you, brother. It's been a long time since we lost the Packers, and Trey Flowers getting smoked by Devontae Adams on my first stream. Wouldn't have it any other way. Now Milroe is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. How about that, huh? Jalen Milroe's got himself a Super Bowl ring. Year one, not too shabby. And yeah, it shows you how long we came. First live stream we did as a play-by-play, as I did the Packer playoff game. We had our Hawks in there after they'd beat the Philadelphia Eagles on the road. Carson Wentz went down to the injury, of course, in that game. Remember, DK went off, and all DK did in that first game in Philadelphia. It's the first season of DK Metcalf. And then you went into Green Bay, and you knew how hard that was going to be anyway. You knew your team was probably a little bit short in too many different areas to quite be able to take down that Packer team. You gave it your best shot. Russ played a pretty good game. But yeah, you end up in a moment with Trey Flowers matched up on Devontae Adams, and you go, how the hell did this happen? How did this occur? How long we've come, man. How far we've come. And when I tell people it's Seahawks fans appreciating this for what this is, and reveling in this, and just loving every part of it, not overlooking it, not just sort of like hazardly just kind of going, oh, let's see, okay, we got another Super Bowl win, whatever. But that we've gone through that darkness. We've gone through those, not being bad per se, but never being great in the years of doing this. Always feeling like you're falling far short of the upper crust of the NFL. Wondering when that breakthrough would occur, including that year. It's been a hell of a ride, Carl. But I'm so glad folks like yourself have been riding with me for so many years on this. And as I said, it's my smile of the night's a satisfied one for myself, but it's satisfied as well for folks like you that have been here throughout this whole time, and support to the channel and support to this team. Unfailing. Testaments to the fact that this team's never been a bandwagon team. That these 12s ride or die with this team no matter what. You included in that mix. Happy for you too as well, brother. I know how much this means and how cool this is from you for us to go get this, and it's been awesome, man. It's been a great, great ride. How about that, huh? I remember that play you're talking about too. I remember the exact play Flowers getting dusted up on, where it's almost effortless of Devontae Adams to smoke him up. Kind of fitting too that we have to take down a Devontae Adams team in the Super Bowl this year. You know, it kind of comes up on the last three. Sort of like, the last three kind of playoff appearances together, or three-ish. You got the Packer game back in 2014, and him being a rookie at that time, and then the Packer game in the playoffs on the road a couple of years ago, and then getting him back home this game. Definitely not going to be unhappy when Devontae Adams retires. He's a tough day at the office. Carl, I appreciate you though, man. Thank you for the $10 donation, man. And congratulations. Congratulations. Joseph Jones, thank you for the $5 donation. Joseph. Brando, I stopped by Brendan's live to remind him that he was wrong about Sam Darnold. Ha ha ha. This team is so special. Thanks for all you do, bro. They're so special in so many ways, man. Yeah, you touched on that 100%. And yeah, Brendan was a little bit hesitant with Sam. He took a little bit of time to come on board. He got on board. He wasn't one of those guys, digging his feet in, clawing and scratching and fighting like, there were some that did exist out there in the Hawk fan base, and even some content creators that exist in the Hawk fan base that would, They were being drugged kicking and screaming into the Sam Darnold bandwagon. And Brendan was not exactly that. Maybe a little slow on it, but he got around to it with it when it all said and was done. And thank you, man, for your kind words on it. I want to offer to you, I think you're touching on really that part that's so true about this team. They won the Super Bowl, but this was a special team. That's why this is my favorite Seahawks team, is because they're special in a variety of different ways. They're special from a talent standpoint. To be the third youngest roster in the NFL to accomplish this speaks to the level of talent that you've got to be able to pull that off. They are easy to root for from the fact that these guys are just hard workers who seem like good dudes. You don't seem to have attitudes, don't seem to be just pissed off at the world for no reason. Seem to love what they do as far as being a football player and love this sport and being all about ball. Also for all the people that counted them out, that counted this team down. And, overcome expectation and not let expectation define you. Fourth place team, 7.5 wins. Man, maybe Vegas doesn't get this stuff wrong. I mean, man, all these pundits saying this, they're not going to tend to get this wrong. There's got to be, it's got to be maybe something we're missing about this team, I guess, or something, or themselves, or looking within themselves and questioning within themselves. But, they never did that. So they, like Mike McDonald said,
We did not care.
Don't care about your expectations. Doesn't matter. Doesn't account for nothing. We do our work. We worry about ourselves. We concentrate day in and day out about what we can do to make ourselves special. Quarterback on down to the extra man on the roster, the bottom end of the roster. And we can create greatness. We can become legend. And they have become that. This is a very special team. And a special team as much because they embrace that mentality. I'm going to know as much about this team as being a collection of great talent. That guy is a difference maker. That guy's a difference. That's there on this team, but it will be, for me, the instilled spirit that they took an ownership on in this offseason and carried through like a torch through every day of practice, through every single game. It's you not having a game this season, Joseph, where you have the bad loss in the books. One bad loss in the books, you don't get the number 1 seed. That's what this division was about. This tight, toughest division in football in probably 20 years. One bad loss, one loss against a team you shouldn't have lost to, you ain't getting the number 1 seed, and maybe you don't get to the Super Bowl. Maybe the Rams getting to play that game at home versus you getting to play that game at home made all the difference in the world. But they didn't ease up. They didn't take any opponent lightly. They didn't say, against Tennessee, we can just kind of close our eyes and do a little back swim. Just lay on our back and we'll go get the victory. We'll just find a way. We'll just show up and be us and we'll just win. They never did that. It was that ultimate responsibility you took in to stay engaged in the way that you stay engaged. And Mike was a driving force, I'm sure. They were taking on their coach's mentality and attitude in full. That much was very clear. But they stayed in that pocket too. They didn't just roll into it and just kind of, okay, we're in it for a couple games, but they were like, no, we're going to stay here. We are going to stay locked in. That's hard to do. So easy to let the rope gain a little bit of slack. They were pulling on that thing tight at every step. But thank you, Joseph, for the $5, man. And Brendan came around eventually on it. There's a lot of other folks that dug in a lot more harder than Brendan did with it. That's for sure. To his credit with it. But thank you, man. I got the greatest job in the world to be able to do this. I get to cover football for a living. I get to talk about my favorite team in the world for a living. And it's a pleasure and honor to get to do it for you guys. Thank you for watching, man. DJ, I called it 29-10, and I was correct. Hey, good call on that one, DJ. Nailed it. Well done. I said, fighting against all urge, man. I was like, you start out things and you're like, it's probably like a, 24-20 game. But then you quickly looked at a little bit of tape and I'm like, man, we got this thing easily. We got this. Come on. Come on, you start getting super confident as I went through last weekend, right? Get through last weekend just feeling like, man, this is two different tapes. I'm watching two different sports being played between these two teams right now. And then you get into the week now, DJ, a little bit, and you're like, all right, Wednesday hits, and you start getting a little nervous. You know, the Imanwari ankle thing starts clicking in, right? Start getting a little bit concerned. Like, ooh, that one's going to hurt a little bit maybe. But our initial assumption was correct. You know, NFC was just a different conference. The NFC West was just a different division. The easy schedule the Patriots got to walk through was just what it was. Patriots fans can get mad at that as all they want. And look, you took care of the opponents. So, you know, as a testament to them, it isn't like you guys didn't handle business on your own schedule. You did. But you did have an easier schedule. You did have an easier pathway and a significantly different one from the one that we had to walk. And that played out in this game. And that was playing out in our predictions, right, DJ, to your point. And validly so. Part of what we're all trying to do here collectively as we look at this team is to see things true. And sometimes you see things true and it's to the good result of your team in a predictive status. We're better than this team. We're going to be able to lap this team, win it comfortably because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, you know, going through the different reasons. And sometimes when you're trying to look at things intelligently in football, you're going to come out correct when you're putting so many items together that are intelligent for how you're coming to your summation of the situation or what you're trying to do to predict what's going to happen with the team. Let's go, DJ. Just my opinion. Thank you for the $2 donation as well. Hundreds of hours of watching the Hawks Nest, and we got our trophy. Oh, thank you for that. Just my opinion. I really appreciate you for that. A lot of loyal watchers like yourself that I know watch. If you're watching 1 hour, you're watching hundreds of hours, to your point. And thank you for riding with me through all these years. Hopefully this analysis and this determination about what this team could be, and as they got in the pathway and saying, I think they're here, is just more reason that you guys walk with me into the future and knowing I'm going to tell it to you true when I see it true and I see it right. And then if I am seeing it right, I probably am. I'm seeing it probably clearly for what it is. And the team probably is that good because I'll certainly point out when they're bad. And we'll discuss whichever side we got to be on that, however it goes with it. But rewarding as hell, man. Knowing folks like yourself that have rocked with the Nest for so many years here and so many hours of watch time and so many different streams, so many points of talking about potential and if this goes right and that goes right, if they can make this smart decision here and that smart decision there and this draft was good and this free agency was right, that you bring it all together to get to the promised land. What a good feeling. Let's go, just my opinion. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Daniel Bailey. Thank you for the $5 donation. Daniel, what a complete game. K9 killed it. Defense suffocating turnovers, sacks, and punts galore. Sam did enough and no turnovers, and that was vital, only up 12 by the fourth. Vital. And that's where you have these experiences that if you're a smart team, you're paying attention to what's going on within the season and you're self-scouting, as they like to say. You know, they get to a bye week. This is what all teams like to say. Like, well, we're going to self-scout ourselves this week and look at trends and tendencies. And Sam had the tendency going through, right? Had the tendency where every game we're getting a couple of interceptions. We're getting an interception and a fumble. A couple fumbles, interception. Turnovers. Becoming a bigger and bigger problem as the year went along. Sam becoming a little bit too loose with the ball. Too often. And that Rams game, taking what was something to be a growing trend and absolutely putting a blinding spotlight upon it. And part of the rooting for Sam Darnold is that not hard-headed, not in his ego, not in his emotions, not mentally deficient. A guy that smartly looks within his own game, does his own self-scouting in that moment and goes, you know what? I can't be the reason this team's losing games. I can be the reason we can win at times. I can need to do a lot more. I can need to do more in certain weeks than others. I can't be the reason, though, that we're losing games. There's a reason we lost this Rams game, and there may not be any other reason you can point to but this. Or at least that's the most major reason. Can I learn from that? What can I learn from that? What can I do to rectify this situation? What specifically can I do individually to rectify this situation? That takes a lot of just modesty, doesn't it? Takes a lot of wait, hold on. And so when he gets to the performance like this with no turnovers, when he gets through a playoff run with no turnovers, it's him building that throughout the course of the regular season to get into the playoffs, to then continue with that forward in the playoffs. It's not a light switch. It's not a button. You don't just get through the end of the regular season, you're going to play a certain way, and then you get the playoffs, and now I'm going to play a whole different other manner of fashion. It's what I've called since that Rams game into the next game onward. We're now going to fashion for ourselves a blueprint. All three phases of our football team are going to play together and be interrelated. And then you can see the plan in place and how that goes. And how that works for an offense is limiting those turnovers, is not putting your defense on a short field, as we were far too often in the first half of the schedule. It's sometimes taking the L on the play to win the war, lose the battle to win the war, which is a lot of sometimes the decision Sam's would have to make on individual plays. Sam did enough in this game. And the limiting of the turnovers was the big part of this throughout this playoffs, because you were just that good of a team. You were so complete as a team. You didn't need to have your defense play amazing, your special teams to play amazing, and your quarterback playing like an MVP for you to go win a Super Bowl. You need to have them play to the blueprint, the same blueprint they fashioned out through the back half of the schedule. Just fit to that form, fit to that model that you have created, that you have forged through fire and flames and hardship. You don't need to gravitate. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You have figured the wheel out. Now let that baby roll. And that's what Sam did. That's what this team has done. Kenneth Walker's been another part of that element, willing to grow in your game, willing to adjust to this new outside zone system that asks me to run the ball much differently than the other prior systems that I've had to work with. I can choose to be limited by that. I can choose not to grow my game within that. I can be hard-headed in my approach to that. I can keep looking for the big play. Or I can try to learn it and master it. And maybe in my learning and master it, I can turn myself into the best version of Kenneth Walker. And that's just what he did. Just what he did. And you could feel this Kenneth Walker game coming, just like you could feel this Sam Darnold game coming, and his ability to limit the turnovers, to limit the mistakes, to not be the reason that you would lose this game. And be a part, at the same time as being a part of the reason you won this game. Because this was not Sam as Jimmy Garoppolo. This was not Sam as Brad Johnson. This was not Sam as Trent Dilfer. There's plenty that he still needed to do in this game to make this happen. Plenty he needed to do through this playoff run to make this happen. A complete game, man, and a complete team. It's fitting, isn't it, Daniel? That the complete team that we've seen throughout the course of this season, the team that wins with all three phases, is the team that then wins the Super Bowl with all three phases. That wins the Super Bowl is maybe their most complete win of the season, here and now. Who was the star on that defense versus the stars across the board? Walker got the MVP, sure. But plenty of guys also came in to contribute, from Barner to Kups to the way the offensive line blocked up front, especially creating holes in the ground game. And you're right. If Sam had one of those turnovers, he's got one of those moments where he flips this ball over on a short field, to the defense, changes the whole potential complexity of that game. Patriots get within a one score, changes the whole complexity of that game. That's why it may be something that's almost like seems like a backhanded compliment to say, don't turn the ball over. But it's a big effing deal. When you're in a tight game like that, it's a big deal. And it's a skill in a game like this not to have it happen while you still find productivity on the other side of it from a positional standpoint. Yeah, you nailed it on that, Daniel. Well said, bro. Well said. Ben Zambrook says 3 hours sleep, couldn't sleep, absolutely buzzing. Super Bowl champs again. What an amazing feeling. A season where we were written off from the start. Let's have it go Hawks. Let's go, man. Let's go. It's gonna be a hard night to sleep for me too, man. It's gonna be a tough one. Gron, yeah. The dark side seems less bombastic in their media personalities. I told my friend if the Legion of Boom was a sledgehammer, the dark side is a constrictor who slowly chokes the life out of you. Ooh, I like that. I like that. That's a great metaphor. And yeah, I love the Legion of Boom and the bombastic personalities and the loud nature and the way that they went about their business. They had their own personality, their own swag, their own style. And this team's got its own too. And it's completely different from one another. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Joe 420, Brandon Peely's the first Alaskan to win the Super Bowl since the 2010-11 season. Let's go Alaska. How about Brandon Peely, huh? Allison Brown, complete season. Took the opportunities that were there. Excellent season from the Hawks. Excellent year from the boys. And a complete season's ride, man. They made this a hell of a show from start to finish. Start to finish. Dad just woke up on the East Coast. You're still going. This man is amazing. I ain't quitting tonight. I ain't never leaving. I'm going to be the Leo DiCaprio meme. I ain't leaving. JL says, go to any city in Washington. You'll find people flying 12 flags, house painted Seahawks colors, people wearing hats, jerseys, etc. Everywhere I go, I see 12s. Yes, sir. We represent out there. Yes, sir. I'd rather have a craft type owner minus the Asian massages. B Film says, what's cool about Mike is he acknowledges all 70 on the team. Imagine not being a starter, but feeling a part of the culture and the love and having more of a role than other teams. Epic stuff. Epic stuff is right. And I think that it's smart of Mike to do this. And this is where you get so far outside of, B Film of coaches playing favorites or, leaning to the stars and just getting caught up in what the stars are doing. But instead, understanding what can happen if you do acknowledge those 70. And it plays out in this game. It plays out too when it's a Drake Thomas rising up to become a starter. It's Ty Akata filling in for Kobe Bryant and not missing a beat. When these guys, know that that's the case, that you got your part in this team, that you are vital, that you can have an impact. It's Tyrese Knight. Okay, well, you're backup, but now being one of our best special teams players throughout this year. Mike's done a great job of being just that general and that leader in this way. And he's a great tactician, but this is that culture building aspect of what he's doing as well. Then maybe even something he's even better at. As much as we give him so much lauding for the schematics and the flourishes that he can bring on the field, it's maybe as much of what he can do to build this culture, the team, and his unique approach to it. Juggle says football season's over. WNBA storm coverage begins, right, Brando? Maybe says Hawks SB need food and a break from a screen. I'm trying to stay awake, which is becoming harder. I understand. No worries. No worries. Janoko might follow Kubiak to Vegas. Still hard to say on that. Yeah. Definitely possible. And Kubiak's going to need to have somebody be his OC, right? Granzer Brando will need a body cam type camera, hands free. You can look around. He'll be recognized too. Well, that's where I'm bringing Dr. Sanders, Grandizer. I got Dr. Sanders is flying in with me flying in with Spokane. So he's going to be he'll be my cameraman on the scene. Gotta film it, Strong fiber systems. Any free agent running backs you particularly like? I think Breece Hall could be interesting, strong fiber systems. He's going to be out there and could be an interesting cat to take a look at. I do think that if Walker were to go in free agency, I think that the team would take a pretty heavy run at Devon A-Chain as well. So I think he'd be a guy that they would look to target too. It's not the greatest class for running backs. I mean, it's always tends to be a bit weak out there, but as I think about it with this year, it's not particularly super strong. Najee Harris, Austin Eckler, Travis Etienne, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, Nick Chubb. There's not really much there. It's all the more reason here when I look at these free agent names for running back position and looking at this draft, which isn't that great at the running back position, I come back to just being like, find a way to bring Walker back. That's really the bottom line. But Breece Hall isn't bad if that's the other consolation you go to instead. Dan Bailey says, I was in downtown Seattle after the game, was so lit. Seahawks chants, climbing, street lamps, fireworks, mosh pits. The energy was live. Even saw someone with the same hat Jesse has out in the wild. Laughed my ass off. Let's go. And I'm looking forward to Wednesday. It's going to be fun. Town's going to be lit. Thank you, Grandize. I appreciate you understanding, man. It's a big day. Big day today for sure, bro. Jose says, remember where we were after that Reek moment, week 1? Yeah. Niner fans were memeing my reaction to Woolen. So, it was a little dark. I got put in a 49er hat, and I got a Woolen driving me crazy. Desert Seal just got off work. Had to work the game because I work at Sports Bar, but saw most of it. Let's have it go. Let's go Desert Seal, man. Salute to you, bro. Well, at least if you got to work, you got the TV there. That ain't bad. That ain't so bad. Let's go Hawks, P-Dog. Ben says, Brandon, your streams and content have been nothing short of amazing this season. Absolutely love watching. Keep it up, sir. Hey, salute to you, man. I will do so. I got the greatest job in the world, Ben. I thank you for watching, man. Thank you for being a member of the channel. It's, today is great and it's super rewarding on a day like this, but I have an absolute wonderful time with you guys every time I get to go live. It's a true treat, and I am blessed and really honored to be the spot that you guys can come to hang out with and chop it up and talk anything. Outsiders coming in, other fans coming in. We're really expanding out in that way. It's an amazing experience to get to do what I get to do. I'm loving it. Try apple pie. Lucky you missed Denver next year. You guys can get back at us next year. We'll get back to you next year, okay? I get it. We had to serve some revenge. You guys got some vengeance for us. The Russell trade, the blowout in the Super Bowl. I get it. Y'all got to get Nix's ankle right, though. My man's had 75 surgeries on his ankle. Got to get the one that'll get it right. Have the Hawks ever won 10 in a row before? Not that I can remember. I don't think so. Al Brown says, we back, baby. F the Pats. Let's go, man. One dragon down, another dragon down, another dragon down. 3 dragons, 1 season. Let's go. Not too bad, Juggle. We win next year, like you say. We win next year. It's in the Rams Stadium. So then you'll have Lumen. You'll have Lumen South. And then, like Juggle says, you'll have Lumen Super South. Oh, can you imagine? Martin says the Patriots did what they had to do so they could get to the Super Bowl, but even through the playoffs, they didn't play a full three-phase team. This was their first time this season, and it showed. They did. Yeah, they had that path that they got to walk through where it was not the same kind of challenge. And your great point about that is they did not face a three-phase football team. And you give credit to the Patriots in getting it done to get here. And that's a young team doing it, and Drake May, I think his future is very bright. And that Patriot team's going to be able to add things that'll help him out. And once he gets some guys on the outside that are truly dangerous, look out with that kid. But we were a different type of animal that they had to deal with from what they had dealt with throughout this year, including the playoffs. A little bit of a different challenge. And I think they felt that. Dune says, I don't think the Pats will return next year. They've got stiff competition and hunger in the AFC. I do like our chances to come back, though. It's not going to be easy. Shouldn't be. We do have the organization. Well said all the way around on your part there, Dune. I can't add a lot onto that other than, yeah, I agree. I think that you look at the Pats in the AFC, I think it's going to be an uphill battle. I mean, I can see the Ravens coming back around and righting their ship. I can see the Chargers getting a little bit healthier, a little more dangerous. You never know with the Colts in that roster. If Daniel Jones can get himself, back to the right side of it. Houston, can CJ Stroud figure out what the hell was wrong at the end of the year with him? Buffalo Bills, can you get your defense figured out and actually get another wide receiver that's dynamic for Josh Allen? Any of these things happen and make everything in that conference tremendously tough. And we've got as good a path as anybody over in the NFC. I think it's going to be tremendously tough again. So it's going to be hard on our end as well. NFC probably still does remain the tougher conference next year. And you're going to have some challenges. But with that said, very young roster. You got a lot of money to spend this offseason. You don't have a lot of crazy free agents you're going to lose here. So a lot of possibility to make this happen and get this done. Yeah, Pats ain't going to have the easy schedule they had this year, Jeff. That's for sure. It's going to look a little bit different. A little bit different. Dude moves. Sammy D is a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Brocky is not. Amen. Al says this was all about revenge. Yes, sir. Omega, what's up? What's up? Omega says, I was at the game. I was the game, man. It felt like a home game for Seattle. Insane atmosphere. That's great to hear, man. It's always hard when I've got the volume off to necessarily fully tell, especially a game like this where you could have an intermixture a little bit, whether the volume was there, whether you could feel that fan, whether Seattle kind of took things over a little bit. But definitely felt like we had more of our colors out there in the crowd. That's for sure. But good to hear. Very good to hear, Omega. Love it, man. Much love to you too, Al. Thank you, man. Salute you, sir. Jeff says we're a right guard away from having a truly dominant offensive line. Definitely was able to mitigate some of Bradford. He had that one moment in the game on the sack where you're like, oh, there's our Bradford rep in the game. He had a couple good blocks in there as well. We'll see what the team does look to do with the offensive line this offseason. It's a possibility that they could just stand pat in full. Yeah. You bring back a Josh Jones as your swing tackle, and you got Kite there as your other tackle, and then Haynes is back on a contract, so they may just kind of just hold form to what they've done so far here. But definitely that's the place where you could probably stand to get a bit of an upgrade and full a bit. To your point. Thank you, Brandon. Have you found the team stats tab on the box score for the game? Numbers do not tell the whole story. Laughing out loud. No, they don't. No, I'd imagine it's very even. Yeah. Very even. Versus, I just read somehow Drake May had 235 passing yards in the fourth quarter, which is the most ever in a Super Bowl quarter. Interesting. Oh, he had some big plays. They had that 7-second yard drive where they got in 3 plays were up the field, including the throw over the top on Woolen. So that does make some sense. And you definitely got into some softer zones there at the end, allowing a lot of space in front of you to a degree. So, man, yeah, that adds up. That tracks. Lowrider Chev just got back from Pioneer Square. I'm happy to admit Wednesday will be a day to remember in the Pacific Northwest. I am going to be there myself, Lowrider. So you can count me in. You can catch me out there. I'll be out in Pioneer Square. I'll be out there rocking it in downtown Seattle all day long, partying it up, getting down. I'm happy for Chenna. Nearly 2 full seasons of injury. We had to wait very patiently for him to return, and he did. It was well worth it. Amen, man. Good on to Chenna, too. Getting his ring on that. You feel bad for him, too. He's injured for a couple-year period there, and the dirty hit last year. Dax is my name. I went to a Seahawks bar in San Diego tonight. Lots of Hawk fans. It was great. Hell of an experience to be able to just be around the Hawk fans when you're doing it. We got definitely a heavy Seattle contingent down here in San Diego. Folks had to outrun the weather. That's good to hear. Hawk fans showing up out here in SD. Umix Reigns says, holy hell, you're still live. Streamer MVP. I'm loving life, man. I'm sitting here I'm in the hot tub, man, letting the bubbles wash over me. Just letting it wash over. We're still partying over on the coast. Let's go. Let's go. Be film if you're a Pats fan who wants to see Drake May be the next Tom Brady, then you're happy he got his ass whooping. You'll know next season if he's made of any Brady stuff. Indeed. That's a tough measure to be compared up to in that case. It really is. Because that's the ultimate, that's the best that's ever done it. But when you're a Patriot quarterback, that's the inevitability too, right? You still drinking? We're about to have a victory. We're going to do a little victory smoke. We will be drinking a little bit of something until you see what I got here. Until you guys see what I got to be drinking here soon enough. But yeah, we're enjoying ourselves tonight, Al. 100%. 100%. Tron. Thank you for gifting out 5 Hawks Nest memberships. Please do keep an eye out, folks. As he just gifted out these 5. It doesn't tell me who he gifted it to, but it will let you know. It will let you know very clearly from YouTube. If you just got gifted a membership, we're going to be getting out the PFF Monday score Monday. Yeah, PFF Monday scores tomorrow. We've got PFF yearly grades I'll be getting out to members of the channel as well. We got a call-in show we'll be doing, if not this week, a little bit later on this week. We'll be doing early next week, one of the two. So a lot of membership benefits we'll be getting out to you guys. If you just did get gifted a membership, keep an eye on your community post. That's where I put those benefits out there on that side of it. Big shout out to Tron as well. Thank you for gifting out those 5 memberships. If you have, you are awesome for doing so. That's very, very kind of you. And we will be ever expanding those membership benefits throughout the course of this off season. You better believe it on that. So if you are a member, please do remain a member. And please do keep an eye on your community post, because that's where I get those membership benefits out as to both the patrons and the members go out there on that side of it. So thank you, Tron. Appreciate you for that. That's very, very, very kind of you, brother. Very, very kind of you. Thank you, man. Much, much appreciated. You guys are just amazing here on all your support this channel. I really thank you so very much. 5 gifted subs. You are the man, Tron. Let's go. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation. Brando, any truth to the conspiracy theory of Hutchinson leaving to block for a running back like Peterson, as opposed to that wanker Sean Alexander? No grit in that guy. Definitely 2 different running back styles as how they go about their business between Alexander and Peterson. And no, I think it did just come down to pure and simple money. I think with Hutch, it just came down to, look, I want to be paid a certain amount. And with that was Ruskell, of course, playing a little bit of a cute game there where Ruskell was trying to, essentially get Hutch to sign in on a lesser contract. And it's like, look, if there's one guy you're not going to lowball in NFL negotiations, it's going to be a guy that's a future Hall of Famer. Like, that's the guy that you pay the market price and you don't really have to question it or wonder about it or try to play a cute game like Ruskell played there in that situation. And Mike Holmgren never forgave Ruskell for that, and rightfully so. You just don't let Hall of Famers go for nothing. It's ridiculous. It was absolutely entirely dumb on Ruskell's part. It made no sense. So that was completely that situation there that was having to do with that. And that was Hutch just trying to get paid. And you can't blame Hutch for that because Seattle was lowballing him a little bit and trying to use, like restricted tag stuff. Instead of just franchising him, you were so lowballing, you just restricted him with like a second round tender, which is what opened up the door for the Vikings to make that kind of offer. And that would be more interesting, Garth, to your point. If that was the case, if it was, was he just light blocking for Sean? But instead, no, sadly, it had to do with a general manager that was unduly cheap for no reason. Like, you had Paul Allen, you didn't have to go cheap on him. Allen would have been happy to give him the contract. But that was kind of Ruskell. He had a very small subset of what he did well and a lot of things that left you, let's just say, wanting more there, Garth, from him as a GM. Thank you for the dono, though, Garth. Appreciate you. Drawn again, man. Thank you for that 5 gifted subs. Folks, keep an eye out on your community post. You might have just been gifted a membership here by Tron. That's what you get for getting in here late, for staying in here late with us, for hanging in with us into the early morning hours. Get folks like Tron giving yourself a free gifted membership. And that's very kind of you, Tron. Keon Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. It's good to see you in the house, brother. How you doing, man? Love you, buddy. We made it. Hey, much love to you too as well, bro. From bottom of my heart, so many donations, so much support through these years, rocking with the community through this time. Another man that I know is very satisfied by this win. Very happy, satiated by this victory. It's going to savor this victory, Let it stay in your, so let it sit in your mouth for a little bit, Just dwell on it for that moment. It's a good feeling, isn't it, Keon? Hell of a feeling, man. And so special. You don't get to be here very often as a sports fan. Say nothing to be here as a football fan or just as a sports fan, period. Your team is a champion. They're the best in the world. Nobody better. Nobody can take this ever away from this team. Nobody can say, but if. Nobody can say, well, this is a magical call. Refs in your pocket. Seattle Seahawks champions 2025 season. That's it. I like to add on my draw.
Enough said.
Enough said, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Alpha says, as a Super Bowl champions, the next cup of coffee is going to taste better. Everything's better, man. The sun hits you just a little bit warmer on your face. Coffee's just got a little bit extra richness to it. Benelli says, Vrabel knows football. His suspicions all came true, and he knew miracles were their only chance. Yeah, I think that Vrabel definitely walked into this game with clear eyes, and he's a very smart-minded head coach on top of being a very good head coach. And I don't think there's any two ways that he didn't look at this tape the last couple of weeks and know that he's short-manned compared to the Seahawks team. It just is what it is. And I think that he worked around that as much as he possibly could. I think you got to give Vrabel a lot of props on the defensive game plan that they trotted out. There was not a lot that offense was going to do against this defense, but I thought that the Patriots defense manufactured a lot to give their offense a chance. And that goes back to a lot of what Vrabel is doing and his influence on that defense to make that happen. But he had to have gone in this game and saw it the same way a lot of us were seeing it, which is that it might have come off as feeling like a homer to say that you felt like this was going to be a 10-point win or more than double what Vegas had on the books. But it just felt the way this would play out from a matchup, from where these two teams were coming from the journey it took them to get there. And one got to go through the journey where there was, they're going through the prairie and there's a yellow brick road in front of them and the path is cleared in front of them. And then you had the other team that had to go through the haunted forest with the bog and the crazy creatures and the dragons. and the witches. Like, who's going to be tougher getting out one to the other when you meet at the end of it to face off? Who's going to be the one that's going to be more battle tested at that point? And that's what you got to see today, I think. Made your way. Derisi 10. Congrats, 12s. We all earned it and made it possible by believing. Amen. Amen. We had the faith in this team. They worked their ass off. They earned it. Earned the right for us to have their back. They got tested on that battlefield time and time again, and they showed that they were willing to stand up tall and take on that fight. And it feels good to support a team like this and to have this team back, as many of us have had throughout this year, like you say, and have it rewarded as they have us for us so many times this year. Well said, man. Got to keep that faith. Good to have Garth in the house. Bears will be dangerous next year. They got a good team. And Caleb Williams showed you that he's got an equalizing way that he can play, that off-script stuff is hard to deal with. You have a great defense, and he can still kind of get it done there with that off-script stuff. He's got to get the boring stuff better. He's got to get better on the accuracy. Got to get better on the in-between the miracle stuff. Bears got a load of offensive talent. If they get that defense right, they could be dangerous. Think that Brandon, does an upgraded Bears team maybe scare you more than a healthy 49ers or a rejuvenated Stafford Rams team? I think there's a potential that they could be a little bit scarier than where the 49ers are, because the 49ers, I think, even if they get healthier, are still potentially still looking at a couple of retirements, still need to go make some signings to get this thing right. There's still like work the Niners have to do. You know, they don't just get to kind of ride it back and everything will be wholly different next year because they're healthy now. You know, it's like there's healthy and, right? Get healthy and they're going to need get healthy and what are you doing on top of that? Bears, as I understand it, don't have any real major free agent losses that they're going to expect. And so they get to basically trot everything back out again next year and just add on top of the stack. I don't think they have a just endless amount of money to spend, but they're going to have some money to spend with this. And that's a loaded offense, man. DJ Moore, Burden, Roma. They still can't figure out what to do with Roma Dunzier. They got so much. They got Colston Loveland, Swift in there. Even the kid, Kyle Monungai. I mean, he was a nice little hammer for them as a kind of counterpuncher. So, yeah, I think there's a real potential they could be more scary than the Niners. Got to see how the Niners run their offseason. It's not to say the Niners wouldn't maybe be just as scary, but they've got some work to do, I guess, is what I'm saying. I want to see where the retirements land with them, too. Big Italy just got back from bar hopping. Let's effing go. We are the champs. Let's go. Let's go. Chosen said, I've never heard Levi's Stadium that loud before. The 12s really know how to make that noise. Niner fans need to learn how it's done. It's who we are inherently. And it's hard for other fans and other fan bases to copy this. And it is part of why I've often pointed to this as something that's very unique to Seattle. And it's not something that just permeates through their fan base.